I studied stock trading hard for 10 years, and just became a fund company trader. However, my parents were preparing to jump off the building due to a stock market crash. Watching this scene, instead of being afraid, I burst into laughter because I had been waiting for this day for over 20 years. But at this moment, my colleagues thought I had gone crazy because of my parents' suicide attempt. What they didn't know was that I was not the same person as before, but someone from 20 years later. Originally on this day in history, my parents suffered a margin call due to the rapid drop in Hong Kong stocks. Unable to bear the pressure, they jumped from the rooftop. What they didn't know was that 48 hours later, Hong Kong stocks hit bottom and rebounded, rising to 7,000 points, reaching a historical high. This became my biggest regret. Even though I later became the world's strongest stock god worth billions, this scar would still torment me at certain moments. What I never expected was that just now, I suddenly found myself back at the moment when my parents were about to jump off the building. So the next second, I ran quickly towards the rooftop, hoping to save my parents. Actually, in the previous life, after my parents jumped off the building, I returned home and, after analyzing the various numerical values left by my father, I found that my father's formula was correct. However, the relative Xin Yuan who borrowed money stopped my father's credit card to cut losses. He not only stopped my father's credit card, but also spread rumors everywhere, making it impossible for my father to borrow money to make up for the position, which led to my parents missing the dawn after 48 hours. Thinking of this, I exerted all my strength and ran upstairs. Unexpectedly, the next moment, when I saw my father holding my mother's hand about to jump down, I suddenly shouted, "Dad!" At this moment, hearing my shout, my parents turned around, showing infinite shame. "Xiaoshuan, Dad is sorry for you, ruining your future." Upon hearing this, I immediately exclaimed, "You didn't do anything wrong to me, Dad. Your theory is correct. Hang in there for 2 more days, and the Hong Kong stock market will rebound." As the words fell, my parents were visibly stunned for a moment, but only for a moment. "Xiaoshuan, the money Dad used to add positions has been stopped. Don't persuade Dad anymore. Dad can't let you shoulder a 4 million foreign debt. Damn it. I have dreamed countless times of returning to this day, but I didn't expect that although God fulfilled my wish, my father was already desperate. No matter what I say, I can't change his desire for death. Opportunity only comes once. So I quickly took out my pager and shouted to my father, "I have a way to make up for the loss." What? At this moment, my parents were stunned in place. In 1998, following the Asian financial crisis, the Hong Kong stock market was severely hit, and the Kyushu financial market suffered great damage. The investment god Soros saw through the financial situation in Asia, used a large amount of funds to short the Hong Kong stocks, and withdrew billions of dollars, which is the content in textbooks. But according to my research, it is because Kyushu lacks investment opportunities that financial loopholes have appeared, allowing Soros to take advantage of them. So I hurriedly said, "Let me show you a piece of news." As early as August 8th, the Kyushu government had already announced a market rescue plan. Kyushu Bank is going to inject liquidity to protect the Hong Kong stock market. As long as we hold on for these 2 days, the market will rebound the day after tomorrow. Protect the Hong Kong stock market? At this point, my father frowned. Is that possible? The reason why the Hong Kong stock market crashed in a short period of time is because the government cannot rescue it. If they do, it will come at a great cost, leading to inflation and ultimately causing the entire Kyushu economy to collapse. Seeing that my father was skeptical, I continued to explain, "Dad, listen to me. I have studied the economic environment of Kyushu. Kyushu is currently facing a difficult investment period, with countries around the world cutting off investments in Kyushu. The Hong Kong stock market is the only outlet. Currently, Kyushu is still increasing currency issuance and vigorously promoting infrastructure construction. Dad, aren't you a trader? This is going long. Since the Kyushu official wants to go long, in order to make these infrastructure investments useful, it is impossible to let the Hong Kong stock market collapse. They will definitely intervene in the market." Makes sense. Somehow, my father, who has been a trader all his life, now actually feels that my words outweigh his many years of experience in the industry. You should know that finance is actually closely related to policies. But at this moment, my father still shook his head. After all, he no longer has the money to add to his positions. Upon seeing the situation, I hesitated for a moment and gritted my teeth, saying, "You don't need to worry about replenishing the warehouse. Our boss sees my abilities as good and has given me a group account with 45 million in it. You should understand what this means." What? At this moment, upon hearing my words, my father was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. Every securities group is composed of a board of directors and the Securities Regulatory Commission. In order to make money, The group's board of directors usually opens a group account and uses insider information to make some extra money in the stock market, a practice known as market manipulation. However, this extra money must be obtained cautiously. Xiaoshuan, this money cannot be touched. If they find out, they will kill you. But I was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by, firmly holding my ground without wavering. Dad, if you want me to live well, give me 2 days. Give me your personal account and let me turn things around. Is that possible? As of today, my father has lost a total of 2 million and needs 450,000 to replenish. If I use the group's funds, 450,000 won't be enough to solve the problem. At this moment, looking at my cold and resolute eyes, my father knew I was not joking, so they reluctantly walked down from the rooftop. Then, my father tremblingly handed over the account number, password, and documents of the private account to me. Xiaoshuan, if you lose. Listening to my father's worries at this moment, I did not hesitate at all and coldly said, if I lose, I will jump down with you. With that said, I quickly walked towards the Yuantai Securities Group. When I returned to the company, the leader Evan sneered. You didn't jump. With debts of hundreds of millions, your net worth is all lost. You still think about turning things around. You might as well just die. I ignored his words and quickly returned to my workstation, nervously operating the computer. Seeing this, Evan was very surprised. Did he still have money in his personal account? However, what he didn't know was that I had actually opened the group account at that moment. Then, in a series of tedious operations, I transferred a total of 4.5 million from the group account. This is 4.5 million. Finance, it's like gambling. This is a game with no turning back. Even though I knew that the Hong Kong stock market would rebound in 2 days, I was still nervous and sweating. Not far away, Evan has been observing me all along. With his many years of securities experience, he was sure that I was adding to my position. However, what he never expected was that after adding to my position, I did not stop trading but instead continued to operate nervously. Upon seeing the situation, Evan immediately sensed that something was wrong and slowly walked towards me. Just moments ago, after replenishing my position, I stared at the screen calmly for about 10 minutes. Originally, I was hoping that this operation would not be discovered by General Young. Unexpectedly, a bold idea suddenly emerged in my mind. Leverage, the most attractive aspect of the financial game, is to continuously increase leverage to achieve exponential growth in returns. So I decided to go all in and transfer the remaining 40 million. After all, there is only this one opportunity. As long as I can endure these 2 days, I can definitely take advantage of Soros and take a big bite out of him. After completing all this, I quickly logged out of 2 accounts and rushed outside the group. Now, even if Evan was a fool, he knew that Shinsun was running away with a weak heart. What did this kid do? Did he misappropriate public funds? Evan couldn't figure it out. After all, Shinsun's hands were devoid of group funds. Digital computers of this era, however, do not have the ability to delete archival records. At Evan's inquiry, 2 lurid transfers of funds made Evan's legs go weak and he almost fell to his knees. What? He actually moved Mr. Yang's account? Drop. Throughout the night, Shinsun ran wildly through the streets of Beihai City. He knew that Yang Dong, the chairman of the Lushao Securities Group, had been looking for him and was itching to skin him. But, it's not enough. Hurriedly coming to a store, Shinsun sank his heart, borrowed A4 paper and wrote a whole 2,000-word paper and sent it to the office of the chairman of the Lushao Securities Group. He then dialed the landline number of his hairdresser. Shao-sun? Do you want to die? Did you touch Mr. Yang's funds? Because of the previous paging in the BB, Hair Small Wang Yu waited for a long time, came up but a broken mouth. Wang Yu's father, the chairman of the Lushao Securities Group, was Yang Dong's partner. He was also the one who introduced himself to the Lush Securities Group back then. I'm sorry, Shinsun said guiltily, brother, this time it's going to be difficult for you. Don't talk about this. Wang Yu was a friend who had grown up wearing the same pants as Shinsun since he was a child, and his feelings were as deep as those of a brother. Do you have any money on you? Do you have a place to go? I'll give you an address, you go and hide first. Hearing these words, Shinsun's heart warmed. In his previous life, during his most difficult period, food, clothing, shelter and transportation were basically solved by Wang Yu. He knew that this rich kid really didn't care about money or fame, only brotherly feelings. I want to borrow some money from you. Nonsense, aren't I just about to lend you money? Wang Yu scolded, I still have. In my card. No. It's a large sum of money. Shinsun's eyes were like a hunter's, emanating an aura of refinement. Brother, I know your father left you a $5 million inheritance and a suite. You mortgaged this suite and were able to get 7 million out. The 12 million are lent to me. What? Wang Yu was blinded. How the am I supposed to get out of? I don't even have a $1,200,000 in my card. You trust me. Shinsun knew there was no time to explain to Wang Yu and emphasized, after this time, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. I'm hanging up, wait for my call tomorrow. Hey! Snap! Without waiting for Wang Yu to reply, Shinsun hung up the phone. Then, without stopping, he called towards Yang Dong's office. Drops! The moment. In Yang Dong's office, an agitated middle-aged man was picking up the phone while a famous economist waited. Boo! Shinsun! You little bastard, how dare you touch my money? When Yang Dong learned of this news, he was instantly enraged and directly slapped the table and stood up. Around the board members, about where the $45 million is going to go, it makes him shiver with nervousness. This money can't see the light of day. Mr. Yang, when you gave me the account, there was only $20 million in it, and I helped you earn $45 million. You! Yang Dong's eyes reddened. Not our board of directors $200 million as a backer. Give you some inside information. What kind of ability do you have to dare to say that you want to earn $20 million? Yang Dong was telling the truth. In fact, that's money that could be made back by a trader with a little expertise. But I'll give you a chance to double your value tenfold. Inside the phone, Shinsun's incomparably cold voice came, as long as you leave me alone from now on, give me 48 hours. Are you crazy? Yang Dong was infuriated and sat on his chair with a headache. You invested in Hong Kong stocks. Hong Kong stocks? Can't you invest in Japanese stocks? You dumbass. If Shinsun had invested in Japanese stocks, even if he would have lost money, Yang Dong would have been able to use the board of directors to recoup more than $10 million. But according to the current situation of the Hong Kong stock market, it is very likely that he will lose all his money. I've sent you a summary of my dissertation. This is an opportunity for you to soar. Go to hell. Yang Dong casually hung up the phone and cursed, I'll get you killed in 24 hours. You dog bastard. However, in the silence of the office. Chapter 3 Brothers. Yang Dong propped his head up in despair as a fax lay on the desktop. He didn't even bother to look at the damn thing. Take it and read it. Yang Dong grumpily tossed the fax aside to an economist, a professor at the Cambridge School of Economics, Mr. Zhang Kong. Mr. Yang, don't worry, with me here, you can more or less recover the cost. Zhang Kong got up and said. However, after receiving this fax and reading it carefully. Instead, his eyes grew wider and wider, and his mood swings were like a roller coaster ride, shot to the core. How's it going? Yang Dong took a sip of water in a vain attempt to calm down. After briefly thinking for a while, Zhang Kong, however, looked straight at Yang Dong and gulped, you should increase your position. By 200 million. Put. Yang Dong also spat out a mouthful of water. Crazy. It's all crazy. Yang Dong thought it was a nightmare. Mr. Yang, I really am not joking. You can take a look first. Zhang Kong hurriedly handed the fax to Yang Dong. The moment. Hearing the word Shinsun, Yang Dong could not wait to invite the king of hell up and let him take Shinsun down to the 18 layers of hell. It was definitely extremely difficult to get him to read this dissertation summary. Report on the economy of Kyushu in the next 10 years Sun Shun. It's still pretty crazy. Yang Dong cursed. As a member of the group's board of directors, Yang Dong has also been a powerhouse in maneuvering billions of dollars. You've seen it all before? However, after reading the paper, his eyes were slightly stunned for a moment. Spinning around and looking at it again. This. In the paper's summary, Shinsun perfectly points out Kyushu's bailout policy. And concluded that this was a once-in-a-century opportunity. Elder Zhang, what do you think? Yang Dong became sober for a moment, unable to come up with an idea. This summary is better than countless long-winded essays and K-line charts. Zhang Kong dragged his chin and frowned tightly. Was this really written by a teenager in his early 20s? I really can't believe that this is something written by a brat. It's totally academician level. Academician? In the 90s, even a professor was a character who could make a big shot like Yang Dong call out to him. What is the concept of an academician? Never even seen it. Elder Zhang, do you mean that? You really want to continue to plumb the bottom? Yang Dong was incredulous. But after pondering for a long time, Zhang Kong couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, he lamented, I'm so low. The man who wrote this report has insights that span the ages. You can only come up with an answer by asking him. Early morning. Shinsun, who had been squatting in the grass in front of his house all night, vaguely heard a series of footsteps and snapped his eyes open. Only to see that a fat man wearing a gold necklace, with 7 or 8 punks, was rushing non-stop to Shinsun's cottage. Guys, don't break anything later, just hit people. Remember, the real estate license must be grabbed. Shan Yuan. That's the asshole. Shinsun looked at him with his eyes rushing straight to red, angry as if he wanted to eat his flesh and blood. In his previous life, after Shin's father died, Shan Yuan used a forged contract to take away their family's villa. In reality, he only lent out $1 million or so, but the value in the villa was right around $700,000. What's more, the site of this villa is an extremely valuable commercial site. After my father died, this beast used this piece of land to rake in a few $1 million. Shinsun gritted his teeth. This bastard lent us money just to snatch this piece of land. Sometimes relatives are less trustworthy than others. But right now, he can't show up. In Shinsun's memory, the bastard Shin Yuan came in a car, and he had a habit. He never trusted anyone, not even his daughter. All the company's seals, documents, are kept in the car, sealed with a combination lock. Shin Yuan, this time, let's say I avenge my past life, but after tomorrow, I can give you a chance. Shinsun's eyes closed slightly, from which a hint of ruthlessness flooded out. As long as you still have half a conscience, after the matter is accomplished, I will definitely share $500 million with you. When Shin Yuan led the punks, he swaggered into the small villa. Shinsun took a wire out of his hand and ran violently toward Shin Yuan's small Buick. Chomp! Chomp! In his previous life, the disheartened Shinsun had done everything in order to make a living: locksmith, waiter, and truck driver. It can be said that all these experiences from the bottom were incorporated into his blood and turned into his ability to survive. With a pop sound, Shinsun used only a wire to pry open Shin Yuan's car door. To the eye, there was a tin box sealed by a code. Shinsun smiled slightly, but he saw that in the back seat, a young girl was watching him. Cousin? Shinsun sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a stunningly beautiful young woman standing in a long crushed green dress. 1.7 meters in height, long hair like a waterfall, starry eyes like the moon, skin as white as milk, but also an unspeakable fresh temperament. Sister Qian, I have something to do, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to be fortunate for you. Shinsun helplessly sat on the main driver. Cousin, you. Shin first froze for a while, then pushed Shinsun. What are you doing? If my dad knows you're driving his car, you'll die. Bull, how dare he kill me? Shinsun disdainfully said, he only plays with his mouth. Shin froze in place. Somehow she felt that her cousin was a little different today. In the past, Shinsun was always quiet and only knew how to study finance. Today, he's not only bolder, he's also extra manly. Sister Qian, I will drive you back to. Forget it, go to where your mom is. Is your mom in Beihai? Without being told, Shinsun hurriedly closed the car door and started the Buick driveway. Shin gazed at Shinsun in a million different ways. Cousin, didn't uncle borrow money from our family? Isn't this where I come to make money? Shinsun tapped the metal box. Impossible. Shin said helplessly, this password, I'm all. Snap. The moment Shin hadn't finished speaking, he saw Shinsun casually stretch out a hand and pressed 4 fours, which instantly opened the iron box. How did you? Shin was surprised. Idiot, Shinsun didn't even look at Shin as he drove towards the outskirts of Hong Kong City. This is not a normal password box, it can only be opened by pressing the password at the same time when the car is started. Shin was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She is Shin Yuan's daughter, even she doesn't know, but Shinsun. Okay, no more nonsense, Shinsun frowned. I'll meet a friend in a while, so follow me today and I'll take you to eat and drink well. But you must keep what happened a secret. Line. Facing the strong Shinsun, Shin curled up somewhat girlishly and stared intently at Shinsun's side face. Soon after, the city of Harbor City, the new district. How's it going over there? Shinsun went to a hidden public phone booth and called Wang Yu's phone. Instead, a sneaky voice came from behind him. Why are you calling here again? Can you be more careful? Wang Yu? Shinsun turned his head back, only to see a man with a duttung cap and a tall figure who was approaching him with a big brother in hand. This phone number is for Big Brother? Shinsun was surprised. Nonsense. Wang Yu scolded, didn't my dad tell me to keep a low profile, not letting me say? But I can tell you that you absolutely can't invest this money in the stock market. I just vote for the stock market. Shinsun said unabashedly. Chapter 4: The Mission of Rebirth. Mother. You've gone crazy and cast? Just as Wang Yu glared, he couldn't help but observe his surroundings and bowed his body. Brother, I'm not joking with you. I can't get that kind of money. This money, I forced my dad's finances to spend it. I'm going to go out of hiding for a while. How many? Shin Sun asked in a hurry. More than 8 million. Wang Yu pale face said, I gave my father to get a few sleeping pills. Mom, wait for my father line over. No, the iron sure to cut me alive. Righteous enough. Although it wasn't as much as expected, with 8 million it was considered to fulfill half of Shin Sun's conception. And see Wang Yu's back, quite his dad's Mercedes-Benz seat. Shin Sun patted his shoulder, went forward to the trunk to get money road. You can't run, and you have to do me a favor. What? Dude, you really want me to die? My dad will definitely get me killed. Wang Yu punched Shin Sun. Shin Sun, on the other hand, without hesitation, took out 2 travel bags full of banknotes from the trunk and opened his mouth coldly. Don't worry, you're his own son no matter what. I'm going to make a big deal out of this, and when it's done, we'll get enough money to go around the world for the rest of our lives. We only have about 30 hours now. You help me find a few finances, take a few tens of thousands of dollars to buy a purse company, make a securities account out of. Today I will get 5 million, and hit this 13 million or so in batches to the accounts of these companies. Looking straight at Shin Sun, Wang Yu suddenly felt that this hairdresser, who he had played with since childhood, had become a bit strange. Brothers, I'll be honest with you. If this 8 million cannot get back, my father is likely to go bankrupt. Wang Yu trembled to say his own family background, lest he fail. This is his entire cash flow. It won't be. Shin Sun tugged at Wang Yu. You come with me and go on an errand first. I'll call your dad later and give him a big present. Beihai City, Changping Village. An aristocratic middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was looking all over the world for Shin Sun's parents. Finally, under the driver's search, the middle-aged man found Shin's father, who was in pain, in his bungalow in the countryside. Old King. This man was none other than Wang Yu's father. And to the despair of Shin's father and mother, they learned that Wang Yu had cheated $8 million away for Shin Sun. Sins. Shin's mother cried her eyes out and kept patting Shin's father's shoulders. How did I find a man like you? How can I stand up to the Wang family now? How can I stand up to my son? Sister-in-law, don't cry. Although Wang's father's face was also ugly, he was still able to keep his composure and instead comforted the two. That animal son of mine, he even drugged my old son. Alas. I've thought this day would come. Old Wang, I am. Shin's father was in tears. Wang's father, on the other hand, stared into Shin's father's eyes and set his temper. Don't ing cry, who asked us to be comrades in arms, didn't they? But after calming down, the king's father felt a little weird again. Your brother, Shin Yuan, has already called the police, and his daughter seems to have been taken away by Xiao Sun as well. But Xiao Sun doesn't seem like the kind of person who would mess around. Old Shin, you say, is that formula you worked out really reliable? Dependable. Shin's father said with certainty through clenched teeth. Ugh. Father Wang sighed. My wasted son, if he can have 1/10 of Xiao Sun's vigor, I won't have to worry about it for the rest of my life. Compared to Shin's father, Wang's father was still able to weather the storm. He looked at Shin's father with some hesitation and murmured. Old Shin, do you think Xiao Sun is irritated? Just now I received a phone call from the little beast, Xiao Sun, and I said, give him a daytime, he can turn over the money to earn back. And, also let me go to buy some oil, said that the official will look for me to borrow money. This news, have you heard of it? Oil? Futures? Shin's father frowned. In the structure of the stock market, based on the imitation of the bond market of the pretty country, futures in terms of oil just emerged in the 90s. Xiao Sun means that the official came out to rescue the market, and it is not possible to just print money. I'm afraid that it will be a part of the futures from the private sector inside the set out. Shin father dragged his chin. Wang's father, on the other hand, was puzzled. Isn't that a big loss? Giving it away for nothing? No. Shin's father composed himself as much as possible and said, isn't it only people in the system that can buy treasury bonds now? I estimate that the official will be exchanged for treasury bonds, and it is a super amount of treasury bonds. At that time, you will have the advantage of leaving these treasury bonds to Xiaoyu, or using them as a credible endorsement for the company. Holy, really? Listening to Shin's father's arcane judgment, Wang's father was a bit bewildered, and he didn't know whether the final direction would be like this or not. But Ginger is still old and hot. As the boss of a real estate company, how could Wang's father go bankrupt with less cash flow? He just didn't tell his loser son. Old Shin, I still have $2 million in my account. I was going to use it to save you, but it's not enough to fill your warehouse. Like this, anyway, the board of directors, those old antiques, this time, definitely want to find me trouble. I might as well just get some oil futures, just in case the officials do come to me for treasury bonds. Soon after. By getting Shin Yuan's private seals, documents and tax certificates, Shin Sun successfully utilized the loopholes in the financial system to buy and sell debt rolls and transferred $5 million in cash out. The $5 million was all of Shin Yuan's assets, and even a portion of his partner's money. It was estimated that when he knew about this, he would be so angry that he would want to eat Shin Sun alive. In the hotel room, Won Yu looked at the skillful Shin Xian with some flamboyance and gulped. Only when Shin Sun returned with 2 travel bags of cash did he look back at the 4 travel bags on the ground. Boy, Hoon, I've never seen so much money in my life. There's more than $10 million here. No luck. Shin Sun patted Won Yu's head and whirled around to hand Shin Xian a bottle of water. Thank you, Shin Xian nodded, gazing at Shin Sun's side face. Cousin. Did this money come from my dad somewhere? Aha. Shin Sun said in a cold voice, don't worry, after today, I'll make this money tenfold, making your father so happy that he'll want to jump off a building. Xiao Sun, is it going to work or not? Won Yu still couldn't believe what Shin Sun said. Didn't you say that you've already invested $45 million using your boss's account? Why don't we run? Take this money, dashing all over the world, play no more and then come back. Don't worry, my dad is very capable, in a few years we'll be able to make the money back. Off. Shin Sun's tone was a bit stern, and his eyes were full of gravity. It's been a long time since he's officially operated a plate. Especially after a battle to take down tens of billions of dollars in the pretty country's stock market. Born again, he has not only the expectation of redeeming his regrets, but also a natural sense of mission. Chapter 5 Layout. My boss is estimated to make over $700 million back on that money, and most of that is going to him, at best, to keep me out of jail, and by the way, take $10 or $20 million for me. So dark? Won Yu was surprised. Black ass. Shin Sun gave him a blank look. I got all this secretly, it's good that I'm not going to jail. This. Wang Yu, however, was a bit confused as to what exactly Shin Sun's purpose was. Bro, why are you making such a big deal out of this? Just to get some money and run away in style? It's too risky, isn't it? Crap. Shin Sun murmured. Soros. In his previous life, as a trader who personally experienced this financial turmoil, Shin Sun could never forget the scene of the aftermath. Countless people are unemployed and the rooftops are packed. Every securities group is filled with boundless rage and wailing. Even though the official bailout in Kyushu has been timely, Hong Kong stocks, as the only financial outlet at this stage, can be considered the top priority. Every $100 million goes into the pockets of offshore powers. Then thousands of people lost their jobs and even jumped off buildings. Xiao Sun, just tell me what you're going to do. Wang Yu fell back and directly lay flat on the bed, stretching out unimaginatively. I've got all the people set up, got 7 companies, feel free to operate them. No problem. Shin Sun looked at Shin Qian. Sister Qian, I remember you are studying financial management, right? Well, that's good. Shin Sun rubbed his neck, a murderous aura blooming in his gaze. In 8 hours, an offshore force will parachute into Hong Kong stocks. All we have to do is find out where his cash is flowing and plunge at the same time as him. How much he copies, how much we copy, we can make him spit some blood, never let him make this money back easily. Hearing Shin Sun say this, Won Yu instantly became energized. You think it's personal? As the minutes ticked by. At this moment, countless people in the North Sea are concerned about the movements of Hong Kong stocks. Lushao Securities Group, chairman's office, Yang Dong held his big brother in his hand and stared at the digital computer, somewhat hesitant to throw in the remaining 200 million. In Chongping Village, Wang's father and Shinfu hold a phone and keep listening to the latest situation of Hong Kong stocks. In the office of Shin Yuan Real Estate Company, after inquiring that Shin Sun is putting this money into the Hong Kong stock market, Shin Yuan can only wait helplessly for news, hoping that Shin Sun can flip and return the money to him. And Evan. He by no means believed that Shin Sun had the slightest hope of flipping, yet he also used his expertise to watch the movements of the Hong Kong stock market with deadly accuracy. The anticipation, the hope, and the silence of all are in these remaining 24 hours. In the meantime, 10 million miles away, a man in a suit, adored by a group of financial giants, officially deposited $4 billion into the account of Hong Kong stocks. Friends! Let us expect the financial swine of Kyushu to howl in agony. Hoon. When Shinsun taught Won Yu how to look at the flow of money. Soon, in front of a makeshift computer, Won Yu violently shook Shinsun awake and growled, "It's in, it's in. Shares of Ming's shipbuilding group are up 0.2. No, 0.3, and it's still going in." Shinsun scrambled to his feet. Under Shinxian's calm gaze, he hurriedly took a bottle of water and went up to scrutinize it. Very good. This is Soros laying the groundwork. He's going to quietly put billions and billions into every blue chip stock and then make the junk stocks fall. Stopped? Won Yu was surprised. If it stops, doesn't it stop the market? Then what's the point of earning na? What do you know? Shinsun gave him a blank look. The reason why the Hong Kong stock market in the 1990s was so frantic and mesmerized countless people was that it was not a macro control mechanism, but a reservoir mechanism. In a reservoir, it's hard to tell which ones are blue chips and which ones are junk. With the market doing well, every stock has gone up. But there's always a day when the dike breaks. When the junk stocks are dead, the money in the market that's really in the blue chips will keep the stock market going and everyone will buy. Got it. Won Yu said with a light in his eyes, good stocks will skyrocket in stock price, and bad stocks will rise as the stock market picks up. But really, only professionals can tell the difference between good and bad, right? Well, Shinsun patted Won Yu's shoulder. The 4 words, water rises, boat rises, are the hard truth of the stock market. Soon, as Won Yu continued to monitor, Shinxian, who was on the side, couldn't help but sit over and stare at the computer screen. Look at Su Pharmaceuticals. Look at the Wang Steelmaking Group. Don't look at the Hong Kong stocks, look at the Kyushu stocks. There's no big money being pumped out. The whole time, Shinxian was watching from the sidelines. To be honest, Shinxian didn't know much about the stock market, but strangely enough, from Shinsun's mouth, dozens of names had been read out. It is impossible to detect with the naked eye whether the companies represented by these names are blue chips or junk stocks. Shinsun, however, was able to catch the strange flow of money every time and perfectly document the opponent's layout. Great! Shinsun excitedly said, "Ayu, take the money to those 7 companies and average it out. Sister Qian, you're in charge of the books on these companies, buying them one by one according to the blue chips we've listed." Ha! Won Yu was surprised. "Won't you be discovered if you do this?" Discovered a hair. Shinsun knocked the back of his head, directly rolled his eyes. "Others billions, we more than 10 million, you think everyone is a calculator? This can be found?" But at that moment, Won Yu asked a fatal question. "Where's your boss's $45 million? What did you invest it in?" Ha! Suddenly, Shinsun's face revealed infinite intrigue and haunting, murmuring in a cold voice, "When he leaves the city, you'll know." After Won Yu left, Shinxian was a bit frazzled, making phone calls and keeping track of accounts, looking overwhelmed. "Sister Qian, can you manage?" Shinsun went up and asked. In front of the bed, Shinxian exposed her 2 beautiful legs for the sake of convenience. The distance between the 2 of them was only 10 centimeters, and a gust of fragrant wind sniffed into the tip of Shinsun's nose. Shinsun looked stunned. Do not know, really looked shocked, usually how all did not notice it, really beautiful. Well. It's fine. I'm done. Shinxian handed over a copy of A4 paper. What? Now, it was Shinsun's turn to be surprised. In Shinsun's planning, in order to maximize profits, he would invest in 20 stocks, adjusting them according to real-time movements. This is also known as the revenue model. But it's hard to get these accounts right. How to invest? It is more cost-effective to invest more in that one and less in that one. Whoever invests more is at risk and whoever invests less has no return. These financial conceptual calculations are not a secret, but they require strong judgment, experience, and the power of calculation that Shinsun often talked about in his previous life. Arithmetic power, the computing power of the human brain. Geniuses with excellent arithmetic can simulate the entire stock market in a short period of time. And right now, Shinsun looked at the A4 paper Shinxian had submitted to her. He took a closer look and suddenly remembered something. Does your dad keep you from touching other people? Aha! Shinxian nodded. I remember your dad was in business and lost a lot of money, right? Well, Shinxian looked straight into Shinsun's eyes. You made all the money in your family from your financial management? Chapter 6, Shinshan has a generation of talents. Shinxian hesitated slightly when she heard this, and then she nodded, revealing a shy appearance. Shinsun was overjoyed inwardly. How could he not expect that the genius was right beside him? What does this ability of Shinxian's mean? Top-notch arithmetic that rivals the foresight and insight of a supercomputer. Once these abilities are applied to the stock market, it will result in extremely horrible performance. It's just that it's not difficult to let Shinsun make tens of billions, hundreds of billions. Well, I know, Shinsun held back his inner excitement and calmly said, "You guys continue to observe Soros' money flow, and I'll contact the old president of Lushow Securities Group and ask him to close the net." Shin Xian at the moment failed to see half a ripple in Shinsun's expression. Naturally, he didn't know how amazing his talent really was. And the next moment, when Shinsun dialed Yang Dong's phone through Wang Yu's big brother, Yang Dong instantly picked up with mixed emotions and said sternly, "It's Shinsun, right? Hey, you kid talk, are you Shinsun? You should still have money in your account, right?" Shinsun said without hesitation. Yang Dong was momentarily speechless, recalling that 40 hours ago, Shinsun was still just a small employee. It's his white glove. Now, however, it binds his destiny and even turns into an economics genius that even Zhang Kong worships. "What do you want?" Yang Dong stammered, "Still want to get my money? The next half hour, there will be a sum of money into the Qin mining group. I want you to put all of your funds into it, so that..." Shinsun revealed a ghostly smile, "Can make those people less than $1 billion. What more than $1 billion? Yang Dong was confused. Those guys? Who are those people? After leaving a sentence, Shinsun hung up the phone, leaving Yang Dong in the wind. Professor Zhang Kong, who was on the side, noticed this and blanched as he questioned with Yang Dong. That's right, those people. Zhang Kong stood up, shocked. I see. I can't believe I didn't even realize it. Turns out we have another fund in the stock market. Looking at the bewildered Yang Dong beside him, Zhang Kang's worshipping heart surged out, making him tug Yang Dong and come to the digital computer and said, "Mr. Yang, you haven't read it yet? The fall and rise of Hong Kong stocks this time are all related to a single foreign investment. It is this foreign capital that is fishing for the bottom of our Hong Kong stocks, and even more so, this foreign capital that is destroying them." What? Yang Dong looked around and finally saw a bit of clues under Zhang Kang's guidance. And that, more than anything else, sent him into an extremely deep shock. If Zhang Kang's theory holds true, that would mean that Shinsun's every move is not only for his parents himself. It's more for Hong Kong stocks. He is protecting the Hong Kong stock market and recovering a little bit of the cost from the enemy as far as possible. Take that money and put it in the hands of its own nationals. It's truly a river and mountain with talents. Zhang Kang's face reddened with excitement, and his hand waved even more in surprise. With such a scion, it is really the heavenly fortune of my Hong Kong city. General Yang, may I ask this little friend called Shinsun, is he from that district? I'll immediately find someone to know now. Call now to arrange for him to enter the economic sector of Hong Kong City and take up a high position. Yang Dong was still in a state of dismay. He froze for a moment, then whirled around. He's not from Hong Kong City. From the mainland. Seems to be from the North Sea? And in the hostel, along with Shinsun's continuous operation, Shinxian succeeded in dispersing more than $10 million, unknowingly, into various blue-chip stocks. At the same time, a private group account also put $200 million into a blue-chip stock called Qin's Mining Group. Hoon, Wang Yu said in disbelief as he pressed against the screen, "What are you asking your boss to inject all his money into this group for? You know they're executives?" Shinsun shook his head. "Then you still..." Wang Yu was surprised. One must know that Shinsun's behavior would make this Qin Mining Group one of the final winners. And this victor, surprisingly, wasn't even Shinsun's ally. It's like pie in the sky. However, he saw Shinsun's gaze blossom with quiet worry and murmured, "Using this incident to build a solid blue chip of the mainland is more conducive to the stability of Hong Kong stocks." What? Wang Yu couldn't understand the terms. Shin Xian, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled. The stock markets of the mainland and Hong Kong are totally different. To put it bluntly, even if the mainland stock market has more capital, it is impossible for it to reach the scale of the Hong Kong stock market and become the financial center of the whole of Asia. Why does Shinsun care so much about the mainland? But not long after, Wang Yu pointed at the digital computer in surprise and cried out, "It's moving! The stock price is starting to rise." Only to see that in the digital computer, the prices of more than 10 stocks containing Shinsun's funds began to slowly rise. It started at $1.20 and rose to $3.50 in just 10 minutes. This also means that Soros is starting to bottom out. This financial storm officially opened. Let him rise. Shinsun's face didn't change a bit. Wang Yu, who has always been relatively indifferent to the stock market, violently operates the computer, allowing Shen Qian to record the capital movements before and after. Sister Qian, how much money have we made now? It's only twice. Shen Qian calculated, it's not official yet, only one stock is rising. Double? Wang Yu's mouth opened wide. All along, he's been a rich kid who's not too sensitive to money. But even if one is insensitive, one should know how exaggerated the concept of twice as much is. That means, from the time he entered the hostel until now, less than 24 hours ago, Shen Sun's invested assets had tripled? And this doubling process only took 10 minutes? My God! Wang Yu's face was pale and trembling, and he only felt that he had seen a miracle, and this miracle was still created by one of his own people? What's this? I'll show you the big wave later. Shen Sun stepped forward and patted his shoulder. With that, he asked Shen Qian to release 2 blue-chip stocks. What was around $1 instantly became 80 cents because the stock was released at a low price. Isn't this devaluing? Wang Yu was surprised. Shen Sun, however, signaled him to take it easy. Sure enough, far away in the other corner of the world, in a room full of greedy people, a young operator, controlling a computer, exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Soros, one of our blue-chip stocks is down to 80 cents. Someone's dumping stock." Humph. Behind the operator, a middle-aged man walked over with disdain. Just a dumbass. He took one look at the stock and then paid no attention to it. That idiot is seeing no way back but to stop his losses. Keep advancing the stock price back up. Yes. 5 minutes later, a magical thing happened. Right under Wang Yu's nose, the original 0.8 yuan share price has risen to 1.2 yuan, and there is even room for it to go up, judging by the trend. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 7, The Yellow Bird in the Back. Shen Sun's expression looked very haunted and patted Shen Qian's shoulder. Sister Qian, do you know what's going on here? Shen Qian was silent for a moment and shook her head. The stock market is wrong? Wrong. Shen Sun's gaze blossomed with a flash of essence. It's a human being. The stock market, in the end, is a game of man against man. Because that old bastard, Soros, wants to get rich using the bottom, and this kind of blue-chip stock that he's reported to be so hopeful about must be as much as he can collect. Shen Sun explained to them what was going on. I just dumped it and he realized that we, the retail investors, still have some of the stock in our hands. So, he purposely put the price up to lure us into continuing our stop loss. So what now? When Wang Yu heard this, it would be even worse. If it continues, the loss will be even more. We've already lost some of it. Keep throwing. Shen Sun sneered. Throw the price down to $1 this time. A few minutes later, in Soros' room, the young operator noticed another anomaly. This time he didn't have to report it to Soros because Soros kept an eye on it. Yo, trying to sell off again, see the price going up, wanna make more, yeah? Soros gave a mocking laugh. The people of Kyushu are truly the most petty-minded people, never putting benefits only over such small fry. Keep going up to 1.6, and let him dump. Yes. The fact that Soros puts the price up means that he has to put in more capital costs. And in front of Shen Sun, Shen Qian, and Wang Yu, when the price of the stock rose to 1.6 again, Wang Yu looked at the price in ecstasy. I'm going to make a killing. Wang Yu instantly got carried away. Hoon, if we sell the stock now, won't we net tens of millions of dollars? Wang Yu was going crazy. Just between that in and out, it actually created tens of millions of dollars in profit? And, without having to do anything but look at a computer and give a few orders, you can pocket that money? This is the 90s. What does $10 million mean? Wang Yu's family, as rich people, a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz, is only $1 million. $10 million if in the mainland, according to 50,000 a house, how much can you buy? However, as the instigator of everything, Shen Sun gave a mysterious laugh and asked Shen Qian. Sister Qian, do you know what to do at this time to maximize profits? Shen Qian felt some pressure and did some calculations on her notebook, for what it was worth. The stock price goes up to 1.6, those retail investors out there will get the message and start stopping their losses, and will take the opportunity to get those shares back, right? Shen Qian's answer could not be described as imperfect. But that's not the only answer. Yes and no. Shen Sun's eyes were as fierce as a vicious wolf staring at the computer. On my command, let's take the few remaining stocks and operate them in this pattern to raise their share prices. When Shen Qian heard this, she somewhat did not understand what Shen Sun wanted to do. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was 1,000,000 times more heartbroken. That's twice the benefit. If Shinsun is going to operate repeatedly like this, wouldn't he be taking out all the benefits of doubling up and raising the stock price? Does that make any sense? At this moment in Soros' office. But. Ha ha. Soros covered his mouth and laughed. The pigs of Kyushu, did they get the message at the same time and are ready to stop together? Okay, let's stop them. We'll collect as much as they put out. And to make a full show of it, we'll just raise the stock price to $2, so they won't hesitate to bid all the way out. Soros is bold. As a financial expert, he knows very well what kind of sentiment of the stockholders is fed back behind each financial indicator. The square stops are obviously those stockholders who have retained their shares and are trying to stop them. And now, he's going to raise the price immediately so that they won't hesitate to liquidate their holdings for good. Sure enough, after 20 minutes, the young operator kept pumping in money and eventually collected about $50 million in stock. 50 million. And in the hostel, beside Shinsun, Won Yu covered his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. He hastily tugged at Shinsun. Hoon, that's enough. It's tripled, let's pull out. We've made enough. Triple. In less than an hour, you've made 3 times your profit. Shinsun knows very well that at this moment, he only needs to offload the last of his shares, and this manipulation will net him $50 million. And after that, take that money and pay off your debts, and as long as you can leave $20 million, take it all to the mainland and buy a house. In less than 20 years, he'll be a 10 billionaire. Plus, there is no risk involved and you receive a good amount of rental money each year. However, under Wang Yu's expectant eyes, Shinsun's expression remained stoic as he coldly ordered. Sister Qian, put all this money into Qin's mining group and raise their share price to around 3.5. What? Hoon, you're crazy. Won Yu was surprised. You made all that money, and in the end, it was just to raise the stock price for Qin's mining group? Won Yu was a bit skeptical that he was an undercover agent sent over from the mainland side. And at this very moment, just as Shin Qian was buying all of her assets into the Qin mining group, Yang Dong's end of the operation was also underway. On the market, a total of $250 million inexplicably flowed into the Qin mining group. Instantly, Qin's mining group's share price, from 60 cents, rose to $4.80. Boo! Soros grimaced and slammed the table. Fool the old man. At this time, Qin's mining group, the influx of 4 funds. One is Shinsun's, counting the money invested before, totaling $65 million. One is Yang Dong's. It's all his personal money, $200 million in total. There is also the Qin mining group itself, for manipulation, cutting retail leaks of the original funds, $500 million. And finally, there is the $200 million that Soros ambushed in advance in order to take the plunge. A total of $965 million, nearly $1 billion. In this time when the stock market is depressed, it has allowed Qin's mining group, the only blue-chip stock that has risen wildly, to double its share price nearly tenfold. Mr. Soros, Qin Group's share price is still rising. It's already $5.80. It's already $6.10, sir. Qin Group's share price has risen tenfold. If we don't harvest it, we're going to lose a lot of money, Mr. Soros. Boom! Boom! Soros slammed the tabletop. Originally, Soros wanted to utilize the iron chain. That is to say, billions of dollars will be put into different blue chips to reap tens of billions of dollars of profits from Hong Kong stocks. That puts him in every blue chip, and he's invested a lot of money. But the Qin Mining Group, for example, had a total of nearly $1 billion, and he only provided $200 million. Even if the stock price rises tenfold, the bulk of the profit is in the hands of others and has little to do with him. And this whole thing is going to have a ripple effect. Mr. Soros, the prices of other stocks are starting to rise. It's starting to get out of hand. Mr. Soros, another stock has risen to $3 and the Hang Seng Index is over 3,500. Boom! 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 Chapter 8: Successive Bankruptcies. There was constant knocking from the office. It was at this moment that he realized clearly that he was being played. And getting screwed. Qin Mining Group. Meditate on the name. His face was like a pig's liver, and it was hard to imagine that in this world, there was actually a person who knew the stock market as well as he did. Even more so than him. This guy disguised himself as a retailer, saw through my scheme and lured me in. Feeling instantly lightheaded that I actually flipped on this? Being a supremely intelligent man in the 70s had hollowed out the Eagle State's finances. In the 1980s, it continued to reap the rewards of the 4 Asian dragons, generating tens of billions of dollars in profits. He had never lost to anyone, much less would he have thought that he was being teased. And this kid, he's actually just a group manipulator? The fact that he understands these mechanisms means that he can harvest the stock market of a certain country, just like I can. But why? Bastard. And at the operator's urging, he waited no longer, saying faintly, "Make your move. By the way, make a call for me and ask, who is the manipulator of the Qin mining group in Kyushu?" Hostile. Amidst the rising stock market, the three Shinsuns, who merely held Qin's mining group, all revealed various expressions. Wang Yu was a little frustrated. After all, he felt that just now, Shinsun had lost the opportunity to earn a small $500 million. It's ready money with almost no risk. Shinsun was very bashful as he rubbed Shinxian's head while enthusiastically explaining to Shinxian what the principles of the stock market were. Shinxian, on the other hand, was depressed. She couldn't figure out how this cousin suddenly looked like he'd grown up 10 years, treating her like a child at every turn. Moreover, the theory in Shinsun's mouth caused those who listened to it to be instantly shocked in 3 ways. This almost overturned the traditional economics that Shinxian had been exposed to. And soon after, along with Shinsun turning on the TV, a handsome host, sweating profusely, appeared in front of the TV in Hong Kong City's financial channel, excitedly saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, after an hour and a half of stock market volatility, the Hang Seng Index of Hong Kong stocks has broken through 4,000 points. Meanwhile, at almost the same moment, Father Shin and Father Wang, guarding the village of Chongping, listened to the radio newsletter. Officials in Kyushu announced a bailout. Countless citizens gathered in front of Hong Kong stock trading halls as the Hang Seng Index broke through 4,500. Citizens cheer. Port City officials dispatch fire brigade. Qin's mining group injects $2 billion into Kyushu officials, one share hard to find. Hang Seng Index continues to rise, about to cross 6,000 mark. And at this moment, the dizzy Wang Yu, like those citizens, was nervously in front of the TV. He heard, both upstairs and downstairs, exclamations of astonishment and synchronized anticipation from the public. They silently recited that number. 7,000. Break! Break! Wang Yu had gotten completely caught up in it. As a person who knows a little about the stock market, Wang Yu has never been involved in investing in the stock market, but his own group, too, is part of the stock market. At the same time, he deeply felt the profits that the stock market brought to individuals. Every cry, every rise, even every 100-point rise in the Hang Seng Index. All will have countless funds flowing into his pockets. Our reporter announces that the Hang Seng Index has officially surpassed the 7,000 mark. Whoosh! And along with the host's eyes reddening in the middle of the pronouncement, Wang Yu violently hugged towards Shinsun, so excited that he almost fainted. Shinsun, on the other hand, pushes Wang Yu away and looks at Wang Yu's hysterical, near-fainting appearance as he commands the calm Shinxian. Continue the flow of recorded funds. I want to know clearly how much money he actually raked in the Hong Kong stock market, all from those groups. Well. Shinxian nodded. Hoon. Behind Shinsun, Wang Yu then pulled Shinsun's hand and shouted cheerfully. 7,000 points. Hoon, do you know how much we made? Hundreds of millions. It's not 100 million. It's many billions. Billions. According to Shinxian's estimation, although Shinsun had transferred a large amount of funds to the Qin mining group, which had a higher total number of funds, at the last minute. But he had known for a long time that the Kyushu officials would choose the Continental Group of the capital injection and would arrange for the money to be placed in the Qin mining group. And all the other blue chips that are under the sun. He simply doesn't have that kind of money to go toe-to-toe with a 1-2 punch. So, back in the beginning, he didn't think about how much of a loss he was going to allow. Just this money in Qin's mining group, certainly not earn much, while this money, but the highest profit. How much is a share of Qin mining group now? Shinsun said warily. Shinxian casually checked, $120. It's okay to call it quits. Shinsun's face now did not look like it did before, but instead looked a little pale. On the side, Wang Yu was dismayed that Shinsun had been ignoring him. He hurriedly asked Sister Qian, how much money did we make this time? Shinsun finally hit on him and replied, around 4 billion. 4 billion. Wang Yu's eyes widened as electricity flashed in his mind, as if he had gone crazy. For S sake, my dad couldn't make $4 billion in 10 lifetimes. Hoon, we're rich. 4 billion, I won't be able to spend it all in my ing life nah. Enough. With a low roar, Shinsun violently unwrapped a bottle of mineral water and spilled Wang Yu's face. Little. Hoon, what's wrong with you? Wang Yu was splashed with water and choked while calming down and asking. At this moment, Shinsun took out a notebook and calculated something on it. Sister Qian, how much did you make this time? He's already thrown it all out. Shin Qian said helplessly. The total is 23 billion. Hiss. Wan Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. That caller is too fierce, isn't he, to have raked in $23 billion back? How much principal does he have to have? Okay. Shinsun sighed in relief, but always frowned. More than $20 billion, it's nothing for, but the manufacturing industry of Hong Kong City, it should be destroyed. Saying that, Shinsun checked the current situation of the top 10 manufacturing groups in Hong Kong City. What it got was a total bankruptcy. Hiss. Wan Yu violently sucked in a breath of cool air. Little Hoon. How's my dad's real estate group doing? Did it go bankrupt? When Wan Yu said that, Shinsun nodded with a grim expression as he controlled the digital computer. Bankrupt, too. But I'll split your family's money between you, enough to open another 10. I'll go to. It was then that Wang Yu gradually reacted. Not only Wang's business, but Shin Qian's father's real estate company also goes bankrupt in an instant. And they engage in real estate is still lucky, after all, is the industry's midstream, the implication is not very big. Those groups that are in the wood, construction, and processing industries that are in upstream production are the ones that are really out of luck. My second uncle's shipyard went bankrupt too. And my cousin's aunt's clothing group. Shaosun, how come even the clothes sellers are suffering? Isn't it only related to real estate? Wan Yu operated the computer while checking it out, and the more he looked at it, the paler his face became. Chapter 9. Wan Yu went crazy checking each family's memory for group information related to relatives and friends. He got a startling answer. That's not right, is it? Wang Yu spread his hands and said in confusion. My ex-girlfriend and their family went bankrupt too? Their house isn't even on the market yet. This doesn't make sense. What's not reasonable? Shinsun blandly walked up and closed the digital computer. In Wang Yu's eyes, he exuded a faint aura of superiority and an air of a rather professional leader, as if he knew Hong Kong stocks like the back of his hand. As I said, all but the blue chips in the Hong Kong stock market are junk, and this junk is not only expressed in the form of listing. Remember the skinflint company I asked you to arrange? When Shinsun said that, Wang Yu immediately brightened up and was enlightened. Yes. In an age where everyone wants to speculate, to make excess profits, there are countless ways to take unlisted companies and package them as listed junk stocks. Only a profit of some $20 billion was made, but behind that $20 billion or so, hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth may have been lost. They come from all corners of society. It's relevant to everyone. The economy of Hong Kong will be hit hard after this one. Shinsun's tone was a bit heavy and very serious. Groups like your family, which can rise from the dead, have managed to create a short-lived monopoly for the time being. But it also means that you're going to have to take on more responsibility to help people in the industry make a comeback. Far away, in some dark corner. Unlike Wang Yu, who was in a daze, he was now gazing at the digital computer with reddened eyes under the embrace of a group of operators. Great! We made $20 billion this time. $20 billion. In just one day, we've made billions of dollars, and with virtually no risk. The operators were popping champagne, whistling, and simply more excited than if Christmas had come. And yet, listening to the cacophony of. He slammed the table and broke into a hysterical tone. It's only 20 billion. I lost almost $40 billion. Damn Kyushu people. Whoosh. The atmosphere in the office went cold. The operators looked at each other, not at all sure why they were so angry. Instead, it just hastened to ask if it had found out the manipulator behind Sheen's mining group. An operator shakily handed over a document. Behind that group is an operator named Wang Wu. He graduated from the Cambridge School of Economics but has only ever operated a 10 million volume handicap. Wang Wu? Hastily, he flipped open the document, stared viciously at the avatar on it, and gritted his teeth. Good, what a Kyushu swine. Shame on him, because how could he not believe that an average Kyushu student who graduated from the Cambridge School of Economics could make him lose so badly? How many PhDs and academicians have asked him, as if on a pilgrimage, for advice on the true nature of the financial markets? The previous encounter in the Hong Kong stock market had also fully proved that his opponent was one of the most powerful in this world. As a result, he is just an ordinary student who operates a multi-million-dollar project and has never even controlled more than $100 million? contact the federal financial sector immediately and scoop this guy up. With resentment and irritation, he said, I'd like to see what method he used to break my game in Hong Kong stocks. And the man called Wang Wu doesn't realize that a named legend of the financial world has already extended his sharp claws to him. It has subjected him to an unmitigated disaster that will be hard to forget, even in his next life. Calm night. Uneventful Chongping village. Old Shin, what else do you want to drink? I'll have my assistant send it over right away, let's not get drunk tonight. At the entrance of the dilapidated village, Shin's father and Wang's father were setting up a banquet and inviting hundreds of villagers to get together, holding wine glasses and yelling that they would not get drunk, while at the same time, they cried bitterly like madmen. As the villagers watched the scene, they all felt that these two people were a bit mentally challenged. But who could have known that just in those amazing 12 hours, the duo experienced ups and downs? Shin's father, needless to say, was about to jump off a building and was persuaded by his son to come down from the rooftop, witnessing his own theories on economics, clearing out junk stocks in Hong Kong and making the Shin family billionaires. Wang's father, first bankrupt, but he knows that his son lent Shin Sun tens of millions of dollars, and this time he can share the money, say nothing less than $1 billion. A flight of fancy. Old Shin, I told you that your son has great prospects, unlike my son, who is simply a waste. Father Wang, who was already drunk, didn't seem at all worried that Shin Sun would abscond with the money. Because even in his previous life, when Shin's father left, Wang's father did not hesitate to take over the care of Shin Sun. He always believed that Shin Sun was not an ordinary young man and would definitely do great things. Don't say that either, my son has also benefited from your Wang family. Shin's father said guiltily. Regardless, he still put Shin Sun in deep danger. If this time his theory is wrong, then the consequences are unimaginable. Not to mention death, Yang Dong alone could make their Shin family regret living in this world, and it was possible to be made into a human stick. At this moment, he was still in a bit of shock. Drop. Drop. And at this moment, not far away, Shin's mother trotted over. She took Wang's father's big brother, excited and worried, and handed it to Wang's father. Old Wang, your son came to the phone. Can you ask for me, where is Xiaosun now? Little beast. Hearing this, Wang's father brightened up and immediately grabbed the phone. However, just as he was about to give Wang Yu a good scolding over the matter of him placing sleeping pills, the sound of Wang Yu calling for help came from the phone. Dad, it's not good. Xiaosun has been captured by Yang Dong. What? Father Wang stood up violently, incredulous. All the money you made was robbed by that beast Yang Dong? It's not. Wang Yu on the phone panted as if he had just been through a fight. We made 4 billion. Dad, Xiaosun gave me a bank card with $1.5 billion in it, saying that it's a treat for our family, and that he wants you to take 1 billion and invest in real estate in the mainland. Let's not talk about that, Dad, get someone to save little Sun. I'm afraid that bastard Yang Dong will get Xiaosun killed. With that, Wang Yu hung up the phone, and Wang's father hurriedly cursed. Brat! When he came back to his senses, he saw Shin's father and mother's faces pale. The two were not scared, and in this day and age, the soundproofing of the big brother's cell phone is not that good, so Wang Yu's words were more than likely heard by them. Only to see the overly excited Queen Mother, after trembling and begging the king's father to definitely help. Boo! With a cry, he covered his chest and fell to the ground. And at the same time, Wang's father's big brother rang again. Chapter 10, A Piece of the Pie. Wife. Shin's father excitedly hugged his wife. Wang's father also opened his mouth in obscurity. Who the is it again? I just picked up the phone, but I heard a cold voice coming from inside. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm the team leader of the Financial Monitoring Center in Kyushu, Longqi. May I ask if you can contact Shin Sun? Financial Monitoring Center? Father Wang's face instantly paled. As a successful entrepreneur, it was impossible for Father Wang not to know where this organization was coming from. After all, it is now 1998, not before 1997. The so-called Financial Supervisory Center actually regulates the existence of Hong Kong stocks. As the world knows, after 1997, the Hong Kong stock market will be regulated by the Kyushu. And to avoid chaos in the Hong Kong stock market, Kyushu basically only regulates the black money in it, and the unclean assets of criminals, and seldom does any big picture planning. At this moment, a national-level department, suddenly looking for him, to say that Wang's father is not nervous is impossible. He swallowed a little shakily and composed himself to speak slowly. Hello, Team Leader Long. I've also just received a call from my son. Xiaosun, he's been taken away by Mr. Yang of the Lushouse Securities Group, please can you help find him? Do. Doe. Before Wang's father could finish his words, the other party hung up the phone. Leaving only a dead silence emanating from the faces of Wang's father and Shen's father in the lively banquet, he hurriedly called his assistant to send Shen's mother to the hospital. Harbor City. Kowloon City. In the darkness, Shen Sun was blindfolded and heard a horn honking from all around him. After the sound of the horn, the vehicle drove to a relatively quiet area. He had a small hand clutched in his, and Shen Sun knew that it belonged to his cousin Shen Xian. And at this moment, Shen Xian was also a bit nervous as she asked in a small voice. Cousin. Beside him, a bodyguard immediately drank. Shut up. I'll kill you. Shen Sun sucked in a breath of cold air. A few hours earlier, he had just distributed money to Wang Yu when a group of people broke into the hostel and took him captive. Originally, Shen Xian could have escaped, but he didn't expect this little ninny to reveal that she was Shen Sun's cousin in order to save him. With that, the two were taken together. And not too long ago, the vehicle started. By observing the sound, Shen Sun judged that they should have come from the Liwan district where the hostel was located, to the sparsely populated rich district, Kowloon. Then it's obvious that the one who kidnapped him is Yang Dong. Sure enough. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of a luxurious villa. The bodyguards in the car dragged Shen Sun and Shen Xian out of the car and herded the two into a villa. When the bodyguard uncovered Shen Sun's blindfold, he realized that he had appeared in an opulent living room. Sitting on the sofa, there was Yang Dong, who had an excited face and kept thwarting his hands, as well as a rich businessman wearing expensive suits. Upon seeing this person, Shen Sun's heart thumped. In his previous life, he often saw this guy on TV. He sits in the largest villa district in Hong Kong City, is the real estate pioneer in Hong Kong City named Huang Haitao. The other few people are his juniors, Director Wang, who is the richest man from the Liwan district, and Director Wu, who is from Wan Chai Ferry Terminal and is in the business of overseas trade. Why are they all so rough? There was also Professor Zhang Kong sitting beside Yang Dong, who gazed at Shen Sun with an adoring look while Yang Dong stepped forward. Shen Sun, come sit. Don't be afraid, we'll never hurt you. Shen Sun glanced at Shen Xian, only to see that Shen Xian was a bit floored after recognizing these three people. She and Shen Sun were both smart people, and from the moment they saw these three people, they understood that the 200 million in Yang Dong's account must be related to these three bosses. To put it bluntly, these three bosses are all partners of Yang Dong. At this point, they kidnapped Shen Sun to split the money. The kids are very handsome, they really do look like they're young. When Shen Sun took Shen Xian's hand and sat down, the aged Huang Haitao immediately went up to Shen Sun to get close to him, and even reached out his hand to ask. May I ask if the young lady is? My cousin. Shen Sun immediately spoke. The one who helped us arrange our lodging. I see. Huang Haitao smiled politely. Under the ring of several people, Yang Dong somewhat pressed towards Shen Sun, squeezing beside Shen Sun and patting his shoulder. Hun, you can. I told you, the Wang family will not recommend a waste to me. You and your father are the same, are excellent traders. How about this one, how much did you get? Looking at Yang Dong's attentive expression, Shen Sun detected at a glance that this guy was testing him. Since Huang Haitao could find him, how could he not know how much money he made? I'm afraid that from the moment he wired $4 billion to his account, he locked him in. 4 billion. But there's $1.5 billion in there that was returned to a friend. Shen Sun said honestly. At this point, Director Wang of the Liwan district cursed. The benefits were all picked up by the Wang family. I say boy, you really are not righteous. If you knew there was such a good money-making business, come to us earlier. We're not short of money, so getting you $10 or $20 million isn't simple? Shen Sun gave an awkward laugh, knowing that these people sitting in front of him were all beasts of burden with human faces. They talk about taking a loss, but in fact they can't wait to make a fortune without spending a dime. Many of the junk stocks in the Hong Kong stock market were created for their speculative desires. This time, Soros has to bear a great deal of responsibility for raking in $24 billion from the Hong Kong stock market. I won't say more. Yang Dong gulped and said anxiously, Xiao Sun, you messed with $10 million from my private account, we have our rules. Forget about the Wang family's money, if you give us this money, we'll take care of your work, your life, and even marrying a wife in the future. If you have any requests, you can still make them, anything is negotiable. Just after Yang Dong said that, Shen Sun couldn't help but curse, saying that Yang Dong's asshole had a really big appetite. There was a total of $4 billion, $1.5 billion was given to Wang Yu, and $2.5 billion was left. So these guys are trying to pocket all $2.5 billion, right? In front of Huang Haitao, Shin Xian also realized that something was wrong and leaned a bit towards Shin Sun's arms. Shin Sun, on the other hand, smiled shyly and nodded while generously taking out a bank card from his pocket. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I've already prepared it. This 500 million, you deserve it. Without your funds, I wouldn't have been able to make so much money. Swish. As soon as Shin Sun said this, Huang Haitao, Director Huang and Director Hu were present, immediately turned pale. Yang Dong also revealed an embarrassed look. Obviously, he does not care how much Shin Sun gave him. After all, he himself also invested 200 million into it, and early earned paying full bull press. The question is, boo. Director Hu had always been rather grumpy, slapped his hand on the table and pointed at Shin Sun's nose. Bastard, you're ing sending out beggars? $500 million? Do you realize how much we lost because of what you messed up? $500 million? It's not even enough to stuff my teeth. Chapter 11 Threats. Do you know how much our assets have shrunk because of this operation of yours? Shin Shen was yelled at and shrank towards Shin Sun, looking at her cousin beside her in some panic, but saw that he only smiled faintly at him. As if. But what kind of people these people were? Shin Xian had heard about them long ago. Let's put it this way, even if Shin Xian's father was there, he wouldn't even be qualified to sit at the same table with these bigwigs. The energy of these three people is enough to affect the entire economy of Kyushu. Shin Sun, can he really handle it? In the midst of her worry, a warm and broad hand rested lightly on the back of Shin Xian's delicate and slender hand. Shin Xian looked at the man beside her and thought to herself, is this still the cousin I once had? It's so soft. Shin Sun said squarely after secretly pinching his cousin's small hand and enjoying it. If it wasn't for us, maybe you three would have gone bankrupt by now, and speaking of which, you three might even have us to thank. Brat! What are you babbling about? Director Hu slapped his hand on the table, and the wine glass collapsed on the bottom of the table, shattering crisply and harshly all over the place. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. I don't have to lie to you guys, Shin Sun shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can ask this Professor Zhang Kong. His words, you should always believe them, right? As soon as the words fell, the gazes in the room turned in unison to Professor Zhang Kong on the side. Boss Hu, hold your horses, what this little brother said is exactly right. Professor Zhang Kong rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes seemed to be covered in stars. If it wasn't for this little brother's intervention, the whole of Kyushu might have suffered an even greater catastrophe. Little brother, if you don't mind my old man, I would like to worship you as my teacher. The whole room was petrified at these words. What kind of person is Professor Zhang Kong? The financial sector in Kyushu is a titanic figure. How many people see him as an authority? But today he wants to be a teacher to a nippy little kid in his early 20s? How can this not be a big deal? Cough, cough. Huang Haitao coughed dryly twice, his face somewhat embarrassed. Professor Zhang Kong, today we invited little brother Shin Sun here to talk about business. As for the matter of worshipping the master, how about we discuss it afterwards? Professor Zhang Kong also seemed to realize that he was a bit out of sorts, tidied up his expression and made his way back to his seat, but his gaze was always on Shin Sun, not hiding the scorching heat in his eyes in the slightest. Actually, we didn't invite little brother here this time to ask for money, Huang Haitao said with narrowed eyes. Although 2.5 billion is quite a lot, it's not that important to us. Elder Huang, just say what you have to say. Shin Sun said in an unassuming manner. This old fox, just now he was called a kid, but now he's changing his mind and calling him little brother? Little brother is also a fastidious person, then I won't beat around the bush. Huang Haitao picked up the big brother on the table and dialed the secretary's phone. Bring the stuff over. In just a moment, a long-legged black silk, stepping on a red-bottom high heel, hot-body sultry secretary came to the house, holding a pile of information in her hand. The secretary bent down and placed the information in her hands in front of Shin Sun's desk. When she bent over, Shin Sun merely glanced over and took in the dotty view. Black with lace trim. The secretary seemed to have noticed Shin Sun's gaze and winked at him. Shin Sun was just about to say thank you when a burst of pain came from his right hand. Only to see Shin Xian on the side beaming with an unhappy look. Shin Sun could only pick up the information on the table to cover his embarrassment. Little brother, do you see something? Huang Haitao narrowed his eyes and looked at Shin Sun with a smile. They're all internet companies with little value. Shin Sun frowned, seeming to guess something in his mind. It's true that it's of little value now, but it's hard to say what comes next. Huang Haitao took a sip of red wine. Elder Huang is trying to speculate up the stock prices of these companies? And thus sell them at a good price? Shin Sun said. Old Huan, old who, you guys see it? Dealing with smart people is easy. Huan Haitao laughed out loud. That's right, these companies are under our hands, the stock market is facing a major washout after what you've done, now is the best time to make the stock price higher. Indeed, now that the stock market is shaking and shareholders are jittery, if a few stocks with strong momentum now appear to buck the trend, it is bound to become the center of attention. How far the stocks of these companies will rise at this point, no one knows. Now is the best time for these guys to speculate. I have to say, these guys have a really good sense of smell. How? Willing to join us? Huang Haitao smiled kindly. As long as you're willing, I'll guarantee you honor and wealth in this life. I'll forget about that $2.5 billion as well. Shinsun nodded slightly and did not reply. What's $2.5 billion to them if they get their way? I'm afraid the entire economy of Kyushu will be in their hands by then. This guy's heart is really black. Speculating out the market value and dumping it at the highest point, he is making a fortune, but the stock market can really be a mess by then. But if he didn't agree to their demands, I'm afraid he and Shinxian wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Okay, I promise to operate for you, but I need enough money, and there are conditions I mentioned that you must fulfill. On balance, Shinsun made a decision. Good. Cool. Then it's a deal. Huang Haitao was overjoyed. Come on, little brother, I'll toast you first. With his words closed, Huang Haitao drank the red wine in his cup. At the same time, Director Huang and Director Huan Yangdong also drained the red wine together. Shinxian looked at Shinsun with some concern, but the latter gave her a reassuring look. Shinsun also finished his drink. Huang Haitao clapped his hands, and dish after dish of delicacies and food was brought to the table. The house, which had just been tense with swords, was now filled with laughter. After the meal, Huang Haitao put his arm around Shinsun's shoulder and said drunkenly, Little brother Shin, how many days do you need to raise the stock price of these companies to $10 a share? I heard your dad and the guys are looking all over for you. His words made it very clear when his demands had been met before he could be let go. The corner of Shinsun's face twitched. This old man actually dared to threaten himself? You wait for me. 3 days. Guaranteed to be fortunate. Shinsun patted his chest and also made a drunken appearance. Good. What a hero. Ha 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 ha. Huang Haitao was overjoyed and summoned the butler. Butler Lu, take this little brother and that sister to the prepared bedroom and fulfill whatever request he makes. Okay, Grandmaster. Butler Lu lowered his head and said to Shinsun, do you need me to find someone to carry this young lady back to her room? Shinshan was not capable of drinking, and after drinking 2 glasses of red wine, she actually got drunk directly on the table. Never mind, I'll do it, said Shinsun, wrapping his cousin's hand behind his neck and holding it in front of him. I didn't realize she was so light. Following Butler Lu to the room, he casually surveyed it. The rooms are large and luxuriously decorated, with all the furnishings and even a washroom in the room. It's practically a luxury-level suite. Chapter 12, Sisters and Brothers Talk. After Butler Lu retired, Shinsun placed Shinxian on the wide and soft bed. Because the red wine was too strong, Shinxian's originally white neck was dyed red, and the clothes on her body were messy. Her erect peaks made Shinsun a bit unable to move his eyes. Shinsun swallowed his saliva. He was no saint. To say that such a superb beauty was drunk on the bed, it was impossible to say that he was not moved. Still, he couldn't take advantage of someone's danger, let alone this was his own cousin. Enduring the throbbing of her hormones, Shinsun helped her take off her shoes and jacket and covered her with the quilt. Looked at the time, it was 10 o'clock. The moon outside the window was full, and he couldn't help but lament what he had done in the time since he was reborn. I wonder how your parents are doing. Are they too worried to sleep? Sighing, Shinsun decided that it would be better to go to bed early today, as he still had to deal with those 3 old foxes tomorrow. After taking a shower, Shinsun suddenly remembered that he and Shinxian had no clothes to change into here, so he only had to put on a bath towel and walk out of the bathroom, ready to dial Butler Lu's number. Just outside the door, 2 eyes intertwined and converged. Stunned, Shinsun even ignored the fact that the bath towel on his body had fallen to the ground. Ah! Shinxian hurriedly covered her eyes and screamed, but there was still a trace of sight between her fingers. Only then did Shinsun react and hurriedly grabbed the towel on the floor to cover his vitals. So, you're awake? Shinsun had 10,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. How could this be such bull? Well, it felt thirsty, so I got up to look for water. Still dizzy? Shinsun was a little worried. Feeling less groggy after a little sleep. Well, that's good. Mr. Shin, Miss Shin, may I ask what's going on in there? Shinsun sneered in his heart, these three old guys actually sent someone to keep an eye on him? It's nothing, can you please help us find a suitable set of men's clothes and a set of women's clothes, new ones? Shinsun said to the other party through the door. Yes, please, is there anything else I can do? Not for a while. Shinsun, they. Shinsun made a shushing gesture, signaling her to keep quiet through the wall. Immediately after, Shinsun went into the bathroom and turned the bathroom light on and off, repeating several times. Shinsun frowned and caught a cup of water, spilling a handful of water on the bathroom light. The light bulb overhead stopped working after flickering twice when it was doused with water like that. Shinshan just wanted to ask, but once again he stopped him. Shinsun crouched down and felt under the sink. In just a moment, a black, square-shaped miniature bug with a flashing red light appeared in his hand. Shinxian, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, Shinsun went to the bedroom behind the TV in the lamp in the drawer, under the chair to feel out the whole 4 eavesdropping devices. Heh, these old man-eating things are really keeping an eye on themselves at all times. Turning off these devices one by one, Shinxian then said with palpitations, Shinsun, how did you know that there are bugs hidden in these places? Shinxian is now admiring Shinsun to the core, from his boldness of throwing money to win 10,000 gold and his courage to not be humble in front of the three big brothers, no matter which point makes her incomparably fascinated. Now he was acting like a detective to find out this bunch of eavesdropping devices, which made Shinxian even more unable to see through this cousin of his. I learned it on TV, I didn't realize it was really there. Shinsun casually pulled a reason, he couldn't just tell her about being monitored by the FBI in real time in his last life because he had a big piece of cake in the US stock market, could he? Shinsun, it seems like I can't see through you more and more. Sister Chen, don't worry, I'm still me, it's just that something happened that I had to change. I'm a little worried about you. Shook Shinxian's head, these people are no good, I'm afraid you'll be ruined in their hands. Shinsun's mind was stunned, a little out of focus. How long had it been since anyone cared about them? Although she went to the top of the pyramid in her last life, there was no one around her who cared about her. Many people are nice to themselves for no other reason than they are looking at their money. And in this life, his parents are alive, his brothers are righteous, and his cousin cares so much about him. It was a little hard for him to get used to. I know, but don't worry, they don't dare to do anything to me yet. Said Shinsun, I'm just a little sorry for you. It was supposed to be about me, I shouldn't have gotten you involved as a girl. So what? You're my brother, how can I just watch as someone bullies you? Remember when you were being chased by a dog after hours and I copied a rock and threw that dog away? Shinxian raised her small fists and huffed, it's the same now. I'll beat up whoever bullies you. Shinsun was dumbfounded, not realizing that she still remembered things from such a long time ago. This niece, Shinsun reached out and touched her hair. Men's matters should be solved by men themselves. I will find a way to get you out safely. Obviously I'm your sister. Shinxian was a bit unconvinced. Good boy. Obey. Shinsun patted her head in a domineering manner, then you're also a woman, it's only natural for a man to protect a woman. Oh. Somehow, Shinxian actually didn't talk back or show a disgruntled look, allowing his palm to stroke his head, well behaved like a kitten. The ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the room. Mr. Shin, the 2 sets of clothes you asked for have been prepared, and I placed them outside the door for you. Butler Lu's voice broke the ambiguous duo. Shinxian somewhat shyly skimmed her head, her sagging hair hiding her slightly hot cheeks at this moment. Butler Lu had prepared 3 sets of clean new clothes for the 2 of them, and none of the hang tags had been torn yet. Shinsun smacked his lips, good guy, these sets of clothes can be high-grade goods the value of the jacket alone is over 1,000. But he wasn't going to give up his plans to deal with the big 3 just because of this favor. Shinxian had no concept of the brand of clothes, and after getting it, she just looked to see if it fit. Well, I'm going to take a shower first. Since being abducted by Shinsun, Shinxian hadn't taken a bath, and for someone who loved cleanliness like her, it was simply intolerable. It's just that this man and woman are sharing a room, and the bathroom is right next to the bed, and it's translucent. That's a bit thought-provoking. Chapter 13 The Plan. Shinxian finished her bath and changed into the new clothes prepared by Butler Lu, a set of light green pleated long dress. Originally innocent-looking Shinxian looked even more fresh and sweet when she wore it. For a moment, Shinsun actually looked frozen. Why didn't I realize Shinxian was so beautiful before? Aren't the clothes a bit inappropriate? Shinxian was a bit shy, isn't it a bit like a child? I think it suits you, it looks good. Shinsun said heartily. Count on you to know what you're doing. Shinxian snorted lightly, but the smile on her face could not be concealed. Shen did beside Shin, her fingers wrapped around her half-dried hair. Do you think there's really a way for us to get out of here? Of course. Shin swore, even if I can't leave, I'll find a way for you to leave. Hearing this, Shen became anxious. That's not good enough. I'll stay with you even if you can't leave. Seemingly feeling that this sentence was a bit ambiguous, she hurriedly added, I'm your sister. If I leave you alone and walk away, how am I going to explain to your parents? Shin was dumbfounded, and a warm current flowed through his heart. I have a plan, but it's very dangerous and I may need your help, Sister Chen. Don't say anything about helping or not helping, we're on the same boat now. Your business is my business. Shin was silent for a moment and said with a straight face, we must at least find a way to contact the outside world. What's it going to take? I've kept an eye on the cottage. It's supposed to be an asset in someone's name of theirs, and there's no cameras installed anywhere we've been here, so that explains one thing. It means that this villa used to be inhabited? Shin said with a nod. Shin froze, not realizing that she was so smart that she actually understood at the slightest point. Exactly. Since it's occupied, there's a good chance a BB machine or computer will be left in the room. Are you trying to find these things and call the police? Shin covered her mouth and whispered, but we don't even know where this is, and it's possible for the inspector to be bribed, right? Shin guessed what Shin was thinking. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Then you're just saying I'm stupid again. Shin skimmed her lips. No. Absolutely not. Shin laughed dryly twice. It's impossible to call the police, but I naturally have other intentions. But didn't you say they've been watching us? Then surely there must be someone out there guarding us too? The odds are that there won't be more than 5 watching over us. Shin counted out 3 fingers. How? Shin wondered. There are 3 points. Firstly, this house is covered with groves as far as the eye can see, which means that it must be in the suburbs. Since they all put the villa in the suburbs, they must not want to be disturbed, right? What's more, watching over the 2 of us with no hands at all won't use many people. Shin subconsciously nodded. Secondly, since they caught us and brought us here in the first place, there is a good chance that this cottage is the place they used to do some unlawful things. No. If it's true what I say, the less people know about this place, the better, naturally. That makes some sense. Asked Shin, what about the last point? Look at this. Shin pulled out a small crumpled note from somewhere and handed it to Shin. At 3 a.m., find a way to get to the study. I left what you need there. There are no more than 5 guards watching you, and there should be no more than 3 indoors. The exact distribution is unclear, so be careful. Seeing this note, for a moment it made Shin whole. Who left you this? Yang Dong snuck it to me. So you already knew. Why didn't you say so? Shin felt like she had just been tricked by him. That's why I didn't tell you, because I was afraid you'd be worried. Shin was a little embarrassed. Retrieve the note, shred it, and flush it down the toilet. Mr. Yang, can he be trusted? Shin was a bit worried. Wouldn't he be out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth again? If he dared to slip the note to me without the 3 big men's knowledge, then he should be credible. But he's the one who got you into this storm. He wouldn't have lied to me if he still wanted to make more money. Shin suddenly thought of something. No wonder you had to send him a message at that time to let him invest all his money. It turns out that you still left such a hand. He's not a little cutie, knowing that if I do something for the 3 big men, he won't get a penny, Shin said, and if he helps me, I'll owe him a favor, and the benefits will inevitably come to him in the future. For every investment I make, there must be a return. That's what a competent trader should be. Shin froze, not expecting this cousin of hers to be shrewd to such an extent. 20-something years old, but inside they are comparable to those old demons. What he said and what he did were like a man in his early 20s to do it. But even if Mr. Yang is really helping us, what should the guards do? Don't worry, I have my own methods. Shin smiled mysteriously. So we have 2 goals tonight. One is to find the communication tool, and the second is to find what Yang Dong left us. What did he leave us? I don't know. It's naturally best if it's a BB. Shin shrugged. It's getting late, get some rest, I'll call you later. Shin got up but was grabbed by Shin. Where are you going? Shin froze and said, I'll go sleep on the couch. Sleep on the bed, it's a big bed. But what? We used to sleep together when we were kids, have you forgotten? Shin couldn't help it, and forcefully dragged Shin back to the bed, showing a very rare domineering look. You'll sleep here at night, you'll catch a cold if you sleep on the sofa. You're a big man, why are you more twisted than a girl? Shen covered the quilt over her head as if she was angry and buried her head under the quilt, only to leave one last harsh word, love to sleep or not. Shen won't be able to be made whole by her. Since she had put it to this point, it would be somewhat unreasonable for Shen to continue to push back. After taking off his clothes, Shen carefully got under the covers. Lying on the big, soft bed seemed to wash away all the exertion of the time. Without being careful, Shen actually went straight into dreamland. What he didn't know was that Shen, who was only less than half a meter away from him, was blushing and beating hard at this time, where there was still any sleepiness. After a while since Shen slept up, there was actually no movement at all. Shen was still a bit curious, and was just about to speak when she realized that a purring sound actually came from the side. Shen's cheeks were red and she couldn't wait to punch this guy. Dumbass. Big dummy. Chapter 14, is 10,000 okay? Shen, wake up. In his sleep Shen vaguely heard a sweet voice calling out to him. Sister Qian? Shen rubbed his confused eyes, looking like he hadn't gotten enough sleep. What time is it now? Shen only felt that he had just closed his eyes when he was woken up, without the slightest sense of having had a solid night's sleep. The house was dark and the woods outside the window were surprisingly quiet. This is the point at which everything rests. It's still 10 minutes short of 3 o'clock. Shen said somewhat helplessly, it should still be too late, right? Shen slapped the back of his head violently, and it was only then that he realized that he had almost spoiled things. Sorry Sister Qian, I almost overslept. You've been too tired lately, haven't you? Shen shook her head. When these things are over, you'd better rest and take a break. In fact, he was not to blame for being lazy. After experiencing so many things, Shen spirit had been in a state of high tension. It was hard to rest for a couple of hours, but it was totally insufficient to get back to perfect condition. Hurry up and find what you're looking for and get a good night's sleep. After a little preparation, the two men stood in the doorway and eyed each other. Departure? Shen nodded affirmatively. Depart. Follow behind me. If you're discovered by the three big men directly, you run straight away. I'll hold them off. Shen was just about to retort when Shen seemed to know what he was going to say and wanted to speak before her. This is not the time to argue. Listen to me on everything, okay? Helplessly, Shen nodded. Okay, action. Squeak. Shen quietly pulled open the door of the room, revealing a slit. The walkway had already turned off the lights and was very dark, and no footsteps were heard, so Shen put his heart down a little and boldly opened the door and left the room. Luckily, no one was guarding the door to the room, so I guess it was because the big three were worried that they would get suspicious. They were on the second floor, and according to Shen's previous observation, the study was next to the dining room, which was on the first floor. The villa was at least 500 square feet in size, not the usual size, so they had to be careful in their movements. In case the operation failed, the three big men would probably just flip out or do something even more out of the ordinary. It was not Shen's character to sit back and wait for death. Since there was a slight chance left, he must take it. Slow down. The front lights are on. It looks like someone is there. Shen said softly. Around the corner in front of you is the staircase that leads down to the first floor, which is the way to go if you want to get to the first floor. Fixing his eyes, a tall and lanky muscular man dressed in black guarded the stairway, a man smoking a cigarette by the windowsill. What to do? We can't seem to beat him. Who's going to fight him? Shen said. Sister Qian, it's your turn to step in at this time. What should I do? I just threw something and it clogged the toilet. Let him help us pass the toilet and buy me some time. I'll be back before it's over. That's too risky. Trust me. Shen nodded, one way or the other. Shen strutted out, and sure enough, the big man who heard the commotion immediately noticed her. Big brother, please can I trouble you with something? Shen said shyly, the toilet in our room seems to be clogged. Can I trouble you to look at it for us? It's a big night, I really can't help it. Oh, okay beautiful, lady. I'll go get your tools. Shen, who was hiding on the sidelines, was laughing in the bottom of his heart. The guy who looked quite difficult to handle was actually a big warm man. The big man really took Shen's words at face value and rushed to the side to look for tools. Try to stall him and buy me some time. While the big man went to look for tools, Shen tiptoed downstairs. Downstairs is the living room, the light is open, only to see a man with the same attire as the big man just now sitting on the sofa, head down, seems to be reading something. Cracking his ears to listen, he could even hear the man seemingly mumbling. The guard was sitting with his back to Shen, and Shen knew that he couldn't delay, so he bravely continued downstairs. After the last flight of stairs, Shen finally heard what the man was saying. Prime Minister. What can Shu do if you die? Ah? Prime Minister, you don't want to die. Ah, oh. Only to see that the man was actually whimpering and holding a novel in his hands. Oh man, I think this guy stayed up late to watch Three Kingdoms and got hooked. But it was convenient for Shinsun. Continuing on, with his memory, Shinsun touched the darkness and actually touched the door of the study without any obstruction. Shinsun couldn't even believe that he was so lucky. Carefully drilled into the study, the room was dark, he did not dare to turn on the lights. The large study, the how to find young Dong left him something? While Shinsun was thinking about it, an unfamiliar phrase suddenly emerged from behind him, frightening him to the point that goosebumps instantly erupted all over his body, and a cold sweat flowed down his face. Are you looking for this thing? Damn. Met the worst. Caught in the act. Shinsun clenched his whole head, his brain running fast, thinking about how to break the situation. You are Shinsun, right? The unfamiliar voice sounded from behind again. This is what young Dawn left for you. Seeing that Shinsun didn't say anything, the man behind him continued. Today, I saw him sneak into the study after dinner and came out after more than 10 minutes, so I guess that he must have done something in the study. Sure enough, I found what he left for you, so I've been waiting here for you. What do you want? Shinsun turned around, but because the room was too dim, it was impossible to see what this person looked like. I haven't mentioned this to anyone. The man said, I can sell this to you, I'm short of money. Shinsun froze and asked skeptically, how much do you want? How much can you offer? The man asked rhetorically. It's a BB machine and a document, things I haven't touched. Shinsun still felt that this matter was fishy. Name your price, as long as you give me the item and don't expose me, I can give you any amount of money. This number. By the faint moonlight, Shinsun could see that the man had compared a 5 to himself. 500 million? Shinsun sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Could it be that this guy had heard his conversation with the three big brothers and that was why he came to blackmail himself? You've got a big appetite, don't you? Aren't you afraid of breaking your back? Seeing Shinsun's delay in speaking, the man seemed to be unable to hold back and lowered 2 fingers, his tone becoming a bit tense. If 50,000 won't do, will 30,000 do? You say that again? How much? Shinsun wondered if he had heard wrong. 3, never mind, is 10,000 okay? Chapter 15, The Thrill. Shinsun for a moment gave this person in front of him a hole won't be able to. Although $10,000 was still quite valuable in this day and age, to the current Shinsun, it was completely a drop in the bucket. 8,000, that's fine. 10,000 is 10,000. Shinsun didn't want to delay, but I can't give it to you now, my account is under their supervision. When can I have it? I'm in a hurry to use the money. Shinsun felt the man's attitude soften. Tell you what, how about you give me the BB first, you give me an account number, and I'll have my brother transfer it to you tomorrow. I don't know how Shinshan is doing. I don't have time to delay, I have to hurry back. How can I trust you? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, money you can just tell your boss about me if you don't get it, and you should know better than me what your boss will do, right? 10 o'clock, a bit late. The man was silent for a long time, seemingly torn. Shinsun didn't have time to accompany him to hesitate here and said sharply, promise not to lie. You're making this difficult for me. The man was still hesitating. What's so hard about that? You're dragging it out for so long, you'll have to pay extra. Why do I feel like I've heard that somewhere? Okay. How much did you say you'd add? 5,000. The man's tone softened again. Okay. I'll raise you 10,000. Shun Shuenka begged him to stop inking. Miss, the toilet is open for you. The big man in black held the toilet plug in one hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the other. Then I'll leave you alone for now. Don't go yet. Shinshan didn't expect this guy to move so fast, and in less than 5 minutes, the toilet was ready. Miss, may I ask what else you want? The big man asked strangely. Can you help me check the air conditioner? Shinshan was a bit bad at lying. I feel like this air conditioner has a smell. Is it a bit moldy from not being used for too long? It's been quite a long time since this room has been used. The big man nodded. Okay, I'll take a look at it for you. Shinshan thought that fortunately this big man is a sinewy, not much bad intentions, slightly relieved. But the big man's next sentence scared Shinshan into a cold sweat. By the way, miss, how come I don't seem to see the gentleman you live with? He's too sleepy, sleeping like a pig there, leave him alone. Shinshan pointed to the large bed 10 meters away and said, No, we can't even wake him up talking like this. The big man skimmed the bed, perhaps because the lighting was so dim that the big man didn't look into it. Oh, I'll move as little as possible then. Shinshan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I had tucked something under the covers earlier, and from a distance it did look like there was someone lying there sleeping. But it's thanks to this guy's simplicity. If he was smart enough, he would have been exposed. Although this man naive is naive some, but the hands and feet really surprisingly sharp. Less than 3 minutes time, the air conditioning filter down to clean and install back. A set of movements flowed in a single motion, making Shinxian look dumbfounded. Big bro, can you slow down? Miss, it should be okay now. The big man tightened the air conditioner cover and confirmed that it was fine before saying to Shinxian, then there's nothing else I'll. The big man was interrupted by Shinxian before he could finish his sentence. Look at how sweaty you are, you'll catch a cold from the wind later. Why don't you take a shower before you go? The big man froze, rubbing his inches and said, I appreciate the lady's sentiment, but I have to go back and watch, protect you too. Don't be embarrassed, I'm still bothering you at this late hour, I really don't feel good about it, Shinxian said with a fake smile, take a hot bath and relax. It's really not necessary miss, I still have a job to do, I can't go AWOL, my boss will find me. Isn't your job to watch, protect us, we'll just stay here and not cause any trouble for you. Shinxian's lies seem to have improved. Besides, your boss is sleeping and there's no camera here, who knows if you recognize your work seriously. Shinxian winked her winking eyes, you tell me, big brother. Miss, I appreciate your good intentions, but taking money from people to do things for them, I definitely can't let my employer down. The big man righteously and impassionately patted his chest and said with great pride. Shinxian, the sky is oil and salt? If he were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have raised the white flag and surrendered long ago if he was so softly persuaded by a beauty of Shinxian's caliber. But this guy didn't even budge? It's outrageous to open the door to outrageousness, outrageous to the core. Well miss, it's late at night so rest early, I won't continue to bother. With that, the big man was about to open the door. Shinxian was so anxious that his back was sweating. If he let him go back at this time, Shinsun would have no way to come back. Shinxian stubbornly clenched her fists. Today no matter what. Make sure the sky stays. Shinxian hurriedly tugged on the big man's sleeve, pulling out a smile that was worse than crying. Big brother, you should be thirsty, why don't you drink some water before you go? No miss, I'm not thirsty right now. Would you like something to eat then? I had a snack. Then, should I use the restroom first? Shinxian was so anxious that she didn't even know what she was going to say anymore. Miss, are you hiding something from me? The big man seemed to realize something, and his gaze went to the large bed in the distance. Shinxian realized that it's bad, she can't hide it anymore. No. No what can I hide from you Why is it that when we make so much noise, that gentleman acts as if he can't hear us? It's over, it's been noticed. Did he? As things stood, Shinxian could only play dumb, he just rolled over, right? I'm going to make sure now, so please move out of the way. The big man's tone started to become serious. Let's leave him alone this late. Shinxian's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her heartbeat even exceeded 120. In case he has a wake-up call and messes with your boss, you'll get docked, right? I repeat for the last time, please get out of the way. The big man was definitely a model of oil and salt, no matter how much Shinxian tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Having said that, if he doesn't let go, I'm afraid he'll have to use force. Having no choice, Shinxian slowly took a step back and witnessed him crossing his line of defense. In the blink of an eye, the big man had arrived at the bedside, tugging at the corner of the quilt, about to lift it to find out what was going on. Shinsun. The girl closed her eyes in despair and leaned helplessly against the wall. At this moment, her heart was overwhelmed with remorse, it was she who had failed him. She could even foresee what the big three would do to them. It's all over. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing this familiar voice, Shinxian, whose face was ashen, suddenly gained color. Chapter 16, The Evil of the Human Heart. What the hell are you doing lifting my covers? What's wrong with you? Shinsun rubbed his eyelids while pointing at the big man and cursing, do you know what time it is? What are you doing pulling my covers? Shinsun's tone carried no small amount of fire, and if Shinxian was unaware of this, I'm afraid she was also bluffed by this guy. Now that's acting. Sir, I'm really sorry, I just wanted to make sure you were here, sir. Confirm what? It's so late, if I'm not going to sleep here, I can't sneak off to the first floor to play? Was sleeping soundly. By you, I thought I was going to be assassinated. I'm really sorry, please forgive my offense. Believe it or not, I'll tell your boss tomorrow and just fire you? Hearing this threat, the big man became anxious. No. Sir, please don't ever tell my boss, I don't want to lose this job. Please, my lord, forgive me this time. The big man was bowing and apologizing. His attitude was very sincere, and even Shinsun was too embarrassed to say any more harsh words after this. Shinsun pretended to be impatient. Okay, I'm too lazy to pursue you. Do what you need to do. Don't prevent me from sleeping. Thank you, sir. I'm rolling. After saying that, the big man rushed out of the room as fast as he could, carefully closing the door for fear of disturbing Shinsun's rest. After he left, Shinxian's strength seemed to have been drained out of her body and she sat paralyzed on the ground. Her words even carried a hint of crying. When did you come back? I was scared to death. Shinsun was startled by her appearance and hurriedly jumped out of bed, wrapping his arms around her fragrant shoulders and softly consoling her. I'm sorry, I'm late. I've made you worry. I climbed in through the first floor study window. I saw you guys talking, so I didn't inform you. Shinsun gently stroked her head and said softly, thanks to you for helping me buy time. Ha! Shinxian was taken aback, carefully sizing up Shinsun and anxiously saying, climbing the window? It's very high up here. What if you fall? I'm not doing fine. Shinsun smiled. Are you worried about me? Isn't it normal for a sister to worry about her brother? Shinxian shyly said with a stiff upper lip. Cut. Shinsun skimmed his lips. She didn't want to tangle with him on this topic. Did the item arrive? What is it? It's something that's enough to keep you and me from escaping our clutches. The corner of Shinsun's mouth curled up slightly. The next day, early morning. Mr. Shin, Miss Shin, please wake up? Butler Lu came to the duo's door on time to inquire. Shinsun's voice came from inside the door. It's so early, can't you sleep in? The chairman invites the two of you to take breakfast in the lobby. The door was pushed open and Shinsun and Shinxian, the two siblings who had long been fully dressed, said to Butler Lu, I've been ready to eat breakfast for a long time, I'm starving. Following Butler Lu to the dining room, the three big brothers had already taken their seats and had already started eating breakfast. Huang Haitao saw Shinsun come in and greeted him warmly. Good morning, little Shin, did you sleep well here last night? Dragging your blessing, the bed here is very comfortable, but I still prefer my own bed. Shinsun yawned and took his seat with Shinxian. Don't be in a hurry, Xiaoshin, going back is only a matter of days, anxious can't eat hot tofu. Director Huang agreed. If you really can't get used to sleeping, I'll get someone to go to your house and move your bed over here, ha ha ha. The grumpy director who laughed out loud. The corners of Shinsun's face twitched, but he didn't snap, just laughed awkwardly twice. Xiaoshin, I've already sent someone to reload the equipment, today is the first battle, are you sure? Huang Haitao stuffed a sandwich into his mouth, our money is on you. Shinsun understood that this was actually reminding him not to try to pull any tricks. Don't worry, it will be a pleasure. In fact, even if you put aside the factor of being threatened, such things as speculating on high valuations are simply a piece of cake for Shinsun. In his previous life, Shinsun had lost count of how many companies had asked him to be a trader, and almost without exception, he had perfectly reached the requirements of the party. But this one was different. It was 9 o'clock after breakfast and half an hour before the stock market opened. The equipment had also been installed, and Shinxian was logging into her account while Shinsun sat idly in a chair fiddling with his hands. The three big brothers were sitting right behind Shinsun, staring at him closely. There are 7 companies in all, and none of them, for the moment, have an average market capitalization of more than $300 million. The big three prepared several accounts totaling $100 million for Shinsun today, all of which were handed over to him to operate. Shinxian is responsible for the management of funds. Even though she has seen a lot of the world, seeing so much money, her heart still cannot help but have some tension. But to Shinsun, $100 million was nothing at all. I'm afraid the amount of money that has passed through his hands would have to be astronomical if you really count it. The time reached 9:30, the stock market opened on time, and Shinsun's originally lazy eyes suddenly brightened. $30 million to buy Company B in 3 tranches. $10 million in 5 installments to buy D Company. Someone's noticed one of our stocks, enter slowly, don't rush. This kid really has 2 skills. Director whose eyes were glazed over as he looked at the rising stock price. More than having 2 brushes? It's simply at the level of a demon. Director Huang narrowed his eyes and said, a person who operates 7 stocks at the same time and is still organized, what is this not a demon? Old Huang, if he really meets the requirements we set in 3 days, do we really have to let him go back? Director Hu asked. If he's willing to keep working for us, it wouldn't be a bad idea to release him back. Huang Haitao's eyes stayed fixed on the large screen in front of him. And what if he doesn't want to? He has no choice. Huang Haitao said with an expressionless face in Kyushu. Does anyone else dare to take the person we want? Ha 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 ha, yeah. Why didn't I think of that? It's still you, old yellow. But we kidnapped him after all, more or less surely have a grudge against us, we have to think of a way to keep him. Director Huang lit a cigar for himself. So it's not a good idea? $100 million. Are you in or out? No? 200 million. 300 million. Director Hu said uncaringly, I'll smash him to death with money. Do you think he would be short of money with such an ability? Director Huang rolled his eyes. So what do you say? Huang Haitao remained expressionless as he stared at the big screen. Those who can't be used for us, naturally, they can only be scrapped. Chapter 17, Madness. In a stock forum, a group of stockholders are feverishly discussing today's stock movements. Netizen A or brothers, the market is in the doldrums, the market opens in the green again today, I can't hold my breath. Netizen B, his grandmother, I've lost 40 points in the past 2 days, and if I keep losing, I'm going to do nothing this year. Netizen C, guys, I lost a Mercedes, can anyone help me? Netflix A, where did you lose it? Netizen B, lost your car and still have time for this water forum? Hurry up and go to the police. Netizen C, it's useless to go to the police. Smoking.jpg. Webmaster AB, what is this saying? Netizen C, I lost it in the Hong Kong stock. With a screenshot of the earnings, which clearly says earnings 400,000. When this picture came out, the comments at the bottom of the forum wrote 6 in unison. Netizen A, does anyone have a recommendation for a reliable stock? Netizen B, dream on, this is a financial crisis in Asia, where to buy reliable stocks? Netizen D, guys, I seem to have found a good stock that actually didn't follow the market into the green. Netizen C, internet company? I'm afraid it's not a leak stock, right? Came up in the morning, all cut for you in the afternoon. Little cute. Only to touch. Netizen A, I see this rise is a bit outrageous, how long has this been open for 3 points? Netizen D, I'm going to pike for now, so take your time and watch. Netizen D attached a screenshot, which clearly shows a buy-in of $1 million. Once this picture came out, the message at the bottom of the forum wrote, worship the Big Brother. Netizen A, Big Brother is awesome, I'll take one hand with Big Brother. Netizen B, grass, even if this is a leak stock, that can only be red leaks, I also had a position to punch. For a while, the whole forum was talking about this stock, some people think that this company is catching the wind, and others think that the counter-trend rise is just a mirage, and the fall is a big trend. Inside a certain villa. Mr. Huang, our companies have all suffered a change from green to red today. Especially strong internet company. The price of one share has exceeded 35 cents. The trading volume has exceeded 100 million by 10 o'clock. The Black Silk secretary excitedly reported the amazing battle report beside Huang Haitao. Xiangxing's current rise has broken through 10 points, and it's expected to reach 20 points before the morning halt. The rest of the companies are up at least 3%. Even the 3 big men couldn't help but draw a cold breath with such a battle report. This kid can no longer be described as a talent, he's simply a genius, no. A ghost talent. Director Hu looked at the big screen, not daring to breathe a single ragged breath. There are no stops in Hong Kong stocks, and I'm curious to see how far this kid can go today. But it's just that this upfront cash investment is a bit big. Director Huang sighed, this 100 million we prepared is actually not enough for him to use for an hour. Old Huang, can you have some ambition? Director Hu patted him on the shoulder, I did some rough math, excluding the 300 million we've already invested to drive up the stock price, according to the current price, we're still netting 1 billion. As long as we dump the stocks in our hands when the time comes, are we still afraid we won't get our capital back? It's been hard work, Sister Qian, now that the market has stabilized, you can rest for a while. Shin Sun handed a bottle of water to Xin Xian, who was sitting aside. Thank you. Xin Xian took the water, her hand still shaking a little. She couldn't believe that in just one morning, the stock prices of these companies had risen so much at the hands of the two of them. Target side long term, this is just the beginning. Shin Sun couldn't care less, the back is the main event. But is this really good? Xin Xian was a bit worried, I'm afraid that the next one will be out of control. Oh, don't worry, it's all in the plan. Near the top of the morning session, the stock forums blew up. On a normal day a post with over 100 reads is considered high, but today's one actually had over 10,000 reads. Netizen A, buying Johnson made me back what I've lost in the meantime, brothers. Netizen B. I thought I was going to have to drink the northwest wind this year, but I'm glad I caught the train that is strong. Strong invincible. Netizen A, I unilaterally declare that Jonathan is my father. Netizen B, I second the motion. Netizen D, brothers, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you guys a red packet to help you out. Then, a big red packet of $1,000 was given out, which was snatched up in just 1 minute. Netizen A, the boss is atmospheric. Netizen B, the boss made a Mercedes C all morning, didn't he? Immediately after that, Netizen D sent a screenshot of his earnings for the day. Today's earnings, $369,753.63. Netizen C, Biggie, is it too late for me to get in the car? I admit I just spoke a little too loudly, cry.jpg. Netizen D, stud and done. Immediately after that, another chart was sent showing a purchase of $1 million, purchased exactly 1 minute before the halt. The whole forum is even more of a 1-2 punch as Netflix D ramps it up again. In just one morning, the forum users' attitude towards Johnson & Johnson changed from heresy to buy it, get it. In time, the prestige of strong sons grew in stock circles. The lunch break was over and the time came to 1 in the afternoon. Just see the K-line of strong company looks like a straight weapon, pointing straight up to the sky. Numerous people have been excited, and even people have the illusion that the bull market is coming. But in reality, the broader market is still in the green, it's just that the Johnson & Johnson companies are really a bit off the charts. Mr. Huang, Mr. Shin said he needs to add another 100 million. The secretary came to Huang Haitau's side, his voice slightly trembling. Just add it, there's no need to tell me about this little thing. Huang Haitao squinted his eyes, gazing at the stock in front of him. Old Huang, we've already added $500 million. Director Huang frowned. If this continues, our cash flow probably won't even last long. Alas, Old Huang, this is why you are called Old Huang and Brother Huang. Director Hu laughed twice. So what if the cash burns out? Just sell the stocks in your hand and hedge some out. So, why don't we sell some now? Old Huang, are you kidding? The momentum is just right now. If you sell it now, it's equivalent to a loss. Director Hu said with a look of contempt, look at you, you've only spent a few $100 million, and you're scared like this? I was worried about falling. Worry about what? Mr. Hu said dismissively, if the stock price falls, I'll eat this screen on the spot. Chapter 18, Commonwealth. The number of visits to the shareholders forum today is several times higher than usual, and the number of visits to one thread has even exceeded 30,000. This is a spectacle that, in normal times, would be almost unforeseeable. The main reason is that many shareholders are following a netizen with the name Commonwealth to build a position. He recommended several stocks within the forums and he bought at least 1 million of each one. Retailers operating with this kind of bravado are very, very rare in this day and age. What's even rarer is that in this kind of market, every stock he picks is actually, without exception, all red. Even if it was green before buying, it will turn red after reducing its position. This is the kind of person who can generally only be described in 2 words. Bet on monsters. What's even more remarkable is that this person publishes almost every operation he does in the middle of the forum. In other words, if you follow him and buy, you can never lose money. As a result, Commonwealth has been called the living Buddha by netizens and is sought after and loved by countless stockholders. It is a pity that there is no hot search in this era, otherwise Commonwealth would certainly be the hottest topic of the day. Netizen A, your brother Fuyu, truly a man of God. This operation today has stunned me. Netizen E, I don't know where Mr. Fuyu is, but there are a lot of things I'd like to ask you about the stock market. Can I have dinner with you? This comment was followed by a picture, or a selfie of a beautiful woman, or one of the more seductive. Netizen B. Shameless vixen. Is our brother Fuyu that shallow? Immediately after that, Netizen B also posted a selfie of a middle-aged man with the text, Brother Fuyu, is it okay to be male? The post downstairs was full of disdain for Netflix B, but everyone sent out their selfies. There were men and women, and even an old man with a full head of white. Netizen C, brothers, I want to erect a monument to Brother Fuyu. What do you think is a good word to mention? The story was spreading among the stockholders, but the actual holders of the company were not in the least interested in the petty squabbles among the retail investors. Time flew by and it was time for the break. There are arguably only 2 types of people in Hong Kong stocks today, those who bought shares of Johnson & Johnson and those who did not. Stockholders who own shares of strong stock can be summed up in 2 words, laying down their money. Mr. Huang, today all of our companies have basically achieved a triple jump in market value. The most outstanding one is Strong Company, which realized a doubling of its market value. The price of one share reached 80 cents. Today, Mr. Shin burned 800 million yuan by using it to raise the stock price, and now the stocks of these companies in our group's hands are worth about 4 billion yuan. And before today, the total value of the shares of these companies did not exceed $500 million, which means that our group's net profit today is about $2.7 billion. The CFO's hand was shaking a bit as he held today's financial report. It should be noted that because of the black swan incident experienced the day before yesterday, the total loss of the group under the name of the three bigwigs is about $5 billion or so. And today it took just one day to make a big chunk of it back. And it's still earned in a depressed market. What do you mean by big ups and downs? It's called a big fall and a big rise. Brother Shin is truly a genius of the world. Huang Haitao smiled and jogged all the way toward Shinsun. It's been a hard day. It's a bit tired. Call 2 masseurs for our siblings at night and have good skills. Shinsun rubbed his somewhat glazed eyes and stood up to move his muscles. Hee, Brother Shin has any requests, just mention them. What about if I want to go home? Is that okay too? Shinsun raised an eyebrow. Hee, of course it's fine if Brother Shin wants to go home. Huang Haitao said with a smile on his face, it's just that there are still 2 more days until the day we agreed on. After 2 days, I will naturally let Brother Shin go home. Shinsun sneered in his heart, this knows to seclude himself. Alright, hurry up and have someone prepare the meal, we have a massage to do after dinner. The following day, half an hour before the market opens. Commonwealth, the strong position remains unchanged today. Those with bullets add bullets, those without borrow bullets, and those who can't borrow look after themselves. Netizen A, a brother fortune. Yesterday, Kung Xing became a scurrying monkey. Do we really need to take a full position today? Netizen B, brother Fuyu, my little brother's wife's book is thrown inside. You won't swindle us, right? Netflix C. What are you guys afraid of? Afraid of making money? Raise your positions and raise your positions. Commonwealth, trust me brothers, I promise to keep bringing the meat today. Netizen A, trust brother Fuyu. Just do it and be done with it. Netizen B, starve the timid, sustain the bold. Charge. Netizen C, yesterday I didn't keep up with Brother Fortune's blood loss of $1 million, and I definitely can't lose today. I sold my Audi A6 and got $400,000, and I'll pawn my house later. This message was accompanied by a picture of a successful purchase for $400,000. When the market opened, Johnson & Johnson once again dropped jaws. The market opened up by as much as 20%. Crazy. Completely insane. For a while, the name of Brother Fortune resounded throughout the forum, becoming an untouchable true god in the minds of retail investors. Netflix A, as of today, I will have 2 fathers. Netizen B, what's Brother Fuyu's specialty? Fortune telling? Netizen C, brothers, I've changed my mind. Instead of erecting a monument to Brother Fuyu, I'm going to erect a temple instead. The message below was flush with, count me in on the incense money. Netizen A, I've thrown out the statue of the God of Fortune enshrined in my house and replaced it with a new God of Fortune. What do you guys think? Attached to the article is a photograph in which the god enshrined on the altar has been replaced by the avatar of Commonwealth. So far on this forum, 9 out of 10 threads have been about who Commonwealth really is. Some say it's an insider who knows the inside story, others say he's crooked, and then there's the more outrageous ones that say he's the reincarnation of the god of wealth and buys what he earns. It was unclear who he was, but no one questioned his operation. Every move he made was actually flawless, and at times he even managed to avoid some of the small drops. And so it was that as the stock market closed, so did the next day's trading. Today, $1.5 billion was spent to inflate the stock price. The CFO looked at the statement, her mind had gone into a bit of a trance, she couldn't even believe that she had made this statement herself. But the market capitalization of just one strong company has come to $6 billion? Tell me the net profit directly. Huang Haitao interrupted the finance. Today's net profit was $6.2 billion. Chapter 19, Threats. On the 3rd day, the last day of Shinsun's agreement with the 3 big men. Boss Huang, today is the last day, right? Shinsun sat on the round table, dividing the top snowflake steak from New Zealand with a knife and fork, and the red wine next to him was a Romane Conti from 1976 worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. No wonder there is a saying that it is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality, and Shinsun is considered to have thoroughly experienced it firsthand. On the first day when he had just been captured, although the dishes prepared for him by the 3 big men were varied, but whenever Shinsun did not agree to the 3 big men's demands, he was afraid that the other party would lift the table on the spot. But since making a big splash at their hands, Shinsun's status here had rocketed, and the big three even held him in high regard. Living in a presidential suite-level house, eating top-quality food eaten by a boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Enjoying this life, I'm afraid the average person would have fallen long ago. But is Shinsun not a master of pleasure and comfort? His deal with the big three was to raise the average stock price shares of these companies to $10 per share. But long ago yesterday afternoon, the stock of just one company, Strong Group, had risen to a staggering $20 a share. You know that Strong Company's stock was only a pitiful 20 cents a share before Shinsun's manipulation. After Shinsun's operation, the market capitalization of Strong Company directly skyrocketed 100 times. Although this is also the reason that the three big men continue to enter the capital, but they know in their hearts, the average trader invested 1 million, the rate of return of 5% is already good, and the professional trader, the rate of return is usually about 20%. And what's Shinsun's rate of return? It is a horrible 500%. Shinsun had actually completed his agreement with the three big men a long time ago. Although they all knew this matter by heart, none of them brought it up. The attitude of the three big men is already obvious, that is, even after today, it's impossible to let you go. After all, no one who has a pot of gold in his hands can give it up easily, right, let alone a greedy capitalist? After it's done, please also follow your promise and let our siblings go home. Shinsun stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. Sitting opposite him, Huang Haitao still looked the same, said with a smile on his face, "This period of time is indeed a hard time for Brother Shin. I still have to host a banquet to thank you after today's success." "Boss Huang, a banquet is not necessary. We haven't contacted our family for a long time. I'm afraid they'll be worried." "Ha ha ha. What's it say? No one is allowed to leave. If you leave, you're not giving face to me, Mr. Huang." Huang Haitao still had a genial look, but the more Shinsun looked at him, the more he wanted to punch this dead fat pig. It's still not necessary, they must be anxious if they haven't contacted their family for so long. Shinsun put on a pleading look. He. Brother Shin just put 1,000,000 hearts. How could I possibly neglect your father and your hall? They're doing very well now. If you don't believe me, look at this. Huang Haitao, out of nowhere, took out a remote control and lightly pressed it, and the large TV next to the round table suddenly had a picture. "Dad! Mom!" Xin Xian covered her mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, "Even uncle and auntie are there." Only on the screen, Shinsun and Xin Xian's parents appeared in the same room at the same time, and their expressions seemed to be grave. Shinsun's face twitched twice, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. "Boss Huang, this is?" "Oh, Brother Shin, don't misunderstand. Where your father's hall is located is a villa in my name. There are special people to serve." "When did you?" "I see them always wandering the streets. How dangerous is that? Why don't I find a safe place for them to stay, don't you think?" "You?" Xin Xian was just about to yell at Huang Haitao for being shameless, but Shinsun grabbed her slender arm. "He has your parents and mine, and we can't turn our backs on him just yet." Shinsun whispered to Xin Xian. "But? Don't worry, I'll make them pay. Just today." The bones of Shinsun's clenched fingers hidden under the table clicked. Xin Xian looked at the man in front of her, his face was full of determination and resilience, somehow she could actually trust him unconditionally. A heart she had been hanging on to actually just let go. "I understand Mr. Huang's kindness, I'll just stay tonight." Seeing that Shinsun was actually so knowledgeable, Huang Haitao smiled joyfully. "Ha ha ha. Good. Brother Shin is just refreshing. Come. I'll toast you." Shinsun lifted his wine glass expressionlessly and drank most of the red wine that was still left. "Eat and drink your fill, Boss Huang, I'm going to get busy first." Shinsun put down his glass of wine and stayed until Xin Xian quickly left the table and went away. Brother Huang just can't count on anything. I didn't expect to take this kid down so easily. Director Hu was still in his seat, shook the red wine glass in his hand. I've gotten someone to beat him up. This kid has no wife and no kids, and the only thing on him that I can pin down are the two old guys in his family. They say that family is a man's only tie, and it's true. As long as his parents are in our hands, this golden chicken will keep laying golden eggs for us." Huang Haitao laughed contemptuously. "Genius? Even if you are a ghost genius, so what? In this territory of Kyushu, Jesus still has to work for us when he comes." Brother Huang is right. Director Hu also smiled boldly, but when he turned his head, he realized that Director Huang on the side had a preoccupied look on his face. "What happened to you, Huang? Wife run off with someone?" "Off, your wife is the one who ran away with someone." Director Huang gave him a blank look. "I'm just wondering if we're running things too smoothly." Isn't it good that it went well? Director who didn't understand, then you mean we have to lose money for it not to be weird? I just feel like something is wrong, but I can't tell you exactly what's wrong. Director Huang said worriedly, I've been having the same dream for the past 2 days. What dream? Director who wondered. Dreaming about the three of us squatting in a cell. Is your lordship sick? Director who punched him in the chest. Do you want me to make a doctor's appointment for you? You're the one who's sick. Is it wrong for me to worry? Who's as stubborn as you? Who are you calling a hamstring? Enough. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was starting to get strange, Huang Haitao frowned and scolded, Are you two still 5-year-olds? What kind of behavior is it to yell and scream here? Being scolded by Huang Haitao like this, Director Hu and Director Huang hurriedly got up and bowed to admit their mistakes. I'm sorry, Brother Huang. When will your temper change, old Hu? Change, I will definitely change. Director Hu changed his usual grumpy appearance. At this time he was like a child who had made a mistake and was being punished by his parents. Chapter 20, Reversal. And you, my old Huang. Huang Haitao shook his head, painfully saying, Don't be suspicious all day, okay? And squatting together. Do you know how the police department in Kyushu can keep a bunch of yucky guys and still pay their salaries? Huang Haitao pointed at Director Huang's nose and cursed, It's not because of how financially wealthy Kyushu is. Rather, it's because I alone pay enough taxes each year to support this district. Arrest me? On what grounds should you arrest me? The officials of the whole of Kyushu are my people. Arrest me. The governor of Kyushu will have to be replaced. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Said Director Huang with fear and trepidation, I'm not questioning your weight, it's just that. Just worried that that kid can make some waves in our place? Huang Haitao said with disdain. With him being a milquetoast, thuggish little brat? Laozi has spent so much money and fattened up so many people in Kyushu for so many years, do you think it's a job? He and his parents are under our noses, what can he do? Dare to fool us? Old Huang ah. Huang Haitao's face turned from red to white and sighed, In Kyushu, there's no need to be afraid even if the sky collapses, because I'm covering this sky. Understand? Got it. Director Huang's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Knock knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the restaurant. Enter. Huang Haitao sighed and then sat down. Seeing the person who came in, he asked, Xiaolu? Why did you come over? The one known as Xiaolu was none other than the finance director under the Three Big Brother group, only to see her gasping for air, looking as if she had run for 10 kilometers. Mr. Huang, Mr. Shin's side says there's still money to be added. Huang Haitao frowned, Just do what Mr. Shin wants. Didn't I tell you that you don't have to report to me for this kind of thing? Xiaolu's face turned a little pale when Huang Haitao was so fierce, and he said cautiously, But the amount this time is a bit big, I can't make the decision, that's why I came to notify you about it. How much? Xiaolu didn't speak, but warily raised 2 fingers. Big sister, it's only $200 million, how can you call this big? Louis shook his head. Huang Haitao's frown deepened, How much do you say directly, don't play dumb with me. 2 billion. As the words fell, even the 3 big brothers, who had seen great storms, froze in unison. Previously, the maximum amount they had entered at once was only 300 million, and this time Shin-san actually asked them to enter 2 billion in one breath. To enter such an amount of cash in one go, even the big 3 would have to weigh it up. $2 billion in cash flow isn't the same as an asset, and in this day and age, a company that can get $100 million in straight cash is considered impressive. And what Shin-sun wanted them to take out at once was $2 billion. Brother Huang, I don't think we can enter it. If we do, our cash flow will be cut off. If the stock price is about the same, we should just close and sell. Director Huang hurriedly advised. But Mr. Shin said that as long as the bosses are willing to enter this 2 billion, he guarantees that today's earnings will be at least 10 billion. Xiaolu added. The 3 of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother Huang, I think this must be voted for. Director who stood up violently, We'll get our capital back in the afternoon anyway. So what if it's flushed? You can't vote. In case something goes wrong, we may all find it hard to bear. Director Huang was still against it. I say, old Huang, how come you don't have this much guts? Director who scoffed at his timid behavior, You'd better not engage in finance with this kind of guts, simply go and become a civil servant. What did you say? Director Huang's temper rose when he was so provoked, I am not wanting to be a rash like you. Enough. I'm still here. You two are still finished. Huang Haitao slapped his big hand and knocked over the red wine on the table. Listen to me, plus. This isn't right. Director Hu wanted to persuade again but was interrupted. My mind is made up, don't mention it again. That's, well. Director Huang hesitated, but decided to give up on persuasion. Commonwealth, brothers, as usual, add bullets if you have them, borrow bullets if you don't. Now give me full positions if you can. Netizen A, roger that. Brothers follow. Netizen B, I've got my son's year-end money, brothers charge. Netizen C, I'm so close to selling my wife. Attached is a picture of him in signing a contract for the sale of his home with an agent. Commonwealth, it's critical in an hour, guys make sure you keep an eye on me and don't lose me. Netflix, roger that. Today's stock market is extraordinarily lively, especially in the hands of the three big brothers. Hands of those companies' share prices as the previous 2 days of the market exactly the same, has been flying upwards, do not even bring to a stop. But obviously today's rise is even more ferocious. Just 1.5 hours after the opening of the market, the strong company's share price has risen to 80%, which can be said in the stock market is unheard of spectacle. Brothers, I had owed $1 million or so from gambling, but now it's all back. Thank you, brother Fuyu, I'll be your devotee from now on. My mother is seriously ill and needs a large sum of money for an operation. I was only going to put in a few $1,000s to try, but I didn't expect to actually earn the money for the operation. Brother Fuyu, you are my god. During this period of time, basically those who bought the stocks recommended by Brother Wealthy have basically achieved financial freedom within the past few days. What's even more exaggerated is that in this next hour, these stocks actually accomplished the feat of doubling and doubling where no one has ever done it before, and no one will ever do it again. In those 3 days, the stock of Johnson & Johnson even traded at a shocking $100 billion mark. But just when everyone thought these stocks would continue to rise, Commonwealth spoke up. Brothers, now, sell all the shares of these companies in your hands. A simple statement that has stirred up rambling comments. Netizen A. Is this cutting the leak? Is it really necessary to sell all of them after such a good run-up? Netizen B, Brother Fuyu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Sell them all? Commonwealth, yes, I'm repeating myself. Sell it all. And attach a screenshot with the Commonwealth ID and the current holding amount. The chart clearly shows that he has emptied all his bins and left nothing at all. Just a minute after Commonwealth's post, the stock price of the company he mentioned immediately stopped rising, and after a brief pause, the stock price plummeted. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. It blew up, the entire forum of stockholders all blew up. Chapter 21, Great Ups and Downs. These stocks, which were sizzling just a few days ago, are approaching the 50 mark, and the K-line is falling as fast as a crash. Just 5 minutes after Commonwealth announced the news, it dropped 5% points directly. Netizen A, Fuyu brother is a real god, said down, actually fell immediately, fortunately ran fast. Netizen B, pinch of, I seriously doubt that Brother Fuyu is the manipulator behind this. Why else could it be so accurate? Netizen C, whether he's a manipulator or not, we made money anyway. No matter what, Brother Fuyu is my second real father. Pa. Huang Haitao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His face was like a pig's liver. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Finance Shaolu lowered his head and said warily, it is said to be because some people are selling the shares of our companies at a large number of low prices, and then buy a large number of them and then continue to sell them at low prices. Selling at a low price? Is this person crazy? Huang Haitao said in disbelief, who would do such a damaging thing? I don't know. Shook Louis's head. Brother Huang, is it possible that Shinsun kid did this? Director Hu roared as he blew his beard and eyes out, it must be this kid who did this. I'm going to kill him. Where is Shinsun? Huang Haitao's eyes went cold, a flash of hidden killing chance surfacing under his eyes. This kid actually dares to trick me. Butler Lu. Let him come see me. Butler Lu on the side bent slightly to show his understanding. Immediately dump all the stocks we were holding. Don't keep any of it. This kid is crazy. Huang Haitao suddenly remembered that he still had a bunch of shares in his hands. It's supposed to be a couple of empty shells with no business development, so if they don't hurry up and sell now, they won't necessarily be able to go back up in the next life. I've already asked someone to do it. I'm just afraid that. The finance glanced at Huang Haitao, and once he saw the other party's eyes that wanted to kill, he didn't dare to just speak. I'm afraid of what? Tell me once and for all. I'm afraid, it's too late, the stock is now close to a waist from its peak by then. The three big men froze at the same time, unable to believe their ears for a moment. Director Huang hurriedly opened his computer and boarded the stock exchange to find that it was just as the finance had said, the stock price was close to being cut to the bone. What about listing the price a little lower? Director Huang asked in a hurry. No way, the guy who's pulling down our stock price is offering an even lower price, and it doesn't seem like there's many people left on the trading market who would dare to buy these companies' stock besides him. Damn it! The veins on Huang Haitao's forehead popped up and his eyes were filled with blood. Where's Shinsun? Tell him to hurry over and meet me. Master, Mr. Shin said that he can't be separated right now and said that he wants you to meet him in person. Damn dog scum! Huang Haitao's back teeth were about to be gritted, and with a wave of his hand, let's go. Let's go see what kind of drugs this guy is selling in his gourd. Only to see their group angrily barging into the trading room, only to see Shinsun sitting alone in the trading seat clipping his nails, his eyes not even on the screen. Shinsun! Are you kid looking for death? Director Hu was the most short-tempered and angrily walked up to Shinsun, overturning all of his tables. What is Director Hu doing? Shinsun asked with a puzzled expression, his expression like an innocent child. Do what? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Director Hu was ticked off. It wasn't you who did something to the stock price. What happened to the stock price? The monitor just broke down. I'm not sure what happened. Oh. UTM looking for death. Seeing that he refused to admit it, Director Hu was furious and was about to punch Shinsun in the face. Shinsun grunted lightly and raised his left arm, catching Director Hu's hook punch impartially, instead following it up with a right punch, hitting Director Hu right in the small of the back. Director Hu ate the pain and hastily took 2 steps back, covering his stomach and gasping for air. They had completely never imagined that Shinsun had even gone to a boxing gym every night to work as a combat chaperone, or human sandbag, in order to make money in his previous life. He had long been familiar with the techniques and ways of fighting, and as long as he didn't run into an opponent who was a magnitude stronger than himself, Shinsun thought that he could be undefeated. What's more, Director Hu's such a pampered, by tobacco and alcohol pounded body, only half 100 years of sick tiger, Shinsun take him, no effort. Come on people! Director Hu roared in exasperation. As soon as the words fell, Shinsun took an arrow step forward, precisely pinpointed Director Hu's neck, and lowered him to the ground before pressing him to the ground in a rear tackle position. You die, ah! Director Hu was still trying to put in a harsh word when the force on Shinsun's hand increased violently, and the former screamed out in pain. Shinsun! Let go of old Hu! Huang Haitao, who was by the door, as well as Director Huang, were all given a jump by Shinsun's stern tactics. Shinsun, let's talk. Huang Haitao forcefully suppressed his anger. You should know very well that if you dare to touch old Hu, you and your family won't see the moon tonight. Threaten me? Ruthlessness skyrocketed in Shinsun's eyes. 3 days ago maybe you could threaten me, but now, you can't. The stock price thing, it really was you who messed up, wasn't it? Huang Haitao's face twitched. What exactly did you do? What can I do? I'm under your surveillance 24/7, what can I do? Shinsun sneered. You asked me to make the stock price higher, didn't I make it higher? Since you've known this for a long time, let's open up the sky. Although Huang Haitao hated to tear Shinsun apart, he couldn't move him now. Because he's the only one who can salvage this now. You know, the three of them have invested close to over $4 billion in cash in the front and back. Based on the current share price slump, the combined market capitalization of these companies should be around $5 billion. But they hold only 70% of the shares of these companies, with the remaining 30% still in the hands of retail investors. That is to say, even if they sold all their shares, they would only be worth about $3.5 billion, and counting the $4 billion or so they had invested, they were still upside down by more than $500 million. The worst part is that the stock prices of these companies are still falling. They haven't quite finished selling off their holdings. In this case, if the big three are not willing to lose money, then they need Shinsun to raise his hand and stop selling the stock at a low price. But after all, the three big men still had Shinsun's family as hostages in their hands, and they had enough cards to negotiate with Shinsun. After this operation, the scales return to the level of balance, and both sides have the same handle on each other. Regardless of who the deer is, the open and shut battle between the two sides will finally draw to a close today. Chapter 22. Take it down. There are some things, since we both know them by heart, let's open up the windows of heaven. Huang Haitao opened the door. What is your purpose? Me? Purpose? What purpose can I have? Shinsun smiled noncommittally. Boss Huang, why don't I understand any of your words? Then I'll ask more bluntly. Huang Haitao was already furious and anxious at this point, angry and anxious. What do you have to do before you're willing to stop? You're just upset that I put your parents under house arrest. Good. I can release them, but only if you help me stabilize the stock price. Shinsun sneered. Boss Huang, when you were house arresting someone's parents, did you ever think that this day would come? The two piles of wrinkled fat on Huang Haitao's face twitched viciously twice, but he didn't dare to move in anger. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk it over now. Okay? Sit down and talk? Shinsun swept toward the window out of the corner of his eye. It's all your people out there now, isn't it? Then what the hell do you want? At this time, the big brother in Huang Haitao's hand suddenly rang. Shinsun kissed and laughed. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to answer the phone? What if it's important? Huang Haitao's eyes narrowed thinly as he tossed his big brother to Director Huang behind him. You pick it up. What other conditions do you have to offer? Money? Women? Or a room? I can take care of it all for you. Shinsun laughed and shook his head as he slammed a hand knife hard on the back of Director Hu's neck. Only to see Director Hu fall to the ground after a muffled grunt. My Mr. Huang, do you think I will lack these things? Shinsun clapped his hands, pulled over a chair with one hand, crossed his legs and stared at Huang Haitao. Let's not be in a hurry, it's not too late to wait for him to finish answering the phone first. Huang Haitao turned his head to look at Director Huang after hearing this, only to see that the latter's face looked very bad, a touch of ominous foreboding spreading from behind him. Director Huang hung up the phone with a grave and somber expression. One company's stock price has fallen to 1 yuan a share. The rest of the company is basically waste cut and then waste cut. We only sold less than half of the stocks in our hands. Preliminary estimates. We invested in the more than $4 billion are basically all gone down the drain. Huang Haitao's entire body was in a bit of a trance after hearing this news. It was the first time in all his life that he had experienced this feeling of falling from heaven to hell. What was $4 billion in the 1990s? $4 billion is the net profit income of their group for more than 2 years. $4 billion is enough to contract all 5 kilometers of land around the center of Kyushu. This $4 billion or so was the vital capital of their group, and if it broke, the entire group was at risk of collapsing. Huang Haitao's eyes went black and his whole body fell backwards. Fortunately, Director Huang was quick to hold him. You win, say it, what do you want? Although Huang Haitao didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he had been tricked by this young man in front of him. Do you know what the market will become after you make the share price of the shell company high and sell it at a high price? Shinsun sneered. It will become a mess. Countless people will seek death because of your greed. This was how Shinsun's own 2 parents in his previous life had ended their lives. He understands all too well how painful it is to lose both parents. Countless intact families may be destroyed because of these capitalists who play with capital in their hands. Shinsun would never allow such a tragedy to continue. That's why he chose to risk his life to fight the big 3. I didn't realize that you're still a great benefactor. Huang Haitao sat on the ground and laughed. You're noble, you're marvelous. But that's just you. People are selfish. Greedy. What's it to me if someone else goes bankrupt? Why should I empathize with others? I didn't expect that you, who stirred up the market order and violated the law, would actually come to such a time and still be able to say such words. Shinsun shook his head. To a certain extent above, I also quite admire you. Don't you realize that it was your greed and selfishness that cost you over $4 billion? Huang Haitao loudly pushed away Director Huang, who was holding him up, and stood up trembling, pointing at Shinsun. You're the winner of this fight, and you're not wrong to say whatever you want about me from a moral high ground. But have you ever thought about what if I had one? I'll be clamored for by the news media. We'll become a legend in the investment world. Become a figure written in the history books. One will become a legend. That's the iron rule. Shinsun silently listened to his words and shook his head. I don't deny your claims, but what you did was too bad. I can't agree with you at all, and the law won't agree with you either. Joke, do I need you or the law to agree? I am the law of Kyushu. At some point, Huang Haitao actually had a black shiny pistol in his hand. Shinsun's heart tightened. It seems that this guy can't afford to play and is ready to lift the table. Huang Haitao skillfully loaded the gun and pointed it towards Shinsun, changing his usual warm and welcoming facade. At this time he bared his hideous fangs. Without the slightest hesitation in moving his mouth, he raised his gun to aim and then quickly fired, not giving Shinsun a chance. Bang! The whole house was instantly filled with a pungent odor of smoke. Luckily, Shinsun's eyes were good enough to notice that something was wrong from the moment he put his hands behind his back. Upon realizing it was a pistol, his body immediately reacted by ducking behind the deal table. The bullet's landing point was right next to Director Who's head. As long as it was crooked by 2 centimeters, Director Who's head might be shot through. Good man, this guy is so ruthless that he even cares about his own people? Telsi knows the villa and bury all his parents. Shinsun understood that Huang Haitao was in a rage and wanted to fight to the death. Hey! If you guys don't come out, I'm really going to be killed by him. Shinsun simply stopped pretending and shouted towards the window. Huang Haitao held up his gun and smiled ferociously. Know you're wrong now? It's too late. I have to kill you today. Jesus couldn't save you even if he came. I said so. Huang Haitao, what you say is useless, we mainlanders don't believe in Jesus. A clear female voice came from behind Huang Haitao, who subconsciously turned around to check the situation, but at some point his hands were grabbed. A mournful scream then resounded through the entire villa. Who are you? Do you know that I know, Huang Haitao, the local snake of Kyushu. The policewoman easily disarmed the pistol in Huang Haitao's hand and casually subdued him to the ground. Chapter 23 Conclusion. Knowing you won't let go. Don't worry, the cuffs will come loose. The policewoman took out a pair of gloves and was about to put them on him. Who sent you here? Believe it or not, I'll have Bureau Li fire you tomorrow. Oh, Chief Li Fei, he's probably one step ahead of you in the guardhouse. Huang Haitao stared at the female police officer who had subdued him with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Don't you believe it, by the time you're done, your number might all be squatting in the same room. Who the hell are you? Huang Haitao was still struggling, but it was just in vain. I'm a mainlander, please teach me more, Boss Huang. The policewoman cuffed him with both hands and clapped her hands in satisfaction. At that moment, Shinsun suddenly shouted. Watch your back. Director Huang, who was hiding, violently copied a chair aside and was about to smash it at the policewoman. The policewoman, however, loomed large, her demeanor not changing a bit. Seeing that the chair's foot was going to hit her head in the next second, but seeing that she just gently turned her body sideways, the chair's foot was very extreme and brushed past the corner of her coat, and she herself was not even injured in the slightest. Shinsun was looking silly from the sidelines, this woman playing with a good limit. The blow missed, and Director Huang also froze, because in the next instant, the policewoman raised her leg high and struck him straight in the jaw. Director Huang didn't have the reaction speed of a policewoman, so he couldn't dodge in time, and his entire body fell to the ground without moving. It seemed that Shinsun also heard the sound of bones being misaligned. Shinsun and Huang Haitao looked on, unanimously gulping, and couldn't help but simultaneously sigh at the terror of this woman. How unmanly, actually playing sneak attack. The policewoman patted the dust on her shoulder and said to Huang Haitao, Alright, are there any more tactics? No, we'll go back. You let me go, I'll give you money. Huang Haitao still didn't die, licking his face, he said, as long as you let me go, how much money you want is fine. My boss Huang, you don't seem to understand the situation. The policewoman squatted down and looked down at him. I'm on public food, do you think if I let you go, my leader can let me go? You. Huang Haitao's face turned redder and redder. Shinsun's parents are still in my hands. If you guys dare to touch me, his family will have to be buried with me. This guy finally stopped pretending and offered up his last card. Oh, exempt, threatening other people's personal safety is an additional offense. The policewoman raised her nice eyebrows and looked up to Shinsun, who was on the side. Did you record it? Shinsun nodded. It's all recorded. From his pocket, he took out a black square-like box with a red light flashing on it. This thing Huang Haitao knew all too well. Wasn't it the very same listening device he put in Shinsun's room? Why does he have it? No way. How did you get this thing? Who gave it to you? Huang Haitao growled and roared. Someone betrayed me. Who is it? Just take your time to guess. The policewoman stood up, seemingly remembering something, and slapped her head. Ouch, look at my memory. I almost forgot to tell you. We've already found the location where you're keeping others under house arrest and brought it back for protection. Huang Haitao howled in incredulous rage. Impossible. There's no way you guys can find that place. Only the 3 of us know that location. Big brother, you're also underestimating our technicians. Besides, your place isn't hidden. It's easy to find. Hey. You fart. The villa at Li Shui Wan Pier was built by myself, and no one knows about it. What makes you guys find it? The smile on the policewoman's face grew stronger, and she even patted Huang Haitao's head. Yes. Li Shui Pier as well. How could we not find it? Huang Haitao suddenly realized that something was wrong. Carefully recalling their conversation, he finally found out exactly where it was wrong. Don't you dare frame me. You didn't even find their location. Huang Haitao shouted furiously, but to no avail. He had no way to get in touch with the outside world right now, and even his minions outside had most likely been subdued. Maybe he really did fall this time, to a young man in his early 20s. Why would I be wasting so much time with you here if it wasn't to set you up? The policewoman shook her head, turned her head and called out to the door, and come in a couple of guys and take these 3 guys back. Huang Haitao hung his head in resignation and was taken away by the 2 officers. While Director Huang and Director Hu had collapsed to the ground, were carried out. A generation of lords of the Kyushu has fallen into the net. As everything fell into place, Shinsun pulled a chair aside and sat down with some weakness in his legs. Thinking back to the moment just now when Huang Haitao took out his pistol, he even thought he was going to be reborn again. Thanks a lot, Officer Wu. If you hadn't made a timely move, I might not have been able to save my little life. Shinsun said from the bottom of his heart. As well as each other, the policewoman smiled softly at her. If it weren't for your tip as well as the risk you laid down your life, we wouldn't necessarily have had cause to arrest them. Shinsun was just about to say a few polite words, but he saw Officer Wu say with a serious look. These 3 are no simple goods. If they hadn't gotten careless by being arrogant for too long in Kyushu, we probably wouldn't have been able to bring them down so easily. In order to catch the 3 of them, the mainland and Kyushu governments secretly joined forces and secretly uprooted many of the people involved, but there was still no probable cause to arrest them. Thanks to the information provided by you and your brother, it was possible to arrest them, and you get the credit for that. Police-civilian cooperation. Shinsun smiled. If he could make a good relationship with the government side because of this, it would really be a blessing in disguise. Legs ready to go? Officer Wood snickered. I see you just had a shaky leg. Shinsun's old face flushed, but he didn't retort. After all, he had experienced this kind of thing to know how fearful people would be when facing death. But honestly, you're not reacting too badly. I've seen a hostage with a gun to the back of his head pee right out. Officer Wu came to Shinsun's side and patted his shoulder. Let's go, someone will come to see the scene. Why don't I carry you? Shinsun's old face turned even redder. It was the first time he had seen a woman with such a personality. I can walk. The 2 walked out of the villa side by side, only to see the outside covered with armed police vehicles, a group guarding the entrance. Shinsun. Just as he reached the door, Shinsun heard a familiar voice coming from behind him, and just as he was about to turn his head, that person's side bailed himself out from behind. Sister Qian, I'm fine. I just heard gunshots outside, and I thought, said Shinsun, and then he felt a wet and hot sensation on his back. I thought I'd never see you again. Chapter 24, Dad, Mom. Shin Qian's sobbing voice made Shinsun not let him be moved by it. This ninny actually cares so much about herself. I'm not fine here, don't cry, okay? Shinsun couldn't see her, so he could only pat her hand holding his own. It's all over. Did you know this was going to happen? You told me to stay in my room today and not come out no matter what happened? Shinsun froze, not expecting her to actually start settling scores. I'm just afraid that something will happen to you. If something happens to you, how can I explain to Auntie? Can I explain to your parents if something happens to you? Shin Qian said unconvincingly, no matter what happens in the future, don't leave me alone to take risks like today, okay? Shinsun was silent because there was no way he could say anything that would risk Shin Qian, so he had no way to answer. Just as neither man spoke, Officer Wood broke their awkwardness. Okay you 2 little couple, in this way I'm going to be fed Officer Wu rolled his eyes. When you go back and finish your statements, you'll have plenty of time to be together. Officer Wu's words made Shin Qian blush and run away with a yelp. Officer Wu, we're actually siblings. Corrected Shinsun awkwardly. Aya, what are you pretending? At a glance you guys know that you are not close siblings. Lie to yourself, okay? Lie to Sister Mia, or forget it. Officer Wu waved his hand. And my name is Wu Li. In the future, if it's not official business, call me Sister Wu or Sister Li. Don't call me anything Officer Wu. It looks like I'm a big man. It's not nice to hear. Shinsun touched his head and smiled. Not to mention, the Sister Wu's character is really a bit like a man, but it is quite to Shinsun's liking. Alright, go back and make a statement. I'm still in a hurry to get off work. Wu Li stretched her back and walked towards the car while muttering, should I reward myself with some meat at night? Shinsun froze in place. He was actually a little uncomfortable for a moment interacting with a woman with such a personality. They didn't go to the city police station, because it was already in a mess. From the director down to certain small section officers, 80% of them were all pulled in for questioning, and the whole bureau was probably spared by auxiliary staff like the janitor. But you can also imagine how badly the big 3 have tainted Kyushu. From top to bottom, it's amazing that it's basically all his people. They went to a makeshift base with rudimentary equipment and facilities, just a lamp, 3 chairs, and a table. Even the recorders took notes by hand with a pen. Name? Shinsun. Gender? Sisterly. Let's get straight to the point, you have to get off work on time. Lee, what's sis? Call me Officer Wu. Wu Li raised her eyebrows and said seriously. Shinsun was speechless. Gender? Men. How did you contact the outside world? It was my former boss who secretly hid a BB and bugging device in the Villa's study that allowed us to contact the outside world. How did you and your brother short their stock? I had him open an account in a stock speculation forum, and had him spread prophecies in the forum for netizens to buy. The netizens will believe his words when they make money, so that the stock price will follow his words. Do you realize that you are playing with the market order with this behavior? There's a reason for what happened, and aside from the big 3, anyone who listened to us didn't lose any money. Shinsun said, but if the procuratorate wants to prosecute us, I plead guilty, but it has nothing to do with Wang Yu, who had to listen to me in order to save me. Wooly put down her questioning notes and nodded noncommittally. You're quite the brothers, both of you have opposite statements. Records are closed, you may go home now, and please cooperate with us if we need anything else later. The 2 walked out of the inquiry room side by side. Wooly patted Shinsun's shoulder. Regarding the behavior of the market order, the above has greeted the procuratorate side, and will not prosecute you, rest assured. Shinsun was stunned, then quickly thanked him. Thank you, Officer Wu, then. Wooly glared at him. Call sisterly. Shinsun. Originally, the above still wanted to give you a public award over here, but I proposed to the above that it's better not to award it. You won't blame sis, right? Wooly gave him a look with ulterior motives. What you mean, sisterly, reacted Shinsun quickly. The 3 big brothers still have their cliques. You're pretty smart. Wooly was also a little bit slightly surprised, not expecting him to guess so quickly. Since he also guessed it, Wooly did not intend to hide it from him anymore, nodded and said, the 3 big men have been entrenched in Kyushu for more than 20 years, with an intricate network of relationships, and what we have knocked down this time is only their connections on the surface, and no one knows what else they're hiding in the shadows. So, for the safety of you and your family, I suggest you leave Kyushu. It's too dangerous here. Thanks to Sister Lee's reminder, I will consider this matter carefully. Shinsun said seriously. Well, that's good, I was afraid you were a stubborn fellow, but now you seem to know your way around. It's good to know what's good for you. Any plans on where to go? I think we'll move back to the mainland, our family has been in Kyushu for so long, it's about time we went back for a visit. Wooly was a bit surprised. Mainland China? I thought a finance guy like you would pick Neon or Korea, after all, it's more developed over there. Shinsun shook his head. I'm a native of the mainland, no matter how well developed Neon Korea is, it's still just an outlander after all, I don't belong there. Besides, the development of the mainland over the years is not worse than over there. Not bad, this brother of yours is to my liking. When I'm done with this side of things, I'll be returning to the mainland as well. If we meet again next time, remember to treat me to dinner, huh? Wooly stopped and pointed ahead. I'll drop you off here, I'll see you afterward. After saying that, Wooly didn't say a lot of goodbyes and turned back and walked away quite briskly. Shinsun gently bowed at her back, his mouth touching and chanting, see you again sometime. After finishing, Shinsun stepped out of the door of the police station. The long-lost bright sun poured down on him, giving him a refreshed feeling. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Only Wang Yu was smiling at Shinsun, whose car was parked on the road outside the door. Sitting in the car were none other than Shinsun's father and mother. Shinsun hurriedly ran forward and excitedly shouted out those 2 words. Dad, Mom. Chapter 25. An old friend. In the first-class cabin of the airplane flying from Hong Kong to Shihu City in Jiangnan Province on the mainland, Shinsun leaned back and took a nap on the soft seat. The man who had done countless airplanes, but none of them had been as pleasant as this one. In the past, I was running around to make a living, but this time it was different, there was no pressure on me. It couldn't be said that there was no pressure, after all, he still owed Wang Yu $1.4 billion in arrears. As for how this arrearage came about, it goes back a week, to the time when he was under house arrest by the Big 3. He buys the shares of the 3 major players out of his own pocket in order to short their companies and then sells them at a low price, and under the repetition, the $1.5 billion in Shinsun's hand is simply not enough. He had no choice but to turn to his best buddy. Asked him to borrow $1.4 billion, which was barely enough. Although Wang Yu said, you helped me earn this money, so you can spend it however you want, you don't have to pay me back. But a man's word is his bond. Since he has been promised a several-fold dividend, the $1.4 billion can never be short of him, and the interest will definitely not be short of him. The original $4 billion nibbled from the hands of Soros. Shin-sun divided $1.5 billion from Wang Yu's family, $500 million from Yang Dong, $500 million from Shin Qian's family, and the rest of his own is about $1.6 billion. Shorting the stock price cost $1.5 billion and left another $50 million for his parents, so Shin-sun only had a pitiful $50 million left in his hands at this point. Hey, it's so poor. Now the global stock market is not too depressed, basically cannot earn too much money, unless to go to the futures market to play the bar. However, it was too risky and probably wouldn't make much money, so Shin-sun didn't consider it. However, the most reborn person, the last thing Shin-sun lacked was the opportunity to make money. He traveled to Westlake City alone this time, in fact, to go and invest. The mainland in 1998 was the legendary era of gold everywhere, the era when pigs could get rich if they had the guts. Lawyerly, I'm ready to get off the plane. Which hotel are Mr. Lin and the others in? I can rush over directly to sign the contract. As Shin-sun squinted and took a nap, he heard the woman in the next seat talking on her first-class cell phone. It wasn't because the woman's voice was sweet that it was noticed by Shin-sun, but he felt that the voice was familiar, but couldn't recall where it was familiar. What? Party A has asked for a new attorney at the last minute? And he's already signed with another lawyer? On what grounds? Hasn't their company's partner always been our law firm? Just because we went late, we have to break the contract? This is too much. The woman's voice was a bit agitated, drawing the attention of many first-class passengers. Shin-sun also looked to the side, and only then did he realize that this woman was actually his former high school classmate and school flower, Yi Ying. It's a small world. I can't believe I ran into an acquaintance even here. They were pretty close in high school because they were at the front and back tables, but they just hit home and went their separate ways after graduation and never saw each other again. Meeting again after many years, I didn't realize that she had grown prettier and prettier. I've been asking Huang for a long time for this business. This time they broke the contract. Won't our preliminary information be for nothing? Yi Ying's voice even had a slight sobbing tone. Well, I know. I'll get off the plane later and buy a return ticket back. Shin-sun heard from her tone that she seemed lost. Yi Ying hung up the phone, pursed her lips, and there were still some tears in her eyes. A tissue was handed to Yi Ying and she froze. Thanks, no. Perhaps because she didn't want to be seen in her current humiliated state, she didn't bother to see who it was, and just waved her hand and said she refused the paper hander's kind offer. Still the same as before, a look of rejection. Shin-sun snickered. It's just a single loss, there's no need to be so lost. Yi Ying suddenly felt that this voice is also a little familiar, turned his head to look, but it was once a good sister Shin-sun? Shin-sun? You are Shin-sun? Yi Ying covered her mouth in disbelief. Just now the gloom seemed to be thrown to the back of her mind. Why are you here? I'm going to Westlake City to talk about something. Shin-sun didn't go into details and asked instead, what about you? Me? Yi Ying let out a bitter smile. Originally, I was going to go to Westlake City to help a company review a contract and sign it, but I was let off the hook halfway through and made a trip for nothing. Oh? You're going to be a lawyer now? Shin-sun became interested. Not a bad mix. You're just going to be sarcastic. Yi Ying put on a crying face. I only turned into a formal lawyer this year. This was supposed to be the first business I hosted, but not only did it go yellow, I didn't get any money. The more Yi Ying said, the more angry she became, and she nonchalantly took the tissue in Shin-sun's hand and began to wipe up her eyes. I'm a new lawyer. The hands of the original case source is small. It is difficult to be assigned by the law firm this business, but also be pigeonholed. You say I'm called a good mix of it? Shin-sun nodded. In high school, many of her classmates thought that Yi Ying's family was in good condition just based on her looks, but in reality, only people like Shin-sun, who played well with her, knew that her family's situation was actually quite ordinary, or even not very good. They hadn't been in touch much after high school, but indirectly I got the news that her mother had passed away after her job due to a serious illness that she couldn't afford to treat. In that case, Yi Ying and herself in her previous life were both bitter people. You are very short of money now, aren't you? Otherwise with your character you shouldn't value this business so much. Shin-sun said. You got me. My mother has a disease right now, and she's in the hospital for treatment, and she needs a ton of money, but you know what? When I was a trainee lawyer, I only got $1,000 a month. But luckily the work hours were pretty free, so I could do some odd jobs, but it wasn't enough at all. Even this first-class ticket was bought because there were no more tickets in economy class, in order to hurry up. Now it's okay, I didn't get my money and I still have to buy a ticket back. Shinsun sighed. To be honest, he could very well understand Yi Ying's feelings. After all, he had survived the same in the past. How about you don't go back first? Shinsun looked at her seriously. I want to hire you as a lawyer counselor, at any price you want, is that okay? Yi Ying froze, completely not expecting Shinsun to say this. If there's anything I need to help you with, just ask, money is not necessary. Asked Yi Ying with some hesitation as she pursed her lips. Is it going to be a long stay in Westlake City? Shinsun thought for a moment. It should just be 3 days. After the talk, I'll go back to Beihai. Then could you take care of my food and shelter? Yi Ying looked at Shinsun, looking at herself with a strange look. For a moment she was a bit flustered, and hurriedly said, actually, it's fine to pipe down eating, I can take care of myself. What's the silly thing to say? Shinsun said with a strange look on his face. I'll eat, drink, and sleep all you want. Chapter 26, Your Little Mind. Yi Ying obviously didn't expect Shinsun to say this. Originally she thought, anyway, Westlake City came all the way here, since an old friend needs help, then of course she can't just sit back and do nothing. But it is a pity that they really do not have much money on them. If they have to stay for a few days, I am afraid that they do not even have the money to go home. That was why she was a little embarrassed to make this request to Shinsun. But I didn't expect him to agree so readily, and all-inclusive. You can. I haven't seen you for so many years, have you gotten rich? Yi Ying asked with curiosity. Right, oh, you haven't told me what you need me for. I have an appointment later to talk about an investment, just missing a legal advisor. It's not coincidental, ran into you just the right professional counterpart. Shinsun said truthfully. You have people investing in you? What kind of business are you in? Yi Ying blinked her big watery eyes and asked curiously. It's not me doing business, Shinsun rubbed the back of his head, it's me investing in others. Ha? Yi Ying was a bit shocked. Yi Ying on Shinsun's family is a bit of understanding. That year in the class is also considered very rich. I did not expect so many years have passed, actually can invest in others. How much money have you prepared? Suddenly, Yi Ying faced Shinsun with a hint of constraint. I don't have much money on me right now, so let's put in 20 million for the first time. Shinsun said after thinking about it. 20 million. Yi Ying stared at Shinsun with wide eyes and a look of are you kidding me? But the latter's firm eyes told her that the man in front of her was not lying. I would have taken on this company for only $5 million, just like you, it's an investment. 20 million was an astronomical amount for an ordinary family at this time, so it was no wonder Yi Ying was so surprised. But this money might be big for Yi Ying, but for Shinsun, it was just a drop in the bucket. He had even thought about adding a little more when he arrived, afraid that the 20 million wouldn't be enough to see. Shinsun, you're really something, 20 million isn't much in your eyes. Yi Ying suddenly felt that the sense of distance between the two had suddenly widened. It wasn't that Shinsun Versailles was being sarcastic, but she was sighing from the bottom of her heart. It's just that you feel this way now, and when you're in the future, you'll also feel that 20 million isn't really much. Shinsun said honestly. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what are your lawyer's rates for an investment of this value that requires you to draft a contract? If it's a single drafting contract, the attorney charges according to the subject matter of the contract, and for an amount as large as yours, you'd probably be charged about $50,000. Okay, 50,000 is 50,000. Shinsun agreed cheerfully. No, waved her hand in panic, I'm just talking about the industry standard, I'm counting it as friendly assistance this time, it doesn't go through the law firm, it doesn't charge any money. Absolutely not. Shinsun looked at her very seriously, this money is what you deserve, say whatever you want to pay it to you. There's really no need, just come and take care of my business from now on. Yi Ying still shook her head and refused. Shinsun thought to himself that this niece's character was still as stubborn as before, but with less of the coldness and arrogance that she once had, perhaps because she had been smoothed out by life. Then the money matter will be discussed after the errand. Shinsun couldn't do anything about her and could only compromise for the time being. There were plenty of ways to pay her off anyway, and it wouldn't take a moment. After getting off the plane, the two of them went out of the airport together, but unfortunately, just when they wanted to take a taxi, they caught up with the extraordinarily heavy rainstorm in Westlake City. The rainstorm came as soon as it was said to come. With the gusty winds blowing, the curtains of rain came roaming over from behind the mountains, turning the sky and the earth into a blanket of white in no time at all. To add insult to injury, the airport bus was shut down due to high water. With this inclement weather, the two waited for half a day for a cab. I don't know anyone in this unfamiliar place, so I'll have to find a hotel nearby and stay there for the night. Boss lady, open 2 rooms. Shinsun came to the front desk and said to the boss lady. It's an extra heavy rainstorm today and it's all full inside, so go check out another store. The boss's wife didn't even look at them, concentrating on the TV program. Shinsun, let's go to another store. In fact, they had run through 3 hotels and both of them were basically soaked to the skin. With this hellish weather, or in a remote place like near the airport, other hotels probably don't have any rooms. Shinsun mused, boss lady, is there really no extra room? All said no. The boss's wife said impatiently. Shinsun frowned and took out his wallet, starting to tap the bills inside. Seeing the banknotes, the boss's wife's eyes unconsciously drifted towards Shinsun's body. 600 for 2 rooms, is that okay? Shinsun counted out 6 red bills and placed them on the front desk. Shinsun, it's too expensive. Ying was a bit anxious, as usually $100 would be enough for a decent room. The boss's wife stood up, somewhat hesitantly looking at the money in front of her, and just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shinsun. 800, Shinsun added 2 bills without expression. Boss you. The boss's wife was about to speak when Shinsun interrupted again. 1,000 for 2 rooms. Boss, there's only 1 room left. Deal. But we're staying 2 nights. The words were shouted by Ying. It wasn't her money, but she was heartbroken. It would be such a loss to keep adding to him like this. That's $1,000. Her 1 month's salary, and she's using it to get a room. It's too extravagant. Okay. The boss's wife thought that even if she stayed for 2 nights, it would still be a good profit, but if she didn't agree, what if the 2 wrongdoers left? Wouldn't she not be able to earn a penny? Shinsun asked with some hesitation, a room, is it convenient for you as a girl? Ying has not yet spoken, but the boss's wife first spoke. Aya, young man, you can be really. The girls did not say anything. How do you still pretend to be what reserved it? What era? You two are young people. The heart of that little grip, I still cannot see it. Here, the key is for you. Just take the elevator directly to the top floor and open the door. The boss's wife took out a key from the drawer and handed it to Shinsun. Oh yeah, this is my daughter's house, so watch out you don't mess it up or you'll have to pay extra. Shinsun was confused by the boss's wife and turned his head to look at Ying, only to see that the latter was facing sideways to prevent him from seeing her front face, but her ears were red. Is it really okay? Shinsun reconfirmed. Aya, big deal, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Ying lowered her head and pulled Shinsun into the elevator. Chapter 27, The Schoolgirl is in Trouble. Open the door to the room is a fairly spacious single room, beds, sofas, air conditioning, TV, everything, then other general hotel clean and tidy quite a lot. Ying nodded, although this money was a bit of a loss, the environment was at least okay. The only downside is that there is only 1 bed. Both of them were drenched, especially Ying. A thin little suit tunic and the white shirt inside were soaked through, and Shinsun inadvertently could even glimpse a little. You go take a shower first. Shinsun was uncomfortable with the wetness, so he removed his jacket. I'll do it when you're done. Ying nodded and didn't push back. After all, it was indeed inconvenient to be wet. After taking a change of clothes from the suitcase, he went into the bathroom. Shinsun braced himself to get some time and took out his pocket to pull out his newly purchased Xiaolingtong and turn it on. I have to say, this thing is just more convenient than a Big Brother, but not even close to a smartphone. How about creating a smartphone company? This is the windfall of the next decade. However, the technology is not yet developed, even the 2G network has not yet come out, it is not yet realistic to make a smartphone. Putting the business venture to the back of his mind for the moment, he looked at his little phone and there were a couple of texts and 2 missed calls. The first thing I did was click on a text message from my parents, which was nothing more than telling myself to be safe or something. Shinsun replied with a safe arrival before tapping on Shinxian's text message. It should be safe to arrive, right? Hurry back when you're done. Uncle and Auntie want to discuss with you about buying a house in the Magic City Sea City. Shinsun was a bit amused that his parents didn't rush him, but this niece came to rush him. Okay, I just got here. Watch my parents for me and I'll be back in a couple days. The Shin family listens to Officer Wu and moves back to Beihai for a while, because Shinxian's property in Beihai has long been sold, so she lives temporarily in Shinsun's home. After replying to the message, Shinsun had just clicked on the missed call when he saw an incoming text message. Shinsun froze. It was actually Shinxian's. She actually returned in seconds? Did you get caught in the rain? Shinsun's heart tightened. Could it be that this niece had put a monitor on me? Does she even know I'm in the rain? How do you know? Less than 10 seconds after replying, Shinxian actually messaged back again. I saw the weather report, and it's a very heavy rainstorm in Westlake today. I'm a little drenched, but I'm already at the hotel, so I'll shower later. Go wash up then, it's late, get some rest. Shinsun smiled and replied, yes, your majesty. Oh yeah, your parents asked me to tell you that the women in Westlake City are quite pretty, so see if you want to bring a Westlake girl back to show them both? Somehow, a coolness came over him, and Shinsun got goosebumps. Not daring to reply to this sentence, Shinsun took refuge in dialing the missed call from Wang Yu, which was also quickly connected. Hey, you guys finally answered the phone. Wang Yu complained without fail. What's wrong? I just got off the plane. Shinsun was a bit puzzled. I've prepared some money to buy some real estate according to what you said, but is it really reliable? Wang Yu said, the mainland is not like Kyushu. I've been checking the property prices for a few years now and they haven't gone up. Can we really make money by investing in this? Tell you to vote you vote, you still do not believe? Shinsun smiled and said, by the way, transfer some money to me. The money in my hand is a bit insufficient. I just happened to purchase some real estate on this side of Shihu City as well. Alright then, all as you wish, I'll transfer you later. How much do you want? After the incident of intercepting Soros and the three big men, Wang Yu could be said to have unconditional trust in Shinsun. You watched the turn. Shinsun looked up, but saw that Ying had already finished her shower and came out. I've finished washing, you go and wash it. Ying came out fully dressed and saw Shinsun on the phone, so she was a little embarrassed. You're on the phone, didn't disturb you, right? Shinsun shook his head and was just about to speak when he heard a tsk sound coming from the other side of the phone. TSK, you kid can just off the plane and have a woman to accompany envy and jealousy Shinsun was speechless, didn't bother with this guy, and directly pinched the phone. Just talk to my brother about something. Shinsun smiled towards Ying, then I'll go in and take a shower. That. Ying was a little embarrassed, her words squeaking. What's wrong? Can borrow your little smartphone for a while? Ying hesitated for a moment and asked, there's no landline here. I want to check in with my mom by the way and tell her I'll be back a few days later. Use it, what's wrong with that? Shinsun said after casually handing over the little smartphone to Ying, just put it on the table when you're done using it, I'm going to take a shower. Shinsun grabbed his clothes and walked into the bathroom. While rinsing, Shinsun thought back to the change in Yi Ying's attitude towards himself. From the excitement at the beginning, to now Ying spoke to herself in a polite manner, completely lacking the wordless relationship that she had in high school. Shinsun does not have many friends, and even fewer knowledgeable ones, like Ying. Once a knowledgeable friend has turned into what it is now, which is really what Shinsun does not want to see. If he could, Shinsun wanted to return to the kind of relationship he once had with her. After all, having been reborn once, Shinsun no longer valued money that much, but instead cherished and valued affection and friendship more. But even though he thought so, there was nothing to be done, so he could only take one step at a time. After taking a good shower, Shinsun dressed up and walked out of the bathroom. Not having thought about it, he actually heard the sound of crying coming from the sofa there. Ying clasped her hands around her legs, her head buried in them, sobbing in a small voice. Shinsun hurriedly walked forward to inquire, what's wrong? No. Nothing. Ying looked up at Shinsun, then immediately buried her face again, as if she didn't want him to see this side of herself. Shinsun pulled 2 tissues and handed them to her. Is it because of what happened to your mother? Ying raised her head in shock upon hearing this and asked, how do you know? Shinsun couldn't say it was the news he heard in his previous life, so he could only lie casually, remember Wang Yu from the next class? That's the one I played well with. Somewhat impressive. Ying nodded. He knows most of the gossip about our school, he's a source, I've heard him mention it before. That's so. Said Ying, probably because she was in a bad mood, so she didn't look into it. He knows all this, it's really impressive. Shinsun laughed awkwardly twice and hurriedly skipped over the topic. Can you tell us what happened? Ying looked at Shinsun, pursed her lips, looked uncertain, and after hesitating for a while said, can you lend me some money? Shinsun was a little surprised. Such a stubborn and arrogant Ying would actually borrow money from herself? It seems that her mother's current situation isn't too good. How much to borrow? Is 50,000 okay? Chapter 28, what are you doing? Give me an account and I'll call you in. Shinsun didn't hesitate for a second. Shinsun is such a person, as long as it is someone he recognizes, as long as it is within his ability, not to mention 50,000, 500,000, 5 million he will still borrow. Even if he can't pay it back, he still borrows. Aren't you going to ask what I'm borrowing the money for? Ying asked with some consternation. Since you're willing to ask me to borrow money, that means it's urgent at one point. I'll transfer the money to you first, and we'll talk about what's going on later. Thanks. Ying lowered her head, and her still dry dark bangs hung down, covering her face. After she reported a string of numbers, Shin-sun immediately dialed the bank. Shin-sun has already applied for the bank's black gold card, and as long as he contacts the bank by phone, there will be a separate 24-hour VIP customer service phone reception, and a single phone call will take care of the transfer. It's been very convenient for this day and age. Transfer 100,000 to this account for me, please. Ying was taken aback when she heard him say 100,000 and hurriedly stopped him. 50,000 is fine. It won't take more than 100,000. Shin-sun waved his hand, signaling that it was okay with her. The transfer has been successful, yes? Thanks. After saying that, Shin-sun hung up the phone. You actually don't need to borrow so much money from me. Ying knew that Shin-sun was very rich, but she didn't expect him to be so generous at all, transferring a $100,000 without even blinking an eye. There's a word for being a spendthrift, it describes him perfectly, doesn't it? It's not like I don't know your character. You said you were borrowing 50,000, but it's actually not enough at all, right? Shin-sun sat next to Ying and said, don't worry, just pay me back this money slowly. In fact, Shin-sun could have done without her paying back this money, but Shin-sun knew her. Her character is so high and proud that she drags out even borrowing money until the very end, and not having to pay her back this money would be demeaning and insulting to her in her eyes. Ying pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, thank you, I will definitely find a way to pay you back this money, the interest I will also pay. This girl, at a time like this, she's still thinking about paying back her interest. Shin-sun shook his head bitterly, it seemed that she really didn't want to owe herself any favors. He didn't refuse, after all, refusing her would only backfire, I'm afraid. Now can we talk about what happened? Well, but I'd like to borrow your little phone again. Shin-sun didn't ask why and directly handed her the little smartphone. She glanced at Shin-sun and didn't choose to avoid it, but instead dialed the phone directly. Hello? Uncle? This is Yi. I've already transferred the money, please take my card and swipe it, the password is my mom's birthday. Okay, thank you Uncle Chin, I'll be counting on you on mom's side, I'll be back as soon as I can. After saying that, Ying returned the small smartphone to Shin-sun. Has your mother's condition worsened? Shin-sun asked. Well, acute kidney failure, it's so severe now that I need to do dialysis 4 times a day to stay alive, and the doctor said that unless I can find a suitable kidney source and do a kidney transplant, I won't live past next month. Saying this, bean-sized teardrops slipped down her cheeks, and Shin-sun was a little too impatient to do so he pulled 2 more tissues. Instead of handing it to her, he simply wiped away her tear tracks. Don't cry. To be honest, Shin-sun was somewhat unable to see girls cry in front of her. I don't want to cry either, but Mom, she obviously still has hope to live. Ying became emotional, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I had to take the bar exam. If I had found Ken a company to work for at that time, my salary would have been higher than it is now. Don't cry. Said Shin-sun after thinking about it, I'll help you think of a way for the kidney source. Hearing this, Ying immediately stopped sobbing and raised her head, her moving features were drowned in tears, but more than a little heartbreaking appearance. Really? Ying said with some disbelief. You have to know that in this day and age, it's not always possible to get your hands on something like a kidney source with money, and you have to rely on hard relationships. The probability is that you can find it. Shin-sun said seriously, although there's no guarantee that a kidney source can be found, it's at least a little more reliable than you waiting here to donate a kidney, isn't it? Thank you very much indeed, but this way I owe you a favor I really can't repay. Said Ying as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, barely revealing a dream-like smile. Shin-sun actually looked dumbfounded, this niece looked a lot better than in high school again. Shin-sun knows Ying's character, Ying naturally also knows Shin-sun's character, he is the kind of person who will not talk big without certainty, he said that he can handle it, then basically 8 or 9 is not bad. What's the point of talking about owing or not owing? Shin-sun smiled, I'm not here to return the favor you lent me to copy my homework. Ying froze, how can these 2 things be compared? Alright, don't think so much. What kind of person is not a favor, what's the point of talking about this? Shin-sun patted her head, I only have one request for you. What's the request? As long as I can do it I will definitely promise you. Ying said without even thinking. That's it, no more crying, get your face cleaned up and get under the covers, you have to help me review contracts tomorrow. Ying froze again, there are other requirements? This time it was Shin-sun's turn to freeze and ask back, what other request? Only this one. No. Nothing. Ying hurriedly stood up from the sofa and ran to the restroom under Shin-sun's puzzled eyes. Listening to the sound of clattering water, Shin-sun sighed, still not removing the sense of separation between the 2. Looking at the time, it was not early. Shinsun took out a blanket and directly slept down on the sofa. After a few minutes, Ying walked out, and seeing Shinsun sleeping on the sofa, she couldn't help but say, "Come sleep on the bed, the sofa isn't comfortable, you still have to talk about business tomorrow." Shinsun said, "You just sleep, what kind of man lets a woman sleep on the sofa?" Ying walked over to Shinsun with a red face and pulled away his blanket. "Then we'll sleep together. This bed is big enough anyway." Shinsun rolled his eyes and just wanted to refuse, but was yanked up by Ying. "What are you doing? What kind of debtor lets his debtor sleep on the couch? This guy is really learning as he goes along." This niece has an obstinate strength. Shinsun cannot wring her, so he had to listen to her words and went up to bed to sleep. Before turning off the light, Shinsun moved his pillow toward the bed, deeply afraid of accidentally touching her during the night. Shinsun slept on his side with his back to her, and just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt a pair of small, warm hands that hugged him from behind. A warm and soft feeling came from behind. Ying! What are you doing? Chapter 29 Forced Kiss by a Beautiful Woman. Shinsun felt the warmth behind him, but his heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Shinsun, do you hate me? Yi Ying's voice was like an angel whispering, gentle and tantalizing. How could I possibly hate you? Shinsun removed her hand and turned to face her, but what are you doing? The room was dim and unclear, but with a sliver of moonlight, he was surprised to see two lines of crystalline tears next to Yi Ying's cheeks. If you don't hate me, leave me alone, I volunteered. After saying that, Yi Ying actually kissed directly. The touch of lips against lips was soft and warm. Shinsun's brain was in a mess, and he didn't even know if he should push her away. And Yi Ying continued, and had a small hand caressing above his chest. Shinsun's breathing also became rapid. I was kissed by a beautiful woman. What's going on here? But at this time, Shinsun felt a touch of wetness on his face, which made him completely come back to his senses. Yi Ying! Stop! Shinsun hurriedly pushed her away. Do you know what you're doing? You really do still hate me? Even though she couldn't see her, she could hear her crying at that moment. I swear, I've never hated you. Shinsun said seriously, I just don't understand your behavior. Don't you men like to be treated like that? Yi Ying's words made Shinsun whole. It's a lie to say I don't like it, but it depends on the situation. Said Shinsun with a bit of a headache, why are you doing this? I know you didn't do it voluntarily. Because I owe you a favor that I probably won't be able to pay back for the rest of my life. Yi Ying whispered, this is the only way I can think of. I know you probably don't see me now that you're rich, but it's really the only way I can return your favor. Shinsun was getting more and more confused by her. You want to sell your body just to return my favor? I would if it was you. You silly woman. Shinsun huffed a bit and his tone became serious. You've changed. The Yi Ying I know is not someone who would sell her body. Time changes many things, including people. Yi Ying said, and what's wrong with selling my body if I can save my mom just by using my body? You. Shinsun was unusually exasperated, but in the next moment, he sighed. Reaching down, he wiped the tear tracks off the side of her cheeks, and he couldn't remember how many times he'd wiped her tears today. It must have been hard for you all these years. If you want to complain, if you want to cry, you can tell me, I want to hear it. Yi Ying froze, and for a moment her emotions came tumbling in like an unstoppable flood. Are you really willing to listen? Of course, have you forgotten how often I used to spit in your face too? Yi Ying was silent for a long time before she spoke in a quiet voice. You know, my father died when I was very young, and my mom, who has never been in good health, has to work to earn money to support me. My sophomore year of college, my mom passed out at work and was tested for mid-stage stomach cancer. Because my mother was not a regular employee and did not have a labor contract, she was unable to report her work injury, and the company simply paid out tens of thousands of dollars and called it a day, but that was clearly not enough for the treatment of stomach cancer. I had to continue my education while working 2 jobs to subsidize my family, often falling asleep in class, and this continued until I graduated from college. I couldn't even recognize all my classmates in our class, let alone my friends, because I had to go out to work so often. Although I had a lot of guys chasing me during this period, I refused all of them, and I just couldn't be distracted to think about that. There was even someone who offered to adopt me after knowing about my family situation. The offer was very tempting. As long as I stayed with him, he would give me $10,000 a month for living expenses. I refused, but somehow the story got out to his wife, who called me a mistress outside my school. I explained, but it's no use, it's always harassing me. Even my roommate said that it's a pity that I don't go to be a mistress when I look like this. I can't help it, I can only endure it. It was hard to make it to graduation, and I found a company that pays fairly objectively to do legal work, but I was harassed by my leadership every day. I was worried that it would develop into what it was before, so I rejected him in public. Perhaps it hurt his face that he always assigned me the hardest jobs and a bunch of lockups. But I couldn't afford to lose the job and held off until I passed my judicial exams to get my bar license, which is when I quit and left. I thought that when I went to the law firm and got a regular job everything would be fine, but Mom's condition worsened. By this time, the family's savings were completely insufficient. Luckily, my uncle took over, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to support it with my small salary. I feel like I've been having bad luck until today, when I ran into you. After saying this, Yi Ying's feelings broke through the most fragile chamber hidden in her heart like a dike. She let out a loud, heartbreaking cry, as if she wanted to vent all the aggression she had received over the years. Shinsun sighed heavily and held her in his arms without a second thought. Shinsun gently patted her back and whispered in her ear, "It's okay, just say it and everything will be fine. I'm here, so no one will dare to bully you anymore." This time Yi Ying cried even louder, but the hand holding Shinsun also hugged tighter and tighter. Obviously God gave her a beautiful face and a resilient character, but then gave her such a miserable life. Is this the way it's made? Shinsun did not dare to imagine how Yi Ying ended up in the world line where Shinsun was not reborn. The two of them embraced each other for a long time, and Yi Ying's cries became smaller and smaller. Honestly, my house isn't peaceful either. Shinsun smiled towards her. A while ago, my parents almost jumped off a building because of bankruptcy. Yi Ying looked up at him. How is that possible? People who play with finance can get rich overnight, or they can lose their money overnight. Nothing is impossible. Then afterward, are your parents alright? Yi Ying asked cautiously. I got lucky and helped bring them back from the dead and made a profit. Shinsun said, otherwise I probably wouldn't have seen you either. Yi Ying was a bit shocked that Shinsun, the well-dressed son in her eyes, actually had such an unknown side. You just, I think, took me for one of those guys who wants to bag you, right? After saying that, Yi Ying shrunk her head in embarrassment. She then realized that she was actually hugging him so tightly. Her cheeks were like fire, but luckily, it was so dark that Shinsun couldn't see it. Chapter 30, She's Mine. Will you think I'm random? Yi Ying buried her head into his chest. Actually just now that was my first kiss. Shinsun let out a bitter smile. He was really a sinful person. I know that you're actually afraid that I won't help you find a kidney source, so that's why you want to use your body to chain me. Shinsun said. Yi Ying was silent for a long time and slowly spoke. You are still so smart, nothing can be hidden from you. Am I a disgusting person? Yi Ying smiled self-deprecatingly. I even find myself disgusting. No, I don't care what others think, but I don't think your heart has changed. It's still as good and pure as ever. Because you want to sell your body not for your own selfish desires, but to save lives, you are great in my eyes, and there is absolutely no need to be presumptuous. Hearing this, Yi Ying's eyes suddenly had a glow in them. Her voice was already muffled from crying and she could only say in a hoarse voice, thank you. But don't think I'll keep praising you. Shinsun's words were suddenly harsh. You silly woman. The sudden shift startled Yi Ying. Do you really think you can tie someone down with your body? If I were to turn against you, you'd be folding your wife and accompanying your soldiers. Also, I will naturally do my best to fulfill what I promised you, but what will you do in case I fail to do so? Are you still going to marry someone in this life? Yi Ying lowered her head in aggravation and muttered, big deal, I'll just marry you. Shinsun didn't hear it and remained serious. Let me finish my sentence. Don't interrupt. Yi Ying gave an aggravated "oh." And one last thing, in the future if you need me just say so, don't be embarrassed, I'm not an outsider. Got it? I know. Yi Ying pursed her lips and replied. Alright, get some sleep, we have business to attend to in the morning. That? Said Yi Ying with some hesitation. What's wrong? Are we going to sleep cuddled up like this? Shinsun then realized that the two of them had actually been hugging until now. Shinsun's old face reddened and he coughed twice and withdrew his hands. Yi Ying also touched her hot cheeks with some embarrassment. One night without words. Early the next morning, the torrential rain finally did stop. The alarm clock of Little Voice woke Shinsun up from his sleep. Rubbing his drowsy eyelids, he twisted his head to see that Yi Ying, who was originally sleeping next to him, was no longer there. She's not even in this room. Shinsun was anxious for no reason. Yi Ying? He called out twice, but no one answered in the room. Shinsun was a little anxious and picked up his cell phone, but remembered that Yi Ying didn't have a cell phone at all. He hurriedly put on his clothes and prepared to go out and look for it. Why did she leave without saying goodbye? Shin-sun couldn't figure it out and was very worried. Just as he was about to open the door, the lock on the room opened itself. The door to the room opened and Yi-ying saw Shin-sun standing stupidly in the entrance hall and subconsciously asked, "Why are you here? Why is your hair so messy? Remember to go out?" Shin-sun looked at her with a confused look on his face, only to see that she was carrying 2 plastic bags in her hand, with XX Bun Shop written on the outer package. Shin-sun then realized that she had gone out to buy breakfast. "Nothing, wanted to go out for a run." "Big brother, you wear leather shoes to go running?" Shin-sun. Looking at Shin-sun's odd expression and his unusual behavior, how could it be hidden from Yi-ying? Yi-ying suddenly laughed. "You shouldn't be worried about me because I'm not here? Don't talk nonsense, how is it possible?" Shin-sun's old face was a bit embarrassed when he was nailed. "Cutie, I have all my luggage here, where can I run?" Yi-ying covered her mouth and laughed. Shin-sun froze and looked back, and sure enough, all her suitcases were still there. It was just that he was in too much of a hurry and didn't see them. Yi-ying knew that she had guessed a lot and was in a good mood, handing her breakfast to Shin-sun. "Hurry up and eat it while it's hot." After breakfast, the two of them rested for a while before exiting the hotel, catching a cab and heading to their destination, the top floor of the glorious mansion. Today, there will be an investor conference here in the city of Westlake, and according to reliable sources, a certain company will also come to this conference. Such a great event, of course Shin-sun could not miss it. The two soon arrived at their destination, and after showing their ID tags to the security guards, they entered together and sat down to wait for the convention to begin. "Do you come to these conventions often?" Yi-ying looked a little timid. After all, this was a place where bigwigs gathered. If Shin-sun hadn't brought her in, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be qualified to sit here. "Not really, just came once or twice." Shin-sun had come once or twice in his last life when he first became an angel investor, but then he basically had his secretary come. "I have to say, this investor conference is kind of big, and some famous people in the industry actually showed up here." "Yi-ying? Why are you here?" A middle-aged man in a suit stood in front of Yi-ying and said with some surprise, "Didn't I tell lawyer Chin to tell you not to come?" "Chin? Mr. Chin?" Yi-ying was also taken aback when she saw the person in front of her. You're here because of the matter of my temporary replacement of my legal team?" Mr. Chin frowned. "Haven't I already paid the liquidated damages? What else do you guys want?" "No. Yi-ying was still trying to explain, but was interrupted by General Manager Chin. "Hurry up and get back, this kind of place is not a place for freshly graduated brats like you." Mr. Chin was a bit annoyed. "Do you know why I terminated your contract?" "It's because your law firm is always fooling us with newcomers who have no specialized knowledge. How can you do your job?" Yi-ying gritted her teeth and lowered her head, not daring to retort. "Hurry up and get out, or I'll have someone ask you out." After saying that, Mr. Chin turned his head to leave, but he felt his shoulders being grabbed by someone. "You are?" Mr. Chin looked at the young man in front of him and frowned. "Is there something wrong? Please loosen up if nothing is wrong." "Mr. Chin, right?" Shin-sun said with a not-so-good look on his face. "And who are you?" Mr. Chin felt that the visitor was not good and unconsciously took 2 steps back. "This lawyer Yi is my personal lawyer, and is not here to find you, so please don't make a fool of yourself." Shin-sun stretched out his finger and tapped the other party's chest twice. "She's my person, it's not your turn to point your finger here." Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that?" The argument between the two sides even caused the rest of the crowd to gather around, and being humiliated by Shin-sun in front of the crowd, where could he still hold his face? "Shin-sun, why don't we just forget about it, let's just not be general with them." Yi-ying also felt that the smell of gunpowder from both sides was a bit too strong, and tugged on Shin-sun's cuff to persuade him. "I told you, with me around, no one can bully you." Chapter 31 Investment Conference. At this moment, Yi-ying seemed to understand what it meant to feel safe. Security is someone who can protect you in times of trouble and is trustworthy. If someone bullies you, help you stand up for yourself if there are difficulties that you can't overcome, help you think of a way if you don't feel confident, help you regain your confidence. Ever since she met Shin-sun, she felt as if as long as she had him, she would be fine even if the sky collapsed, and this was what was called a sense of security. "Who are you?" "Uneducated thing." Mr. Chin patted the place where Shin-sun had pointed. "Me, you dare to move casually, do you know who I am?" "Don't really know." Shin-sun spread his hands. "Who are you?" "He is the regional manager of Bay Investment Company." Yi-ying came together and said in Shin-sun's ear, "It is said that he used to be a gangster, and then he somehow managed to get into this regional manager position." And Bay Investment is a pretty big investment company on the North China side with a wide range of businesses. So it's a working punk. Shinsun couldn't be interested in his identity or the company behind him in the slightest, but can you have arrogant capital with just that? Being ridiculed like this, Mr. Chin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but here were all dignitaries, and he was representing the company's image, so he couldn't afford to have a fit. Kid, you see death. Mr. Chin said viciously in a voice that only the two of them could hear. If you mess with me today, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to walk out of this building. Shinsun raised his eyebrows and said without any concern, if I walk out, how about you being my grandson? Since he had completely torn his face, Shinsun did not intend to argue with him any further, and it was not reasonable to reason with a hooligan. You wait for me. Mr. Chin glared viciously at Shinsun before he left, but the latter simply ignored him. Mr. Chin's face twitched fiercely twice and he left angrily. Find out for me what this kid is about. I want him dead. Mr. Chin summoned his secretary. Order some people to block this place, I'm going to make him suffer. Did I get you into trouble again? Said Jiying with apprehension, always feeling that something else would happen next. It's trouble, but it's not for me, it's for him. Shinsun said without the slightest thought, after all, I am the trouble. Bragging. Ying thought he was joking and was a little worried. I'm afraid he'll be unfavorable to you. Don't worry, I'm not intimidated either. After experiencing the incident with the three big brothers, Shinsun's boldness was obviously more than one level higher than before, and there was no need for him to put people like this in his eyes yet. Since Shinsun had said so, Ying couldn't say anything else. The two sat for a while, and soon the convention was ready to begin. The moderator came up first and introduced the rules. The rules are very simple. Entrepreneurs one by one on the scene to introduce their company's projects, planning, prospects, dividends, etc. Interested investors can directly on site price. If both sides agree, they can enter the conference room to discuss individually. This model is considered a relatively new investment model, reducing the threshold of entrepreneurs seeking investment and increased exposure. Shinsun was a bit sleepy listening to these introductions. After all, he had come here for one purpose, that man. But there's no guarantee that there won't be some promising companies, so Shinsun still has to watch and learn. First on the stage is a company doing express delivery. The company just started, the scale is not big, but the founder of the stage, impassioned, said the future will be express delivery is something people cannot leave and so on blah blah blah. Shinsun came slightly more interested. This founder spoke quite well, and the future of the courier industry was actually pretty much covered by him, even mentioning the concept of online shopping. It is important to realize that in this day and age, online shopping is still in a budding newborn stage and not many people know about it. Not bad. There's something about this guy. Because the company is just starting out, the capital gap is relatively large, so I'm ready to take out 40% of the original shares out, and I hope that all investors will not begrudge the bid. Next it was time for the opening bid. In Shinsun's eyes, express delivery is naturally a meat and potatoes industry, but not everyone can open the eyes of heaven like Shinsun. The investors in the room debated for some time, but not a single bid was made. Because the courier industry in this underdeveloped transportation is not convenient in this era, such a bottomless pit of investment, long return cycle of the industry, the bullish people is really not much. What's more, this market of express delivery is now basically the world of the postal service, how easy it is to grab meat in the mouth of the postal service. But it's not completely devoid of visionary ones. I'd like to offer $300,000 for 45% of the original shares. I wonder what you'd like to do. It wasn't a high bid, but at least, finally, someone raised their hand to bid, making this entrepreneur a little excited. Thank you for your bid, but that price seems a bit low to me. The investor shook his head and withdrew his sign, signaling his withdrawal. Anyone else want a bid, please? The host's face was a bit embarrassed. If the first one failed, then where should their organizer's face go? Just as the bidding was about to end, Shinsun raised his sign. I'll give you $800,000, will you? Shinsun's voice caused the entire room to focus on him, including General Manager Chin, with whom he had had a conflict. I do. The founder, who didn't expect anyone to actually get the price up to $800,000, was overjoyed. It seems to be a real fool. Mr. Chin let out a scornful laugh. Investing in this kind of emerging company, I'm afraid that you will only lose your money. Congratulations to the two of you for reaching a consensus, and both parties are free to discuss specific proposals in the conference room at the back. The host clapped his hands in congratulations. I'll leave it to you to help me talk to him, I still have to keep looking. Shinsun explained, just help me sign directly if there's nothing wrong with the amount in contract. Also, here's a card with 500W in it, the password is my birthday, if he asks for a direct transfer, just pay him directly for me. Ha? Give it all to me? Ying was a bit baffled, she was even still immersed in the image of Shinsun raising his card just now. You're my lawyer, if I don't give it to you, who can I give it to? But such a large sum of money, you're just going to hand it over to me? What's the problem? I'm so relieved to leave it in your hands. Okay, but it's $800,000, are you sure you don't want to think about it again? What's there to think about? If I think it's right, I'll vote for it. Shinsun said without a care in the world, aren't we here to spend money? Alright, you're the boss, you say so. Since he had said so, Ying couldn't say anything else. Chapter 32, The Man. Ying was already a bit surprised and even numb to this kind of thinking of his. Come here and spend money, he doesn't seem to be trying to turn a profit at all. After Ying spoke to him, she left, and Shinsun continued to start observing this assembly. Suddenly, he felt that this conference didn't seem so boring. The second startup on the block went the car building route. Shinsun shook his head with some regret. If he had chosen a new energy track, he would still be very interested, it was just a pity that he had chosen a traditional internal combustion engine. Shinsun recalls how few mainland car brands have managed to catch up with Neon even after more than 20 years. Besides, the stock prices of traditional car companies have never looked good, so Shinsun doesn't have much of an idea about the industry. But quite a few more investors gave this company an offer than the last one. Looks like a lot of investors have a dream of building a car. It is a pity that the technology is closed, the mainland started too short, want to overtake other people's century-old brands is really difficult. In the end, 3 investors took a stake in the company, which is a company that can reap the rewards. Next, the host called out the name of the next company. Next, please welcome Beaver Baba, which was established this year. Shinsun immediately came to life when he heard the name. That's what he's here for. Please welcome the founder, Mr. Ma Yun, to the stage. Under the watchful eyes of Shinsun and all the investors in the room, a man with a short stature and an unassuming but refined appearance walked onto the stage. There was no applause or cheering in the arena. Because he's just a small entrepreneur in name only now. Everyone present was a discerning investor, but except for Shinsun, none of them would believe that this unassuming man on the stage would become the future giant of the continent and even the world. Hello everyone, I am the founder of Beaver Baba, Ma Yun. The man began his speech. I started the company with the aim of making the world a place where there is no hard business. Shinsun was a bit emotional, no matter what time of the day it was, Boss Ma's eloquence was always first class. His speech was not the same as the previous 2 in the slightest. Although Boss Ma had some powerful speeches, he described the future development and the positioning of the company in great detail, including even how the company will do what it wants in the future. What he seems to be getting at is, cut the crap and just call me. Shinsun around interesting to watch the young Ma boss speak, this is not a kind of enjoyment? Our company is ready to sell 30% of the original shares for not less than $8 million. Anything less than that can be offered without a price. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. 0 million 30% of the shares, then in the opinion of Ma Yun, his just founded company, worth more than $25 million. Good lord, how dare a recent startup company leonize itself like that? Many investors are stopped by his arrogance because they feel that entrepreneurs should have a heart of reverence and not be as eager as he is. Other slightly more discerning investors thought his company was truly unique and decided to invest. Within tens of minutes, a surprising 5 or 6 investors or organizations were ready to take a stake. This also includes Mr. Chin, and he represents the company with the highest capital contribution in the room so far, 5 million yuan for 20% of the shares. I didn't expect Mr. Ma's company to get so much attention. May I ask if there are any other investors who want to take a stake? If not, this one is over. And me. Shinsun's words like a thunderbolt rising from the ground, especially after the scene saw the amount he raised, but also the whole scene was shocked. Oh my god. $15 million. Even the host couldn't help but be shocked, my goodness. Shocked naturally, there was also Mr. Chin at the bottom. It should be known that this kind of investment promotion conference can't bid recklessly, because they will all pay a considerable amount of deposit to the organizer beforehand. This deposit is non-refundable if you are reported to have made an inflated price and failed to fulfill your promise. Where exactly is this brat? How dare he ask for $15 million? The shocked Mr. Chin also discovered that the kid didn't have any escorts except for Ying. What does that mean? It shows that he is most likely an investor in his personal capacity. Usually a company or organization will send more than one representative to this kind of conference, most likely sending a whole team. After all, investing in something like this is not child's play. The company or organization is fine, after all, it is not a person's money that can afford the downside of a failed investment. Individual investors, on the other hand, need to do so at their own risk, not to mention such multi-million-dollar investments. If it was really an investor in personal capacity, Mr. Chin thought it was impossible that he hadn't heard of this person. After all, the entire continent didn't have a few individual investors with cash assets of over $10 million. Now Mr. Chin is a bit flustered. Are you serious? Ma Yun also froze, not expecting that someone would actually offer such a shocking price. The first round of investment is 15 million after 1 year, the second round of 20 million I ask for 10% more shares, the third round depends on the situation, my shares are not allowed to be diluted and must be preferred shares. If there is no problem, we can sign the contract now. Now the bigwigs in the room couldn't sit still. Is this guy crazy? It's not enough to invest $15 million at one time, but there's a follow-up? Even if this company is promising, the future is nebulous. Who can say what will happen in the future? What does this fledgling company have now? Just a couple of founders with no startup experience. And a bunch of PPTs that I don't know if they can deliver. The worst part is that this company doesn't even have a single subscriber yet. Everything is just on paper. Yes, of course. Even if Ma Yun had more determination, he couldn't sit still at this moment when he heard these words, "We'll sign the contract right here. The amount of money, since we've already talked about it, the rest you can just talk to my lawyer about the proposed contract." Shin-sun walked over to Ma Yun and patted his shoulder. "Young man, do a good job, I'm optimistic about you." "Thank you for your appreciation. We'll definitely live up to expectations." Ma Yun arched his hand towards him. No one in the arena was not curious about Shin-sun. This young man was actually bold to such an extent. And no one present had actually heard of him. But brash as he was, not many people recognized him for this investment. It's okay to throw in $1 million or so to test the waters, but tens of millions of dollars at one end, which still requires quite a bit of gumption. But Shin-sun himself didn't think so. Shin-sun at this time thought that he had simply made a fortune, and actually used only $15 million to take possession of 30% of Beaver Baba's shares. He was under the impression that Beaver Baba's had a market capitalization of up to 86 million knives. That translates to 258 billion knives. Chapter 33, Text Messages. Yi Ying's side was also progressing well, and it didn't take long for the communication to be almost complete. "Well," Shin-sun looked at Yi Ying with a slightly odd face. "You actually spent $15 million to invest in a startup," said Yi Ying with some disbelief. "I am getting more and more unable to see through you." "If you can't see through it, you can think of me as a thug," Shin-sun said thoughtfully. "Not many people should be able to understand the behavior of a thug, right? Just you can talk." Yi Ying gave him a blank look. "It's all talked about. Well, there's nothing wrong with the contract, the money hasn't been transferred yet. I confirmed the date of signing the contract with them, wait for the contract to be signed before transferring the money." "It's fine if you handle it for me." Shin-sun had no problem with this. "It's really hard on you this time. I still have to thank you for bringing me here to see the world." Yi Ying shook her head. "It's the first time I've seen someone so rich and generous, spending tens of millions of dollars like it's a game." Shin-sun smiled and didn't say anything. I'm afraid she would have been even more shocked if she had known that this company would be able to multiply this money by hundreds or even thousands of times in the next 20 years. "Oh yeah, and draw up a contract for me. It's that I'm going to transfer 5% of the shares of Beaver Baba Incorporated that I'm holding to one person." "You're really generous," said Yi Ying, who was already somewhat used to such a character like him. "Tell me, forward it to whom? Family? Girlfriend? I'm naked. Bro? Him I'd split, but not now." "Who the hell is that?" "You'll see when the time comes. Don't say pull back," Yi Ying said without a trace of anger. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you, just now a person handed this to me, saying that he wanted me to come back and forward it to you immediately." Yi Ying took out a note envelope and handed it to Shin-sun. Shin-sun looked curiously at the folded envelope and asked, "What's written inside?" "When I just came out, a person I don't know gave it to me. I haven't looked at it yet." Yi Ying was also quite curious. "Quickly open it and take a look." Shin-sun weighed the envelope. It was light, yet a little bulging. Tearing open the envelope, it contained a car key and a note. Shin-sun's pupils contracted when he saw the contents of the note. "Get out now, someone's after you." Ying hadn't read the contents of the note yet and just wanted to ask, but she was pulled up by Shinsun and left the scene of the conference together. What's wrong? Ying hadn't understood the situation. What's written on it? Shinsun shoved the note to Ying. There might be trouble. Ying read the contents of the note as she walked, and said with both worry and hesitation, Is someone playing a prank? We'll see if it's a prank later. At this time, the little smartphone in Shinsun's pocket suddenly rang. Shinsun took it out and immediately frowned. Don't take the elevator, take the stairs to the next floor and then take the elevator to the negative floor. The sender only shows unknown numbers. After hesitating for a split second, Shinsun decided to follow the command of the text message and take Ying to the safe passage. Just as the duo opened the door to the safe passage, the elevator doors opened and a number of people poured out of the elevator. The gang came in with a rough, unkind look on their faces. Shinsun carefully closed the door to the security channel, listened to the words on the text message and walked to the next floor, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the negative floor. Those people just now, could it be that they are coming for us? In the elevator, Ying felt more and more uneasy. It's possible that it's someone that Mr. Chin brought in to get back at us. But this place is full of non-rich people. Could it be that he still dares to make a move on us here? It doesn't have to be here, he just needs to stop us and take us away. Can we trust this person? Ying said, holding a post-it note. It's possible that someone is really helping us, or it could be a trap. Shinsun spoke faster and faster. Wait and see what happens. If the situation is not right, you hurry and run. What about you? Ying froze. Their target should be me. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to me. No, I want to be with you. Ying's eyes were resolute. Shinsun was helpless. Shinxian or Ying, why are they all the same? Come on, it's not certain. At this time, the elevator door leading to the negative floor opened. Shinsun poked his head out and looked. The parking lot vision is still quite open, unlike someone hiding ambush. Shinsun took out the car key in the envelope and realized that it was an Audi 80 series, or Audi A4 key. Pressing the remote lock, a black Audi not far away lit up with double blinkers. Mr. Chin, this is the information you asked for. Mr. Chin took the information, which consisted of only one page, and asked with a frown, Are you sure you're not mistaken? Just this one page? Yes, Mr. Chin, we verified his face information and compared it to the information he registered when he came to the conference, and there is absolutely no mistake. Shinsun, male, 24 years old. Mr. Chin looked at the information recorded on this paper and was furious. How dare a thug with a little money at home be so arrogant in front of me? I thought this guy had some kind of background behind him, but it turns out he's just a mobster who blindly catches a dead rat in the stock market. The information shows that Shinsun's family does not have any prominent background, and his parents are just honest people who engaged in finance in Kyushu before. The main reason why they were determined to mess with Shinsun was because they saw that they were from Kyushu and had just moved their family back to live on the mainland. This kind of thug with basically no social power was a favorite of a half-black, half-white man like him. Gather the brothers and surround this place, definitely don't let him escape. Don't worry, Mr. Chin, the nearer brothers have already arrived, and the farther ones are almost there. Good. I want this guy to know what the price of arrogance is today. Shinsun, right? I'll see you heading towards. Said Mr. Chin, casting a fierce look towards Shinsun's seat, but the seat was simply missing Shinsun's figure. Nima, where is everyone? Mr. Chin looked around the room and didn't see Shinsun as well as Ying. He was here just now. The secretary was also puzzled as to how the guy disappeared as soon as he turned his head. Tell the brothers to find it immediately. If not for the fact that the conference was still in progress, Mr. Chin would have even had the urge to lift the table. Don't worry, Mr. Chin, as long as he's still within Westlake City, as long as he doesn't know how to fly, we'll be able to pull him out. The secretary wiped his sweat and hurriedly left the venue. 10 minutes later, the secretary once again came to Mr. Chin's side. Just now, the brothers checked the surveillance and found that this kid actually drove away. This brat can really run. Mr. Chin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Give me a ing chase. I'll skin him if I catch him today. Chapter 34, Wild Ride. Shinsun started the civilian steel gun with 190 horsepower, and the roar from the cold start resounded through the basement. The car actually came with a map of the city of Westlake on which someone had drawn a route in red pen. At that moment, Shinsun's cell phone rang again. Drive to the point marked on the map. Shinsun hesitated for a moment and replied with a text message. Who are you? You'll find out when we get to the location. Now you have no time to waste. After considering it for a while, Shinsun felt that this person who texted him could be trusted for a while. Leaf, help me with directions to this location circled on the map. Shinsun stepped on the clutch, put it in first gear, and quickly drove out of the basement. This seems like the outskirts of town. Do we really have to go? Ying took a close look at the map after fastening her seatbelt and found that this location was about 20 kilometers away from here, far from the city. There doesn't seem to be anywhere else we can go without going here. Shinsun glanced in the rearview mirror and realized that there were several gold vans parked outside the building since he drove out. It seems that this guy's power in Westlake City is not small. Shinsun thought for a moment that in this era the mainland had not yet begun to pay strict attention to the fight against gangs and evils, and each territory was expected to have some so-called local snakes. Shinsun is not afraid of this group of people. After all, he had filed a case in Sister Woolley before he left, the official request for special care of people. He was at least a major contributor to the elimination of the three big men and was invited to invest in the mainland as his special person, so how could he not have some preferential policies? She said that as long as she wasn't messing with people's lives, they had people in the system who would be able to help her out. Sister Woolley is in the system seems to be more special, detached from the public prosecution and law, but has a lot of power. It seems to have some relationship with the army. Too specific Shinsun is not very clear. Originally, he had thought that he could let Sister Woolley smooth this out, but now things had suddenly developed to the point where even Shinsun wanted to find out what was going on. As long as he could guarantee the safety of himself and Ying, it would not be a bad idea to explore the source of this SMS. Shinsun, there seems to be a car catching up behind us. Ying realized that there were a few more cars behind them at some point, and for a moment she was a bit flustered. While ensuring safety, Shinsun kept overtaking, but this was in the city, and no matter how good his driving skills were, he couldn't exert them in the traffic. Perhaps the pursuers knew it was inconvenient to strike in the downtown area and just followed. Their goal was to either force Shinsun out of the car or force him to the outskirts of the countryside and then make their move. Shinsun had been traveling for close to 20 minutes, and the surrounding skyscrapers were gradually turning into plains of green. The traffic was less, and Shinsun and his pursuers each increased their speed. It seems like there are more cars chasing us, said Ying as she saw several more unseen SUVs behind her. Don't be afraid, show me the way, sit tight, I'll find a way to get rid of them. Shinsun looked straight ahead at the rugged road, constantly stepping deeply on the gas pedal. How many kilometers left? Shinsun violently from the fifth gear directly down to third gear. The tachometer directly soared to 5,000 RPM. Under the roar of the engine roar, the small steel gun like a wild horse gallop acceleration. Shinsun once didn't have many hobbies other than studying stocks, and if he had to say one, it would have to be driving. After he earned the money to pay off his debts, he basically went out to the countryside once a weekend to run the rally, and he really enjoyed the thrill of the speed and the roar of the engine. And this time, his hobby gave him the confidence to shake off his pursuers. There's about 5 kilometers to go, and the rest is all this bad road. Ying held the map in one hand and gripped the safety handrail with the other. The trail here was winding and rugged, the road narrow and curvy, and he was traveling at such a speed that if he wasn't careful he would fall into the ditch next to it. Boo! After a loud bang, a spider web-like crack appeared instantly in the Audi's rear glass window. They have slingshots and fish guns in their hands, Ying exclaimed. They finally couldn't help themselves when they got to a place where no one was around? Shinsun snorted coldly and stepped deeper and deeper on the gas under his foot. The good thing is that the suspension and chassis of this car is very good, and it doesn't feel like it's going to fall apart when you drive it even on these crappy roads. But anyone given a tier car probably wouldn't be able to run through this kind of road. There was another loud bang as a fish arrow went through the body of the Audi, but luckily it didn't lodge in the gas tank or tires. These guys are crazy. 2 men, one left and one right, in the SUV behind them were lying on the window shooting toward them. Hold on tight. Ahead was a sharp curve, but Shinsun had no thoughts of slowing down, instead charging forward at full throttle. Are you crazy too? Ying grabbed the handrail with a death grip, deeply afraid that she would be thrown out by Shinsun. Shinsun didn't say anything, but focused and earnestly looked straight ahead. After he confirmed the angle of entry into the corner, he violently reversed the steering wheel. The Audi rear wheels instantly lost grip. At the moment of the imminent entry into the corner, Shinsun corrected the direction, downshifting the revs straight to 6,000. After the revs were enough, Shinsun hung back to the 4th gear. The Audi was seen completing the drift in a graceful manner, and the dirt between the roads was raised to the sky by all 4 wheels, seriously affecting the rear view. Due to the back of the SUV followed too close, coupled with this full of dust, the driver was too late to react, the vehicle was too late to brake, directly into the dirt pit in front. Good riddance! Yi Ying shouted excitedly. Don't be too happy. Shin Sun's heart hadn't been put down, there are still quite a few cars behind us. Just as he finished speaking, Shin Sun saw a fork in the road in front of him. Which way? Take the right and drive another kilometer like this and you'll be almost there. Shin Sun was just about to make a right turn when a very fast van suddenly rushed out from the left side of the fork in the road and crashed straight into the Audi. The two cars collided, the Audi was hit by a 360-degree pirouette, the front of the car hit a tree and stopped, the rear cockpit of the impact has been deformed, the whole car airbags popped out. Despite the protection of the airbag, Shin Sun's head was still bumped and a few drops of liquid seemed to slowly trickle down his forehead. Shin Sun! Are you okay? In a trance, Shin Sun struggled to open his eyes. Only Yi Ying shook his arm very anxiously, looking like she was about to cry. I'm fine, how are you? Shin Sun touched his forehead and when he looked at his palm, it was full of blood. You're fine, that's great. Cried Yi Ying, still not controlling her emotions, scared me to death. Don't worry, can't die. Shin Sun moved his body, fortunately, except for his head being knocked, there was nothing wrong with all parts of his body. I don't want to hear you say relieved again. Yi Ying's eyes filled with tears. I want you to be fine. Chapter 35, 1 against 7. I'm fine, it's just that I broke my head. Shin Sun rubbed his scalp. You're not hurt, are you? There's nothing wrong with me. Yi Ying checked herself and nothing happened. Come on, they're coming. The driver's side door had been deformed and could not be opened, so Shin Sun had to get out of the car from Yi Ying's side. After coming out and taking a close look at the damage to the car, Shin Sun had a moment of fear. Half of the rear driver's compartment was completely deformed, the door collapsed very badly, they were driving a little slower, the impact would not be the back seat but the front, such an accident, the two of them would not have survived. These guys are going down for the kill. Looking at the van that hit their vehicle on the side, the situation is actually even worse. The front of the van collapsed so badly that the engine compartment had intruded into the driver's compartment, the driver passed out on the steering wheel unaware of his fate, and the co-driver, who appeared to have failed to put on a seatbelt, flew the whole thing into the field. Well, these guys have come down hard on themselves as well. Perhaps the continent was just too peaceful after a few decades, and Shin Sun was on the verge of forgetting how arrogant the gangsters of this era were. Shin Sun still had palpitations until now. He did underestimate the degree of desperation of this kind of punk. It seems that he still can't do things too high profile. After all, there is only one life. After briefly looking at the situation, Shin Sun pulled Yi Ying and hurried forward. He took out his little smartphone, but realized that there was no signal at all in this remote place. Can you run? Shin Sun turned his head and asked. Can. Yi Ying replied affirmatively. Then run towards the bearings on the map, with all your might. Shin Sun wiped the blood off his forehead. What about you? Me? Shin Sun let out a bitter laugh. My left leg seems to have been hit, I can barely walk, but I can't use my strength. After hearing this, Yi Ying immediately pulled up Shin Sun's right leg pants, only to see that his knee joint actually had a large area of bruises. You? Yi Ying looked at Shin Sun, but was interrupted. Leave me alone, no one can leave without me now. Shin Sun said seriously, those people can't do anything to me. Yi Ying stood up and didn't say anything, and Shin Sun thought she had taken the words in. Just as he sighed in relief, Yi Ying took his hand and set himself up on her shoulder. What are you doing? Shin Sun wanted to struggle away, but realized that she had a death grip, and said sharply, we can't even run away if you're like this. It's not bad to die with you. Yi Ying held Shin Sun up and started to run slowly. Honestly, hold me up, is this speed okay? With Yi Ying holding Shin Sun, the two jogged shoulder to shoulder. You're a stubborn one. Shin Sun was a bit helpless, and he also began to try to match Yi Ying's pace as he limped along. He knew that neither of them would be able to walk away if they kept arguing like this. Aren't you too? Yi Ying gasped as she ran, having to play the hero in front of me. Obviously, you were taught by your teacher to not even dare to let out a single fart in the past. Can we talk about something else? Shin Sun's head was full of black lines. Honestly, I should have escaped on my own and then found someone to save me. I'm afraid that what I'll save is a corpse by then. Yi Ying panted. She wasn't good at long-distance running in the first place, not to mention that she had to bear part of the weight from Shin Sun, and by now she was already a bit out of breath. Then why don't I instruct you on the will first? What time is it that you still have time to joke? Yi Ying gritted her teeth and held on for dear life. At that moment, the sound of the engines of several cars roaring by came from behind the two. Damn it, it's catching up, they're catching up. Ying looked back as the quantity car sped towards their position. Hold on to me. We're almost there too. Shinsun glanced at Ying with a complicated expression, and a hint of decision flashed in his eyes. Hide it well. What? Ying didn't hear Shinsun's words and was about to ask, but the next moment she was pushed away by Shinsun with force. Ying was toppled to the ground and rolled down into a pothole beside the road, out of sight. Looking at the location where Ying had fallen, Shinsun gritted his teeth, not caring about the pain on his feet, and made his full strength to run forward. But how can two legs outrun four wheels? Shinsun was soon caught up by 3 cars and surrounded him. 7 punks, probably around 16 or 17 years old, with weapons in their hands, came out of the 3 cars. That's him, brothers on. Educate him well. Shinsun forced himself to endure the pain in his legs, stepped forward, and punched one of the punks blocking him. The punk was hit in the face and fell to his knees, covering his nose. Shinsun smoothly snatched the baseball bat from his hand and quickly swept past him to run forward. But the pain in his foot made it necessary for him to hide behind the van. He raised the bat up and one of the punks came right up to him. He took advantage of his line of sight and swung the bat at the small of his back, again instantly falling to the ground in pain and struggling. Fortunately, the other party are some young people who only have a brute force without brains. Shinsun leaped onto the van with one foot, and then propped up the roof of the van and leaped onto the roof of the car. Those punks also tried to jump onto the roof of the car, and Shinsun stood tall and took away one of the punks with a stick. For a while, these 5 punks didn't dare to continue surging up, only daring to yell outside Shinsun's attack range. Get off! Get your ass down here or I'll break your legs! Shinsun is not a little cutie. How can he come down? But a standoff here is not an option, only that there will be more people pouring over from behind. I'll give you money, you all go back. Shinsun suddenly remembered that I can't beat them but I can't spend money to smash them to death? How much does your boss pay you a month? I'll pay 10 times that. We don't care about your money. We're all about righteousness. Who the hell wants your money? The leader of the punks pointed at Shinsun's nose and cursed, "You're not so big on having a couple bucks?" Shinsun was a bit confused. Didn't he say that a rich man is a devil's advocate? How come this saying doesn't work on these people? I don't know that this group of children who are not yet adults to do things all rely on a force, all rely on a passion. In their concept of righteousness in the front, money is waste paper. I hope these little brats don't regret it when they grow up. Muttered Shinsun but was clueless. Let's smash him. At this time, a punk picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it vigorously towards Shinsun. Shinsun could only dodge, but the roof of the car was that little area, and when he moved, the car was shaking. Guys, flip the car over. I don't know if the guys got the hang of it and focused on hitting this van together. The van was rattled by their impact, and Shinsun's figure had no way to keep his balance, so he had to watch the timing of their next wave of impact to leap off the roof. Chapter 36, The Thrill. Because the road was uneven, Shinsun actually broke his other foot in this jump. He was completely out of it now, and he could only roll on the ground to dodge in the face of a punk's attack. A person is okay, 2 or 3 people at the same time surrounded up, Shinsun can only roll on the ground in a sorry state to avoid. During the period is also unavoidable hard to catch a few solid. Shinsun was also red-eyed at this time and took the bat in his hand and smashed it out hard, just hitting the calf of one of the punks, preventing him from moving again. But with the weapon out of his hand he also lost his defense weapon. A knife-wielding gangster came at him. Shinsun watched the timing to avoid the knife's position, and punched the other party's ribs so hard that the clear sound of cracking bones reached his ears. Shinsun let go of the man, only to see the other person curled up on the ground and unable to move. Picking up the knife, Shinsun half-kneeled on the ground, made a stance ready to continue the fight. The remaining 2 punks, surprisingly none of them dared to move forward. Go! Give it to me! The yellow-haired punk in the lead pushed the punk in front of him forward. He's dying. But Tiger, he has a knife in his hand. This punk was obviously more timid than the previous ones, holding up an iron bar but not daring to move forward. Your grandma, an inch is a mile long, go up in him, I'll tell Lung to make you team leader. Under this kind of stimulation the punk finally couldn't help but copy the iron stick and attack Shinsun. Shinsun set up his stance, and as his opponent approached him, he suddenly lowered his stance and slammed his elbow into his opponent's abdomen. The opponent ate the pain under the iron stick off. Shinsun raised the short knife. As long as he slashed down, he could make the opponent cannot get up again. But reason eventually overcame wildness, and he held his short sword across his body and slammed his fist into the punk's face. Just as he was about to swing a second punch, a sharp pain in his fist spread, and the short sword in Shinsun's hand fell to the ground. Shinsun immediately rolled over and changed his position in pain, only to see that the leader of the gangsters was about to hit him with a throwing stick. Having no choice, Shinsun could only forcefully hold his opponent and use his weight advantage to wrench him to the ground, and for a while the two of them wrestled together. Shinsun rode on top of the yellow-haired punk and tried to snatch the flinging stick over, but he couldn't use his full strength as his left hand had just suffered a heavy blow. Seeing that he was going to be taken back by the other party, Shinsun immediately switched directions and used his body weight to press down on the flinging stick in a deadly manner. The yellow-haired gangster was not paying attention, and the throwing stick was placed horizontally against his throat, and now he was completely unable to use his strength, and could only struggle hard. Shinsun also pressed down on the flinging stick with deadly force. The other party had already begun to lack oxygen. As long as he waited for the other party to pass out, it would all be over. But at this time, the punk who had just been knocked down by Shinsun stood up and picked up the short knife that had fallen on the ground, covering his face and walking towards Shinsun. Shinsun didn't notice the crisis slowly approaching in the slightest. The punk carefully circled around to Shinsun's back, raised his short knife high, and the next moment he was going to violently stab Shinsun in the back. "Watch your back!" A familiar voice rang in Shinsun's ears, and he turned back violently, his pupils contracting at once. Shinsun's eyes reflected the light of the sun and the white light of the short sword. Too close to dodge. The blade was just centimeters away from Shinsun's neck. Shinsun's brain went blank. But in the next moment, the short knife did not enter Shinsun's flesh. Ying violently slammed the knife-wielding punk, and the man was knocked several meters away, and his short knife flew out. This series of events happened in a flash of lightning, and even Shinsun froze. "Goddamn stinking woman!" And the yellow-haired gangster underneath him took advantage of Shinsun's distraction and violently pushed Shinsun away, raising the throwing stick in his hand to whip at Ying, who was the closest to him. Ying turned her back to Yellow Hair, completely defenseless. A stick came down and hit Ying's back. Ying collapsed to the ground after screaming miserably. The intense pain in her back made her whole body lose its strength. She tried to struggle to get up, but to no avail. "Ying!" Shinsun roared like tearing his heart, his forehead veins rose, his eyes were covered with blood, and his face was hideous and terrifying. Not caring about the pain in his feet, he desperately rushed at Yellow Hair from the back and held him down after the hug. Shinsun also did not care about the injuries on his hands. Left fist, right fist, each punch was ruthlessly smashed in the Yellow Hair's face, and his teeth were chipped off several. Shinsun smashed Yellow Hair like a madman, but the latter was already unable to resist and the entire person had fainted, but Shinsun had already reddened his eyes. Shinsun clasped his hands and raised his fists above his head. The strike that made full use of his strength would most likely take Yellow Hair's life if he smashed it down. "Shinsun, don't!" Hearing this voice, Shinsun's movements came to an abrupt halt, his whole body trembling as he looked to his side. Yi, how are you?" Shinsun couldn't care less about the Yellow Hair and crawled to Yi Ying's side with both hands. "Where does it hurt?" So being hit on the back by a stick hurt so much. Yi Ying was a little weak, she wanted to get up, but the sharp pain on his back prevented him from moving. "That Mr. Qin, I will make him pay." For the first time in his life, Shinsun held such a grudge against someone. "Is there another car coming from behind?" said Yi Ying, pointing to the back. Shinsun was startled and looked toward where she was pointing, and sure enough, the sandy dust that had been raised by the car could be seen. At this time, Yi Ying's tightly gripped Shinsun's hand. "Is it true that we're going to die here today?" "Scared?" Shinsun held her hand back. "With you, what's there to be afraid of?" Yi Ying squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Shinsun didn't say anything, just gazing out at the distant vehicles, his mind calculating how to let Yi Ying escape. "Have you ever felt that these cars don't look much like theirs?" Yi Ying squinted her eyes finally in an effort to look into the distance. "When you say it like that, it seems a little different." Shinsun's eyesight was good, and he saw that what was coming in the distance was a jeep, completely different from the vans and SUVs that the gang of punks were driving. The car got a little closer, and Shinsun was shocked to find that the car actually had a white license plate. Closer again, the car's license plate was actually a blue-on-white plate that he had never seen heard of before. The vehicle traveled to where the gang of punks had collapsed. The door opened and a man and a woman got out. The man was dressed in a black uniform with sunglasses and a competent look, while the woman also wore a pair of sunglasses and had short, sharp hair. The two men walked towards the two Shinsuns. "You can do it, little brother Hoon. One person to fight 7 with weapons, and still give them all down, awesome." Hearing this familiar chatterbox female voice, Shinsun's hanging heart was finally released. "Sister Wooly? Why are you here?" Hey, we meet again, Hoon's brother. Chapter 37 Confidential Fortress. I haven't seen you for half a month, I miss you so much. Still the same straightforward personality, Wooly walked over to Shinsun and patted his shoulder. I didn't realize that finance you play around and fight ah. Sisat, take it easy, I'm a wounded man. Small matter, hold on to your youth, broken bones heal fast. Wooly saw the sight of stubbornly sitting up Ying, eyes full of strange, Shinxian? Did you guys break up? Shinsun's head was filled with black lines. Big sister, I've already said that Shinxian is my sister. Success, you said it. Wooly stood up and looked around. There's enough mess here, shall you stay here and have someone rush in to clean up the scene? The sunglasses man nodded his head in agreement and then stepped aside to check the gang of punks for injuries. Sister Wooly, she's injured, can we get an ambulance over? Shinsun asked eagerly. I'm sorry this hole is over 10 kilometers from the city and there's no hospital. But she. Shinsun. I'm fine. Said Ying as she forced herself to stand up, a look of stubbornness on her face. Little sister, I advise you not to walk around. The place where you were injured is very close to your spine. If you hurt your spine and you still want to move, you may only be able to sit in a wheelchair in your next life. Wooly took off her glasses. Sister Wooly, can I trouble you to take us to the hospital? Shinsun's heart tightened, he was absolutely unwilling to see Ying paralyzed. Wooly looked at Shinsun with a smile. Okay, get in the car. Shinsun looked at Wooly with a somewhat odd expression, but Wooly was at least a person of the official system, and did not frame himself. Supporting Ying, he trembled as he got into the spacious jeep. Along the way, Shinsun had a stomach full of words he wanted to say, but because of Ying, he hadn't been able to open his mouth. Ying seemed to be tired and actually fell asleep on Shinsun's shoulder. You can ask whatever you want. Wooly saw the pair in the rearview mirror. Don't hold yourself back. Where are we going with this? To see to your injuries, of course. Wooly said very naturally. She said so, but Shinsun always felt something odd. But that's downtown over there. Who says you have to go downtown to see a doctor? Shinsun faced a question mark. Do not go to the city to go to the township medical office? Don't worry, if I want to trap you, directly watch you being the gang of punks catch up on it. Wooly added, oh yes, you ask behind the punks someone to help you clean up. Do not thank Sister O. Thank you Sister Wooly. Shinsun sighed. He admitted that he had been a bit reckless this time. I thought I could smooth things over with money, but who knew that the other side came with all the rash? Gotta make a quick shift in thinking and always remind myself that it's not 2023, it's 1999. Don't you want to know who dealt with you? Wooly saw that Shinsun didn't say anything. She couldn't resist the loneliness, so she opened the box herself. That Chin guy, right? You know what, it's no fun. I've had a grudge against her since I came here. Who else could it be if not him? Shinsun looked at Ying who was leaning on his shoulder and said with some heartache, he must pay for this. You want revenge? Wooly raised an eyebrow. We were almost killed by him. Shinsun frowned. Sister Wooly, are you trying to persuade me? Come on, I'm a servant of the people. It's okay for you to say such things behind my back. You can do whatever you want, just don't stir up trouble. Shinsun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really a bit worried that Wooly would persuade him to make peace. That sounds like something a servant of the people who defends society would say. Who made you my brother? Wooly laughed out loud. Shinsun smacked his lips. This woman is full of, who would believe it? When did you get back? The day before yesterday. I didn't think we'd see each other again so soon. Did you send that text message? Shinsun had been holding this question for a long time, and could it be that you showed up just to come and save me? After the question was asked, Wooly extremely rare did not joke with Shinsun, said very seriously, you were chosen. Shinsun's head was once again full of questions. What do you mean I was chosen? You'll see. Obviously Wooly didn't want to describe too much on top of this topic. Shinsun had the self-awareness not to ask again. After the jeep had been traveling for more than 20 minutes, the view out the window slowly became empty, the green fields fading away, replaced by concrete paved roads rarely seen in the countryside. That's up ahead? Shinsun stared wide-eyed. In front of him was actually a fortress-like building. There was no plaque or inscription on the building, and at the gate there were several soldiers holding military dogs and carrying long guns to guard the entrance. The armament was very strict. It was hard for him to imagine such a solemn place in such a hole of a place. Haven't been here before, this is a classified fortress, ordinary people can't get in. Wooly said, while lowering the car window to hand the documents to the soldiers at the gate. In the back sits the guest, injured, here's the letter of introduction. The soldier took these materials and checked them meticulously, and the military dog in his hand ran around the car several times before returning to his master. Ensign Wood, come in. The soldier signaled for the fence to be moved. When he heard the word Second Lieutenant Wu, Shin-sun was shocked. This woman had actually become a second lieutenant at such a young age? That's a bit outrageous. What? Surprised? Wooly twisted her head toward him, showing a row of white teeth. Isn't it amazing? Impressive indeed. Praised Shin-sun sincerely. Hey, I could have been promoted to lieutenant, but the old guy thought I was too young and said he'd give a second lieutenant first. By old man you mean our father. Shin-sun's capitalized black question mark face, clam? Wooly is happy to see Shin-sun's reaction. How come this woman is never elusive? Sort of completely lost to this woman. You don't think I climbed so fast because of that old man, Wooly said smugly. I went out on missions when I was 18, fought in the Gulf War when I was 20, the Isle of Man War when I was 22, the Balkan Campaign when I was 24-25. Shin-sun listened to her spew a great deal, and became more and more curious as to whether she was a man or a woman. Gee, anyway, I've done more battlefield work than my old man, but it can't be helped. Who asked him to be senior? Shin-sun didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but respect her in his heart. Hey, just talking, we're here. Wooly parked the car and got out. Wake her up and treat the wound for you two first. Chapter 38 Decisions. Just after waking Ying up, he saw two nurses in white coats pushing a first aid trolley frantically running this way in the distance. Where is this? Ying asked in confusion. It doesn't look like a hospital. Wooly carried Ying out of the car with both hands, and Ying's eyes went wide. You should eat more, little sister, you're too skinny. Wooly placed her on the stroller, but there's a good amount of development there. Ying's pretty face reddened and she looked at Shin-sun at a loss for words. That's her personality, leave her alone. Shin-sun had long since gotten used to this female rascal's style. Does it still hurt? The back seems a little bent. Normally, when a person was in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by people they didn't know, they would be a little nervous or scared, at least Ying was. But for some reason, as long as Shin-sun was around, she wasn't afraid. He took a hard hit next to his spine. Please get her checked out properly. Wooly smiled at her and said, don't worry sister, you'll get very good treatment here. Nurse Shang, please. Wooly turned her head to one of the nurses and said, thank you. After Ying finished speaking, she reluctantly let go of Shin-sun's coat. You're kind of flooded with peach blossoms. Shin-sun couldn't hear her meaning and sat in the car watching Ying being pushed in from afar. Why don't you come down? Wooly asked curiously. Something's wrong with the leg. Look at my memory, I almost forgot, ha ha ha. With that, Wooly pulled out a walkie-talkie. Push a wheelchair over here, please. Within moments, a wheelchair was pushed to the car. Want some help? Wooly held out her arms like she was hugging Ying. Not necessary, my hands are fine. Where the hell is this? Shin-sun couldn't help but wonder as he watched the doctor, who was splinting and bandaging himself very professionally. After all, the medical room here, while not small, was clearly not a hospital. Told you, classified fortress. There's a med bay next to the classified fortress, isn't there? I whispered to you. Oh, Wooly said in his ear, here can be experts, high-level leaders come to the place, belong to the top secret zone. As for this medical room, because most of the people who come here are more than half 100 old men, plus often open, a meeting will be open all day. In order to prevent those old men accident, this is built. The people who come here are usually here to discuss very important matters, and you are lucky to have been invited by them. What is the matter being discussed? Shin-sun was puzzled. I'm just a ragtag citizen, what virtue can I have to be invited to such a place? I'm not sure what exactly is being discussed, but you'll find out tomorrow at the meeting. Shin-sun couldn't figure out, even after thinking about it left and right, what exactly was the point of going to all the trouble to get himself here. What a coincidence. I just came to Hangzhou for one day and you guys actually came to my door? Happenstance is quite happenstance, Wooly said cheerfully. I am specifically to pick you up. Originally thought you with your family in the North Sea. The result is that you ran to the West Lake City. It happens to be the West Lake City for the East China region's strategic base point. That's not to get you to this cluck. Shin-sun rubbed his tired temples, still not understanding what exactly was the purpose of sending someone specifically to greet him. And tomorrow at the meeting to perform well. Good performance soaring to success is just around the corner. What do you mean? Shin-sun was a little confused. General only the country out of what a big deal will convene experts from all walks of life gathered to discuss countermeasures. Commerce Makata missions level 0. Think about it, if you perform well in front of them and get the regard of those big shots, won't you just soar? Then can I refuse to participate? Shinsun pondered slightly. That backfired on Wooly. Why did you turn it down? Such a good opportunity, ugh. Sis, I don't even know what I'm coming for, how do you expect me to say yes? What's more, from what you said, the meeting I've been invited to is a matter of national importance, so I can't afford to be responsible if I make a mess. Wooly was a bit anxious. What Shinsun said was indeed right, but Shinsun was the person he recommended to the old man. Now it's good. We've brought the man, but he doesn't want to do it. What can we do? Just listen to me for a second, it seems like this discussion thing is about finance. Finance? Shinsun froze for a moment. To be honest with you, the last time I heard my old man say that he was going to call various financial experts to the classified fortress for a meeting recently, and then I recommended you. Shinsun carefully recalled what financial events within the continent at the end of the 20th century were worthy of a meeting of national experts. Could it be Soros? Shinsun remembered that at the end of the 20th century, after Soros had shorted Hong Kong in conjunction with his organization, he had set his ambitions on the mainland. But hooray for the beautiful decision-making within the continent to snipe Team Soros. But unfortunately it still made Soros a pretty penny. Yes, I'll do it. Shinsun slapped the table fiercely, even forgetting that this hand of his was still bandaged. Wooly was very surprised to see Shinsun's excited appearance. Just a mention of finance and this guy says yes? But the always big-headed Wooly was too lazy to ask about this, and brought the people in anyway. Now that you've agreed, let me show you to your dormitory, the convention doesn't start until tomorrow. No need, I'll wait here for Ying. Sis, if you want to get busy first, go ahead and do so. Okay then, is your leg still okay? There's a wheelchair, it's fine. That's fine, here's the room key, if you don't know where it is ask the patrol, Wooly said as she tossed him a door card and stretched. I drove here right after I made the flight in order to catch up with you, I'm exhausted, I'm going to go and catch up on my sleep first. After Wooly left, Shinsun's bandaging ended. After his whole body relaxed, he only felt that there was no place in his body that didn't hurt. Today's play resulted in damage to cartilage in his left thigh, a strained ligament in his right ankle, a slight fracture in his right hand, plus multiple bruises. Suffering from this disaster, Shinsun sighed and swore that he would never be able to fight so hard in the future. He had come back to life and managed to save his parents, he absolutely could not fall because of an accident. At that moment, a doctor walked over to Shinsun from the medical room. Are you a relative of the girl? The treatment is complete. Is she seriously injured? Shinsun asked hurriedly. That was close, almost hurt her spine. The doctor looked up at him. Tell her to go back without a shower, change the bandages and medicine once a day, and you can take her away. Only to see the infirmary door open, Ying slowly walked out with a walking stick. Looking at her appearance, Shinsun's heart couldn't help but ache. Chapter 39, Good News. How is it? Shinsun asked as he pushed his wheelchair forward. There's nothing serious wrong with your body, right? After applying the medicine, it doesn't feel as painful. Ying smiled towards him. What about you? I'm a roughneck, I'm good fast. Shinsun spread his hands. There's been a change of plans, we might have to stay here for a few more days. It doesn't matter as long as it's not too long. That said, where the hell is this? Ying asked in disbelief. I see a lot of soldiers here, could it be some kind of military base? Shinsun informed Ying of what he knew, and the latter's eyes widened in awe, saying, I didn't expect to actually be invited by some big leader? Shinsun laughed bitterly. I don't even know what I'm doing here yet. It must be that you have some overpowering ability, or you wouldn't find an outsider to come in and participate in such an occasion. Shinsun shook his head. Tired for the day, let's go to the dormitory and rest. In this way, these two people, one on crutches and the other in a wheelchair, did attract many people's attention along the way. The dormitory building here is about 500 meters behind the main building. It's big, still apartment style, and guarded by soldiers outside who need to verify information before entering. Perhaps in consideration of the fact that the two of them were sick, his two dormitories were on the first floor, saving them the trouble of climbing the stairs. Hi! You two out so soon? Just as Shinsun wanted to open the door and enter the room, Wooly's voice sounded in his ears again. Sister Wooly? You live here too? Wooly showed her face through the door of their dormitory room, a sunny smile on her lips. It's exhausting to live outside and run in. Of course it's inside. Oh yes, you fill out this material. Wooly handed Shinsun a piece of material with a few large words on the confidentiality agreement. Shinsun took a serious look at it, which was nothing more than saying that anything that happened inside must not be revealed to the outside, and that the information inside must not be used to profit, etc. It's the last sentence that counts, and to summarize, if you violate it, the whole family goes to jail. Good man. 9 families to be exterminated? It was the first time Shinsun had seen such a harsh agreement. Still, he signed and pressed his handprint without even thinking about it. That's cool, I'll take it then. Does she need to sign it? Little sister does not belong to the attendees, just as your relative, so no need to sign. Oh. Woolie's expression suddenly became, I'm next door to you guys, I shouldn't hear any strange noises at night, right? Shinsun. Yi Ying. Oh yeah, one more thing, this meeting may be going on for a while, and those who come in are not allowed to go out until the meeting is adjourned. Oh. Ah. Yi Ying's face was embarrassed, but she didn't know how to speak. But her family is seriously ill and still hospitalized. What should we do if we have to go back to visit? Yi Ying gave Shinsun a grateful look. Shinsun's promise to her would definitely not be forgotten, not to mention the fact that her mom was in dire need of a kidney replacement, something that could never be delayed. Aya, don't worry, I'm all settled. Wooly waved her hand, otherwise, how dare I bring you two here together, in case something happens, I'll be swept away. What do you mean settled? Shinsun wondered. Little sister's mother I entrusted acquaintances transferred to the military hospital, where the level of medical care can be stronger than in the North Sea, Wooly continued, and there is no need to worry about the problem of kidney sources. It is the cost because the comparison is not in the system, so it cannot be exempted, can only be appropriately reduced, the specific how much will notify you at that time. Besides, with Hoon's brother, the big tycoon, how can we lack money? Yi Ying couldn't believe it when she heard those words. I didn't realize that the problem that had plagued her for so long had been solved so gently. She even wondered if this was in a dream. It wasn't until she was gently pushed by Shinsun that she reacted to the fact that it was all real. Thank you, Sister Wooly. Yi Ying even had the urge to cry, turning her head toward Shinsun and realizing that he was also smiling at her. Hey, he's my brother, helping you is just like helping your own family, there's no need to thank you. Ha 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 ha. Being so blindly talked about by Wooly, the two actually didn't dare to make a sound at the same time. Ha 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 ha, you two have such funny expressions. Wooly waved her hand, hurry up and rest, the meeting will be at 8 tomorrow morning, I'll come and call you. Oh. Under the breathless eyes of the two, Wooly closed the door to her room. When you enter the house, it's not much luxury, but the first impression you get is that it's clean and tidy. The room has 2 beds and everything that should be there. There was even a black uniform laid out on the bed, along with 2 similar souvenir suits that were just the right size for both of them. Unfolding the commemorative shirt, I saw only a few large words written and printed on the shirt. For the people. Shinsun smiled and folded it up. Due to the big battle today, the clothes on his body were torn and dirty, so he really couldn't continue to wear them. And with all their luggage in the hotel, Shinsun hopes the boss's wife doesn't want their luggage thrown out. Can you help me drag my clothes? Ying said with a red face, I want to wipe my body, but I can't seem to lift my hands. Hearing this, Shinsun's heart fluttered 2 quick beats. Well. Since Ying hadn't even said anything, it was all the more reason why he shouldn't squirm, or else it would only add to the embarrassment. Shinsun came behind Ying in his wheelchair, only to see that she was already seated, and although he couldn't see her expression at the moment, her ears were red. Is it okay if I just take it off? Well, I'm wearing it underneath. With the words having been said, Shinsun no longer hesitated, gulped, and pulled her short sleeves up. When lifting the clothes, Shinsun's hand inadvertently touched Yi Ying's back, and Shinsun could clearly feel Yi Ying shaking lightly. Does it hurt? Okay. The clothes were completely removed, revealing Yi Ying's marvelous back. But Shinsun didn't think that way at all. For above her breasts was wrapped bandage after bandage. Seeing Yi Ying become like this and thinking that he might be scarred in the future, he blamed himself. His left hand clenched dead, knuckles white. I'm going in first. Watching Yi Ying on her crutches, walking into the bathroom with difficulty, Shinsun's heart began to ache. No matter what, he must take this revenge with his own hands. He wanted to report back home, but the SCT that had been in his pocket was nowhere to be found. It probably fell out during the fight. It's just a big deal, but it's not a big problem to ask Sister Wooly to help you get in touch. As long as those contracts that were signed are still there. Chapter 40, Unforgettable. 10 minutes later, Yi Ying came out of the bathroom, having changed into a souvenir shirt. She looked young and energetic. Thank you, said Yi Ying as she walked out, red-faced. I didn't do anything, so why thank me? Shinsun smiled. I'm not stupid. If it wasn't for you, how could anyone want to help me like this? Shinsun thought, to say thank you is also I say, if not she appeared for his own relief, I am afraid that I have been on the way to the funeral parlor again. We're all friends for life, it's too vulgar to talk about thanks. Shinsun shook his head, you've also done me a lot of favors. Why don't you go wash up too? Ying looked at his dirty jacket, you've got dust all over your face. I have casts on my feet and hands, it's inconvenient, forget it, just make do. Although Shinsun also wanted to go clean it, it was obvious that he couldn't do it alone. Let me help you. Ying came in front of him and said that she was going to help Shinsun take off his clothes. You helped me? Shinsun dodged slightly and looked at the woman in front of him with an incredulous expression. What's the problem? Ying said without a trace of anger, you've helped me come, what's wrong with me helping you? For some reason, Shinsun always felt that she meant, you've taken advantage of me, so what if I take advantage of you? Well, he thought, I'm a big man, so I'll just take it off, what's the point? So it was that Shinsun sat motionless in his wheelchair like a lamb to the slaughter. Ying looked amused and sharply removed his top. So I'm going in? Take it easy. Shinsun didn't understand. Your pants are still on. I'll just do this on my own. After Shinsun finished speaking, he realized that Yi Ying's face seemed a bit off, and hurriedly changed his words, then you help me take it off. Yi Ying nodded in satisfaction. By now, Shinsun was left with only a pair of pants all over his body. Then I'm going in clam. It was the first time Shinsun wore only a pair of pants in front of a woman. I'll go in too. Yi Ying's words didn't sound like a request for permission, but rather like a notice, otherwise you won't be able to wipe it clean. Shinsun hated picking a crack to drill into it this time. But he succumbed to her threat and the two of them went into the bathroom together. This cleansing of the body was one of Shinsun's most memorable. The next morning, Wooly came knocking on the door. At this time, Shinsun had long been fully dressed and ready to go out. Opening the door, Wooly changed her usual feminine style of dress and actually honestly wore a uniform-issued black uniform. Not to mention, wearing this uniform, the femininity was there, which really made Shinsun somewhat surprised. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get ready for the meeting. Wooly, an acute person, pushed Shinsun's wheelchair and left the dormitory area in a hurry. Do you need to walk so fast? Being pushed by her, Shinsun was a little scared and held the handrails on both sides in a death grip. Oops, you belong to the special invitees, there is no name tag, you have to arrive early to grab a conspicuous place, otherwise how are you going to play off? You seem to want me to behave, huh? Shinsun asked, is that something to say? Of course there is a saying, Wooly said, you are my recommendation, that is to say we share the same honor and disgrace, understand? If you perform well, I will be credited, and if you perform poorly, I will also be in bad luck. So you sold me a personal invitation yesterday? Shinsun said with a raised eyebrow. I know that with your ability, you want to get a kidney source is not difficult, this favor is dispensable for you. Wooly also opened the window of the sky to say, but you as a favor to my sister, let's do a good job. Like Wooly said, a kidney source on the black market is just a few tens of thousands of dollars or less, he just wants to get is really not difficult. However, this is very unsafe. Whether it is illegal or not is another matter, and the quality of the kidney source is not easy to determine. If there is a regular source of kidneys, that is naturally the best. This favor, Shinsun still wanted it. So how am I going to behave? The meeting is nothing but a war of words, who can talk, who is better, and of course, it has to make sense. Soon, the two arrived at the main building. At this time here has gathered a lot of people who came to participate in the meeting, each of them are middle-aged or elderly people in uniform. The two passed through the inspection gate and entered the conference room capable of holding 100 people unimpeded. The seats in the first few rows are labeled with names, but not in the back rows. The two of them found a more forward seat and sat down, and by now there were quite a few people already seated. Shinsun casually scanned the crowd present, this does not look do not know, I'll look shocked, actually there are several people or Shinsun in his past life have dealt with the financial sector celebrities or financial sector experts and leaders. Could that one be Elder Zhang Kong? Shinsun froze. You know him? Wooly was surprised, people aren't that old. How could you not recognize him? Mr. Zhang Kong is a leading figure in the financial world, and the situation of Shinsun sniping the beautiful country's stock market with him in his previous life is still fresh in his mind. His research in the world of finance could be considered the pinnacle of excellence, and no one could surpass him, and even Shinsun held him in high esteem. Heard of him? How come I haven't heard of it? Wooly couldn't recall this character in the slightest, but I do know the one beside him, the chief professor of the finance department of the capital university, very prestigious in the academic world. Shinsun shook his head after thinking for a long time. He had no impression of this old gentleman. And the ones in the front row, I know them too, Lu Lao, Shi Lao, they are all very famous experts in East China. Shinsun didn't know anything about the names of the people she had mentioned. How do you know so many people? Wooly, this big old man in finance is completely unrelated. How could she know so many financial bulls that even Shinsun did not recognize? Hey, my old man brought me a list yesterday and did my homework on the fly. Wooly spat out her tongue and said, going to show you know. Shinsun had long been accustomed to this character of hers, and in addition to rolling his eyes, he didn't bother to say anything to him, no need. You see when the time comes so that you can see the wind and the rudder ah. Wooly abetted, remember the words of those celebrities, how they say, how you tout, surely cannot be wrong. That's not necessarily true, Shinsun shook his head, finance is actually metaphysics that can be calculated, but when the calculations are too large, it's really metaphysics. I know, great expert Shin, anyway, no matter what, it's up to you this time. Wooly made a cheering gesture, be sure to fight for your sister. I'll let that old man know that he's not the only one who can read people. Chapter 41, Meetings. Gradually, the conference room had filled up, and there was not a single free seat. Looking around, there are not many young people at all, basically they are all full of white grandpa and over 100 years old uncle. There are not many young people at all, and young people like Shinsun and Wooly are simply a rare species. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit slowly walked up to the conference stage. The man's country face, imposing, at a glance, has the temperament that comes with being in a high position. Standing on the stage and looking around, in a flash, the whole venue is quiet. This old man, what's the point of pretending? Wooly quietly spat. When Shinsun heard the word old man, he couldn't help but ask, could this be our father on stage? But when she heard the word our father, Wooly almost couldn't hold back, but luckily she covered her mouth in time. But in such a quiet setting, even the sound of moving a chair was heard very clearly, not to mention Wooly's laughing death. The eyes of the entire room unanimously looked at Wooly, and even the man on the stage frowned. Wooly lowered her head in a rare shyness, and Shinsun was the first time she looked like this. First of all, I'm glad to welcome you all here. I'm Wu Qian, I'm the interim dean of the Special Council of the East China region, and I'll be presiding over this assembly. Special house? It was the first time Shinsun had heard this word. Rather, I forgot to tell you that this is the Special Council. Wooly explained for him, didn't I say that if the country has any major events that require professionals to be called for a meeting, they basically come here to unfold. The Special Council belongs to a special national institution, the status is very unique. The usual business is mainly to deal with state secret events, only when something big happens like this time, will the big guys be allowed to attend. Shinsun nodded, thinking that this organization was hidden enough. He had lived 2 lifetimes and this was the first time he had heard of it. So how is your dad the interim dean here? Hey originally this old man the head of the East China military region, as a result of the East China side of the dean happened to retire, so he was temporarily sent to preside over a little. Wooly said this with ease, but Shinsun was greatly shocked. Head of the East China military region, how big of an official must this be? Don't look at him like this, but he's actually a wife-beater who doesn't dare to fart in front of my mom. Shinsun was sweating. Wooly really said everything to herself. I'm sure you've all guessed what's going on by inviting all of you to the meeting today. Wu Qian was not the least bit aware that his own daughter was revealing his shortcomings off stage. There are the presidents of the 5 major banks, financial experts from major colleges, and so on, who are here at the meeting today, so let's get right to the point. Wu Qian paused. The subject of our meeting is the financial problems of the continent. Sure enough, it was consistent with Shinsun's suspicions. Recently, the 5 major banks have discovered that there are organizations outside of the country that are using their credit and collateral to exchange large amounts of continental dollars, and the amount exchanged has now reached 100 billion continental dollars. And they are now cashing in as much as the banks release. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. 100 billion RMB is a few dollars in this day and age even for a not-so-developed country. Further, the continental coins of this era were not well recognized internationally, and few people would exchange them in large quantities. The question we are now facing is whether we need to continue to give foreign investors continued access to the continental currency. The governors of the 5 major banks have discussed this in advance, and some believe that it's good to have foreign capital to invest in the continental dollar, and that we can not only earn high interest rates, but also use this to improve the status of the continental dollar internationally. And as it happens, our country is going to follow through with opening up to the outside world, and there have been preferential foreign investment policies over the past few years, so the matter of letting foreign investment exchange for mainland currency is still something that many people agree with. But there are also governors who oppose it, arguing that capitalism is all wolves in sheep's clothing, and who knows what bad things are stored in their bellies. Several of the major governors have been arguing over this, so that's why you've all been invited to this meeting. This matter is related to the national economy and international image. The impact cannot be said to be not great. Everyone here is the leading financial sector. I do not know what you think about this matter. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room couldn't hold their breath and began to talk, and the entire conference room became cluttered and disorganized. Seemingly accustomed to this, Wu Qian didn't interrupt their discussion, but only looked around and sighed. Elder Jean, you are an expert in the finance department of the Capital University. Do you want to say your opinion first? Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Wu Qian had to start presiding over it. The one known as Jean Lao is the famous big shot in the financial sector that Wu Li said. One could only see that Elder Jean had a thin figure and a hint of pride on his face. Gentlemen, in fact, I think, right, foreign capital to invest in the mainland currency is not precisely to show that our country's national strength gradually improved. The attraction of foreign capital is getting stronger and stronger. Foreign capital coming to exchange the continental currency is actually a good thing. Capitalists will not do business at a loss. They must have seen the potential of the continental currency to invest in it, is not it? While Elder Jean continued to speak, Shinsun secretly frowned. This golden old man analyzed with a nose and eyes, making people not know how to refute for a while. His view is simply that he is in favor of foreign capital exchanging mainland currencies, and that more is better, and that there is only benefit, not harm, to the mainland. And bringing in his point of view to look at it gives the illusion of not being able to pick and choose. Why is it an illusion? Because in his subconscious, foreign investment is harmless. In his perception, what can a small organization do to play with a country? How could it possibly victimize us when others are still trying to suck up to it? In response, Shinsun only wanted to say, never underestimate the greed of capitalists. I thank Elder Jean for his speech. Wu Qian nodded slightly towards Elder Jean. I believe that after Elder Jin's elaboration, everyone's minds will be enlightened. May I ask if anyone else has something to say? At that moment another old man in his prime stood up. Oh? Does Elder Qi have anything to say? Another titanic figure stood up, and the slightest smile appeared on Wu Qian's face. I'll be brief, I think. So half an hour had passed, and the expert named Qi Lao was still rambling on. Shinsun listened for 5 minutes and drifted off to sleep, with a net of statements that were not very nutritious. To put it bluntly, it agrees with Elder King that there should be more openness to foreign investment. After a long time, perhaps his mouth was speaking dry, Qi Lao said quietly, the above is my personal opinion. Not much to say, but I hope it will be beneficial to everyone. Chapter 42 Showdown. Wu Qian, who was the presiding officer, couldn't help but twitch his face, but there was no displeasure on his face. Well, there really wasn't much to say, and it was only a little over an hour. I'm not ashamed to say that I came from a teaching background, and I didn't even have to take a sip of water for so long. Thanks to Elder Qi's speech, Wu Qian paused. It seems that all of you are still more in favor of the policy of external relaxation. So, I would like to ask if there is anyone who holds an opposing view? As the saying goes, brainstorming, let's all give our opinions. Having said that, it was surprising that no one in the audience raised their hands to try to speak. However, it is normal, after all, the two most authoritative experts within the continent that liberalization is correct. If you oppose, in this seniority eating society, you can only be more authoritative than them. Even if they had a different opinion, they wouldn't say it to their faces. There wouldn't be anyone so blinkered as to punch them in the face. It seems that everyone is fine with it, so let's go straight to the next. Just when Wu Qian thought that it was impossible for anyone else to voice any objections, a young and loud voice actually came from the back of the conference room. I disagree. The moment these words came out, hundreds of gazes turned back in unison, only to see that the one who spoke was actually a young man who looked to be in his 20s. Whose kid is this? How can he come to a meeting like this? You guys are afraid you're not crazy? Others, Elder Jean and Elder Qi, have said they should support it, and he actually dares to oppose it? What does such a young brat know? Is he here to make trouble? For a while, the voices in the venue were basically talking about Shinsun, but he himself did not mind the gossip of others at all. I do not agree with the statements made by the two older gentlemen just now, and I believe that the exchange of continental currency to foreign investors should be stopped immediately and forthwith, otherwise irreparable damage will be done. The conference room was even more in an uproar when these words came out. Ignorant child, how dare you speak out of turn? What an ignorance! Pop! 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 The table in the conference room was knocked hard twice, and the commotion caused many people to stop their mouths from talking. Can you people be quiet and listen to others finish their words? Wooly grimaced and roared in her own booming voice, what's wrong? Can't we have any objections? If everyone's opinion is united, then what meeting is there? Just shoot the board. You guys listen to what people say first. Do you know how to write the word respect? Wooly looked around, what's wrong with her age? He's worth millions of dollars now. He's richer than some of you who have lived half a lifetime. Wooly's roar was deafening, and although what he said was a little hard to hear, no one dared to refute it. The venue was quiet now, many people didn't dare to speak anymore, only a few people were still muttering something. Thank you sis. Shinsun said as he compared spoken words towards Wooly. Wooly winked back toward him. Wu Qian looked at his daughter helplessly, here is a very serious occasion, noisy and unseemly? But my daughter's words do make sense too. Letting people raise objections is something he let happen. He hasn't even explained his reasons yet, and this group of people is making him out to be worthless, isn't that a slap in his own face? But this kid is the daughter recommended to their own boys? Indeed quite young, at first sight also quite courageous, just do not know whether there are some real skills in the end. This little brother, your name is Shinsun, right? Since he was personally recommended by his own daughter, he remembered Shinsun's name exceptionally well. Yes. May I ask for your insight? I don't know if you have ever thought about what would happen if foreign investors released rumors about the imminent fall of the mainland currency after a large-scale acquisition of the currency, and then, at that time, sold off a portion of the yuan in their hands at a low price. The continental currency will be hit hard. It will be severely devalued, significantly devalued, and it's clear to everyone what the nationals will receive. Then won't the foreign investors lose out by selling the continental currency at a low price? There's no reason for them to do that. A scholar asked. Let me explain to everyone what this little brother means. At this time, a middle-aged man with black-rimmed eyes sitting beside Elder Jean stood up. Most of those institutions exchange our continental coins on collateral or credit lending, not just money for money. Moreover, things are as rare as they are valuable, and as soon as huge amounts of continental dollars are sold off at low prices, the continental dollars will be worth less, even as the fixed exchange rate of the continental dollars against the US currency will become lower. Once the fixed exchange rate changes, the foreign investor will only have to come up with a small portion of US currency to pay off his debt. This middle-aged man smiled towards Shinsun's put, little brother, am I right? Shinsun also revealed a smile like he had met a confidant, Professor Zhang Kong, what you said is what I was thinking. You recognize me? Zhang Kong was a bit surprised, I don't think we've met before, right? Oh, don't you have a name on your desk? Shinsun pulled a random excuse. Oh, what little brother thinks is radical, but it really isn't out of the realm of possibility, no. I think it's very likely to happen. That's why I also hold an opposing view. Shang. Do you know what you're saying? Elder Jean glared fiercely at his disciple. Teacher, That's enough, you shut up. All of a sudden two people who opposed their own opinions. Jean Lao's face a bit too much, he stood up and asked, may I ask the young man, what is your qualification? Undergraduate. Shinsun answered truthfully. Then it's a high school student. Elder Jean smiled and shook his head, that's why I think young people still need to read more, it's better not to be whimsical. What makes you say that, old man? Which one of you has not graduated from at least a major university? Which one of them is not an expert who has been honing and studying in the financial world for decades? What makes you, a high school educated person, think we are inferior to you? The smell of gunpowder in the conference room intensified for a moment. Wooly just wanted to stop the conflict between the two sides, but subconsciously glanced at her own father, and was realizing that the other party was giving her a wink, telling her not to stop it. Old sir, I respect you as an elder, so I'm polite to you, but if you still have this attitude, then I can only put my words here. Shinsun also found out that this old man is stubborn, reasoning with him, he even talked to himself about education. Then he wouldn't bother pretending, so he'd just do it and show his hand. If the end result of today's meeting and discussion is openness, then I'm sorry, the continental currency's well-stabilized system will simply collapse. Chapter 43 Authority. Shinsun, who had spoken out of turn, caused the conference room to fall into a silence. He was the only one in the room who dared to challenge authority. And a lonely figure against the wind. His words were deafening to the room, but only a handful of people actually believed in his point of view. Ignorant child, I won't fight with you, time will tell which is right or wrong. Elder Jean said with an ironclad face. Elder Jean, you may have been able to reign supreme in the financial world in the past, but now that times have changed, you need to keep up with the times instead of holding on to your old views until you die. Shin Sun's remark was undoubtedly a fuse, and once the fuse was lit, the dynamite would explode with a thump. In an instant, the venue exploded. What are you, a little kid? Dare to talk about Elder Jean like that? Who in the world brought this ungrateful little brat in here? When Elder Jean was studying in the beautiful country and reigning over the financial world, I'm afraid this kid wasn't even born yet. Tirades filled the venue, none of them were criticisms of Shin Sun, and some even directly spoke vulgar words to him. The person in question, Shin Sun, had a look of indifference, letting this group of people taunt and abuse him, but still looking calm and collected, as if what these people were scolding was not himself. Shin Sun. You are indeed saying this a bit too much. Wooly saw that the situation was not good and quickly said quietly, Elder Jean is the teacher of many famous scholars in the country. If you are like this now, it will be very difficult to end up in the next. Do you want me to take you out first? After they're in a better mood? No need, Sister Wooly, I deliberately provoke them. Shinsun squinted his eyes and stretched. On purpose? Wooly wondered, why would you say that on purpose? Because the only way to get them to move on to me is to let them realize how wrong they were themselves afterward. You're so confident you're absolutely right? Shinsun laughed, didn't you also think that I was able to fight for your honor? Why don't you dare to bet that I'm the right one now? Wooly froze, only to see confidence in the eyes of the man in front of her. If you win the bet, the rest of the way will be like a walk in the park, but if you lose the bet, you'll be cursed by them for the rest of your life. Wooly looked straight at him, have you thought about it? Of course, I won't lose, just feel free to bet on it. Although the time Wooly spent with him wasn't that long, Wooly believed that the person who could escape from the hands of the three big brothers without losing a piece of meat, and by the way, also screwed up the three big brothers, was definitely not an ordinary person. A hand is a hand. Silence please. Wu Qian's low voice echoed in the conference room, silencing the originally noisy room. The scene was so chaotic that Wu Qian had to come out to preside. Elder Jean, little brother, everyone's purpose is actually for the country's economy, it's just that everyone has a different view. We can all sit down and talk slowly about anything, don't bring your personal emotions to work. Actually, we've all been discussing this for so long, I think we all have it in our minds. There is some truth in both opinions, and to be fair, each person writes on a piece of paper what they think about the matter, and the decision is made by majority rule. This is the rule when there is no unanimity in a meeting and it is difficult to determine what is right or wrong. Minority rule sounds fair, but in reality it is very unfair. There were many people in the arena who were students brought up by Elder Jean, and they took Elder Jin's opinions as truth and would unconditionally agree with him. Shin Sun, on the other hand, was different, he was light and his words were weak, even if what he said had a certain amount of truth to it, he simply couldn't persuade most of the people in the arena. So the vote is obvious. The vote was announced and there were 127 votes, 104 in favor of opening up to foreign investment, and only 23 were in agreement with Shin Sun's statement. Because the majority of the participants are in favor of an open-door policy for foreign investment, we will proceed with a short-term confiscation, and during this time, we will observe the movement of foreign investment in real time, and if there is a change in the situation, we will immediately notify everyone to come to the meeting. During this time, please drop what you are doing and live in our home, and if there is anything you need, please feel free to communicate with the staff and we will try to accommodate everyone. This assembly is over, please leave in an orderly fashion. After the meeting, Shinsun said goodbye to Wu Li, but he didn't leave because he didn't want to go with these guys. If he was seen entering any dormitory, what should he do in case he was targeted? The conference room gradually emptied, and Shinsun was planning to dormitory when a voice came from behind him. Little brother Shin at this age actually has this kind of boldness with this kind of amazing conjecture, it really impresses me. Shinsun turned around to look, and the one who spoke was none other than his good partner from his past life, Professor Zhang Kong. Professor Zhang Kong, why haven't you left? Shinsun smiled towards him, not going to lunch? Just now, little brother Shin's speech enlightened me, and I've come especially to apologize to you. Zhang Kong found a chair and sat down, slowly saying, it's not like Professor Zhang Kong has done anything wrong to me, so why should he apologize to me? Shinsun didn't understand him saying that. I agree very much with your statement just now, and I should have agreed with you and spoken up for you during the meeting, but because your viewpoints conflicted with the teachers, I was not able to defend you, so I hope you'll forgive me. Shinsun froze, was this guy so humble when he was young? He remembers when we used to work together. He was a very generous old man, doing everything said. He looked after us and let us go. Suffice it to say, he used to be a great big brother. Professor Zhang Kong, you're not right. Shinsun shook his head and said, even if you agree with me, you don't necessarily have to stand up for me. There isn't only one right way to express an opinion. And you must have convinced quite a few people to vote against it during the voting session. Ha, I can't hide it from little brother Shin. I did do a little bit of work, but in the final analysis, they wouldn't have been persuaded by me without you making this point. Then what do you think this state of affairs will develop into in the end? Shinsun intended to test Professor Zhang Kong. After hearing your point of view, I think that the next foreign investor will do as you said, save up a certain amount of continental coins and then sell them off in batches and cause panic in the society as a way to achieve his goal. Hey, but the meeting has already passed, and I'm afraid it won't help if we keep worrying about it. No, I have a way to make him come back. Chapter 44. After exchanging ideas with Professor Zhang Kong for a while, Shinsun, in his wheelchair, had just returned to the dormitory when he realized that someone was waiting for him at the door. Taking so long to come back? I've been waiting for you for ages. Wooly walked up to him. I thought you'd been nickel and dimed by those guys. Are the people here that scary? Why don't you take me and run away in a hurry? Shinsun made a rare joke with her. Nice try. I told you, once you step in here, it's impossible to get out unless the meeting is over. Wooly shrugged. What's it to me? This is not the place to talk. Let's go inside. Wooly said, I'm afraid of scaring your phase, so I've been waiting for you outside. Don't you talk nonsense. What phasing ah? Shinsun's old face reddened, took out the key and opened the door of the dormitory. You can knock if you want to get in, it's not like it's inconvenient. You're back? Ying came over to greet Shinsun in her apron. And Sister Wooly is here too. Wooly said playfully, it didn't get in the way of you two being alone, did it? Ying looked shyly and lowered her head. I'm still cooking, you guys chat first, I'm going to get busy. A good wife and mother, you're lucky. Shinsun, on the other hand, rolled his eyes. So what exactly are you telling me? This is the tone to talk to your sister? Sister, I'm so sad. Said Wooly with sadness on her lips, but actually playfully smiled every right way. Do you know that the 5 major banks just took out $200 billion of exchange quota, and it was instantly swallowed up by foreign investors? Shinsun's face flinched, and he said, just released it and it's gone? These guys have too big an appetite. Yes, I just got the news too. Wooly said, and also just now, the exchange rate of the continental currency dropped by 0.1 directly. I didn't expect them to move so quickly. Shinsun nodded. I reckon that tomorrow, rumors will spread that the continental coins won't work. What should we do then? Wooly was also a little worried. Should I go to my dad and ask him to call another general meeting? Continuing the meeting today won't help because the money has already been released. Shinsun shook his head. I'm afraid they'll only take our words in when it really starts to fall. And will it be too late then? When the time comes, that's going to be a good game with him. There's always been a shadow in Shinsun's heart. This man has toyed with the economy of country after country with his pervert-level brain. Although Shinsun managed to take the meat out of his mouth last time, he couldn't save the economy from being manipulated by him. This time, he presumptuously wanted to get his hands on the continent, and Shinsun would absolutely say nothing. Before it was because the principle wasn't enough, but this time it's different. He's going to make the continent cooperate with him. So that no longer dare to make a move against the mainland. Dinner's ready, come over here and eat. While the two were talking, Ying had already prepared lunch. Shinsun woke up early in the morning and did not eat breakfast. The meeting has been open for so long, has long been hungry, cannot wait to come to the table. You're still hurt, I'll just help you with the food, go sit down. Wooly came to Ying's side and took the initiative to bring the dishes to the table. I'm still fine with this, wait Sister Wooly. Saying that, Ying was about to serve the dishes next to her, but she was stopped by Wooly. It's not good for me to come here and eat and drink for nothing. I'll take care of this little thing, and Shinsun will be heartbroken if he tires you out. Ah yes, just let her end it, she's strong. Shinsun didn't mind saying that, and then a half-dried towel hit him squarely on the head. Watching Shinsun comically take down the towel, Wooly was smug. Humph, let you talk too much. The dishes were all served, only to see 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, each of which was bright in color and aroma, and it looked like chef-level craftsmanship. Don't exert yourself if you have injuries, you need to recuperate more, besides there are meals in the cafeteria. Shinsun said with concern. Maybe it's because I changed my medicine yesterday, I'm better today. I can walk slowly without the crutches. Ying said, I see that the cafeteria here can take ingredients back to make their own, so I thought I'd give it a try myself. Try it quickly, how did I do? Saying this, Ying picked up a fish and handed it to Shinsun's mouth. Your hands are inconvenient, I'll feed you. Shinsun didn't hesitate and directly ate it. This texture is tender but not greasy, retaining the most original flavor of the fish, even after eating a lot of chef's fish before, and eating this is so unique and delicious. So delicious. I didn't realize that you actually had this kind of skill? Shinsun really didn't know that Yi Ying's cooking skills were actually this good. I'm the one who cooks after my mom got sick. Ying picked up another dish and handed it to his mouth, and taste this, see if it's good. Yummy yummy yummy, if you were to become a chef in a restaurant with this skill, you'd definitely have to be paid over $10,000. Listening to these two young men flirting here, Wooly's face couldn't help but twitch. Haven't eaten yet, this dog food is already filling. Sister Wooly, why don't you eat? Seeing that Wooly didn't move her chopsticks for half a day, Ying asked, could it be that it's not to your liking? Haha, how can that be? My sister's cooking is quite a bit better than our cafeteria's potlucks. It just feels like I'd be disturbing the two of you if I were there. Ying froze, not reacting to what she meant by this. How could I? Sister Wooly, you are my benefactor. Even if you don't come today, I will go next door and call you. Wooly tried to hold in her laughter. Okay, let's eat. None of the three people had big appetites, but perhaps the meal was so delicious that the 3 dishes and 1 soup were dried up without a single bit left. Satisfied. Shinsun patted his bulging stomach. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food. All those mountains of food, that's all there is to it. I'll clean it up. Wooly stacked the dishes and chopsticks together. Sister, take care of this handicapped person. I'm afraid he can't even move after eating so much. With Wooly this woman contact this time, Shinsun is considered to understand. This woman, although talkative, big-headed like a man, but in fact more careful than anyone. She deliberately left space for the two of them, that is, she could see that little bit of Yi Ying's mind. Can this age climb to the lieutenant is not an ordinary person, ability, power, eyesight, one cannot do without the other. Tough morning for you. Did it go well? Yi Ying didn't even know the purpose of Shinsun's visit here yet. Had a little problem, but it's not a big problem. Nothing's too hard for you, is it? Chapter 45, Setting the Scene. The following day, at 9 o'clock, Woodchurch reconvened. Just yesterday afternoon, news of Continental's impending wild fall was circulating on the internet and was being reported by all major news outlets. For a while, many people who learned of this news went to the bank overnight to exchange foreign currencies, fearing that their wealth would be devalued. This also includes large corporations, which also convert many of their own deposits into foreign currency, keeping only a portion of the necessary continental currency as reserves. Just early this morning, the US dollar dropped straight to 6.2 against the continental currency, a full 0.3 points. It's a swing that hasn't been experienced in over a decade. It even alarmed officials to come out and dispel the rumors. For a time, the continent was on edge. The discussion at this meeting was no longer about whether or not to grant foreign investment in exchange for the continental currency, but about how to stabilize the exchange rate of the continental currency and why that led to the decline. The conference room seemed very subdued today, not like the heated discussions of yesterday. Wu Qian scanned the crowd, but found that each of them had a blue face, like a child who had made a mistake. I'm sure you've all heard about what happened yesterday. The news is breaking. Now, let me give you all another piece of news. Wu Qian sighed. We have discovered that someone is selling off low-priced continental coins in large quantities. The whole room was shocked by this statement. It wasn't that he was shocked that someone actually dared to make low continental coins, but he was shocked at Shinsun's judgment. This time yesterday, they were dismissive of Shinsun's views and even reviled the man himself. But I didn't realize that today, the impossibility of their mouths immediately became a possibility. Who would have thought that a punch in the face could come so quickly? The most ugly face in the arena was undoubtedly Elder Jean. He is a highly respected expert, whom we all have great respect and admiration for, but judging from his statement yesterday, only a 4-word comment can be made. The name doesn't do it justice. Yesterday he was bragging about how experienced he was, sarcastically criticizing his opponent for being too young for his comments to stand up to scrutiny. But now, looking at it this way, it's he himself who can't stand the scrutiny. In any case, at this moment, he was considered to be in a state of disrepute. The one who suggested yesterday that foreign investment cannot be trusted was little brother Shinsun, and little brother Shin's prediction was basically completely correct. Wu Qian turned his gaze toward Shinsun. I would like little brother Shin to say what you think. All eyes were on him. The reason for the drop in the exchange rate of the continental currency is very simple. The first one is due to the fact that foreign investors have hired a group of water armies to spread rumors in various places. This is very simple. Let the Security Bureau take action to thoroughly investigate the source of the rumor spreading and implement heavy penalties can be. The second one is what I said yesterday, that foreign organizations have begun to sell off continental coins at low prices. Shinsun deliberately picked up the mineral water on the side of the table to drink, not continuing. Everyone watched with bated breath as he slowly unscrewed the cap of the bottle, drank, prepared to screw the cap back on, didn't seem to have enough to drink, continued to drink. The whole room knew that this guy was getting revenge. Revenge for their behavior yesterday. Ahem, then may I ask young brother Shin, what should we do about the second behavior? Wu Qian asked. Shinsun screwed on the cap of the bottle and said quietly, financially, Elder Jean is the authority, why don't we let Elder Jean express his opinion first? Fear of a sudden silence in the air, the field was in an awkward place for a while. At this moment, Jean Lao could neither sit nor stand, wishing to find a crack in the ground. He never thought it would happen, so he didn't have time to make a program at all, so he didn't even dare to talk about it. Just in case it's wrong, then his will be really late. But if you just say you don't know what to do in front of so many people when people are asking, it's kind of embarrassing. Why don't you tell us directly, young brother Shin, all of us are waiting for your speech. Wu Qian made a round up, hoping that Shinsun would give Elder Jean a step down. No, I'm a small person, a fledgling, just a young man who doesn't know any better. This kind of important decision-making still has to be led by Elder Jean first. The entire audience could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at his attitude, it was clear that he wasn't prepared to give Elder Jean a step down. But yeah, both sides had gotten it to that point yesterday, and it made sense that they wouldn't give face now. The corners of Elder Jin's wrinkled face jerked viciously. This young man was set on eating himself today. Sighing, Elder Jin said with great reluctance, Little friend Shin is gifted, I'm ashamed to be inferior, I still hope that you won't be stingy with your teaching. Although Elder Jin didn't directly say that I couldn't, everyone already understood his attitude. Those present did not expect that he, a mere unknown junior, could actually make Elder Jin bow his head. Many of the people here had already changed their opinion of Shinsun and recognized his ability as well as admired his character. Shinsun smiled and nodded his head, and it was obvious that he was no longer going to be falling on Elder Jin. In fact, Shinsun only wanted him to apologize in public and had nothing else in mind. It is not necessary to be aggressive when one is spared. Besides, they don't actually have any unresolvable conflicts, just a disagreement on opinions. It's not really that hard. First of all, reduce the supply of continental coins. By the way, you have to bring up the interest rate. I remember giving them 4%. This interest rate is too low. It has to be brought up to 70%. Immediately after that, as long as we find the person who was dumping the continental coins, and then after regulating them, as much as he dumps, we'll use our foreign exchange reserves to collect. If the foreign capital still continues to collect, we'll sell some of it. We definitely can't lose money. This way the value of the continental coins will stabilize, but not too much. We have to work with him a little bit, otherwise we'll make less in case they stop halfway through the process. It's important to give them the illusion that if I keep dumping, it will work. Genius. The guys came to their senses as if they had been enlightened, so they could still operate like this. The purpose of the other side, since the hands must be stored in the continental currency, thrown halfway to find that the throw is not too mobile, his choice can only be to continue to throw, otherwise the previous efforts are wasted. Shinsun perfectly saw through what the other party was thinking and came up with a perfect set of solutions. With this combination of punches, the skin of all these foreign investors will have to be peeled off. Applause suddenly came from inside the conference room, and Shinsun looked toward the source of the sound. It was Professor Zhang Kong clapping. Immediately afterward, Wooly began to applaud as well. The room was filled with applause and praise. Then, since you have no other options, we will now go straight to the voting stage, and more than half of the votes will be considered passed. Now please raise your hands. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the entire room raised their hands. In that case, I declare the program unanimously approved. Chapter 46. At the other end of the Blue Star, in a room full of traders, Masaru sat in front of the largest screen, looking at the K-chart. Boss, another tens of billions have been released from the mainland, are we still taking them? The trader asked. Collect. Collect as much as you can. Erlang leg crossed and lit a cigar. What a bunch of stupid guys. It's down 0.5 and they're still putting money here. The more you guys put up, the more I make, so go ahead and put it up. Men, serve me lunch. Within 5 minutes, the maid came in pushing a food cart. Boss, today's lunch is top-shelf abalone with king crab and foie gras with black truffle, and the wine is 82 Lafite. When the delicacies were all served, the servants retired to begin the day's luxurious lunch. Boss, a group of sailors and some of the continent's news media have been hired. Tomorrow, the entire continent will be engulfed in lies. Shorting the continental currency is just around the corner. Just a bunch of pigs. Who doesn't know that the mainlanders are all thugs? I'm afraid they don't understand how to play with finance at all. Taking a sip of Lafite, keep watching. Tomorrow is when we short the continental. The following day, inside the exchange. Boss, we've already sold off quite a bit at a low price, but the continental coins still seem to be quite strong. The K chart on the screen showed the value of the continental coins, which fell again, but at an extremely slow rate, completely beyond expectations. Frowning, what's the situation? The continental currency is actually so strong? Boss, what do we do now? Still throwing or not? After thinking for a while, he said, it should be that the continental stocks are stronger today, so it causes the continental currency to be stronger, but it won't last much longer. Keep throwing it for me, and throw it down a bit more. But if the price is being lowered, in case there's an accident afterward. Disdainfully, he said, what accidents can there be? The mainland has only been playing with the economy for a few years? Can it beat me? I've shorted the stock markets and currencies of so many countries, what storms haven't I seen? The trader nodded his head in agreement, and seeing that he was in a bad mood, he hastily retreated. The mind somehow got a little bored and lit himself a cigarette. Men, serve lunch. After saying that, the maid pushed the food cart up and began to introduce the dishes one by one. Boss, today's lunch is a 5-quarter rare snowflake steak with a 90 castellet, enjoy. I couldn't help but frown upon seeing today's lunch, but I didn't say anything. Another day passed. Boss, it's bad. The water armies we arranged are all out of contact. How come it's not there? Brows furrowed, somehow he suddenly developed a sense of foreboding. Because this is quite a big deal, those water armies we recruited are afraid to do it. I doubled the commission, actually no one dares to take it. These swine can't do anything else, but they're first-rate fast at catching people. It's just that, anyway, the water army is only playing a supporting role, and it doesn't matter if there's one or not, so if it's gone, it's gone. Boss, there's actually one more thing. Straight up. Think there could be anything worse than that? The mainland side has raised the interest rate on buying coins. As long as he's still selling, we'll buy it, it's borrowed money anyway, so it doesn't matter if the interest rate is high. I thought to myself that the mainlanders are not so hopelessly stupid that they still know how to pull some wool over their own eyes. But that's as far as the continentals can go with their piggish brains, I guess. The high end of the game is next. But they raised it a bit high. Oh? These guys seem pretty greedy. How much has it been raised? 70%. 70% of 4% is only about 7 points. It doesn't matter, just keep buying. Boss, it's a direct reference to 70%. Fell to the ground. After a long time, the commotion caused many traders to look back. These guys aren't messing with me, are they? 70%, why don't they go grab it? Eyeing the K chart of continental coin, it was still falling, but still slowly, not even a fifth of what he had predicted. We've pretty much dumped the continental coins in our hands. The trader stammered a bit, the interest rate is so high, are we still buying? This is a difficult situation, this buy it, the interest rate is a little high, but do not buy it, the previous money spent that can be all down the drain. Think left and right and then decide to buy it, because you don't necessarily lose money if you buy it, but you definitely lose money if you don't. After making these decisions, some tiredly slumped back in his chair and had the maid bring in the day's lunch. Sir, today's meal is a Burger King double beef burger and a Coke. Another day passed. Oh no, boss, the exchange rate of the continental currency has risen instead of falling. The trader hurriedly reports. Jumping up from his chair, his face changed drastically. What? How is it possible to rebound? And it seems to be going up. Thinking back on the continent's moves over the past few days. Catch the sailors and sentence them heavily, raise rates. What's the matter? Raise the price of the dumped continental to 6.5 immediately. In the blink of an eye, the sold million was bought. Damn, so we've long been targeted by the mainlanders. Bottom woke up, they've been digging a hole waiting for me to jump for a long time. Stop purchasing continental coins. Stop the shorting program. As much as he hated to admit it, it was he who had lost this financial battle, and lost it completely. The invincible self of the past suddenly felt a bit old now. Boss, if we stop now, we'll lose up to $6 billion. If we don't stop, we lose even more. It was his first failure since he had been in business, and it was the biggest one. The continent, the brand new rising nation that may become etched in the minds of. At that moment, the maid walked in. Boss, may I ask what we're having for lunch today? Witheringly, he said, do you have Chinese food? I'd like some Chinese food. Chapter 47, Departure. It had been 5 days since Shinsun and Yiying were brought here by Wu Li. It's been a 5-day period of shocking earthquakes in the financial world. Under the brainless advocacy of certain media and water armies, everyone thought that the Continental coin was going to fall badly, but the fact is that the Continental coin finished stopping the decline and rising in just 2 days, and finally returned to the original exchange rate. That's what everyone couldn't believe at this point. The uninformed might have thought the continent's financial punch had hit the fan. But only those on the inside here know the war that's going on. And the biggest contributor to this financial war is sitting comfortably in the back of the SUV, getting ready to leave the Special Intelligence House. Are you done with your stuff? You can't come back in if you're out. Wooly, on the main driver's side, looked at the back row duo. The two of us were taken straight here by you. Okay, where can we get anything? The stuff is all at the hotel. Aha, I forgot about that. Wooly poked her tongue out in a cute manner. What's next? Making money, what else can I plan? Shinsun stretched out comfortably in the spacious back seat. I don't know if it's because the doctors here are particularly accurate with their medication. The injuries on Shinsun and Yiying are almost healed, at least walking is not using crutches anymore. No way, you still lack money? Wooly said in shock, with your skills, casually earning $100 million in the stock market is not a trivial matter. You think I'm a money printing machine? And casually earn $100 million. Shinsun didn't have the good sense to say, the stock market is risky, invest with caution. Shinsun actually didn't have much cash left on him at all, not to mention the fact that he still owed Yu over $1 billion. He did entertain the idea of going to the stock market to get some money, but not now. Do you know how much money you made for the country this time? Speaking of which, Wooly perked up. Don't know, too lazy to do the math. Shinsun wasn't interested in this, after all, he couldn't share a dime of this money. But making Soro suffer a big loss made Shinsun feel very happy. You're such a boring person. Wooly turned her head to Yiying. Little Yi, do you know how much money your man has made for the country in just these 5 days? For so many days, Yiying had also gotten used to the way Wooly spoke, and had become a bit of an antibody to those words of hers. How much? Yiying had absolutely no idea what their purpose here was, but what was certain was that Shinsun had fought for his country. It's $3, $4, $7 billion. Wooly said in an exaggerated tone. Yiying covered her mouth, unbelief written all over her face. Made so much money? What's the point of earning more? It doesn't go into your own pocket. Shinsun looked out the window. Isn't it incredible? Wooly sighed. Even my dad holds this guy in high esteem, and was all set to give this guy an official position, but it turns out this guy said nothing. Yiying glanced at Shinsun. She did understand him. It's impossible to make him an official. He'll never be an official in his life. After all, there were too many constraints to being an official, and people like him just weren't cut out for it. But then to him in the financial institute hung a consultant's name. Wooly exclaimed, really good. Hang a name. There is a monthly salary of 3,000 to take, there are 5 insurance and a gold. Shinsun rolled his eyes. That's not in case there's something in the future to call on me, or this name for you? Hey, you do not say, give me I really want, but it is a pity that other people do not want. Wooly continued, other people envy and hate the position to you this instead like begging to give you. If a person takes the $3,000 too seriously, it means he is only worth $3,000. Shinsun said, as the saying goes, people go up, water goes down. Okay, you're the one who can talk. Wooly made a face at him as she faced the rearview mirror. The car pulled out of the Special Intelligence Hospital without incident, the sun was shining and the sky was clear. So where do you guys put it? Wooly asked, I'll be off later, so I can hang out with you guys. Let's go to the mall first, my cell phone is broken, I need to get a replacement card for a cell phone first. Shinsun hadn't contacted the outside world for 5 days, and he didn't know how Mom and Dad, Shinshen and Yu were doing. It was about a 40-minute drive or so before we finally reached the crowded downtown area. Shinsun had been suffocating for the past few days to the point of forgetting what the outside world was like. After parking the car, the trio ran straight to the biggest cell phone store in the mall. Hello 3, what kind of cell phone do you want to buy? Although the trio was young again and not very richly dressed, they were still warmly received. Excuse me, which is the best cell phone you have here? Shinsun went straight to the point. The shopper froze, but the smile remained unchanged. Currently the most expensive one in our store is Nokia's newly launched 8810, which is now priced at a more expensive 12,999 yuan due to too little stock. The guide didn't go in depth because with her years of experience, she could tell if a person was willing to buy from what they wore and how old they were. And young people like Shinsun, who had just graduated from college, were automatically categorized into the category of flirting with girls and pretending to be a pussy. Buying is out of the question at best. So she didn't bother to make much of an introduction. I actually recommend Nokia's 5510, it has a novel shape, very suitable for young people like you to use, and the price is only. No need, just the Nokia 8810, I want 3 of them. Shinsun waved his hand and directly interrupted the guide's introduction. Shinsun thought that if you want to use the best cell phone in this era, you should use the best one anyway. Shinsun still misses the era of smartphones, but there is no way, the era has limitations, first use the feature phone later. Now the guide was dumbfounded. Nice guy, buying a cell phone worth over $10,000 just like that, and buying 3 of them at once? I feel like this guy is actually a big dirtbag? Could it be that these 2 women behind him? The shopper revealed a puzzled look and confirmed again, Sir, are you sure it's Nokia 8810 3 units? Yeah, what's the problem? No. The guide was completely convinced, so it turns out her experience doesn't work so well. Just wanted to let you know that if you want more than 1 unit at a time, we can ask the store manager for a discount. Don't bother so much, we're in a hurry. Shinsun couldn't wait to contact his family, too lazy to bother, please hurry. This time the guide's 3 views were completely turned upside down. She only felt that her guidelines for looking at people had to be revised. I've seen people who aren't bad at buying a few at a time, but I've never seen a deal not to. Dare I ask how many up and downs per minute this rich brother is? Chapter 48, Good luck. The shopper is running to get the phone, because this single commission is enough for her half a month's salary. Such a single cannot be rare, she naturally have to do the best and fastest. The 3 of them lounged together on the couch during the waiting time. What did you buy 3 cell phones for? Giving them away? Wooly asked curiously, why did you buy such expensive cell phones? I don't see any difference in the functions of those thousands of dollars. Ye see, I doesn't have a cell phone to use right now, she's my personal lawyer, so of course I have to buy her one. Shinsun said naturally. Ha? Bought it for me? Ying is still a bit of an afterthought, but this cell phone is too expensive, why don't you ask me before you buy it? And why don't you want it if there's a discount? We're not in a hurry. Why don't you hurry? Don't you still have to go to the military hospital to see your mom later? Shinsun smiled towards her, I remember she's already had a successful surgery, right? When these words came out, Ying first froze, and then looked at Shinsun's eyes reddened with an endearing look. If Wooly wasn't here, Ying even wanted to hug Shinsun directly. You just spoil her. Wooly couldn't stand the pair's mushy looks and tilted her head to the side. What about the other cell phone? Who are you going to give it to? Here you go. Shinsun said in a joking tone. Clam? For who? Wooly thought she heard wrong, say that again. Here, Shinsun repeated helplessly, hear me. You're not joking? Wooly saw that Shinsun didn't look like he was joking. Of course. Shinsun smiled, you're my sister, isn't it only natural for me to buy for you? Wooly cautiously said, sis has a cell phone to use, what's the point of buying it for me? Your cell phone is rotten like that, it's better to hurry up and change it. Shinsun pointed to the phone in her pants pocket, take it out and take a closer look. It doesn't suck, does it? Wooly took out her own SCT and looked at it, and it was just as Shinsun had said. The plastic case around it had several holes rotted in it, the screen had several cracks in it, and even the numbers on the dialing keys were smoothed out. You can imagine how much this phone has suffered. I didn't realize it until you told me. Ugh. She took her phone and looked at it, but I've only had it for 2 years, how did this happen? Shinsun thought to himself, don't you know that with your careless character, it's a miracle that this little smartphone can survive in your hands for 2 years, okay? I heard that the phone is triple defense and should be perfect for your workplace use, so I bought it together. Consider it a thank you for saving my life earlier. Wooly was a little out of it. More than 10,000 cell phone with her salary is not unable to afford, but also have to meet pain for a long time. She did not expect a Shinsun actually so for their own thinking. If it wasn't for Shinsun's reminder, she wouldn't even know herself that her cell phone had been wrecked like this. I have to say, he really has a heart. Alright then, sister, I won't be polite with you. Wooly touched her nose and didn't see any outsiders. In the future, if there's anything, come find your sister. Shinsun smiled and didn't say anything. At this time the shopper guide stepped on her high heels and ran over panting, holding 3 cell phones in her hands. "Sir, sorry to keep you waiting, this is the phone you asked for, still unopened, please check." "Good, hard work, where to check out?" Shin-sun looked around a little, and didn't check much, he still trusted such a big mall. "Just check out at the cashier at the door, here is your small ticket." The shopper guide handed the small ticket to Shin-sun. "Oh yeah, I wanted to ask if there's a mobile business office here? I want to replace my cell phone card." "Yes sir, it's right outside the door. It's not crowded right now, so if it's too much trouble for you you can give me your ID card and I can go right to it for you." Shin-sun thought to himself that he was waiting for your words, that would be troublesome. After saying that, he gave his ID card to the shopper before taking the small ticket and going to check out. "Please settle the bill," Shin-sun said to the lady at the cash register. "The total is $38,997, cash or credit card please?" "Swipe your card." Shin-sun wasn't in the habit of carrying around that much cash. After quickly swiping his card and the lady gave Shin-sun the ticket, Shin-sun was just about to leave when he heard the lady at the counter calling him. "Sir, our shopping mall is now doing an activity. For every 10,000 renminbi spent, you can draw a prize. The grand prize is a 30,000 renminbi consumer card." Shin-sun just wanted to say no, but Ying was out of nowhere by Wooly, only to hear Wooly shouting, "I'll smoke it, I'll smoke it." Shin-sun laughed, this Wooly guy was really like a little kid sometimes. "Thanks for the patronage, it's no fun." Wooly handed another scratch card to Ying. "Little Yi, you try? I have a bad hand." Ying waved her hand, wanting to refuse. "Geez, try it, let's all 3 open it and see who gets lucky." She shoved the ticket into the hands of the 2 of them without a second thought. The 2 looked at each other, unable to do anything with her. Shin-sun suddenly felt that this scene was a bit like a couple shopping at the mall with their daughter, who was Wooly. Shin-sun scratched the ticket with the intention of trying, and sure enough, not surprisingly, it was exactly the same as Wooly's. "Thanks for your patronage." After dropping the prize ticket, only Ying looked at it motionlessly, with an expression as if she had been struck by evil. "Oh my god," said Ying in a broken voice, "have I hit the jackpot here?" After hearing what she said, the 2 of them, Shin-sun and Wooly, hurriedly came together. Only 3 words were written on the ticket: first prize. Shin-sun and Wooly froze in place like they were petrified. The lady at the cashier saw the commotion, took the ticket and looked at it, and sure enough, it was the first prize all right. "Congratulations to the young lady, I didn't realize that only one first prize was drawn by you." Ying was still a bit in disbelief of her own ears and eyes. She wiped her eyes to make sure there was no mistake before she smiled and laughed with joy. "Here's your prize, a $30,000 shopping card that can be spent at any of our malls in the national chain at any time." "Oh my. I'm not dreaming." It was the first time Ying had won the lottery, so it was no wonder she reacted so strongly. It was important to realize that nothing good had happened to Ying since her mother fell ill. But now it's changed. "Congratulations, Sayaka," Wooly congratulated heartily, "so don't always say you're unlucky. Look, isn't it nice? But this is Shin-sun's prize ticket, I'm just opening it for him." Ying shook her head and handed the shopping card to Shin-sun. "Whoever opened it is the one who owns it, you keep it." Shin-sun patted her head. "It just so happens that your mother's surgery was successful, so bring her to the mall to buy at that time." "Thank you," said Ying from the bottom of her heart. Since meeting him, Ying felt as if her luck had turned around. She gripped the shopping card tightly, biting her lower lip lightly as if she had made some kind of decision. Immediately after that, Shin-sun's replacement card also got done, and under the guide's enthusiastic wave goodbye, the 3 of them left the mall together. The 2 women walked ahead, and Shin-sun loaded the replacement card into his newly purchased cell phone as he walked. Not plugged in yet nothing, a plugged in his cell phone began to ring non-stop. The volume of this cell phone is not small, and even led to the surrounding people have thrown a strange look. Shin-sun awkwardly turned the ringer down, only to see that his cell phone was bursting at the seams with texts and calls. Hundreds of missed calls and missed text messages. Shin-sun's head got big looking at them. The parents are fine, mainly just asking him when he'll be home and to be safe, etc. Shin Qian's gave him a headache. "When are you coming back? Why don't you answer the message? Why don't you return phone calls? What happened?" These text messages were sent out by the day, and then not afterward, presumably because Wooly helped contact the home side of the family. "It's only been a few days. Look at this ninny getting antsy." Wan Yu's side is relatively simple, that is to say that he went to see where the real estate, pitched a few sets, and said that he would wait for Shin-sun to come back and go to see the house together at that time. After reading their texts, he didn't realize that Ma Yun had left him a text message as well. Mr. Shin, the company has been doing very well recently. We would like to rush to do an event before May 1st to grow our company's popularity, but right now the funds are not enough. Can we advance to the next stage of financing? I dialed your phone, did not answer, thinking that you should be busy. I hope you can take the time to reply to me, thank you. The tone of this text message is humble and tight, whereas like later his high-profile look. This text message was sent yesterday. Shin-sun thought about it before replying. You can advance, I'll have my lawyer contact you. I have to say, to engage in the Beaver Baba this kind of company, the early stage is really burning money. He only gave him the first wave of investment is less than a week, actually burned out? It's outrageous. Okay, wait for the good news. Ponyboy texted back almost in seconds, so it seemed like he was in a real hurry. But at this time Shin-sun was a bit worried. He had to invest in another company next, and the money in his hand was a bit bottomed out. Hey, that's poor, I guess I'll have to find a way to get some money. Next, the three of them went to the hospital together to visit Yi Ying's mother. According to the doctor's description, Yi Ying's mother replaced the kidney with her body match is very high, the rejection reaction is not big, and the operation is very smooth. The next only need to be well recuperated can be discharged from the hospital. At this time, Yi Ying's mother had already woken up. Mother and daughter embraced each other in the hospital room. Shin-sun and Wooly were worried about disturbing them mother and daughter, so they waited outside. Shin-sun smoothly settled the bill for Yi Ying, and it was not expensive, totaling more than 100,000 yuan. Shin-sun returned to the outside of the ward, only to see that Wooly had also gone in, and the three of them were sitting together and were chatting. Hoon. Is that you? Yi Ying's mother had good eyes, come in quickly. Shin-sun smiled and walked to the bed. Auntie, it's been a long time, are you feeling better? Oh, we haven't seen each other for almost 5 years, right? Yi Ying's mother held his hand. I heard little Ying say, this time I can regain my life, all because of you. Chapter 49 Mother and Daughter Talk. Shin-sun looked at Yi Ying's mother's face although there was little blood color, but he could see that the essence was still there. Auntie, don't say that. Shin-sun touched his nose and pointed at Wooly next to him. I'm not that capable of arranging such a good hospital for you. If you want to thank this one. People have told me that it was you who made a great achievement for the country, and after all, it's thanks to you that I'm able to continue to accompany Xiao Ying. The expression on Yi mother's face was incomparably sincere, and she held Shin-sun with both hands. It's not too much to say that you can be said to be our lifesaver. There's nothing our Yi family can do to repay you, but I heard that Xiao Yi is working as your personal lawyer, so if there's anything useful you can do, feel free to call on her, and if she doesn't listen to me, tell me and I'll teach her a lesson. Shin-sun scratched his head and said, don't say that, Auntie. I've been friends with Yi Ying for several years. This favor is something I should help. And I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sit here and chat with you today if Yi Ying hadn't saved my life. What happened to you guys? Yi mother froze and asked nervously, are there any injuries? Don't worry, Auntie, aren't we all fine? Shin-sun didn't specify. Some things between men are fine for me to handle. Yi mother's face was full of worry, but she knew that there were some things that were out of her hands. Be careful. Then, they pulled some family business for a while. Shin-sun looked at the time and turned his head to Wooly. Sister, accompany me to a place. Where to? Do you need my help? Yi Ying asked in a hurry when she heard him going out. You stay here with Auntie, I'm going out to run some errands, I'll be back later. You can't be going to look for Mr. Chin. Said Yi Ying worriedly, your injuries aren't finished yet. Shin-sun felt that she was like a little daughter-in-law who had just gotten married like this, and it was kind of cute. I'm not that stupid, I'm just going to hit the exchange for a bit, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Oh, then you go. Yi Ying then said with relief. After the two left, only mother and daughter were left in the hospital room. Little Sun is a nice boy, handsome and capable. Yi mother sighed. Yi Ying nodded in agreement. Ying, do you like Hoon too? Mom. What are you talking about? I'm just close to him, nothing more. This sudden question caused Yi Ying's face to immediately turn into a red apple, and for a moment she was somewhat incoherent. Yi mother sighed, shouting, you are not small anymore, you have worried so much for mom's sake, now that mom is better, you can go and find your own happiness. Yi Ying pursed her lips and said stubbornly, no, I'm going to stay with mom. Yi mother stroked her daughter's dark hair and said quietly, then aren't you afraid that Xiao Sun will be snatched away by another girl? I. At this remark for a moment Yi Ying actually did not know how to reply. Oh daughter, sometimes the future is in your own hands, where is the future if you don't go for it? Mom is also from the past, from the way you look at Xiao Sun, I can also tell something, it's okay to lie to others, don't ever lie to yourself as well. Yi Ying nodded thoughtfully, thinking that her mom had a point. What's the difference between being happy and being a salted fish if you don't strive for it yourself? I don't understand what you young people do, but I hope you understand your own mind from now on, and if you like it, go ahead and let go of it and go after it. Mom supports you. I understand, Mom. Shinsun and Wooly came to the internet cafe together, only to see Wooly looking left and right like a curious baby. Is this an internet cafe? It's my first time here. Wooly asked, what kind of games are they playing? StarCraft. Shinsun opened his mouth without even looking. There is no need to look at all. In this era when online games are not developed enough, I am afraid that the hottest game in China is the game StarCraft. It's no exaggeration to say that 8 out of 10 people in an internet cafe are playing this game. After registering their IDs, the two men found 2 machines anywhere and sat down. So we're here to play games too? Shinsun said breathlessly, I have no problem if you want to play. So what are you here for? Come to speculate. As he spoke, Shinsun had already downloaded Flush and logged on. I want to learn. Shinsun didn't bother with her. Instead of starting straight away, he opened a stock forum and logged into the account he had once used. Yes, it's the same account he used to do up the stock price of the big 3. Shinsun clicked into his personal information. Good guy, mailbox 999 plus mailbooks, account fans came to more than 120,000. It doesn't look like much, but that fan base is arguably the top stream on that forum. Shinsun skimmed through a few random posts, wanting to see the recent market. But he found a post by accident. The subject line is, Holy, Brother Fortune is online. This thread has already had dozens of followers in just a few minutes. Shinsun felt somewhat amused, not realizing that this number of his was actually so influential. He made a random post with the subject line, Guys, I'm back to bring the guys money. After posting, he minimized the post, clicked into the Flush, and began selecting stocks. In his last life, Shinsun was picking a lamp to study the stock market until he fell asleep every night after work, and insisted on reviewing the market every day, which led to his current level. Nowadays, he is able to roughly determine the backward K-line trend just by looking at the disk and some indicators of the stock as well as the company's news. Not to mention he has 2 extras in his hands. One is an account that can predict with 100% accuracy. With this thing in place, and combined with Shinsun's experience in the old ways, he could basically stand on no loss. All this account has to do is post a rise or fall and a bunch of believers will immediately follow the position, which isn't much use for some of the bigger companies, but it's used for some of the companies with low stock prices without any problem. And the other outlier is his brain with memories of his past life. His mind remembers very well which classic stocks come up in which time frames. He doesn't review for nothing. It is not possible to very accurately recover the K-line trend at the minute and second, but the approximate up and down trend is certainly not a problem to restore. He remembers very clearly that there was a dark horse among dark horses in the stock market during this period made in Unico. Shinsun admired the trader behind this stock. This stock from the opening of the market in 1998, $2 a share all the way up, a year later it rose to 143 yuan a share, creating a stock market myth at the time. But in the aftermath, its stock price collapsed like an avalanche and countless people were caught in its trap. Chapter 50, Showing Off Your Skills. The stock price of Unitech Manufacturing fell from $143 a share in just 2 months, straight down to $3 a piece, and countless people were trapped. Unfortunately, Shinsun was once one of the leaks. At that time Shinsun was still a budding newcomer, thought that the stock was stable, up and down, but the bitter memories are still unforgettable to him. In just 5 days, his principal from $10,000, directly waste to $3,000. He was quite glad that he chose to cut and run at that time. If he ran a week later, I'm afraid that even 300 is not necessarily in. That $10,000 was all he had saved at that time, and losing so completely was something Shinsun did not expect. During that time the stock market earthquake, the storm is coming, Shinsun in that period of time to buy what loss, and even almost to give up on themselves. But he finally decided to learn from his mistakes, regroup, and review, simulate day and night. This stock can be said to be Shinsun's enlightenment. If it is not let Shinsun after the break, there is no way to have nirvana after the rebirth of Shinsun. Now Shinsun is reborn, making a comeback with the regret of not being able to kill over United Manufacturing. At this point in time, Lienka Manufacturing, just listed, has been continuously bullish for more than a week. The price came to 24 yuan a share. Without the slightest hesitation, Shinsun directly bought 10 million and opened 10 times leverage. A $10 million, mommy, you're buying 10 million straight up? Wooly's jaw dropped to the ground. I'll call you brother from now on. And what does leverage mean? Wooly, the stock speculator, didn't understand what these terms meant at all. In layman's terms, it's a small gain, Shinsun explained. For example, if I choose 10 times leverage right now, then as long as this stock goes up by 1%, I'll get a 10% gain, and vice versa. Oh my god, you're too bold. Wu Li looked at Shinsun with eyes like she had seen a ghost. You're gambling. No, gambling you at least know how your money is gone. Shinsun said, and in a contract, you don't even know where your money went. Contractual leverage is like a sinister switch. Once it's turned on, there's no turning back. Then you know you're still buying? Wu Li didn't know what to say for a moment. In case we lose money, this $10 million will go down the drain. Have you heard of the saying that if Han Xin leads the army, more is better? Shinsun smiled confidently. Now it has to be changed to Shinsun buying shares, more is better. Will brag. Wu Li rolled her eyes. Look at the proceeds of that seems to fall again. Hey, how do I feel that you will flip the car this time? On the screen, Shinsun's earnings began to fall, and in just 5 minutes it had already dropped 5%. It's obvious that the dealer is now baiting the fall. After all, I'm such a big money into the market, of course the dealer wants to nibble a piece of meat from me. What do you mean? Wu Li couldn't understand it at all. I've got 10 times leverage on this $10 million, which means I've got a $100 million capitalization plate, and this stock is not a big deal at this point, and $100 million is an extraordinary amount of money. This amount of my money coming into the market should have raised the stock price, but it has gone down instead of up, which means that there is a banker behind this stock. He'd love to swallow this money of mine, but he wants to make the stock price go up, so now he has to temporarily make the illusion that the stock price is going down to entice me to sell so he can make a profit. But I'm not going to fall for his tricks. He can only fool uneducated white people with this kind of maneuver. He's still too young to fool me. Sure enough, after another 10 minutes or so, the stock did go back up, and by now it was 3% in profit. It's really accurate by you, hey. Wu Li was even more excited than Shinsun, but why didn't he wait for you to finish losing money before raising the stock price back up? Because at this time his share price is upward. If he wants to make a low share price, it can only be out of his own pocket to sell his hands at a low price. If he has to wait for me to finish losing money, his expenditure will only be more money, and he does not dare to do so. What's more, I opened only 10 times the leverage. Unless he can make this stock fall, I will not even burst. As long as it does not burst, I will not sell. The dealer cannot afford to gamble. After all, there must be other interests involved. It's impossible to just say it's going down. Gosh, so there are so many doors in the middle of stocks? Wu Li listened in awe. This is just the skinny. You have to realize that once you enter the stock market, your salary is a passerby. Shinsun actually didn't tell her that the banker of this stock is kinda a chicken thief. A chicken thief is a chicken thief in the way he ships. Insiders know that it is easy to pull the stock price up, and it is not difficult to maintain the high price. The difficult thing is how to ship. From sucking up to pull up to shock, and finally the process of washing the plate, many manipulators can do to pass the level. The real test of the level of manipulators is the shipment. For no other reason than the stock suddenly pulled up so high that no one dared to take over. There are a lot of traders in the early stage of pulling up the stock price, but to the back of the shipment is a problem. You cannot get out of the goods. Want to control the disc needs more and more money. At that point, if you want to maintain the stock price, you'll have to give up all that you've previously taken in. Many traders don't lose to the market, but are smothered by their own greed. An unauthorized manipulator chicken thief on chicken thief in his fall one day is not obvious. Put out the news to wash the market after another day of decline, and then continue to climb slightly, and then repeat this behavior. It's commonly known as boiling a frog in warm water. By the time people realize that something is wrong, it is too late. Shinsun wasn't bothering with Wu Li, but continued to choose other stocks. He chose 5 more stocks, invested $1 million in each, and opened up 10 times leverage on all of them. After the purchase, Shinsun directly posted the purchase record into the forum. As expected, not surprisingly, the forum believers such as Crazy like to buy these stocks. Just half an hour, he recommended these shares. Actually, the least have risen 3%. Unexpectedly, Shinsun, at the time of the closing of the market, he recommended these stocks all up. As Wu Li watched him do this, he no longer knew what to say. That's $15 million in just one afternoon. And looking at Shinsun's expression seemed to still be dissatisfied, as if he resented earning less. Wu Li looked at his bitter face. You should just open 100 times leverage, so that you directly earn $1.5 billion today. That's impossible. 100x leverage is only for cuties. Only will play. Shinsun said, 100 times leverage as long as the float 1%, I will burst the position. That is, the gods game also cannot play. Open 100 times, the banker does not kill you to kill who? Chapter 51 Hackers. At the close of business, Shin-sun clicked into the forum to take a look and found that the forum was full of champagne. His grandma, I earned 1W in anger today, brother Fuyu, you are my god. Brother Fuyu, when will you take the brothers to rush the US stock market or Hong Kong stock market? When can we still experience the thrill of not being able to cap our money? Brother Fuyu, the temple that I promised you last time is already under construction. While watching the netizens happy, Shin-sun was also happy for them. So helping people is such a cool thing? Just as Shin-sun was about to withdraw his cash, the Flush software suddenly popped up a window. Your account is logged in elsewhere, please log in again. Shin-sun was confused, how did he land in a different place? No one else knows the password to this account but him, right? Thinking that it was a system error, Shin-sun tried to re-enter his password, but it directly showed that the password was wrong. Shen Xuanren was dumbfounded. You know he has over $30 million in his Flush wallet that he hasn't withdrawn. Shin-sun repeated logging in several times, but the screen that popped up always showed those 4 big words password error. He also tried logging into the small one, which resulted in the small one being able to log in unimpeded, but not the large one. He tried to retrieve the password. After entering a series of information, the password was successfully changed. With trepidation, Shin-sun entered a new password. Successful landing. But Shin-sun had an uneasy feeling. Tapping into his wallet, Shin-sun's pupils contracted violently. The money, it's all gone. It's obvious that Shin-sun had his number stolen. In this day and age, it's pretty common to steal game accounts, but not really many securities accounts. Although the security systems in this day and age are not as advanced and withdrawals do not require a bank card in your name, as long as the password is entered correctly. But the security of Flush is already doing very well for its type of software. But even so, this pirate was able to steal the number and transfer the money inside, which is definitely not something an ordinary hacker can do. What's wrong, you look so bad? Wooly looked at Shin-sun and said curiously. My securities account was stolen and all the money was transferred. Shin-sun's voice was low. What? Wooly's voice caused everyone playing the game in the neighborhood to look over. Shin-sun made a shushing gesture to her, get out of here first, I suspect the hacker can monitor our voices. The two left the internet cafe together and sat in the car together. Can you help me find out who stole the number? Shin-sun was a little anxious. $30 million, it could be said to be a large sum, and it was still the entirety of Shin-sun's family fortune at the moment, and although he could earn it back again if he really lost it, it would delay his plans. I'm contacting someone now, so take it easy. Wooly flipped through her address book and dialed a number. Is there a way to track down the hacker? A hacker stole my friend's account, can you do me a favor? Well, with a computer, we were stolen from an internet cafe. The name of the internet cafe is Winsong Internet Cafe. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. Wooly hung up the phone and said to Shin-sun, he said he could use the troops' equipment to help check it out, and there should be results soon. Thank you, Sister Wooly. Hearing her say this, Shin-sun then breathed a sigh of relief. With this relationship with the army, it is really much easier to do everything. I told you, we don't say thank you. Wooly blinked, it seems like the first time I've seen you in a hurry. More than $30 million gone, you say I can't be in a hurry. Shin-sun laughed bitterly. But this is outrageous, how can this money just disappear? Shin-sun recalled the experience of having his penguin number stolen and his game number stolen, and couldn't help but spit out, I guess it's because the security of the internet cafes nowadays is not done well, and it's easy to be hacked. Don't worry, even in the worst case scenario, if the money is gone, it's only $30 million. It's not a small amount of money for you. Cheer up. Shin-sun thought to himself that you are really good at comforting people. It's only $30 million, and you can say that. Do you think money comes with the wind? After another 10 minutes, Wooly's phone rang. It was the same old brother who had just called, and Wooly turned on the amplification so that Shin-sun could hear it as well. Sisterly, I checked for you, this hacker is quite powerful, we traced the IP in the network, and the traces were all wiped out by him very skillfully, a maneuver I couldn't even do. Shin-sun frowned, this guy was that powerful? No wonder he dared to move such a large sum of money. Don't you give me a chance to grow others' ambition, just tell me if you can find him out for me? Sisterly, don't worry, I'm checking with the Skynet system again on my side, as long as this person is in the territory, I'm sure I'll be able to find out. Say, is this guy really that good? You're the chief technician of the technical department, you wouldn't be able to beat him? There are specialties, he's good at hacking, I'm good at engineering, it's not the same kind. But there's one thing that I really admire about this technology, and it's very unlikely that he researched the technology himself. Oh? Skynet's analysis is out. Wooly asked in delight, did you find out? Checked it out. From his IP point of view, the address should be a shantytown. It is reasonable to say that there should be very few people in the shantytown who can use computers. You guys can go to the shantytown first, I'll analyze it with Skynet, and I'll send it to you when I have news. After saying thanks, Wooly hung up the phone and headed to the shantytown with Shinsun. Shantytowns are basically places where poor folk live and are old. There are very few computers in ordinary homes in this day and age, let alone squatters. But now, Shinsun's mind shifted from worrying about $30 million to that hacker. He wondered to himself, if such a powerful hacker could be used for himself, wouldn't it be possible to accomplish something that could only be accomplished in the future? Shinsun was still pondering, but the car had already parked and reached the shantytown. Blackie gave my brother the address and said it was the most likely one. Let's go check it out. How? In this household lives an orphan who was adopted as a child by a fairly wealthy couple, but the couple died in an unfortunate car accident, and now she's an orphan again. Shinsun nodded. Since he came from a rich family, it wasn't surprising that he had a computer. But it's the age. The profile says the kid is 80 years old, which means the kid is 18. And it's a girl. Shinsun froze. 18 years old? A girl? He kind of couldn't imagine those few traits being linked to a particularly powerful hacker. Are there any other candidates who are a better match? Wooly shook her head. The others are older people, even less likely. Chapter 52, Genius. The shantytowns are full of low and dilapidated houses, with garbage everywhere on the roads, and even some of the doors of the households are broken. Shinsun pondered for a while. The dilapidated building here is very close to the city, only there has been no developer to renovate it. He can completely acquire the property here, and when it is developed in the future, he will be able to make a big profit. But that's predicated on getting $30 million back. Don't we need to call the police? Wooly asked. It'll be funny if we get it wrong later. Aren't you the police? With you there's no need to call the police. Yao. Ha. It seems like it could really be this one. The two came to the door of a house. They arrived at the address written on the text message. Shinsun was 50% sure this was the one. Because in the whole shantytown, she's the only one with a security door. Shinsun and Wooly exchanged a glance and started knocking on the door, while Shinsun hid on the side without making a sound. Is anyone home, please? Wooly said as she knocked on the door. I'm from the utility company, here to read the water meter. After about 10 seconds or so, a voice came from inside. Why are you here so early in the month? The voice sounded crisp and young, and it seemed that the information given over there was not false. There's been a bit of a change in the company, so I'm here to take notes. Wooly explained. We'll leave when it's done. Oh, okay. After saying that, the door opened, and the one who opened the door was a girl in pajamas, looking around 18 years old, with a double ponytail, innocent and cute. Wooly looked at her appearance and couldn't connect her to the hacker in any way. Shinsun ducked aside and Wooly went in first to see what was going on. The moment the door closed, Shinsun was quick to insert a card at the lock so that the door could not be closed. The house was a one-room, two-bedroom configuration, and the room was cluttered with things laid out in a messy fashion. There was even her underwear on the couch. The water meter is over there. The girl sat down on the couch after pointing to where the bathroom was and tinkered with her laptop. Wooly nodded and came around behind her, quietly looking at what she was doing with her laptop. Good lord, the girl's laptop was full of codes and programs that Wooly couldn't understand. The girl's fingers flew across the keyboard like a dance. Pretty much sure it's her, there's only one. Wooly edited the text message and sent it. The girl seemed to be feeling a little uncomfortable after sitting for a long time and twisted her waist, but she was shocked to find that the woman who had come to read the water meter was not going to read the meter, but was standing behind her. What are you standing here for? The girl was startled by her and subconsciously covered her notebook. At that moment, the door to her house was pushed open, and Shinsun walked in unimpeded. Who are you? The girl curled into a ball of fear. Don't you come any closer. If you come any closer, I'm going to yell for someone. It was obvious the girl was terrified. Wooly flashed her credentials and said to her, I'm a special police officer from the Special Intelligence Division. You're Huang Ye, aren't you? You guys are, police. Huang Ye got even more scared, grabbing a pillow and frantically apologizing. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have touched that person's account. I've already returned the money, please don't want to arrest me. Shinsun and Wooly both froze. That's a confession? They haven't even said anything yet, and she's just admitting everything? That went so well? Do you know what we want with you? Shinsun walked in beside her. Do you know who I am? Stay back. You can't be that guy sent to catch me. That $30 million I've already returned it. Please don't arrest me. I know it's wrong. Whoa whoa. The girl was shaking all over while crying, and it was obvious that she was very timid. Having no choice, Shinsun could only comfort. Don't be afraid, we're not here to arrest you, don't worry. I'm the one you stole $30 million from. Shinsun crouched down and held up his hands to prove that he didn't intend to touch her. You're the one called Shinsun? The girl raised her head a little, revealing her big watery eyes. You recognize me? I saw your real name information. The girl said in a particularly abashed voice, I transferred the money back to you before you guys got here. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have touched your money. Shinsun took out his cell phone with confidence and called the bank's customer service number to check his balance, and sure enough, 10 minutes ago, his account received a transfer of 30 million yuan. Shinsun nodded to Wooly. I kid you not. The girl said weakly, now you can go. I'm more curious as to why you didn't run and transfer the money back to me since you got it? Shinsun didn't walk away, instead he found a stool and sat down. I just wanted to try out how effective my newly researched crawler was, so I randomly picked an internet cafe to experiment with, thinking of stealing a random number to try, but I didn't expect to steal your account. But not only did you steal the number, you also transferred my money. Shinsun frowned, not believing what she said. The crawler I wrote is intelligent, I don't know if you can understand it. The girl explained, this crawler is capable of automatically distinguishing property and transferring it to its own wallet chain. Something like AI, artificial intelligence? Shinsun said with some shock. Yeah. It's artificial intelligence. I thought not many people knew about that. As soon as the topic of technology came up, the girl visibly perked up, even loosening her hug. What's an AI? Wooly felt as if she couldn't fit into the conversation between them. But this one of mine isn't quite the same as an AI. This model I made is for him to learn the human brain, not the behavior. Since you know about artificial intelligence, you should know the difference between them. This you've researched is already functioning properly? Shinsun's brain was buzzing. Well, like this act of stealing your number, that's what it's doing on its own. I'm just in charge of recording it occasionally. Which means, it works perfectly as one. Smart. Do you study this industry as well? Hey. Will no one explain this to me? Wooly felt like she was being ignored. Shinsun sucked in a breath of cold air as he tried to work on calming himself down. In this day and age, not to mention AI, there aren't even smartphones. And this girl has developed the program to the point where it mimics the human brain. It is important to realize that the world of the next 20 years will have AI in its infancy. And the technology this girl has is at least 20 years ahead of the world's level. What's even scarier is that the AI developed by this girl is capable of simulating the human brain. Chapter 53, come with me? In the world 20 years from now, AI will just be stuck mimicking human language and behavior, just a baby, so to speak. And this one of hers is something else, it can operate completely autonomously and act on its own. If it was given a physical body, then it would be a full adult. Why hasn't anyone worked on this kind of cross-generational technology for the next 20 years? What I had in mind was that there are more people playing games in internet cafes, and the samples are easier to collect, so if each number steals a bit of virtual property, the general public won't even be able to find out. But it turned out to accidentally creep into your account and transferred all your money to me. I almost fainted when I looked at it, $30 million, so I hurriedly transferred the money back. Speaking of which, the girl was a bit embarrassed. I thought I wouldn't leave any traces, but I didn't expect you guys to find me so quickly. Shinsun was somewhat speechless. This AI didn't seem too smart. Say, how did you guys know where I was? The girl asked rhetorically as she gathered her courage. I feel like the reptile tracks should be pretty secretive. Shinsun didn't know how to answer her. Could he say that he had used the power of the state to find her? Then this must have scared her to death. Ahem, as long as it's been done, there's nothing that can't be found out. Shinsun pretended to be profound and said, you do hide it well, but not to the extent that you can't find it out. The girl lowered her head and said in a depressed voice, it seems that my skills are still not up to par. The girl's behavior rather dumbfounded Shinsun. He was going to even try to irritate her with some educational trash talk about how there's a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people, but then she puts herself directly on the novice level? Is this a kind of Versailles? Honestly, your skills are amazing. Shinsun sighed from the bottom of his heart, there's no need to be presumptuous, you know? The girl raised her head, looked at Shinsun, and asked in a low mood, really, but my parents won't let me study this, and told me that there are a whole lot of people who are better than me, and there is no future in learning this. Shinsun sweats, so she underestimates herself so much because of her parents. That is why home education is really important, and a few casual words from parents may affect their children for the rest of their lives. Your parents, that's because they're afraid you'll play with things to scare you. Shinsun came close to her side and said, You, how old are you? Seemingly familiar with it, Huang Yeye did not show a scared expression this time. Just turned 17. The girl replied. Genius, to be able to write such an amazing AI before even reaching adulthood, the future is unlimited. But why had Shinsun never heard of this character, Huang Yeye? Common sense would dictate that such a top talent could not be so obscure. Shinsun looked at the date and time. Today was Wednesday, it should be just after school now, but looking at her it didn't look like she had just gotten home from school at all. How come you didn't go to class? I wasn't in good health, my mom and dad died in a car accident and I couldn't afford to go to the doctor, so I had to drop out of school and stay home to get better and try not to cause trouble for others. Shinsun hurriedly asked, what kind of disease? Perhaps Shinsun was suddenly too excited, and Huang Yeye involuntarily shrunk back. Shinsun quickly waved his hand and said, I didn't mean any harm, I just wanted to ask. You can even find out where I live, it should be easy to find out my case as well. Sighed Huang Yuyu, I was checked for a malignant brain tumor since I was a child, perhaps that's why I was abandoned by my birth parents, it was my adoptive parents who took me for treatment to get it under control, but they… As she spoke, Huang Yeye couldn't help but sob. Shinsun and Wu Li, who hadn't spoken on the side, were shocked. A talented kid this young with a brain tumor? It's hard to stumble upon adoptive parents who are good to her, but once again, she loses someone very important to her because of an accident. Is this the jealousy of talent? To add insult to injury, she is very aware that her illness is a very troubling one, and that neither the school nor the teachers can escape blame if it strikes. So she chose to drop out of school, so she wouldn't be a problem for anyone. Not only is she smart, but she knows what she's doing and it's heartbreaking. Yu, are you willing to come with me? Shinsun seriously looked straight into her eyes. If you're willing, I can take you to be cured, no matter how much money it costs, I'll definitely find a way to cure you, and I'll support you in doing whatever you want to do. Of course, if you don't want to leave, I won't force you, the choice is delivered to you. Huang Yuyu froze, she was completely surprised that someone would say such a thing to her. But we've only known each other for less than 20 minutes. Said Huang Yeye, casting her head to the side, and I just stole your account. None of that matters. Shinsun shook his head, let me put it another way then, you're not an adult yet, are you willing to recognize me as your guardian? Huang Yuyu froze as she recalled the image of herself being questioned by her foster parents at the orphanage when she had once been abandoned at the age of 5. Little friend Moon, would you like to come with us? But I heard them say that I have a disease, and that it costs a lot of money to treat it. It's okay, as long as you is willing, we'll definitely cure you. Having said that, Huang Yuyu asked one last question, and her adoptive parents' answer made Huang Yuyu make up her mind to go with them. Unfortunately, years later, the adoptive parents went back on their word, because they went ahead of themselves. Thought she was the one who was not favored by God, the world had closed all the doors for her, leaving only such a small room. This is where everything is for Huang Yeye. Now someone is finally going to open the door to this room and take themselves out. Can you answer me a question? Said Huang Yeye as she looked at Shinsun. If I go with you, will you stop leaving me behind? At this instant, Shinsun seemed to feel the grievances and misfortunes that Huang Yeye had suffered for so many years. Being abandoned for the first time created her introverted and unconfident personality, and the shock of being raised, only to lose both parents again, made her personality even more unconfident. But it was good that she was pure and good-natured, and did not go down a twisted path as a result of this blow. Shinsun silently and secretly resolved that he must guide this child out of the shadows. I swear on my name that I will never leave you behind. Shinsun solemnly placed his hand over his heart to show his sincerity. Huang Yeye pursed her lips, recalling her adoptive parents' last answer 12 years ago. We swear on our lives that we will never leave Tsuki Akari behind. Huang Yeye stood up, walked to Shinsun's side, and said softly, I'll go with you. Chapter 54, 1 month. I say, are you really going to take care of a little kid you just met today? Wu Li looked at Huang Yuyu who entered the consultation room. Would you be a bit too impulsive? This is no joke. Sis, do I look like I'm joking? After Huang Yu agreed to go with Shinsun, the first thing Shinsun did was to bring her to the military hospital to see a doctor. The medical conditions here are the best in the whole of Westlake, so it's definitely the right choice to be treated here. Originally, people like Huang Yaya who are not the family members of military personnel in the army, it is necessary to have a certain relationship to see a doctor here, but with the relationship of Wu Li, it is not a problem at all. Shinsun watched with trepidation as Huang Yaya went inside, where the doctor would do a thorough examination of her brain. It wasn't so much that he was worried about how much it would cost, but that the tumor in her head would continue to deteriorate. A brain tumor is a disease that can be big or small, like a time bomb that can explode at any time. Are you really thinking about it? Wooly sighed. Of course, I swore an oath to her. Shinsun kept his eyes glued to the words in the session. What about after you leave here? Wooly asked. You're not from Westlake, you'll leave when you're done, right? Take her with you, I'll choose a school for her if she wants it, if not I'll support her in doing what she wants to do. You, of all people, are just too nice. She's a genius, her future accomplishments will definitely be 100 times stronger than mine, how can I just let her die like this? Even if I have to dissipate my wealth, I will take her around to find a doctor until she is cured. I see. Wooly patted him on the shoulder. With your attitude, I'm relieved. Sister Wu Li, you're testing me right. Shinsun looked at her, but whenever I show the slightest wavering, you won't allow me to take care of her, right? Wooly nodded, not denying it. I was under the assumption that you were planning to take care of her just to utilize her gift to produce wealth for you. If that was the case, I would have said nothing to let you take care of the child. I was indeed shocked at her talent, but I wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble if I wanted to acquire wealth. If this was heard from someone else's mouth, Wooly would only think he was bragging. But these words came from Shinsun's mouth, for which she believed. After all, she had watched with her own eyes as Shinsun had doubled the money in his hands by utilizing just one afternoon. Making money is just too easy for him. There's no need to invest in something as precarious as that. Take good care of her. Wooly knew that Shinsun wouldn't leave for a while. Yi just told me that she's already prepared dinner, so remember to come over to eat later. Shinsun nodded and continued to guard the doorway, not moving an inch. More than an hour had passed and there was still no movement at all inside. The more time passed, the more uneasy Shinsun became. Just as Shinsun wanted to buy a bottle of mineral water from the vending machine, a silhouette stopped beside him. Hungry? Ying sent the lunchbox to Shinsun's hand and said with a smile, It's still hot, hurry up and eat. Why are you here? Shinsun smiled and said, Not keeping Auntie company? They're sisterly, she asked me to bring you dinner. Ying thoughtfully helped Shinsun open the boxed lunch and took out the chopsticks and handed them to Shinsun. I heard from Sisterly about Huang Yu. Ying set her lunchbox in place. I heard she's a genius? Well, the unprecedented and overwhelming kind of genius. Shinsun took the chopsticks and started drying the rice in large gulps. He was starving. Today's food isn't as good as your cooking. Ordered takeout, there's no kitchen here. Yi Ying's pretty face slightly reddened. If you want to eat, I'll make it for you then. Shinsun nodded as he ate. I hope she can get better quickly. Yi Ying looked ahead at the consultation room. Why, you haven't even seen her. It's not like it's only the first day you've met her. Yi Ying laughed. I hope she gets better and can help you. But don't, I just want her to be healthy so I'm all set. At this time the three fluorescent colored fonts in the consultation suddenly went out, and then the door was opened and the doctor walked out together with Huang Yaya. Shinsun and Yi Ying rushed forward. Doctor, how is it? The doctor looked at Huang Yaya before saying, We did a full head CT and found that she does have a tumor growing next to the back left side of her head. The tumor isn't too big right now, and it's not pressing on nerves or blood vessels, so it won't affect her life for a while. The tumor is most likely benign at this point, and further observation is needed to confirm this, but this is the brain after all, and there are risks involved whether it's benign or malignant. But doctor, I see that her previous case says it's a malignant tumor. Froze Shinsun. I've looked at her case as well, and the conclusion now is that it was most likely a misdiagnosis. Because it's only in the past few years that CT has been introduced on a large scale in the country to visualize tumors in a more intuitive way, and she didn't have a CT tap at her previous visit, so it's likely that it was a misdiagnosis. After being told positively by the doctor, Shinsun was so happy that he held the doctor's hand and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Oh, that's what we should do. The doctor waved his hand, but I'd like to clarify something with you. Although it is benign, this tumor is growing in a very bad location, right in the place where there are more nerves, but anytime this tumor grows a little bit, it may affect her normal life, so I suggest that you decide as soon as possible whether or not you want to have it surgically removed. Doctor, what's the success rate with surgical removal? Let's be honest, if you operate at our institution, the success rate is less than 50%. The doctor's words were like pouring cold water on Shin-sun's head in winter. As I said, although her tumor is benign, it is also very difficult to operate because of the particular location of the growth, which makes it very difficult to operate. Plus, we don't have any particularly experienced craniotomists at our hospital right now, so I think the success rate of the operation is relatively low. And what can be done to improve the success of the surgery? I would recommend going to a hospital in a first-tier city, where you have access to some of the best medical care and medical staff in the country. The success rate will increase to at least 80%. Shin-sun nodded, "Thank you, doctor." Well, I'd suggest it's best to have the surgery within a month, any longer than that I can't say. A month, it would take time to find a hospital, time to contact a doctor, not to mention the fact that he had some business to attend to here, which was not a bad time. Shin-sun clenched the fist in his hand. It seemed that there were some things that needed to be dealt with as soon as possible before he could do so. Chapter 55, Be Your Girlfriend. After taking Huang Yeye to dinner, Shin-sun borrowed Wu Li's car to send Huang Yeye back home. Yu, we might stay for a few days and then leave here. Do you miss it? Shin-sun worried that she would be homesick. Kind of sad to see it go. It's okay, you can always come back and live here when you stabilize in the future. Oh. Shin-sun touched her head. Although Huang Yeye wasn't small anymore, Shin-sun completely treated her like a small child. Hearing Shin-sun's words, Huang Yeye nodded, and then began to pack her bags. Her home had been left unkept for years and was just plain messy. Shin-sun couldn't stand to watch anymore, so he made a move to help her clean up together. It took the two of them a full 2 hours of packing and cleaning before they were finally almost done. Shin-sun spread out on the sofa tiredly. He could never figure out how a girl's house could be so messy. Stay here for today, I'll pick you up when I'm done, is that okay? When will we be done? Huang Yu sat next to Shin-sun. What if you don't come to me? Shin-sun saw some uneasiness in her eyes. Someone bullied your sister Ying, I have to make the person who bullied her pay, right? Shin-sun said softly, after I finish my business, I will definitely come to pick you up, okay? Then can I help? The uneasiness in Huang Yu's eyes disappeared. I won't allow anyone to bully Sister Yi. Shin-sun froze. Why were the two of them suddenly so close? You seem to like your leafy sister, huh? Huang Yu nodded. Sister Yi bought me ice cream, and she's so good looking, I like her a lot. Shin-sun dumbfounded. Bought you an ice cream and just think it's good? Although Xiao Yu's age was 17, she looked like she was 13 or 14 in both appearance and thinking. What's the name of the person who bullied Sister Yi? Huang Yeye asked. Shin-sun froze, thinking to himself that it didn't matter much to tell her. I only know that his surname is Qin, and he's the regional manager of Bei Company. After saying that, Huang Yeye picked up her laptop and her fingers tapped on the keyboard without any rhythm. Shin-sun went over and looked at it, all unintelligible code and windows. But after changing several windows, Shin-sun gradually read and was shocked. Is this the man? Huang Yeye imported General Qin's information, accompanied by his big header. Yes, it's him, and you're so good at it, Moon. How did you do it? I hacked into their company's computer. Huang Yeye said without a ripple. Shin-sun was stunned. How did this niece manage to hack into someone else's company computer in 10 minutes? I've looked up his company's itinerary, I don't know if it's helpful to you? Huang Yeye pulled up a copy of Mr. Qin's schedule. Shin-sun took it and looked at it, and before long a plan emerged in his mind, the corners of his mouth showing the slightest hint of a smile. While rubbing her head, he excitedly praised, Yu, you're really a big help. When Huang Yeye saw Shin-sun happy, she also smiled and showed her 2 tiger teeth. It's good to be able to help brother's son. Picking up an apple in the fruit basket, Shin-sun peeled the skin and handed it to Huang Yeye. It's getting late, rest early Yu. Shin-sun wiped his hands and got up, ready to leave, but realized that his sleeve was grabbed by Huang Yu. Shin-sun looked at her suspiciously, only to see her small face showing an expression of reluctance. Can you not go? Huang Yeye said delicately. But it's late now, you should go to bed. Shin-sun squatted down and said to her, early to bed and early to rise in order to nourish your body well. I'll go to bed early, but I don't want you to go. Shin-sun was silent. He could feel that Huang Yeye seemed to be very dependent on him, like a younger sister pampering her older brother. It was also true that Huang Yuyu had suffered so many grievances and tragedies. Now that she finally had someone she could rely on, how could she be willing to let him go? It's as if you've been in a world engulfed in darkness for a long time, and one day someone appears with a torch to light up the pitch-black world for you, and you become attached to them. I want you to sleep with me. Shinsun was struck by lightning. You mean, I'm sleeping with you? Can't I? Huang Yeye's eyes dimmed. When Dad goes out to work overtime, Mom will always sleep with me. Seeing that she was depressed, Shinsun hurriedly said, Yuyu, it's not that I don't sleep with you, but men and women are different. But Mommy and Daddy just sleep together sometimes. Shinsun only felt the beads of sweat on his head grow bigger and bigger. This girl may have been hospitalized for many years, not even stayed in school for a few years. Without worldly knowledge, she really doesn't know anything. Ahem, Yuyu, if men and women sleep together, that has to be at least after they become boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh. Shinsun struggled to explain. Then we're not considered boyfriend and girlfriend? Huang Yeye blinked her cute eyes. Not really, I'm your brother now, you know? Shinsun just felt like he was on the verge of committing a crime. Why doesn't it count? Can't I be boyfriend and girlfriend with Hoon? No way. Because you're underage. So is that when I turn 18? Shinsun was left with no choice but to say, when you reach the age of 18, it has to be a matter of your love and my willingness to do so. Then Hoon's brother doesn't like me? How could I not like it? You is so cute and smart. Then there's no problem. Huang Yeye cheered, then I can be brother-son's girlfriend when I'm 18. Shinsun thought to himself that this niece's brain circuits were still stuck at around 13 or 14 years old, and he didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Seeing how happy she was, Shinsun couldn't say anything else, and only sighed and recited the sin twice in his mind. Yuyu, it's time for you to go to bed. Shinsun looked at the time, it was already past 11 at night. And you? I'm not leaving, I'll rest next to you today. Shinsun sighed. Ying definitely had to stay in the ward with her mom, and Wooly would just send her a message to let her know she definitely had a place to stay. Yeah. Shinsun accompanied her into her room and watched her go to bed before leaving her room with the reassurance of turning off the light for her. Shinsun pulled a blanket over him somewhat wearily, ready to spend the night on the couch. That's when 2 text messages came through. One was from Ying, but she didn't say anything, just said she knew and told Shinsun to rest early. The other one is from Wooly, saying that if she dares to make a move on Yuyu, she'll skin Shinsun. Chapter 56, I'll buy it. The next day, Shinsun woke up from his sleep in a daze. It wasn't that the sun was too harsh, but he felt his body was so heavy, as if something was weighing him down. He rubbed his eyes and after seeing what was supposedly on him he sat up from the couch in shock. Huang Yuyu actually slept on his body. Suzuki, why are you here? Perhaps Shinsun's movements were too big and woke up Huang Yeye. The latter rubbed her drowsy eyes and looked left and right, though with a very stupid smile at Shinsun. Good morning, Hoon. When did you climb on top of me? Huang Yeye's pajamas were rather loose, and one shoulder drooped down, revealing her snow-white shoulders and collarbone. Shinsun covered his face and helped her lift her clothes. I was too lazy to go into my room after going to the bathroom last night and wanted to sleep with you. Huang Yeye yawned, seemingly still half asleep. Didn't I tell you, only boyfriend and girlfriend can sleep together? But I just want to, Huang Yeye said innocently, I don't like sleeping alone. Shinsun could only sweat at this, there was really nothing he could do about her. You can't tell anyone about this, or you won't be able to sleep together anymore, okay? Shinsun thought to himself that it was a good thing Wooly wasn't there, or else he would have really been beaten to death by her with a stick. Does that mean we can sleep together from now on as long as I don't say anything? Shinsun was speechless. Should I say she was stupid or should I say she was smart? After a simple wash, Shinsun called Wooly over. Because he had something to do later, there was no way he could accompany Huang Yeye, so he had to ask Wooly to come over to keep her company. Before Shinsun went out, Huang Yeye was still tugging on his sleeve, unwilling to let him go, or Wooly persuaded to let go. Mr. Chin, which tie do you want to use today? The long-legged secretary was holding a box of ties, sitting on Mr. Chin's desk, crossing her legs, her feet shaking as her high heels were not properly worn. Little. Mr. Chin selected a blue tie after rubbing his secretary's arse. Shall I use you first? Hate it, Mr. Chin, playing this kind of joke with people in the morning. Saying no on her lips, the secretary deliberately unbuttoned one of her shirts, revealing her proud career line. Today there is an important acquisition meeting, the head office has asked for absolutely no mistakes. Mr. Chin fondly moved his eyes away from her career line. Wait until I'm busy clear to educate you this little. Seemingly thinking of something, he asked, "By the way, did Dongzi and his men bail out?" The secretary said as she helped him tie his tie, "Not yet, I've reached out to my connections over there, and all he said was that he'd try to find a way to do it, but there's no news after all this time, so I guess it's going to be difficult." "What the hell? Don't you usually just pay for things?" "It's rumored to be because of a change in leadership on the vigilante side, and this one isn't very talkative." The official position is quite big." Mr. Chin continued to ask, "Has the one surnamed Shin been found yet?" "Not yet," said the secretary. "The guy has been acting like he's disappeared after injuring several of his brothers, and there's no word yet. This kid is slippery. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongzi and the others were being watched by the security team at the time, how could they let this kid escape?" Mr. Chin snorted coldly, "Keep having people look for him. When you find him, you don't need to tell me, just waste him for me." The secretary straightened his suit and said softly, "The car is waiting for you in the parking lot." Mr. Chin nodded and turned to leave the office. Mr. Chin and the company he was going to acquire had an appointment to sign the contract at 12 o'clock in the box at Platinum Bay. He purposely arrived 10 minutes late before going up, just to kill the other party's sharpness, so that he could gain a favorable position in the negotiation, which was his usual trick. But when the attendant pushed the door open for him, he couldn't help but frown. The box was empty. He looked again at the appointed time. It was 12 o'clock. Yes, he looked again at the box number and it was right. Could it be that the other side hasn't arrived yet? No way. The other party is a network technology company valued at about $800,000. They initially agreed to a purchase price of $1 million, which is favorable to the seller's acquisition. There is no reason for the seller not to come on time. Mr. Chin held the doubt, dialed the other person in charge of the phone, but just called the past was hung up, and then call the past as the phone is on the phone. What the hell? Mr. Chin had no choice but to sit in the box and continue to wait. Time passed by, and Mr. Chin's mood became more and more irritable. If it is not a dead order from above to take down this company, Mr. Chin would have picked the mule and left. The company's business is not really worth much, but it has a widely used patent, which is why Bay wants to take it under its wing. But after the past hour, not to mention the other company's investors, even a waiter he did not see. Just when he really couldn't sit still and was about to report the situation to his superiors, the door of the box suddenly opened. Before Mr. Chin could see who was coming, he directly cursed. "What's wrong with your company? You can't even get through on the phone, and you're over an hour late. Do you know how busy our company is? Is this how you treat your customers? Let's not sign this contract." When he finished speaking, he got up and was going to leave. He wanted to use this to put a good squeeze on the price. He was not at all worried that the other party would not sign the contract. For one thing, he knew that the head of the other company owed a debt and had to pay it back immediately, and secondly, the other company simply could not offer such a high price, and the other party had no choice but them. But until he was about to reach the door, the other party did not call out to him, which made Mr. Chin a little confused. "Who are you?" When he reached the door, Mr. Chin saw clearly that this person was not the person in charge of that company. "Mr. Chin, how have you been?" Shinsun raised his head and said to him with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a few days, I've missed you." "You're Shinsun?" Mr. Chin's pupils snapped in shock. "What about Huaxing Corporation?" Watson, I bought it for $1.5 million. "No. Mustn't." Before he could finish, a fist greeted him hard in the small of the back. The punch hurt so much it twisted his features together. "Don't you dare." Shinsun grabbed his shoulders and slammed his knee into the small of his back, and Mr. Chin directly fell to the ground and kept convulsing. "This is Platinum Bay, you dare to hit me, you're dead." Mr. Chin covered his stomach and looked viciously at Shinsun. "Security. Come quickly. Hit someone." But let him shout, but no one came. "Stop yelling, it's useless." "Here, I bought it too." Then, a pig-killing wail came from this box, but no one came around, and even the surveillance of this area was turned off. Chapter 57. Shinsun shook his hand from the box and walked out, muttering under his breath, "This guy's cheek is really thick, hitting my hand hurts." When he left, two waiters in black uniforms entered the box. In a short while they carried the nose and face of the general manager. Chin came out, and then went in a janitorial staff into the cleaning. Shinsun rubbed his hands and walked into the VIP box, sitting on his butt on the soft sofa and picking up water to drink. The next moment, a fat and meaty Smiling walked in, sitting beside Shinsun with a humble look and hemmed and hawed. "Mr. Shin, this is not a bad gift for us to meet, is it?" "Mr. Huang, you're really quite professional here, I like it." Shinsun wiped his hands with a hot towel. Hey, in fact, Mr. Shin is completely unnecessary to do it yourself. You have bought this down, then this platinum bay is still not your say. This guy used to be on the road, how about it? Do you know anything about him? Hey this person used to be Lu Blind's follower. Since Lu Blind went in, this guy has developed a serious business. Mr. Huang said cheerfully, he's not necessarily worse than me in the white way, but in the black way, no one in Westlake will call me Brother Long. Shinsun nodded with great satisfaction. Alright, I still have things to talk to people. Mr. Huang should go and get busy first. Oh yeah, don't gamble anymore in the future. The money I paid for you is just enough to bail you out. As for this Platinum Coast, you still run it, and the dividends will be given to you as usual, but absolutely no more gambling, or I won't save you a second time. Oh, and also, I've had the people above me talk to your debtor. You two have cleared the air. He wouldn't dare trouble you again. Don't worry, Mr. Shin, if I gamble again, I'll cut off this hand of mine. Mr. Huang directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. I can't thank Mr. Shin enough for his renewed kindness. I'm willing to do a great job for Mr. Shin. Shinsun nodded. Alright, you go about your business. If you see one named Mayun later, tell your little brothers to be polite. That's my honored guest. Mr. Huang exited the room respectfully after bending at the waist repeatedly. This Mr. Huang was named Huang Weilong, who had been the sole owner of this Platinum Coast nightclub. This Platinum Coast is the largest nightclub in Westlake City, and it is reasonable to say that this place is a mountain of gold and silver, and it will not lose money at all. But on the contrary, this Huang Weilong loves gambling and has lost at least tens of millions of dollars in casinos. He tried to pay back the money by all means, and even wanted to mortgage the Platinum Coast, but people were not interested in running a nightclub, as long as the cash, which made Huang Weilong suffer. He thought about mortgaging the Platinum Coast to a bank, but there's too much unseemly behavior in there for the bank to necessarily give a loan. Sell it. The city of Westlake is that big and not many people could even afford Platinum Shores at this time in '99. Originally, Huang Weilong is also a dignified figure in Westlake City, but his debtor is a person from the capital, and it is said to have some relationship with. This is good. In the Bull of the Triad touched also have to recognize themselves as ordinary people. Huang Weilong had to think of every way to pay back the money. Just when he was at a loss, Shinsun dialed his number this morning. Said he can help him repay, and he only needs shares, very decision-making power, the right to operate in part of the shares or Huang Weilong. When he got this news, Huang Weilong was so happy that he got up in a hurry and drove over to pick up Shinsun without even having time to wash his face. When Shinsun tells him he's in a shantytown, he thinks he's been tricked and is so angry that he just hangs up the phone. But I didn't realize that just after I hung up the phone, my own debtor called to say that they had cleared the air. What's even more unbelievable is that before, when he was on the phone with his creditors, he either had a non-negotiable tone or a condescending tone. Fatty, if you don't pay back the money, you won't be able to stay in Westlake City. But this call was incredibly polite. Ah Long, I'm Lu Zi. I've received your money. Don't take what we said to you in the past to heart. Let's have a drink next time we're free. This skyrocketing change shocked Huang Weilong to no end, and after hanging up the phone, he hurriedly called back to Shinsun. Mr. Shin, the signal was just bad. The phone accidentally disconnected. Sorry, haha. Where are you in the shantytown? I'll be right there. When he drove to the shantytown to meet Shinsun, Shinsun was buying buns from a mobile stall with a donut in his mouth. If Shinsun hadn't taken the initiative to greet him, he wouldn't have been able to imagine that the young man in front of him was the one who had taken care of his debtors for him. Your car is quite comfortable to sit in. Shinsun sat in the back seat and joked. Boss Huang has a strong family background. Hey, Mr. Shin is joking. Huang Weilong couldn't pinpoint Shinsun's tone for a while. That Louis guy told you too clear, didn't he? Is it that you have already paid it back for me? Huang Weilong asked with some hesitation. Shinsun didn't speak, instead he narrowed his eyes. Send me to Chaoyang Road, I'm going to meet someone. Huang Weilong thought to himself, do you take me for a driver at this point? But with his years of experience in the jungle, this man was definitely not simple. He followed Shinsun's command and drove to the designated intersection. After a moment's wait, a middle-aged man in a suit from a roadside office building walked up to their car. Shinsun lowered the window and waved toward the man. Come up. Huang Weilong frowned, always feeling that this man looked a bit familiar, feeling that he should be a regular customer of Platinum Coast. Mr. Zhu, tell me about the other party's offer to you. Mr. Shin, Bei's offer is 1 million, we had an appointment to sign the contract at noon. Any more bids? Shinsun tapped his fingers on the armrest window. No. No more. Said Mr. Zhu, who seemed to have decided something, and hurriedly said, if you're willing to pay 1.2 million, I'll sign the contract with you right away. I heard that you're short of money lately? Shin-sun asked offhandedly. My incompetent son just knows how to go out and gamble every day, and owes a lot of debt. It's really lucrative to run a casino these days, isn't it? Although this was not said to Huang Weilong, he lowered his head in shame. It's me as a father who didn't educate my child well. Pleaded Mr. Zhu with great chagrin. I hope that Mr. Shin will be able to help me. $1,200,000, company ownership, decision-making, patents all belong to me, agreed? Agreed. Mr. Zhu nodded his head repeatedly. Not pulling any more strings with A's side? Shen-sun snickered. It's good enough that B's side doesn't pressurize my price, how could they still give me a price increase? Not bad, you are straightforward, I like it. Shin-sun smiled, I'll offer another 300,000 annual salary, hire you as general manager, and leave the company's small and large affairs to you, willing? Chapter 58, must not be done. Willing to be willing. I do. When Mr. Zhu heard the news, he went crazy with joy. Ben is over 100 years old and can't keep much money for himself after paying back the money. And at your age, it's hard to find any good jobs anymore, plus you don't have the energy to create a company again. Just when he was having a hard time with his job, Shin-sun was actually willing to take him in and offered him a salary of $300,000 a year. You know that when you were your own boss, you could only earn $300,000 a year when you were doing well, and you might even go into debt when you were doing poorly. Now he's giving himself a straight $300,000 a year and the right to run the business, which is like getting $1.2 million for nothing. This is my lawyer's phone number, just send it directly to her after finalizing the contract. Shin-sun handed him Yi Ying's business card, the money has been paid into your account, check it yourself. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Thank you, Mr. Shin. The wrinkled old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum after Mr. Zhu called and confirmed with the bank. Huang Weilong thought ruthless, even the contract has not yet signed directly to the other party to play money? But then he thought about it again, as if he had helped himself to the money immediately after the phone call about his then debt as well. Oh yeah, if there's anyone else from Bay Company looking for you, just ignore them. Shin-sun thought for a moment. You didn't sign any contracts with them, did you? No, everything with them was negotiated verbally. Shin-sun nodded in satisfaction. Alright, go and get busy. Boss Zhu was just about to get out of the car, but hesitated and looked in the direction of the main driver and asked, May I ask if this is Mr. Huang from Platinum Coast? Huang Weilong, who hadn't said anything, also looked back. You are Mr. Zhu of Huashing Technology? Oh? You guys know each other? Shin-sun raised his eyebrows and said as he looked at the two. I often go to Mr. Huang's place to socialize when I run my business, so I'm a bit familiar with him. Said Mr. Zhu, looking at Mr. Huang with a chauffeur-like appearance. He couldn't help but associate it with something. From now on we are all people who work for Mr. Shin. From now on when you come to Platinum Bay to talk about business, contact me directly along, this is my business card Huang Weilong is a smart man. From the moment he heard Mr. Zhu confirming with the bank that the transfer had arrived, he was fully convinced that it was this young man in the back who had paid his debt. Mr. Zhu froze, but immediately reacted. This Shin-sun was not only his own boss, but also Huang Weilong's boss. After receiving the business card, he took out his own business card and handed it over. Mr. Huang, in the future, if there is a need for network technology, just contact me directly. Well, not bad, they are all family members. In the future business you two contact more. Shin-sun smiled. Alright, Mr. Zhu, you get busy first. Mr. Huang, let's go back to Gold Coast. Shin-sun was in the box, knocking down melon seeds while watching the old version of Returning Pearl on the box's plasma TV. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the compartment. Huang Weilong quietly probed in and whispered, Mr. Shin, Boss Ma has arrived. Shin-sun turned off the TV. Tell him to come in quickly. Only Huang Weilong carefully pushed open the door of the box and respectfully guided Ma Yun to enter. In his younger days, Ma Yun looked a little restrained at the sight of this service. Mr. Ma, come sit down. Shin-sun said towards Huang Weilong, along, pour us some tea, Mr. Ma doesn't like to drink. Ma Yun froze before saying thank you. Mr. Shin, how have you considered what I told you last time? Ma Yun sat beside Shin-sun with some restraint. Well, financing a little bit in advance isn't a big deal. I mainly want to hear your opinion on what to do afterward. Shin-sun said as he ate a peanut. In fact, Shin-sun is 100% assured that Ma Yun, there is no need to meet, he directly remitted the money and finished. But he didn't think that was a good idea. After all, Beaver Baba hadn't had a smooth ride all the way. A little advice to Ma Yun at this time would not only improve his opinion of himself, but also make him less likely to take a wrong turn. Here's what I'm thinking, haha. Start by mimicking internet banking. We already have a finished product, then it's about opening up the market for online shopping, and that's what I'm proposing to finance in advance to prepare for. Now that online shopping is just taking off, we need to pull in more merchants so we can attract consumers. Immediately after that, I think we can move in the direction of finance. The banks make a lot of money off of this. Assuming we have a large audience in the future, this business will surely make me a very large amount of money. That's right. The biggest mistake Beaver Baba ever made was this. Shinsun shook his head and said in a serious tone, Mr. Ma, I have no objection to you doing anything else, but only finance. You absolutely cannot set foot in. Ma Yun froze and asked in confusion, why? This is a legal deal with a huge profit. Let me ask you, what is the most profitable company in the country? Tobacco? Oil? Maruman didn't know what he was asking that question for. Do you think the state will allow private sales for these transactions? Shinsun sighed, if you did this in another country, I wouldn't object, but this is a socialist country, and you'll be absolutely doomed if you steal the rice bowl from the state. To summarize, the state will never allow money to step into the realm of the state-owned financial industry. Old Ma, listen to my advice, you absolutely can't engage in this at home. Shinsun added, when we develop in the future, we can go to a foreign country to do it. How cool is it to earn money from foreigners? Ma Yun lowered his head and mulled over Shinsun's words over and over again. At this time, Huang Weilong came in with the brewed tea to pour tea for the two of them. Well, come to think of it, it does seem like that's the case. Sighed Ma Yun, good thing you reminded me, otherwise I'd have to take a detour. Shinsun was somewhat glad that he was still listening to his advice, but he was afraid that he would be as stubborn as a stubborn old man, and then he was afraid that he would have to force him to send him abroad to retire. Then it's a deal. Shinsun picked up the tea that Huang Weilong had brewed for himself and took a shallow sip. Has the financing contract been sent to my lawyer to read? We've both looked at it and confirmed that there's no problem. Well, that's good. I transferred that 15 million to the opposite account as well, so check it out for yourself. When he heard $15 million, Huang Weilong's huge body trembled a little, and his tea almost spilled. How rich is this Mr. Shin of ours? Thanks to Mr. Shin's trust, within this year, I will definitely find a way to make the company profitable. Shinsun nodded. At this point, he has basically clarified all the things in West Lake City. He can now rest assured that he can return to his home in Beihai. Aaron, give me a ride to the hospital to pick up. All right, Mr. Shin. Chapter 59. Shinsun arrived at the hospital with Huang Weilong. Long, wait for me in the car. Shinsun said casually. Okay, boss. Huang Weilong said, I'll wait for you here, call me if anything happens. Now that Huang Weilong had solved the debt problem all in one, he could be Shinsun's driver at any time. Shinsun didn't go directly into the ward, but went to the nearby pharmacy and picked out quite a few nutritional products before returning to the ward. Shinsun? Ying turned around in surprise when she saw someone come in. You're here. Well, how is Auntie recovering? She just went to sleep. Ying looked at her mother. The doctor said that the recovery is very good, and she can do the discharge tomorrow morning. That's good. Shinsun put down his hands full of nutrients. Get ready, we'll go back to the North Sea tomorrow in the afternoon, bringing you with us. So urgent? Ying was taken aback. Are you done with everything over here? It's all taken care of, Shinsun said. Yu's surgery still can't be delayed. A day later, Wooly sent Shinsun's four to the airport. Remember to send a text when you get back. Wooly patted Shinsun's shoulder. I'm going on a mission soon, so I might not see you for a while. Come to the North Sea to play with me when you miss me. After this period of time, Shinsun had already treated Wooly as half a sister. Hey, you really don't say, I'm not too far from your place on this mission. Wooly said, I'll be back to see you sometime. What mission? Confidential, cannot be revealed. Wooly then a hushed gesture, playfully said, wait for the next meeting to train yourself stronger. You see your thin arms and legs, meet bad people without sister in you can how to do oh. Shinsun sweated, in her eyes, was force the only way to solve trouble? Little Leaf, go back and keep an eye on this guy, don't let him get his hands on the flowers oh. Immediately after that, he came to her ear, if she has then tell me, I'll help you educate him. Ying was thin-skinned and said with embarrassment, sisterly, we are not that kind of relationship. Ha, still pretending, that little mind of yours. Wooly also knew that Ying was a thin-skinned person, so she wasn't poking fun at her. Go back and take care of your mom and text me a message if you need anything. Ying was still very grateful to her and bowed deeply to her, many thanks to Sister Wooly. Wooly waved her hand and looked at Huang Yaya again. You, go back and ask your Hoon brother to buy you a cell phone, and if he dares to bully you, tell me. Brother Sun is very good to me. Shinsun didn't expect Huang Yeye to actually kick herself for talking. On the contrary, sisterly, you have to be careful when you go on a mission. Okay, I'll come see you when I'm free, good boy. Wooly pinched her cute and fleshy cheeks. Huang Yeye jumped straight into her arms and hugged Wooly to death. Sister Ray, I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss Luna too. Wooly got a little sad in a rare moment. At the end of the farewell ceremony, Wooly waved goodbye to the four of them as well as Huang Weilong, who carried the suitcases for Shinsun and the others. It was only when it was time to prepare for boarding that Huang Weilong handed his luggage over to Shinsun. Have a good trip, boss. Aaron, you absolutely can't gamble anymore while I'm gone, okay? Don't worry, boss. Huang Weilong touched his heart and said, you are no different from my recreated parents. I can't lie to anyone but you, right? After Shinsun nodded, alright, go back, be careful on the road. On the way back, Shinsun closed his eyes and rested. Thinking about the trip to Westlake this harvest cannot be said to be small. Just by taking a stake in Beaver Baba, he would be able to reap hundreds of billions of dollars in dividends in the future, and this company alone would allow Shinsun to ascend to the position of the richest man in the continent. Not to mention that he had also invested in a courier company, a nightclub, and a network technology company, and as long as these companies could be operated properly, their future achievements would definitely not be low. But Shinsun couldn't possibly stop there, because his goal could not be limited to this. It was already midnight when I returned to Beihai City, and it was this kid Wang Yu who came to pick up the plane. As soon as the two met, they started with a deep hug. This is... Wang Yu almost didn't walk after seeing Yi Ying's face. Isn't this our high school beauty, Ying? You have such a good memory? Shinsun snickered, not everyone in your class remembers so well? He, I won't hide it from you. In the past, most of the boys in our class wanted to chase after her, but she always had a look of being uninviting and unapproachable. Wang Yu came to Shinsun's ear and said quietly. Shinsun smiled. Yi Ying was such a cold person on the outside and hot on the inside. They didn't know Yi Ying, so they would naturally feel that way. You recognize me? Yi Ying asked with a crooked head. He's my buddy, Wang Yu, from our next class. Shinsun casually introduced. Hearing that it was Shinsun's buddy, Yi Ying graciously extended her hand. Hello, Yi Ying, now Shinsun's personal lawyer. At Yi Ying's reaction, Wang Yu froze. You should know that Yi Ying used to be known as the iceberg beauty of the school beauty. Want to chase her man not 100 to 80, but basically all hit the wall. Of course there is no shortage of rich kids like Wang Yu being ruthlessly rejected. But he didn't expect that after many years, he would see Yi Ying again, but she had become so close? Was this still the same Yi Ying he recognized? Hello, I'm Shinsun's best friend, Wang Yu, he. With a flamboyant look on his face, Wang Yu reached out to shake her hand. After withdrawing his hand, Wang Yu was surprised to find that Yi Ying's gaze had been on Shinsun. Could it be that they? Wang Yu silently gave Shinsun a thumbs up. This girl is an orphan I adopted in Westlake City. Her name is Huang Yeye, and she's a computer whiz. Wang Yu greeted Huang Yu, but he didn't expect that Huang Yu seemed to be a bit scared and kept hiding behind Shinsun, not daring to move forward. Seeing them this close, Wang Yu was shocked again. Big brother, you actually okay to raise? So tender ah. Shinsun, you are committing a crime, Shinsun. This is Yi Ying's mother. Shinsun said to her after the introduction, get in the car first, send Yi Ying and the others back first, they are all from the same town, not far away. The group came to the car and realized that Wang Yu had actually changed to a Maybach nanny car? Xiao Wang, this car has to be quite a lot of money. Although your mother does not understand the car, but after getting on the car and seeing such a luxurious configuration, the car high and low to be worth a 200,000 or so. Auntie, this car is not expensive. The car under the name of Shinsun's company and it's only $1 million or so. It's mainly used to hold up the occasion, and by the way it's used for tax deductions, it doesn't usually drive much. Yi mother sucked in a breath of cool air. $1 million or so isn't expensive. She looked at Shinsun behind her and saw that his expression was unperturbed, as if this $1 million or so was nothing to him. Chapter 60, Unwarranted Disasters. Yi Ying's family lives not far from their home. Yi's father and Shin's father are even classmates, and the relationship used to be quite good, only later Shinsun's family moved to Kyushu. The contact is not convenient, which broke the contact. Speaking of which, the two families are sort of a family friend. The car arrived at Yi Ying's house. Shinsun got off the car to help them get their luggage. Yi Ying rushed over and said, I'll do it. Your back isn't finished healing yet, don't carry heavy things. After saying this, Shinsun directly took the luggage to the door. Ying looked at his feet that were still a bit peppy and was stunned. Get some rest, you might have to accompany me out for a bit tomorrow. Shinsun said. Okay, you call me. Ying didn't even ask where she was going. After bidding farewell to Ying's mother and daughter, Huan Yu directly drove back to Shinsun's home. There's someone standing in front of your house? Huan Yu squinted forward. Who is it? Standing in front of my house at this late hour? Shinsun became wary. It seems like a girl. Hey. Huan Yu, you had better eyes. Only when the car drove closer did Shinsun see that it was actually Shinchen standing at the door. Why are you standing here and not going in? Shinsun hurriedly got out of the car and ran over. It's May, but the weather in the North Sea is unpredictable, and at this point in the evening there are actually a few hints of cold. I can't believe this stupid woman didn't know to put on an extra coat. Still not waiting for you. Shinchen huffed. Who let you keep not replying to my messages? Shinsun awkwardly touched his head, bumped into something, and only had time to look at his cell phone in the past 2 days. What happened? Shinxian's stern face suddenly became concerned. Injured? Shinxian remembered his incident with the 3 big brothers and thought that this guy was a troublemaker who couldn't live in peace wherever he went. How cold it is outside, let's talk inside. Huan Yu and Huan Yu got out of the car together. Shinxian looked at Huan Yu strangely and asked, this little girl is? I'll tell you all about it together later. Huan Yu parked the car by Shinsun's self-built house and helped Shinsun carry his luggage. Shinsun told him to hurry home and get some rest, he had things to do tomorrow. Huan Yu nodded. I parked the car here, come pick me up when you wake up from your nap. Lazy, you got it. Shinsun rolled his eyes at him, knowing that this guy wanted to sleep. But his 2 homes are very close together, less than a 5-minute walk. Returning home after a long time, Shinsun rarely felt the warmth of home. This is where he has lived for over a decade. The building had 3 floors and was larger than their villa in Kyushu, but the price was less than a tenth of that villa. Since his eldest uncle had also moved his family back to Beihai, but he didn't have a house here, he had to stay at Shinsun's house for the time being, and of course, that included Shinxian. After entering the door, he found that his parents were rubbing mahjong with his eldest uncle's family, and when they saw Shinsun coming back, his eldest uncle and aunt warmly greeted Shinsun. Shinsun gave a polite response and then went upstairs. Shinsun took Huan Yeye back to his room and put his luggage away. His and Shinxian's rooms were on the 3rd floor, while the rest of the group stayed on the 2nd floor. Because of the large area, Shinsun then wanted to arrange a single room for Huan Yeye, but was strongly opposed by the latter. He suddenly remembered that Huan Yeye didn't like to sleep alone. He had no choice but to tell Shinchen the whole story of what happened in Shihu City. Of course, being hunted down, this Shinsun deliberately omitted a lot, otherwise with the character of this niece must jump up, and in the future go wherever you want to follow to their own. Rarely, Shinxian said with palpitations after hearing this, in the future, when you go out, you are definitely not allowed to be so messy, okay? Shinsun agreed, but after doing so, he added as much as possible in a low voice. That, Sister Qian, this child. Shinsun was a little embarrassed to speak. Leave the boy to me. Out of Shinsun's expectation, she actually agreed straight away? But since she was willing, it was naturally best, otherwise Shinsun would have to worry all night that this little girl would run into his room. It would be fine if no one was around, but this is my home, full of people. If my parents saw me, wouldn't it be a shameful death for me? During this period of time, you'll sleep with Sister Shinxian, okay? But I want to sleep with Hoon. As soon as these words came out, Shinsun suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he quickly said, Did you forget what I told you about the difference between men and women? Listen first. Hearing him say this, Huang Yeye then reluctantly nodded her head in agreement. Come with me, I'll take you to your room first. After the 2 women left, Shinsun plopped down on the large soft bed, feeling that all the fatigue in his body had been driven away. He went into the bathroom and took a comfortable shower, checking his injuries in the process. The sprain on my foot has since healed. The one I banged up is still a bit inflexible, but I have no problem walking normally. The only problem was his right hand. He was still a bit unable to use his strength, perhaps because he had injured the bone, and he would have to recuperate for a while. After taking a shower, Shinsun had a rare good and peaceful sleep. The next morning, Shinsun felt how soft and fleshy next to him. In a daze, Shinsun thought he was dreaming and didn't care so much, continuing to sleep. Until he heard someone knocking at the door. Shinsun, have you seen Yu? She was gone as soon as I woke up. Seeing that there was no movement inside, Shinxian tried to see if the door could be opened and found that it could be and said, I'm coming in. A shocking scream erupted from Shinsun's room immediately afterward. Shinsun touched the hot palm print on his face and only felt a pang of innocence. Turning his head, he helplessly asked Huang Yaya, who was beside him, "When did you enter my room? I can't sleep at night, come over and I can sleep." Huang Yu lowered her head and said with an aggrieved face, "Sister Qian, it's all my fault, don't blame brother Sun." Shin Qian hummed non-committally, "The fishy kitten." Shinsun now had two big heads and thought to himself that it looked like he would have to lock the door when he slept in the future. "I'm going to go to the company, you will trouble Sister Qian to trouble take care of it, ha." Finding an excuse, Shinsun hurriedly buggered off. Just arrived downstairs, but found that the Maybach business car was actually surrounded by people. "What's going on here? TSK, isn't this the Shin family's house, and could this also be the Shin family's car? The Shin family has gotten rich, actually driving such an expensive car. Why don't we ask his family to borrow some money? My son said this car costs a couple $1,000,000. Boy, a couple $1,000,000, I can't even think about it. His family doesn't use gold hose for farming, right?" Shinsun sort of understood the reasoning behind not revealing one's wealth. Against the gazes of many people, Shinsun took out the key and unlocked the vehicle, got in the car and hurriedly left, unable to stay here for a moment. Chapter 61 Sea View Villa. Because Shinsun came out really late, the kid Wan Yu couldn't wait to get ready to start. Wan Yu sent a message to Shinsun, and he said that he didn't need Shinsun to pick him up if he drove his own car to the company. Shinsun was happy to take it easy and drove directly to the downstairs of Yi Ying's house. Since the Maybach Shinsun drove was just too eye-catching, it attracted a bunch of stares wherever he went. Just as Shinsun called for Yi Ying to come downstairs, many people had gathered around. Shinsun was on pins and needles in the car, so it looked like he had to go get a lower-profile car. Fortunately, Yi Ying came down very quickly. She was wearing a small suit today, but she had the appearance of a lawyer for a few minutes. Yi Ying also seemed to feel a little embarrassed and got into the car with her head down. "Your car is too conspicuous," said Yi Ying, covering her face. "There were my family relatives outside that just now." "It's okay, we're in a business car, they won't think you're being adopted." Shinsun joked. "You're the one who's being adopted." Yi Ying gave him a blank look. "What are we going to do? Buy a house." "Buy a house?" Yi Ying froze. "If you buy a house, just buy a house, why bring me along?" "That's certainly relevant, you're going to double as my legal affairs in the future, Barrister Yi." Shinsun smiled. "I've opened a company with Wang Yu and I'm going to buy in some real estate." "Where are you going to buy?" Yi Ying asked. "The whole country will be bought, but start with North Sea before slowly moving into other cities." Shinsun drove his car into the Western District, and the flow of people gradually thinned out. "Aren't you buying a house? Why did you come to the Western District?" Yi Ying asked in disbelief. The West District is the least developed district in the whole North Sea, and the average person usually buys property in the Central or South District, while the rich choose to buy property in the North District near the sea and near the city center. Although the West End is also near the sea, no one has developed it, and there are few commercial streets, so naturally not many people are willing to buy houses here. I'll tell you a secret, the West District will be developed next year, a lot of high-tech industries will be introduced, and the government will move this way. 2 years from now the house prices will start to rise, and within 5 years the house prices will double. In the future, the West District will be the center of Beihai City. How do you know this? Yi Ying reached out and touched his forehead. There was no fever. How come he started talking nonsense? Yi Ying's reaction was not at all what Shinsun expected. It was too normal that Yi Ying didn't believe it. Even if the mayor came, he still didn't believe it. The shift downtown is mainly because next year the city will see a huge tsunami that will hit the North End hard. The city government, in order to reduce the expenditure of redevelopment, the West District planning for key development zones. So far the West District is considered a complete beggar turned over. Anyway, follow me and buy, it's right. Shinsun said confidently. Since Shinsun insisted, Yi Ying didn't say anything else. They first came to the West End's Yulong District, which is one of the few upscale neighborhoods in the West End, and was just built last year, but because of the West End's overall environment, not many people bought it. Most of the people who buy here are rich retired people. Next to the district is the sales department. Just park the car, a young beauty dressed in professional attire of the real estate advisor to welcome over. May I ask if you are here to see the house? Well, show me around your property, starting with the best areas. Well, my last name is Dawn, and I'm happy to serve you both. Tang Wanin is happy as a clam. I've been working here for 2 consecutive months on a base salary, and every day at work I either stare at my coworkers or swat flies, and I'm looking at eating dirt again this month. But this is great, here comes a top tycoon in a Maybach. And it looks like he's still young, odds are he's a rich kid ready to buy a house, such a fat sheep must be treated well. Even if he doesn't buy a house, it's good to get to know such a handsome and rich fresh meat. The two of them, led by Tang Wenyue, rode on a sightseeing bus in the neighborhood and began to slowly tour the houses here. All the houses in our Encounter Dragon neighborhood are designed to sit south to face north, and all of them have no missing corners. 5 feng shui masters were invited to be consultants at the time of erection, so you can rest assured about the feng shui. And over here, it's the villa area of our neighborhood, and the Ocean View Villa area. The houses here are built directly next to the bay line, basically every few hundred meters there is a villa. The view and setting can't be beat. You don't have to worry about law and order either, our neighborhood has a specialized security team patrolling 24/7. Ying looked at the sea next to him with stars in her eyes. Women are visual creatures, and everything beautiful will attract them. Shinsun took in all of her tiny expressions. The tour bus drove up to the security entrance at the east gate of the neighborhood, but the vehicle had no intention of stopping. "Where are we going now?" Ying asked. "We seem to be out of the neighborhood, right?" "Both of you, next I'm going to take you on a tour of the most luxurious villa area in the entire West End, so get ready-o." With a professional smile on her face, Tang Wenyue drove the sightseeing car onto a highway, and 5 minutes later, a security checkpoint appeared in front of them. Manager Tang got out of the car to communicate with the security guards for a moment, the electronic fence slowly gave way, the sightseeing car continued to move forward. The next view actually made Shinsun's heart flutter. It is a natural mountain range with a road built in the middle and 3 cliffs in the distance. The 3 villas are built on the edge of the cliffs, rising up from the sea, and the cliffs and sea view are on the other side of the villas. These 3 villas are independent of the outside house alone. Here you can enjoy the most extreme scenery and views. Each set of villas covers about 600 square meters, and they all have 4 floors, and the yards, if you want them, are all around the house, and there's 1,000 square meters of garden right next to each villa. And there's a small beach just down the cliff where you can barbecue, swim, and play. The house is decorated in a Western style, with a different design language for each set, personally designed by a German designer, which will definitely satisfy your quest for beauty. After looking around, the trio drove to the closest villa to them. Shinsun observed the villa's surroundings. The villa and the level of design here was very impressive even if it was placed 20 years later. Upon entering the door was an oversized foyer, which alone was almost as big as the living room of Shinsun's house, but it was only a place for people to change shoes. Entering the main hall, it was dimly lit, and the moment one stepped in, the ceiling suddenly lit up with a bit of starlight, and in a matter of seconds it made a few people feel as if they were under a starry sky. In the starlight of the illumination, since the Pride Room can be glimpsed in the exquisite decoration. As Manager Tang clapped his hands twice, the starry sky disappeared and was replaced by an entire crystal ceiling covered with light that refracted from the crystals, brightening the entire room. Chapter 62, Buying for You. This is what we call the Crystal Palace, the main hall of this villa, and next to it is the secondary hall, which is designed in the same style as the main hall. The entire villa consists of 4 floors, with a hall, kitchen, and dining room on the first floor, a private movie theater, and guest room on the second floor, 5 bedrooms on the third floor, each of which is about 80 square meters in size and equipped with its own bath and bathroom, and a whole balcony on the 4th floor, the use of which can be freely decided. And it also comes with a basement level for parking. Tang Wenyue led the duo on a tour of the entire villa. After the visit, even Shinsun couldn't help but smack his lips, while Ying next to him couldn't even close her mouth. She hadn't been born into a wealthy family, and that house in town was only about 100 square meters, not even comparable to Shinsun's house. And this manor-like villa by the mountain and the sea directly refreshes her 3 views. A villa of this caliber was something she had only seen in TV shows. Even if she was dreaming, she wouldn't dare to imagine that she could live in such a luxurious villa. May I ask if you two are satisfied with the villa? Generally, can you get rheumatism if you live by the sea for a long time? Shinsun's words made the 2 women speechless at the same time. Sir, please don't worry, this issue was well thought out when the designer designed it. This villa has a set of independent air conditioning inside, you can freely control the temperature and humidity inside the house, and the lighting here is very good, you don't need to worry about this problem at all. Oh. In fact, Shinsun for this villa first-class satisfaction, but he certainly cannot behave like Ying, that kind of nymphomania, otherwise how to be slaughtered I'm afraid do not know. What about the price? Shinsun finally asked what Ying wanted to know the most. The price for this set is $4.5 million. Yi Ying's eyes suddenly dimmed when she heard the price. Nima, $4.5 million. I'm afraid her house is worth less than $100,000 now. This one house would buy 45 of your own homes. But Shin-sun raised his eyebrows without thinking. How can it be so cheap? He was under the impression that a rich friend of his in his last life had bought a house here. I heard him say when he learned to be awesome over drinks that he paid a whole $25 million for it at the time. Now you can actually buy it for only $4.5 million? That's way too cheap. What a wonderful time. Is it still cheap? Tang Wan-in was overjoyed in her heart. It seemed that this order really had a chance. If you want, I can talk to the general manager to get it cheaper. You should know that since the houses here were built, not to mention people buying them, not many people came to see them at all, except for a handful of people. For one thing, the houses in the entire Western District don't sell at a good price. For another, it's situated in a relatively remote area. And for a third, because Beihai City is a third or fourth tier city with very, very few rich people. The house was started here or because it was a first-class environment and the owner had a brainwave to build it here. But he regretted it after building it, because it's been over a year and no one has come to see it at all. And the owner is having some money chain problems and has to find a way to get some blood back. So then he gave a notice that if anyone could sell one of the villas, they would be promoted directly to management and awarded an additional bonus of $10,000 in addition to their commission. The commission alone is more than $10,000, which is more than a year's salary for an average person. I'll contact the general manager for you. One moment please. After saying that, Tang Wenyua didn't care about the 5-centimeter high heels on her feet and ran towards the door with big strides. Shin-sun casually looked at it, looked at Yi Ying who was on the side, and asked, "What do you think of this house?" "Very good," Yi Ying said directly without thinking. "Then this set is yours." "Yi Ying?" Looking at Yi Ying's demented expression, Shin-sun smiled. "What? What's the problem? You said you want to give me this suite?" Yi Ying asked again. "Yeah. This, I." After receiving his affirmative answer, Yi Ying's thinking was a little misplaced. Shin-sun patted her head. "If you like it, then I'll buy it for you. But it's too expensive. I absolutely can't have it. It's a $4.5 million house. How can he say he's giving it away? He doesn't have a fever today either. There might even be a discount later." Shin-sun continued, "4.5 million isn't that expensive." "Shin-sun, are you crazy?" Yi Ying rubbed her temples in an effort to calm herself down. Shin-sun innocently spread his hands. "I'm sober. I know you're rich, but $4.5 million is not a small amount for anyone. And you're starting a business now, right? Must need a lot of money on hand, and you said you're here to invest, not to give me a house. I do love the house, but I say I can't have anything. You can buy it for yourself or your family and I don't have a problem with it at all. But if you give it to me, then I'm saying I won't take it for anything." Shin-sun's ears were still buzzing from all she had said. This woman, why is she so stubborn? It was the first time Shin-sun had seen a house being given away that he didn't want. "Actually, I was thinking of buying all of these sets." Shin-sun rubbed his nose. "Buy all of it?" Yi Ying suddenly had the illusion of fainting. "Aha!" Shin-sun nodded. "I won't hide it from you. A policy called the Housing Restriction Order will be introduced after a while, which means that it will limit the number of properties that can be purchased under an individual's name. If a person owns numerous properties, then I have to pay very high taxes. Although it can fall on the company account name, but in case you have to sell it later, it will incur a huge tax bill. And my parents also have real estate in their name, and it's not good to put it in their name, so I figured I'd just put it in your name first." Shin-sun continued, "The probability is that the house will increase in value in the future, so before I have no intention of selling it, you should live in it first, otherwise it would be a waste to leave it empty, and what to do in the future, let's talk about it later." "A housing restriction? How come I haven't heard of it?" Yi Ying frowned. Shin-sun thought to himself, "You must not have heard of it. It will be more than 10 years in the future before this policy is introduced. Actually, I'm friends with the leader of the housing construction department, and he secretly revealed it to me." Shin-sun had no choice but to lie to her. "So he told you about the one about transferring the city center as well?" Yi Ying had already believed 70 or 80% of it. "Right, why else would I run to the West End to buy a house? I'm not saying it." Shin-sun was covered with cold sweat behind him. He sighed silently. It was true that he would feel a sense of guilt for lying to Yi Ying. "Then why don't you tell me earlier?" Although Yi Ying accepted Shin-sun's words, she was still a bit hesitant. Chapter 63. Buy a villa and get a free building. Shin-sun wiped his sweat. For the first time he felt that it was actually so difficult to send something out. In fact, he didn't have any other idea to send the house to Ying, but to repay her for saving his life. If Ying hadn't taken the stick for himself, he was now afraid that he would have to be reborn again. Shinsun wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to return the favor. Even he felt that a house was far from enough to return the favor of saving his life, but he honestly didn't know what else to give. Let's give away a house first. At this time, Tang Wanyin ran all the way back, looking excited. Could you two please wait a moment? Our general manager has personally come to discuss the price with you. Shinsun had no opinion. He didn't intend to buy just this one house. If he could interview the other party's steward, it would naturally be the best. But what Shinsun didn't expect was that after only about 10 minutes, a BMW sped toward their location. A man with a greasy haircut and a suit and tie got out of the car. The man jogged all the way over, just like Tang Manhwa. The man was slightly stunned when he saw Shinsun and Ying. These two are just too young. But he didn't let that belittle the two. Hello to the two of you. I'm the person in charge of the Western District of Encounter Dragon Real Estate. My name is Fong. This is my business card. Manager Fong respectfully handed over a white business card with both hands. Shinsun accepted the business card and said to him, I looked at the house, and I'm quite satisfied, but the price, I think it's still on the high side. Manager Fong, let's get straight to the point. If these 3 villas were to be purchased as a package, how much would it cost? When these words came out, all 3 people present were confused. Shin. Mr. Shin, is it? Manager Fong's hands even shivered a little. Are you saying you want all 3 villas? Yes. Shinsun said affirmatively. There shouldn't be any problems, right? No problem. Of course, no problem. Manager Fong is also considered to have seen some big scenes of people, but he has never seen someone so tycoon. A shot is 3 sets of all want. I've met a nobleman today. I won't hide it from you, these 3 villas are all top-notch, no matter if it's the design or the materials used or the view. This party manager crackled a lot and finally got to the point. If you're sure you want all 3, I can give you a $300,000 discount on one. $300,000 is enough to buy an ordinary commercial house in the city, and 3, that's $900,000 less. This is undoubtedly a huge amount of money for an ordinary person in this era. This discount can be very conscientious. Still, Shinsun wasn't quite satisfied with the offer. The premium on real estate is very, very high, and with the fact that land in this day and age is literally priced out of cabbage, they're definitely still making money on these 3 villas. Manager Fong, I see that you don't seem to have sold many properties here. Shinsun looked at Manager Fong with a smile. What is our occupancy rate here now? Manager Fong was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. His question immediately hit Manager Fong's sore spot. The whole of Beihai people know that the west side of the house is not worth money, away from the city and far, and no development. Basically no one wants to buy a house in this. If it were not for the fact that the Encounter Dragon Real Estate Company did not even think about short-term return on investment for building houses here, but only the very favorable policies over here, otherwise there might not even be a real estate company willing to develop this area. Oh, Mr. Shin, we just opened this property not long ago. The occupancy rate is not up yet. When the West End is developed in the future, it will definitely be sold out directly. Manager Fong said this he himself did not believe. In his perception, he thought that even if the West End would be developed, it would be after the next 10 or 20 years. However, Shinsun nodded, quite agreeing with Manager Fong's viewpoint. Could it be that Manager Fong has some exclusive news? Are the prices here going up? Manager Fong was sweating in a hurry. He's making it all up there. How does he have any scoop? If he would have known about any price increases, he would have gone out and bought a house himself a long time ago. By now, Manager Fong had completely changed his opinion of Shinsun. This kid is definitely not a rich kid who doesn't know anything, but someone with very rich social experience. May I ask, Mr. Shin, what is your intended price? Manager Fong really didn't want to lose the order because of the price. Now the company is having some problems with its capital chain and desperately needs to get its money back. Therefore, Manager Fong decided that as long as the price Shinsun offered wasn't too outrageous, he had to sell it even if it was a flat capital. Then Manager Fong, do you think this will work? Shinsun thought about it and said, I'll buy these 3 houses, and there's no need for concessions. You guys send me a building, how about it? This scenario froze Manager Fong and Tang Wenyuan again. On the contrary, Ying finally understood the calculations in his heart this time. After thinking for a moment, Manager Fong asked, which building do you want? Shinsun couldn't help but feel happy in his heart when he saw Manager Fong's reaction. It seemed that this matter had a chance. It's going to be the one by the ocean. I think it's 22 as I recall. Manager Fong made a silent calculation in his mind. The 22 buildings have a total of 6 floors, with 2 units on one floor, and the average size of each unit is about 80 square feet. Although Block 22 is a sea view house, it is some distance away from the coastline and the view is average, plus the low price of housing in the West End. The price of a square meter is probably between $1,300–$1,500. But that's just an estimated price, it doesn't mean it's actually available for that much money. He estimated the value of the building to be around $1.4 million, but given the actual sales, it might only be worth about $1.2 million. After doing a little math, he realized that it wasn't really unacceptable. Because this entire building hasn't sold a single home yet. As soon as it sells, you can start collecting property taxes, and the sooner you sell it, the more you make. And if it never sells, the security fees, maintenance, depreciation, etc. are going to cost real money. Calculated this way, although this proposal seems to be a loss for Encounter Dragon Real Estate, this proposal is actually more appropriate than giving him a direct discount. If Manager Fong agrees, then I'll be painfully honest and pay the full amount directly. How about that? Hearing this, Manager Fong became even more excited. This kid is just too rich, nearly $15 million for a house, directly purchased in full without even needing a loan. This financial strength is not the usual luxury. Although you can make a little more money with a loan, it takes too long for the company to be able to recoup the money faster, and you still prefer to pay the full amount a little more. Good. Since Mr. Shin is so bold, then naturally I won't ink anything. Manager Fong said, let's follow Mr. Shin's proposal. Okay then, go down the hill and sign the purchase contract. Chapter 64. Is that your girlfriend? The signing of the contract went very smoothly. After all, a big order of more than $10 million, the person in charge of the reception in person, what could go wrong? Yi Ying was reviewing the contract while Shin Sun was on the phone with Wang Yu. How is the situation on your side? Shin Sun asked. It should be bought, right? Your grandma, all the floors over here don't have elevators, and I'm tired of limping from looking at them one by one. Wang Yu spat madly on the other end of the phone. Shin Sun froze. Who told you to go from house to house? Wang Yu on the other end also froze. Don't you want to look closer when buying a house? Look at a random set if it's suitable, buy the whole building, and look at it house by house. When do you have to see it? You're a big man for not telling me earlier. And you didn't ask. Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Are you sure this project can make money? Wang Yu was a bit skeptical. This development you're talking about is like a ghost area, no one lives there. Then do you trust me? Shin Sun smiled. Naturally, I believe it. Wang Yu would probably believe it even if he said that eating could make money, since he had seen him earn more than $4 billion from the stock market with his own eyes. But tell me a little bit about it. How are you sure it's going to make money? Chanting. In Wang Yu's eyes, the house is a consumable product. Living for more than 30 years is about the same. Buy so many houses at once, in the end what can be used? In this day and age, a house is a cabbage. The demand is not high, and even the unit will be assigned a house for work, so very few people actually buy a house. So it's a good idea to buy a house at this point in time. At best it won't depreciate, but it certainly won't increase in value. You'll know next year. Shin Sun didn't say it explicitly. Right now you just have to listen to me and do what I say. Shin Sun had picked properties that he remembered as being very hot, so he wasn't at all worried that the house here would lose money. He doesn't even plan to sell, because once he rents out the house for 2 or 3 years after the prices go up in the future, he'll get his money back. Okay. I've looked at several sets too, so I'm too lazy to look at them and just sign the contract with their manager. And the person in charge here's jaw dropped when he heard I was going to bag a whole building. And there's a beautiful agent that asked me if I was free tonight. Come on you, people might be able to be your mom. Shin Sun was too lazy to bull with him. Okay, hang up first, I have to sign the contract on my side too. Hey, take it easy. What else? Just those stocks you told me about last time. Guess how much they've gone up in the last few days? 80%. Shin Sun said lightly. Wang Yu was like a mute, half a day before he stifled a sentence. How do you know? Nonsense, I would let you buy it if I didn't have a number in my heart. Shin Sun didn't have the good sense to say, how much money did you make this time? Made a whole $8 million. Wang Yu said excitedly, how do we operate now? Those stocks are ready to be dumped, they can't go up. Next $15 million to buy the 2 stocks of Honghai and Linmei. Hold on to them, don't dump them until I tell you to. Don't worry, I'll take this stock even if the sky is falling. Then Shin Sun explained some more things for him to do before hanging up the phone. Mr. Shin, your lawyer has also reviewed the contract, please take a look at it as well. Tang Wang Yu held the contract out to Shin Sun. No problem, right? Shinsun turned his head and asked Ying. The property fees and everything are reasonable and the terms are all clear, so I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Ying came to his side. You're all right with that, so I'll just sign it without looking at it. Ying enjoyed this feeling of being trusted by him, nodded happily, and handed the pen to Shinsun. When he signed his name, he handed the contract to Tang Wenyue. She looked at the signatures. Good lord, 4 names on 4 contracts. One of the villas as well as an entire building were in Shinsun's own name, another belonged to his parents, and another belonged to Ying. May I ask, Mr. Shin, is this Ying your wife? Tang Wenyue asked quietly. Oh, she's my lawyer, that's the one. Shinsun pointed at Ying, who was discussing the purchase of the house with manager Fong. Could that be your girlfriend? Tang Wenyue, you guys are perfect for each other. Shinsun froze, and he actually didn't know how to answer her question for a moment. The relationship between the two of them obviously did not reach the stage of boyfriend and girlfriend, but Shinsun more or less like Ying, after all, together with the birth of death, to say that there is no feelings is impossible. But Shinsun, the straight man of steel, has never been in love before and has absolutely no idea how to be considered liked by someone. That's why he doesn't dare to like anyone else, which is probably the inferiority complex he left behind in his previous life. No. Actually, Shinsun quite wanted to say yes, but he was worried that Ying didn't think so. He thought that if Ying really had that kind of liking for him, he would have accepted the house he gave him. But she refused, willing to stay in her name only nominally. This left Shinsun somewhat at a loss for words. Hearing Shinsun's denial, Tang Wenyue was a bit dumbfounded. The first two were understandable, but Yi Ying's name was something she genuinely couldn't understand. Why would he put the name of such an expensive house in her name when it's not his wife or girlfriend? Could it be a lover? But even as a lover, Tang Wenyue was envious. However, she also knew that she was not as good as Yi Ying in terms of both her looks and age, and she also knew that the vision of a rich man like Shinsun must be extremely high, so she didn't intend to have any crooked thoughts. The commissions from the 3 villas were all counted in her name, and now she was a little rich. The formalities have been handed over, congratulations. Tang Wenyue delivered the various to Shinsun. The real estate license will be handled by us on your behalf, and we expect to send it to you within a month. Shinsun nodded. This investment belonged to the early investment. Since the house had already been bought, he didn't really care about the time. Mr. Shin is really young and talented. Manager Fong came to congratulate him. If Mr. Shin still has plans to purchase a home in the future, he can contact me directly. The price is good. I would like to ask, by the way, your group has properties in other cities, right? Of course there is. We, Encounter Dragon Real Estate, have properties all over the country, said Manager Fong. If you're in a foreign country and also have an idea to buy, you're also welcome to contact me. I'll help you contact the person in charge of the other side. The price is definitely the most favorable price. Manager Wan knew that Shinsun was planning to do investment real estate business, and there would definitely be a lot of business exchanges in the future, so he had to make friends with such a person. Okay, then I'll take care of Manager Wan. Shinsun simply exchanged pleasantries for a while before taking Ying on his return journey. Chapter 65, I Want It All. On the way back, Shinsun suddenly remembered something and turned his head to Ying in the passenger seat and asked, Do you know how to drive? I have a driver's license, but I haven't driven much since I got out of driving school. Ying asked, Why, are you tired of driving? I'll drive if there's nothing to drive. This day and age isn't as overcrowded as it will be 20 years from now, so you basically don't have to worry about collisions on the road, and as far as passers-by are concerned, just drive carefully. On the continent in this day and age, 5 average families couldn't always scrape together a car. But learning to drive is very cheap, and there are many people like Ying who have learned to drive without a car. Not so much tired, Shinsun asked, What brand of car do you like? I don't even know what brand there is. Ying doesn't know anything about cars, and usually calls cars red, white, and black. Shinsun said, Come on, ask in vain, directly take her to the forest store to see maybe faster. He drove straight to the nearest car town and parked in a random, inconspicuous spot. This Maybox just entered the auto city and attracted a lot of sidelong glances from auto store owners or sales or customers. Who makes Maybox so rare these days? I don't know what channels one you found to buy this car this time period. Maybox seems to have not been introduced to the mainland. What are we doing here? You bought a house and still want to buy a car? Ying looked at him in confusion. Well, buy a car, this one is too noticeable, you have to keep a low profile for a car you drive. To this, Ying raised her hands in agreement. The car was just too eye-catching, and Ying didn't like the feeling of being stared at all day. Two people wandered around. Shinsun cannot help but sigh. Or old car modeling more durable. Some 20 years after the car is too homogenized, no characteristics, is a car look alike. This car city is already considered the largest car city in the whole of Beihai, and many Force stores are also opened here, and there are even some vendors who do parallel imports. It's safe to say that most cars are basically sold here. What do you think of that car, Mini? Shinsun pointed to the red BMW Mini not far away. Isn't it a bit too much like a girl's car? Ying spat. It's nice to look at, but it's too small and doesn't go well with your temperament. Oh? Tell me, what kind of car is suitable for my temperament? Shinsun suddenly asked. Something bigger and more imposing would be suitable. Ying said without thinking. So what do you think your temperament is more suited to driving? Me? Ying froze. I think I'm quite good on a bike. Shinsun was amused by her and laughed straight away. Then wouldn't our temperaments be far apart? Who made you the boss and I'm working for you? Ying said jokingly. Shinsun smiled and shook his head. We have a partnership relationship, not a boss-employee relationship. But I haven't contributed a dime yet, and I owe you a debt, so where does it look like a partnership anymore? You're a technical stock, so of course you're my partner. Shinsun bolted. Shinsun thought to himself that this niece was afraid that she had forgotten that she still held a portion of Beaver Baba's stock. If she keeps holding on to this stock, I'm afraid she'll be the richest woman in the mainland by 20 years from now. The two of them wandered around the automobile city, and Ying seemed to have an interest in these four-wheelers as well. She pointed to a car and asked, "What's this one with a lion, Peugeot?" Shinsun casually looked at it. Peugeot, French car. Ying pointed at another car like a child and said, "Oh, I see then. Isn't the car with the two lions next to it called the second-generation Peugeot?" Shinsun looked at the car she was pointing at and rolled his eyes. "That's called Wrongway." Unconvinced, Ying pointed everywhere in the car city and asked there, and this sand sculpture beauty's appearance made Shinsun laugh. The two walked to a car store that does parallel import trade, and a show car in the showroom caught Ying's eye. "What's wrong?" Shinsun looked at her with some bewilderment. "That car is beautiful." Shinsun looked over there. He froze for a moment and realized that it was actually an imported Mazda MX-5 in Phantom Red, or the most classic one with jump lights. Shinsun is also half a person who knows about cars, and he knows how classic the MX-5 is, not to mention that it is an MX-5 with jump lights. What surprised him even more was that next to the MX-5, there was a left-hand drive AE86. Once upon a time, he was also a fan of Heads Up D and once dreamed of owning an AE86. But the car was never introduced to the continent, and by the time the car took the country by storm in the future, it would have been long out of production for years and simply unavailable. And now actually in the mainland to see the AE86 can be on the road, which makes him how can not be excited. It's good, come on, let's go check it out. This store is huge and beautifully decorated. Shinsun surveyed the vehicles in the store and was surprised to find that there were actually quite a few classic models that had not been introduced to the mainland. Mitsubishi GT3000, Mitsubishi Evo, Nissan GTR, Dodge Challenger. Shinsun somewhat admired the strength of this boss, actually able to get so many mainland rare models, and still in stock. "May I ask the two of you what car you would like to see?" The store owner warmly greeted them, not showing the slightest expression of contempt because of the duo's youth. "How much is this one?" Shinsun and Ying both spoke in unison, but the reference was not to the same car. One points to the MX-5 while the other points to the AE86. The price of this MX-5 is 460,000, while this AE86 is 330,000. The store owner saw no reason to quote for the duo. "I see that you guys should also know about cars, so you should understand the value of these two cars." Ying was a bit out of it. She had thought that this is not a BBA, should be 200,000 also to the top, but I did not expect to actually want 460,000. That's enough to buy a couple of houses. It's not like you can't afford it if you work hard on it yourself in the future for $200,000, but $460,000, bother. Shinsun's reaction was completely different from Ying's. That's too good a deal. You should know that this car can be hard to find after 20 years, there are not many units in the country, drive out than Porsche are eye-catching. Buy this car, drive a dozen years and then sell it, directly net hundreds of thousands of dollars, proper financial products. Now Shinsun spend hundreds of thousands of dollars has nothing to feel, and he bought will not intend to sell. After all, he is also a car lover, this time to fulfill the dream is really lucky. "Boss, I'll take both." "How much?" Chapter 66. The store owner was a bit confused and asked, 2 units, you want both?" Shinsun asked with some concern. "No? Okay. The store owner said hurriedly, may I ask if it's a full payment or a mortgage? The store owner was surprised that not many people buy these imported cars these days. He doesn't really make much money running the store because there's a good chance he won't be able to get rid of one of these cars for 6 months. And this man is 2 units at a time, and he doesn't even cut the price, so it seems that this young man is either rich or noble. Full payment, mortgage is too much trouble. Shinsun said, you can swipe your card, right? Of course. With that, the store owner took out a POS machine and prepared to swipe Shinsun's card. What's the point of buying 2 cars? Yi Ying was surprised. Don't you just love this car? I like it, but I didn't say I was going to buy it. So you want it? I want to, but I want to buy it with the money I earn, not have you give it to me. Since you want it, just buy it. Shinsun domineeringly said to the shopkeeper, swipe the card. No need to buy the one I have. Yi Ying hurriedly stopped the store owner, I'm just looking, I didn't say I want to buy it. The deal had happened so fast that in just 2 words, Shinsun had actually bought the 2 cars. The store owner looked at Yi Ying and then at Shinsun. It was neither right to swipe the card in his hand nor wrong to not swipe it. How many units do you want, anyway? 2. 1. The shopkeeper was in despair for a moment. Yi Ying seemed a bit huffy and whispered, Shinsun, what exactly do you want? Getting you a car will be easier in the future. Shinsun said, and you like this car a lot, don't you? I don't need it. Yi Ying firmly refused, I can't accept anything more from you. Yi Ying is a self-assertive woman who might be called a deadhead. She never accepted gifts from others, and even if she did, she would return a gift of the same value back. Even when her mother was hospitalized, she was strong enough to hold up the family by herself until she really couldn't hold it up in the end and accepted Shinsun's help. She thought she owed Shinsun so much, and it couldn't be measured in money. Even though he had saved Shinsun's life, he had gotten into trouble for himself in that case. How could one want something from him when one owed him more than he could pay? Not to mention that she was in love with Shinsun. She didn't want Shinsun to think she was a materialistic woman. How about this, then, this car is listed under my name, it's considered a company car, so you can take it as an allotment for you, how's that? Shinsun coaxed her to say. You? Sighed Yi Ying, it's a house and a car, what do you want? What do you take me for? The reason why he agreed to the house was still because he promised to just put it in his name for the time being, and that it would be fine if she didn't use it. But the car is not the same, the car is put for a long time will be broken, buy back more or less have to drive for a while. This is absolutely not a promise. A friend, a confidant, one of the most important people. Shinsun replied sincerely. Hearing this, Yi Ying covered her mouth with both hands and looked at him with an incredulous look. Did he mean? You just don't want the car, and I'll buy it back. Because it's not that I want to buy you a car, it's that I want you to drive the car I bought you. If I buy it back and you still don't drive it, then I'll keep it until you do. The meaning in Shinsun's words was already very obvious, and Yi Ying was no cutie pie, how could she not understand the meaning of his words? But, Yi Ying's heart was beating so fast that for a moment she actually didn't know what to say. There's no buts, Shinsun said bossily, if you accept me, then take this car I bought you. Shinsun made a direct showdown. I just like you, I just want to buy you a car, if you like me too, then take this car if you don't like me, then I'll wait until you take this car. He was the one who hadn't never confessed, and he was even now wondering in his head if such a sudden confession would be difficult for her. Indeed, this sudden confession left Yi Ying at a loss for words, so much so that she didn't even know what words to say now. Yi Ying's originally snow-white cheeks were like red apples at this moment, so cute that she wanted people to take a bite. The store owner, on the other hand, had an anti-smile on her face and naturally stepped back, silently blessing these two. Shinsun didn't care anymore, he didn't want to hide his feelings anymore. It was such a sudden decision that he hadn't even decided to say it a moment before he spoke. If she hadn't refused so decisively, I'm afraid Shinsun wouldn't have thought about confessing. Because he wanted to give her anything she liked, even if it was a star, he would find a way to pick it for her in the future. When being given something but hitting a wall, Shinsun gets anxious, he's afraid she's rejecting his gift because she doesn't like him. Thinking of this, Shinsun became anxious and directly showed his cards. Shinsun was confessing for the first time in 2 lifetimes, and he had thought that he would be more prepared, but he hadn't expected it to be so hasty. If you haven't thought it through, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Seeing that she was too shy to speak, Shinsun did not force her. Shinsun. After Yi Ying suddenly squeezed out a few words, there seemed to be words left unsaid in her throat. Ying held back her red face, her shy appearance couldn't be more adorable. Can I get a cheaper car to collect? Said Ying, wriggling out, her face red as if she was about to squeeze out water. The answer was bittersweet, but the meaning was clear enough. I'm willing. No, I think you're just right for this one. Shinsun gathered his courage and took Yi Ying's small hand. It goes well with your temperament. Yi Ying sheepishly lowered her head, only using a mosquito-like voice to softly Boss. We'll take both units. Shinsun was in a good mood. Alright little brother, congratulations. The shopkeeper took out a salute from somewhere. The salute exploded with a bang, and countless shattered flowers floated above the heads of the two. Thank you boss, as for the matter of the license, I'll trouble you. Shinsun smiled and said towards the store owner. That's natural. The store owner smiled and handed a business card. Brother, you are quite in our favor. Next time if there is anything else you want to buy a car, contact me, give you 95% off. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood. Shinsun also smiled and said, don't worry boss, I'll contact you when I have business. After a brief goodbye to the store owner, the newcomers who had just gotten together walked out of the store holding hands. Neither of them said a word, but the two of them interlocked their fingers, and the smiles that spread across their faces were each sweeter than the other. Chapter 67 Jiang Yueying. On the way back, Shinsun received a call from his dad. Hoon, where is it? Dad, I'm outside to talk about something. What's wrong? Shinsun couldn't hear his dad's tone. Oh, nothing much else, just that your third uncle said he's going to invite our family and your great uncle's family for dinner, so I asked when you'd be back. Third uncle? Shinsun froze. Why is third uncle suddenly looking for us for dinner? Shinsun couldn't remember the last time he had seen Uncle San. Even in my last life, I hadn't seen him at my parents' funeral. But he was vaguely impressed. His own dad did have two brothers. Great Uncle Shin Yuan and third Uncle Shin Tang. Back then, Dad and Uncle went to Kyushu together to make a living, while Uncle Sam, who was married to a rich wife, stayed in Beihai. He remembered that the three of them, the three brothers, were not on very good terms. The eldest was selfish and self-serving, but outwardly good to his academic father. The third uncle's relationship with them was okay in the beginning, but since he fell for the rich woman, he started to become mean and sour and petty, and his relationship with his elder brother and second brother got worse and worse. Shinsun's impression of Uncle San was limited to that, but he was very impressed with Uncle San's daughter. Uncle Sam's daughter is 3 years older than Shinsun and has not been on good terms with Shinsun since she was a child. Perhaps she inherited his father's vitriol, and she grew up looking down on herself and Shinxian, who had a poor family. Every time they met, they also looked like a big lady with a high and mighty demeanor, which made Shinsun very disgusted. When your third uncle knew that your eldest uncle and I were back, he called me to say that he wanted to treat us. Shin father said, your third uncle and I haven't seen each other for many years as well, so it's indeed time to meet. Shinsun was a bit helpless, his father was still too honest. After so many years of no contact, even if they are blood brothers, the relationship is very thin, this time suddenly looking for someone to eat, definitely not as simple as just eating. What's more, odds are that cousin you don't like will go. Got it dad, what time and where? I'll be there as soon as I'm done. Shinsun didn't want to go to this kind of dinner party, but dad had given the word, so how could he not go? 6 o'clock, purple and gold tendu, box 8. Shinsun's eyebrows unconsciously raised. Zijin Tiandu is the most upscale restaurant in Beihai City, and the lowest spending is upwards of 800 renminbi, which is already a very exaggerated figure. Looks like this third uncle has made a name for himself in the North Sea. Okay dad, going to pick you guys up? Shinsun asked. No, we'll go there in the eldest's car. Shinsun hung up the phone and sighed deeply. Seeing that he was not in a good mood, Yin grabbed Shinsun's hand and said with concern, what's wrong? Going to meet a relative I haven't seen in a while and I can't cope with their family. Then talk less and eat more food. Ying laughed, they're all relatives, don't put a stinky face on it. You're educating me instead. Shinsun scraped the tip of her nose, want to come with me? Don't, I'm nervous. Said Ying as she hurriedly waved her hand, if you can't handle it, I'm even worse. Shinsun laughed out loud, and with her, it seemed like all the boredom flew away. After sending Ying home, Shinsun drove directly to Zijin Tiandu. Zijin Tiandu was built very opulently, and there were many cars parked in the parking lot, but there was not a single one that could compare to Shinsun's Maybach luxury car. After parking the car, Shinsun walked straight toward the front door. That's when he met two colorfully dressed women at the door. He looked up, one was his cousin Hun Fei, only to see her chatting with the girl beside her, who seemed to be her best friend. The other woman was blocked by Shinfei, so Shinsun couldn't see much. He stiffened, pretending to play with his cell phone as he headed inside. Shinsun very much did not want to strike up a conversation with her here. Yo! Isn't that Shinsun? Shinsun sighed deeply. Sure enough, what's meant to be is always meant to be. Shinsun feigned a look of surprise. Huh? Cousin? Why are you here and not inside? Only to see Shinchang dressed very fashionable and avant-garde, permed a big wave, but also dyed yellowish hair on this body of hip brand genus is really the fashionable written in their own body. If it wasn't for her round egg face that hadn't changed much, I'm afraid Shinsun wouldn't recognize what she looked like. The other girl was very low-key compared to Shinchang. Duck-tongued hat, mask, leather jacket, skinny jeans, dressed almost like a big star out on the street. Yo, not bad, using the latest Nokia? Looks like Uncle 2 didn't make a lot of money in Kyushu. Shinchang picked the just tattooed eyebrows. His cousin you this aesthetic should be changed. What era is still a sportswear? How earthy ah. Here it comes. The thing that annoys Shinching the most about Shinsun is this. Having to impose your views on others. Shinsun did not want to tear his face off with her right now, and could only casually perfunctorily say, I just returned to Beihai, and I am planning to go shopping for clothes in the next 2 days. When it comes to buying clothes, Shinchang is not sleepy. If you buy clothes, I suggest that you don't buy any Audi Nike, it's too earthy, like a student. Now we are wearing Burberry, carrying Gucci, stepping on Parisian family. Shinsun said impatiently, well, I'll keep an eye out then. Shinsun was not the same as a precious princess like Shinchang who grew up with a golden key. Even after his success in his last life, he went out and wore ordinary national brands. He didn't like publicity, so even though he had held enough money in his past life to be on any world wealth list, his name couldn't even be found on the internet. Therefore, Shinsun and Shinchang were completely different people and could not talk together at all. Xiaoqing, is this the cousin you just mentioned? The woman with the mask suddenly opened her mouth and asked, quite handsome and nice. He might just make do under serious cleanup, he can't get on the stage. Shinchang did not give his cousin any face in front of outsiders. Shinsun forced down the anger in his heart and asked in a nice voice, cousin, who is this? I'll naturally introduce you later, what's your hurry? Shinching gave him a blank look. Just as Shinsun frowned, the woman suddenly took off her mask and ducktail hat, revealing her face. The moment the mask was removed, an unmistakable set of three-dimensional features presented themselves to him. If he had to use one word to describe her, Shinsun would probably describe her as beautiful. This was the most unique woman Shinsun had seen in all his years of living. The unique point comes from her temperament. She actually gave Shinsun a sheer, noble and elegant queen-like temperament. Hello, my name is Jiang Yueying. Chapter 68 The Woman in the Mask. Jiang Yueying? The name sounded somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall where I'd heard it before. I have to say, her face was really beautiful, on par with Ying and Shinchen. But Ying is the small family type, Shinchen is the gentle and elegant type, while Jiang Yueying this queen type is more unique and more eye-catching. Shinchang was next to her and was directly reduced to slag in seconds. Hello, my name is Shinsun. Shinsun took the initiative to extend his hand, ready to shake her hand, but was knocked away by Shinchang. Come on, what kind of status are you that you dare to shake hands with our little shadow? Shinchang raised her eyebrows. Do you know what little shadow does? Shinsun's fire instantly rose. People did not say anything. Why are you having a fit here? Just as Shinsun wanted to throw his face away, he heard a familiar voice from behind him. Hoon, Sister Chang? You guys haven't gone in yet? Shinxian was wearing a white dress today, pure and beautiful, and Shinsun looked a little mesmerized. It's surprisingly hard to distinguish between Shinxian and Jiang Yueying in the same frame, as if all the other women are going to be compared to them. Yo, it's Xiao Qian. You're just here. We've been waiting for half a day. While Shinchang was not used to Shinsun, she naturally did not like Shinxian who looked better than herself. Sorry Sister Qing, there was a bit of traffic on the road. Shinxian said with some apologies, my dad and uncle, they're in the back, they'll be here soon. Brother son, who are they? Huang Yeye appeared behind Shinsun at an unknown time. I didn't realize they'd brought you with them. He said hello to his parents before adopting Huang Yeye, and they were very supportive. Because his parents had always had a regret that there was only one only son, Shinsun, and they had always wanted to put together a boy and a girl, but they had never been able to do so. Huang Yu's appearance normally makes up for the lack of the two old men. Shin's father and mother had little resistance at all to such a cute little girl and treated her better than they did Shinsun. Seeing this little nymph, the anger in Shinsun's heart actually subsided quite a bit. Huang Yu also dressed up a little today, combed a double ponytail, wearing the same white dress as Shin Xian. The two women stood together like a pair of sisters. Shin Sun thought to himself, when Yu is a bit older, she will definitely be a great beauty, not inferior to Shin Xian, but now she is still slightly tender. What a cute little sister. Jiang Yueying walked over with a surprised face and touched Huang Ye's head. Little sister, how old are you? I'm 17 this year, said Huang Ye, leaning toward Shin Sun with some recognition. Seeing this reaction from her, Jiang Yueying first froze, then looked at Shin Sun, then smiled and said to Huang Ye, I thought you were only 15 years old. Little sister, if you go to be a star, you will surely become red right away. Shin Sun scoffed at her remark. Did good looks make you popular? And even if Huang Yu could be popular, Shin Sun would never let her go. He still knew very well what kind of mess the entertainment industry was in. Seemingly seeing that Huang Ye was a bit introverted, Jiang Ye sighed and then asked Shin Xian, sister, oh, I see that Xiaoqing called you sister, that should be younger than me as well, so I called it by the way, you don't mind, do you? Shin Xian froze for a moment, don't mind ah. I wonder what my sister does for a living now. I'm temporarily jobless. Are you interested in starting out as an actor? Shin Sun and Shin Xian couldn't help but be stunned at the same time. Is this woman a talent scout? Why does she call herself a debutante? Sorry sister, I don't have that idea for now. Shin Xian refused. Shin Sun thought to himself, don't look at her young, in fact she is worth over $100 million, there is no need to become a star to earn that kind of money. That's a shame. Jiang Yueying glanced at Shin Sun intentionally, it's rare to see two such beautiful people. Just at this time, Shin's father and his eldest uncle and his party also arrived. What are you standing here for? Eldest asked, get in there. Eldest uncle, just waiting for you guys, I'll take you in. Shin Chang acted like a good girl in front of her elders. Shin Chang led them inside the box, which was large and luxuriously decorated. The three uncles and three aunts, who had not been seen for a long time, were already sitting at the chief. Uncle San was thin and tall, with an angular face, and it was obvious that Uncle San should have been a handsome man when he was young, or else he wouldn't have been taken in by a rich woman. Auntie 3 is a bit more plump. Auntie 3 looks a bit out of place with Uncle 3. Ha, big brother, second brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, you're all here ah? Shin Tang stood up and greeted them very warmly. The third aunt, on the other hand, sipped her tea, looking unconcerned. It's been a long time since we three brothers have seen each other, right? Shin Tang smiled and said, I heard that you guys came back, so I'm coming to fetch you right away. Shin Sun laughed in his heart, they had been back for a little over half a month. Was this what he meant by right away? But his own dad and his eldest brother acted quite familiar with each other. Come. Order first. Shin Sun, you juniors see what you want to eat first? Shin Tong handed Shin Sun the menu. He casually swept a few eyes, then exclaimed that it was worthy of being the most upscale restaurant in Beihai. Every dish was not cheap, the cheapest dish of fried greens actually cost $20. That's an unimaginable price in this day and age. Shin Sun didn't know what to order for a while. This scene happened to be seen by Shin Chang. She couldn't help but snicker and say, did you see the price and get scared? It's okay, just order whatever you want, the owner here is my dad's friend, I usually come here to eat with my friends. Shin Sun frowned and ignored Shin Chang. It's not that he can't afford it, but he doesn't know what to order. Why don't we order for Sister Qing, she's more familiar with the dishes here. Shin Qian proposed. Shin Sun nodded and gave the menu to Shin Chang again. The latter took the menu and whispered a word about the bumpkin. The words were not loud, but they happened to reach Shin Sun's ears. Shin Sun had been putting up with her for a long time, and if it wasn't for the elders being present, he would have shrugged it off and walked away. Shadow, look what you want to eat, just order anything. I come here less often, so you watch. Looking at the two women talking there, Shin Sun always felt that the two were not as close as they seemed. Shin Xing, not to mention, is a spoiled little princess with a haughty personality who looks down on others. Jiang Yueying, on the other hand, made Shin Sun a little confused. She gave off a very warm feeling on the surface, but Shin Sun somehow felt an inexplicable sense of distance when she got along with Shin Xing. It seemed like she wasn't really willing to play with Shin Chang. Jiang Yueying gave Shin Sun a feeling like a person wearing a mask, and no one knew what she really looked like under the mask. Who the hell is she? Chapter 69 Shin Family Dinner. Shin Chang ordered the food and returned the menu to the waiter. While waiting for the food to be served, the atmosphere at the table was a bit eerie. Shin Yuan and Shin's father's family chatted about the day in a good way. On the other hand, Shin Tang's family was in silence, and it was only Shin Chang and Jiang Yueying who were chatting about something. Shin Tang and the third aunt did not say anything, as if they had something on their mind. In this weird atmosphere, it looks like this table is like two strangers temporarily sharing a table. However, Shin Sun was clear that this meal was definitely not as simple as inviting his father and eldest uncle to dinner. Big brother, second brother, our three brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. Third brother, I am very nostalgic. Today I'll drink a cup first, for big brother and second brother to receive a wind. Perhaps seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shin Tang took the initiative to pour himself a glass of white wine. Seeing this, Shin Father and Shin Yuan couldn't possibly sit there dryly and also filled their own wine glasses. The three people each said some scenes, and Shin Sun could not hear whether it was true or not. Shin Sun guessed that the three brothers might have long since lost their true feelings for each other, or else they wouldn't be able to use this kind of wine table culture. After each of the three brothers finished their own cups, Shin Tang laughed. Big brother, second brother, you guys are developing well in Kyushu, right? Eldest uncle Shin Yuan waved his hand. AI, don't mention it, your second brother and I messed with someone over in Kyushu and couldn't stay over there before we came back. Shin Sun thought to himself that it was still the eldest uncle who was more refined. The relatives who have not seen for a long time suddenly invited themselves to dinner, and the first thing they asked was how they were doing over there, so in all likelihood, they were asking for their own business. And Shin Yuan is aware of this, so he deliberately made them more miserable, so that if it is to borrow money or something that the back will be easy to push off. On the contrary, Shin Tang, you kid mixed well more than 10 years ago, and now I'm afraid that you are already walking sideways in the North Sea, right? Shin Yuan seemed to be referring. That's right, uncle, you don't know, my dad owns an entertainment company with a bunch of artists. Shin Sheng did not hesitate to brag. I don't know if you've heard of this one next to me, Jiang Yueying, now a popular singer. Just debuted last year, an album sales of more than 1 million. You're Jiang Yueying? Shin Xian suddenly stood up in surprise. Jiang Yueying also stood up politely and said to Shin Xian with a smile on her face, I thought everyone didn't recognize me. Jiang Yueying, said Shin Sun, silently reciting the name. Shin Sun racked his brain and couldn't think of anything. I especially loved listening to your song Moving On Up, and I bought that album of yours. Speaking of songs, Shin Sun finally remembered. In his previous life, back in 1999 or so, Shin Sun had indeed heard of a singer named Jiang Yueying. One of her inspirational songs, Going Up, was a hit in the Chinese community at the time, and was catchy even to people like Shin Sun who weren't much of a groupie. It also happened to be Shin Sun's low period at that time, and listening to this song gave him so much encouragement and confidence that he often played it on loop to motivate himself. As for Jiang Yueying himself, Shin Sun didn't pay too much attention, but he remembered about Jiang Yueying. Not long after her debut, The Hottest Year, because of a performance accident, took away her life, a generation of promising, glittering and dazzling star fell. Shin Sun was also saddened by this for a while at that time, but time always takes away everything, and in the decades to come, the name Jiang Yueying had long been dusted off, and it was not until today that it was officially unsealed. No wonder looking at her, there was a sense of déjà vu, so it was the singer of his once favorite song herself. Shin Shen was very excited and went over to ask for an autograph. In her eyes, stardom is a profession that is very far away from her, and it's the very stars she looks up to, so it's no wonder she's excited like a fangirl. It's no wonder she asks everyone if they want to be a star, but it turns out she's in the business herself. But unfortunately, Shin Sun was under the impression that she would be killed by the disaster soon. Should he save her? Let's see how her character is first. If she has a good character, it's not bad to save a life, but if she doesn't have a good character, then it's up to her. It wasn't that Shin Sun was cruel, but rather that if he greatly changed the fate of one person, it was likely to change the future direction of the world. It would be fine if it was just a matter of making more money for himself or those around him. After all, the scope of influence was not large, but Jiang Yueying was a public figure that could cause a huge repercussion. If he changed her fate without authorization, Shin Sun feared that the world of the future would no longer be the world he knew. The table suddenly became lively, and the conversation basically centered around Jiang Yueying. Because Little Shadow's market response has been very good, so in a short while, our company is planning to arrange for Little Shadow to hold her first concert. Shin's father nodded. That's a good thing. Shin Tang's face moved, and after glancing at his wife he slowly said, Actually, I just want to ask, does big brother and second brother have any idea of getting into the stock? Into the stock? Shin father and Shin Yuan froze at the same time, not knowing why he suddenly raised this idea. Shin Tang said, Yes, Little Shadow's market response is very good, and our company thinks that we should take advantage of this to ride the wave of success and organize a special concert for Little Shadow. Our company has roughly calculated that it's basically a surefire deal. Shinsun thought to himself, that's where the problem lies. Why doesn't Uncle San enjoy a surefire deal all by himself? Is it possible that he's too rich for his own good? In those who say, Uncle Sam is a person who has not been considered generous since childhood, when Shin's father had a stomach disease, and borrowed a few $dozen from the family's more affluent Shintang to see a doctor. After this incident, Shin's father's relationship with him has become much thinner. Shin father and Shin Yuan weren't stupid, they also had the same doubts as Shin son. Seemingly seeing their doubts, Shintang suddenly said to everyone, "Oh, I suddenly remembered that there is a raffle today. In order to still serve food, wife, you take the children to go to the raffle to try it. It is said that the grand prize is a plasma TV." Mother Shin and Auntie looked at each other, knowing that their men had something to say to each other, so they took the initiative to follow Auntie San and lead Shin Sun and his group, including Jiang Yueying, out of the box. "Dad, really, this kind of money making things, why to share it out? Small shadow, you say, right?" Shin Sun, who was walking behind Shin Xing, couldn't help but sigh when he heard her say this, that this woman's brain might be a little bad. "Your father must have his reasons for saying so. Jiang Yueying didn't get infected by her. Let's go draw to see if we can get a plasma TV." After seeing them all go downstairs, Shin Sun sneaked back to the entrance of the compartment, wondering what it was that made Uncle San give up this piece of meat in his hands to share. Chapter 70, Interested in You. Big brother, second brother, listen to me, this is definitely a surefire project. Shin Sun put his ear in front of the door and vaguely heard voices coming from inside. "You guys probably don't know what kind of place Little Shadow has in the hearts of young people these days. Let me describe it to you like this, her future influence is definitely not below the 4 heavenly kings. And she's also a girl who is good at singing, dancing, and songwriting. There's no such thing as a vase. You can look at the news and TV right now, she's all over the entertainment news headlines. Third brother, we're not questioning that little girl's influence, but we're curious as to how you're going to split this cake between your big brother and me." Shin's father is a man without much heart, and has always been straightforward in his speech. Aren't we brothers? Shouldn't brothers support each other and help each other out? It was just fine for this to come out of someone else's mouth, but coming out of Uncle Sam's mouth, Shin Sun was embarrassed for him. "Third brother, tell me specifically then." "It's like this, our company is planning to hold a concert for about 10,000 people for Little Shadow in Sea City in 3 months, and our company is already warming up for it. I talked to the venue side, the venue fees, equipment fees, copyright fees, publicity and distribution costs about 1.5 million yuan, the 3 of us take 500,000 each, the money we earn we split the bill. How?" Shin Sun listened to the investment is not big, if it is really like what the third uncle said, this business really also do. "Shintang, is this a single time for you, or are we all jointly contributing in the future?" The eldest uncle asked a very important question. That's the only concert scheduled at the moment, I'll let you know if there's a follow-up." Shin Sun listened with amusement, Uncle San's attitude made it clear that they would never be needed after this one. What is certain now is that Uncle Sam must have run into problems financially. "Sure enough," heard the third uncle's answer. Uncle said in a bad mood, "You kid these years has not earned quite a lot of money, this is how much money how can not afford to pay." Uncle Sam snapped, "That's not thinking about the 3 of us earning together, ha ha ha. Third brother, you play it straight, are you having financial problems?" Playing straight ball on this point was still Shin's father. There was silence in the box for a long time, and then Uncle San sighed quietly, "Actually, I guess, Xiaolu's parents and I are having a bit of a falling out right now. Xiaolu is also Shin Sun's third aunt, Shin Tang's wife. I screwed up a project they gave me, and in a fit of pique they stopped the capital injection into the entertainment company. No, it's crunch time now, and he stopped me with this money, and now it's literally inches away. I made a bet with them that if I could get through it on my own, they'd keep the capital injection going, and if I couldn't, they might want me to divorce Willow." Shin Tang was finally spilling his guts, just as Shin Sun had predicted, he had really met a difficult situation. "Shintang, it's not that your elder brother and second brother won't help you, it's that we don't have that much cash on hand right now. The eldest uncle has the worst relationship with the third uncle, to see him suffer can be said to be happy, this matter you may have to find someone else to help." The atmosphere in the box dropped to freezing point after these words. There is a saying that what is the cause is the effect, if not for Uncle Sam's own previous actions, it is impossible for their 3 brothers to make such a mess. "Big brother, second brother. I'm really desperate this time." The tone of Shintang's voice was getting lower and lower. "To speak from the bottom of my heart, I regret at all times that I didn't go to Kyushu with you guys. You guys outwardly look at me marrying a rich person and think I'm living the life, but in reality I don't have any place at all in her family. Her parents see that I was born in the countryside, no background and uneducated, looking for trouble everywhere. Even I want to go independent to open a company is also begging them to let me go out on my own. Even after going independent, I can't use the funds in my hands as I please, and I have to ask their permission to use the money, not to mention how humiliating it is. Because of an oversight in one of the companies under my management that resulted in a small loss of money, they went on a rampage and wanted to stop the capital injection in my entertainment company immediately, but why don't they look at how much money I've made for them? Third brother, don't get excited first. Father Shin Ming stood up and patted his shoulder. Every family has its own difficult experience. Second brother, it's not that I'm selling you guys short, you guys don't know how suffocating it is for me to live with them, and now I'm really desperate before I come to beg you. I know that the things I've done in the past have chilled your hearts, but I'm really pleading with you this time to help me get through this. Saying that, Shin Tang was about to bow to his two brothers. Third brother, what are you doing? We're all family, let's talk things out. Shin Ming hurriedly held him up. If I make it through this time, I'll never have to be subjected to her parents again in the future, and I'll never have to be a parasite again. But if I don't make it through, I might have to be swept away. Shin Sun shook his head before turning his head to stop eavesdropping. There was no need for that, the rest was the business of the three brothers, he couldn't interfere and didn't want to. If Pops is willing to help, so be it. The moment he turned around, he saw a pair of eyes staring straight at him. Looking closely, it was actually Jiang Yueying. Shin Sun was startled by her and said with palpitations, "Are you a cat, walking without making a sound? Wouldn't it be nice to be a cat?" Jiang Yueying whined with her clear and melodious throat, "Meow." Hearing this meow, Shin Sun only felt his bones crumble. If such a thing as a natural charm existed, then she must count as one. When were you behind me? Jiang Yueying pondered for a while, probably when you started eavesdropping? Shin Sun's old face flushed. What are you doing here if you don't go down there and smoke a plasma TV? I'm not interested in plasma TVs. Shin Sun looked at the woman in front of him with a speechless face, not intending to talk nonsense with her anymore and preparing to leave. After walking a few steps, he realized that Jiang Yueying was still following him. He purposely walked towards the men's restroom and went to the bathroom and came out, only for the woman to still be standing in the doorway, seemingly waiting for herself again. Why are you following me when you're interested in whatever it is you're interested in? Shin Sun frowned. What does this woman want? Stalking? A pervert? I'm interested in you, so I'm following you, what's the problem? Jiang Yueying revealed a perfect smile that took in the soul. Shin Sun stayed for a moment before coming to his senses and drawing a conclusion about her. This woman is sick. Chapter 71. Take me away. Why don't you follow your best friend? What are you following me for? Shin Sun asked. It's not like you can't see that my relationship with her is just that. Jiang Yueying shrugged her shoulders and said in a lazy tone, it's just a play on the scene, a mandatory lesson for us actors. I'm her brother, you're telling me this and you're not afraid I'll tell her? Shin Sun asked strangely. You definitely won't say anything. Jiang Yueying covered her mouth and laughed, you're not on good terms with her. Shin Sun thought to himself that this woman was quite smart, so it seemed that he would have to pay more attention in front of her in the future. Shin Sun raised his eyebrows, you can see it again? Come on, I'm not blind, anyone with a brain should be able to see that you're upset with him. Shin Sun nodded in agreement, but I guess only someone like Shin Chang who didn't have much of a brain couldn't see it. Then what have you been following me for? Don't you remember me? Shin Sun froze, remember you? We knew each other before? Just kidding. Jiang Yueying covered her mouth and laughed, how could we possibly know each other, I'm not even from Beihai. Shin Sun felt that this woman had been saying something he couldn't understand, and he didn't know which of her words was true and which was false. I heard that you'll be taking that girl to Maritime City in a few days. Jiang Yueying asked. Shin Sun didn't remember telling anyone other than his parents about this kind of thing. How do you know? I just sat next to your mom told me. You seem to be concerned about me? Shin Sun asked, I am going to Maritime City, what's wrong? Can you take me there? Jiang Yueying blinked her eyes and stared straight at Shin Sun. The corner of Shin Sun's mouth twitched, you can't go yourself or my third uncle won't take you? I've been preparing a new album recently, I don't want to follow your third uncle, I want to take a free trip. Stars seemed to twinkle in Jiang Yueying's eyes. Then why don't you go yourself? I'm poor and have no money. Jiang Yueying spat out her tongue, so I can only trouble you. Shin Sun was completely unconvinced, how can a big star like you not have money? Come on, I've only been on the road for a year, how can I have any money? Jiang Yueying counted her fingers. The dividends from the albums and the commercials are still pending, and the basic salary is just $1,000, or it was paid last month. This was a bit of a surprise to Shin Sun. In his impression, celebrities were one of the most lucrative professions, not to mention that she had quite a few fans, or was a popular star, but she was actually having such a miserable time. Of course, I'm not whoring you out for nothing. Jiang Yueying completely lost her queenly demeanor and said playfully, I can give you a listen to my newly written song, how about that, you don't lose out. Shin Sun was a little confused as to whether that queen-like aura when they first met was the real her, or was it the real her now? Taking you there is fine, but can my third uncle agree? Shin Sun continued, don't you have to listen to the company's arrangements? Only those without fame need to listen to the company's words. Jiang Yueying laughed, not that I'm boasting, now the entire company can be said to be raised by me, no longer during the notice period, I can do whatever I want. Shin Sun pondered for a moment and decided to just follow her. It's okay, but you can't add to the mess. When you get over there you write your new album and I'll go about my business, don't bother me. Considering that she was now a minor public figure, traveling with her, Shin Sun was worried that some trouble might happen. Don't worry, I will never go west if you tell me to go east. Jiang Yueying smiled very brightly, then it's a deal. I'm going back. Mr. Shin Sun. Looking at the woman's distant back, Shin Sun always felt that there was something she hadn't said. Never mind whatever, this woman can be a strange one. Back in the box, everyone was seated and the meal was served. Shin Sun took a look at the expressions on their faces, and it seemed that the discussion had come to fruition. Where have you been? Just now, you and I have been looking for you. Shin Qian asked softly. Oh, I went to have a bit of an upset stomach and went to facilitate. Shin Sun couldn't say that he had been eavesdropping outside the door for a while. Shin Qian nodded and didn't think much of it. Right, Sister Qian, I want to discuss something with you. Shin Sun came to Shin Qian's ear. What is it? I'll help if I can. Actually, Wang Yu and I acquired some properties today and registered a company. I may have to run around in the future, so I want to hire you as the executive director to help me take care of the company. Real estate. Painey, director? Suddenly telling herself something so big, Shin Qian was a bit unable to react at once. Well, this company of ours isn't open for business for a while, so you have a long time to think about it, Sister Qian. Are you going to be going out of town a lot? Shin Qian's eyes dimmed a bit. Seeing that she was a bit lost, Shin Sun hurriedly said, it's only for a while, after everything is settled, I'll be at ease in Beihai to accompany Mom and Dad and the others. How long would it take? Shin Qian was a bit down. Didn't you and Wang Yu start the company together? Wouldn't it be better to let Wang Yu be in charge? That guy Wang Yu is not management material, give him management and the company will be finished sooner or later. It wasn't that Shin Sun looked down on Wang Yu, but he was speaking the truth. This kid is quite resourceful, is a person who can fight, but he does not do everything seriously enough. The character is also more easygoing, cannot control people, cannot let people serve him. Shin Qian is not the same, look at the weak, but when things are more serious than anyone else, not to mention she is a mathematical genius or financial management professional, executive director to let her to be in the appropriate but. Looking at Shin Qian's forlorn look, Shin Qian couldn't help but comfort. Don't worry Sister Qian, as fast as 1 year, as slow as 3 years, I will definitely take care of everything and come back to accompany you. Only when she heard Shin Sun say this did Shin Qian's face look slightly better. Shin Sun sighed silently, how could he not know what she meant to him? But they're brother and sister by blood, which dooms the two to absolute impossibility. The affection between them could only be kinship. Well then, I can manage it for you, but I'm inexperienced, so don't blame me if I screw up. I'm aware of Sister Qian's skills. Shin Sun was relieved to hand the company over to her. After Shin Sun finished explaining what happened here, his stomach rumbled, and he was just about to move his chopsticks when he realized that Jiang Yueying, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was looking at himself with a smile on her face. Shin Sun's scalp went a little numb when she stared at him, so he glared at her fiercely. Who knew that she was not only not afraid, but also revealed a meaningful smile? What the hell is this woman laughing at? Chapter 72, Drunkenness. Shin Sun sighed at the dinner table as he looked at his father's drunken appearance. Although it is a family feast, they may not be as close to each other as they are to ordinary friends, and they still need the flavoring agent of wine to neutralize their feelings. It's also unbelievable that 3 blood brothers have become so emotionally attached. Shin's father was not able to win the wine, they drank her white, and within a few cups, Shin's father's face was already red, and his speech was a little slurred. Third brother, don't worry. Let's keep our word, don't carry things on your own, your big brother and I are not outsiders, what's going on, just talk to us. Shin's father hiccuped as he chanted divinely. Old Shin, just drink less, you're talking nonsense. Shin's mother couldn't stand to watch, pulled Shin's father's coat and said, hurry up and sit down. Second brother. You've been the best to me since I was a kid. Come on. I'll drink to you again. Let's not get drunk. Uncle Sam poured a small glass of white for Shin's father and then poured a glass for himself, clinking glasses and then drinking directly. Although Uncle Sam was also a bit drunk, he hadn't reached the level of Shin's father. Come on. Shin's father was just about to raise his glass to drink, but the glass was taken over by Shin's son. Dad, I'll drink this cup for you. After saying this, without waiting for Shin's father to react, Shin's son finished off the white wine in one gulp. This white wine is not smooth at all, it's very strong and choking, and I don't know where they got it. Shin's son seldom drank alcohol, and most of the liquor he drank was smooth ones like Mao Tai. It's no wonder so many people like to drink Mao Tai. Good son. Shin's father gave Shin's son a thumbs up. The thing I'm most proud of is having you as my son. They say that when you drink, you speak the truth. Isn't what Shin's father spits from the bottom of his heart? Son, you've grown up. Shin's son's eyes unconsciously overflowed with heat, pursed his lips and said, Dad, don't drink, you can't drink too much when you're not well. Haven't seen Xiao Sun for years, I remember the last time I saw you were still in elementary school. Third uncle saw Shin's son and said enthusiastically, come on, third uncle clink one with you. Saying this, Shin Tang didn't ask Shin's son whether to drink or not and directly poured it full. Good lord, he's treating this like a social occasion? There is no way, even if Shin's son is no longer willing, the other party is his third uncle, face must be given in the case of so many people. Shin's son had no choice but to clink glasses with him and drink another glass of white wine. Good. Worthy of being the man of our Shin family. Third uncle's mouth smelled of alcohol, his face was flushed, and he was probably on top. Come, let's have another drink. Shin's son thought to himself, it's a good thing this cup is small, or else who could withstand such a drink? Another cup and a sip, Shin's son rushed back to his seat, in so much drinking cannot be. Brother Sun, are you alright? Huang Ye thoughtfully took a cup of water to Shin's son, drink some water to slow down. Thank you, said Shin's son as he took the water and slammed it down. The burning spiciness in his throat was then pushed down a bit. The family party had somehow suddenly turned into a social drinking party. Shin's father drank too much direct sleepover, uncle full of can drink, a bottle of white down with a person like nothing, 3 uncle, some on the head, but also okay. The dishes on the table gradually went down, and it was time to disperse. Sister Qian, can you drive? Shin's son asked. I will. Then Sister Qian, you can send them back later. Shin's son said. You're not going back with us? Shin Qian hurriedly said, you've been drinking, don't run around. Shin's son laughed bitterly, if it was with beer it would be fine, drinking white wine has a strong aftertaste, walking in floating. I'll ask that guy Wang Yu to come and pick me up, that's it, you guys go back first. Which one is your car, let me drive it for you. I don't know. When Jiang Yueying ran behind Shin's son, she smiled and said, I'll be your chauffeur, enough to give you face, right? Shin Shen didn't have any problem with it and just said, then my brother will trouble you. Shin Sun's brain was now up, and he didn't care who sent him back. He directly pulled out the key, parked in the underground garage, go drive up. Jiang Yueying joyfully took the car keys, so the 3 girls walked to the underground garage together. Shadow, why are you driving for that guy? Do you know how to drive in case it's a crappy manual gearbox? Shin Shang flaunted the Accord key in her hand. I can do manuals, and I've driven a van before. If Shin Sun had been here at this time, he would have realized that Jiang Yueying had changed back to the queenly, unapproachable appearance she had when he first met her. Shin Chang made a fool of herself and asked again, Xiao Qian, what kind of car does uncle drive? Being suddenly asked this question, Shin Qian froze. I don't know the model of the car. Hey, it seems to be right here. Shin Qian pressed the remote control in her hand, and the twin flashes of a Santana not far away lit up. Santana 2000? Why is uncle still driving such a cheap car? Well, that I'm not so sure about. Shin Yuan's BMW was sold when he left Kyushu money, saying that he wanted to do things in a low-key way when he came back, which is why he bought a Santana to drive. Hey, I'll take you for a ride in my Accord sometime, it's so big and spacious. My mom bought it for me. Shin Shen didn't know anything about cars, so she just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Shin Shang found his Accord, but was surprised to find a Maybach parked next to his car. Geez, when did our city get a Maybach? Shin Ching had been in contact with the list of luxury goods for longer than he had been in contact with the 26 letters of the alphabet, so he naturally recognized Maybach as a top automobile brand. Just as she was marveling and regretting that she hadn't brought her camera or else she would have been able to take a picture with the Maybach, the locks on the Maybach's doors suddenly opened. Xinxing hastily took a step back and pretended to straighten her hair. She's fantasizing about a high roller coming in the direction of Maybach, bumping right into her beautiful self and experiencing a love encounter. But the reality is, there is no high-flying handsome, there is no encounter, only to see Jiang Yuan open the door of the car and sit in the driver's side. Xinxing's jaw dropped in shock, stuttering as she asked, Little Shadow, how did you get the key to the Maybach? You mean this car? Jiang Yuan lowered the window and looked at her strangely. Your brother gave me the key. Xinxing froze in place for a long time, not knowing what to do. Xinxian and Jiang Yuan both ignored her. Each started their own cars. The sound of the engines echoed in the underground garage. The taillights of the two cars disappeared at the end of the basement, leaving Xinxing to rely on her accord and stare. Today, her worldview completely collapsed. Impossible, how could that guy Shinsun have such a nice car? Chapter 73, Bringing Home the Big Star. Jiang Yuan was telling Shinsun all the way about how Xinxing's reaction at that time was hilarious. And Shinsun just wants to throw up while sitting in the car because he drank white wine. Drive slower, it's a little on the nose, said Shinsun to Jiang Yuan next to him, covering his mouth and closing his eyes. What kind of person would throw up in a car? Jiang Yuan said with a smile, I thought you were very drinkable. You didn't see me drunk and purposely drive for me to see me laugh, did you? Shinsun just took a piece of paper and covered his face, who knew that Jiang Yuan slammed on the brakes. Shinsun only felt that something dirty was already against his throat. Shinsun was angry but didn't dare to speak, fearing that if he did, he would vomit out the contents of his stomach, so he could only glare at her fiercely. Hey, this bike ran a red light, it's not my fault. Jiang Yuan spat out her tongue and said, it's just a matter of time. This woman was probably born to go against me. Shinsun didn't say another word all the way, and Jiang Yuan was the only one chattering away. You know what? I dropped out of junior high school and started working part-time at a convenience store, earning $300 a month and living in a $50 a month room. Shinsun thought, why are you telling me all this? Who wants to know about your past? Back in the day, I had a friend, an only friend, who lived in a building across the street from my rental, and every day I took me to catch tadpoles and dragonflies and get stung by bees together. Those are the days I remember the most. Most people had such a time in the past, right? Shinsun thought about how he seemed to have had such a time when he was a child, but unfortunately it had been too long and he didn't have much of an impression. And then he moved away, supposedly out of town, and we cried and said we'd have to see him again, and that if we saw him, we'd be his bride later. I'm a little envious of her friend, picking up a big star bride for nothing. How come I'm not so lucky? He also left me something that I still have to this day. Would you like to see it? How could Shinsun be in the mood to look at her tokens with other people right now? His head was so high that he just wanted to hurry up and get home and fall asleep. Seeing that Shinsun didn't respond, she just smiled softly and continued. After he left off, the days are getting more and more flat and more boring. Now I look at the scenery, but to pay wages cannot get, to live every day to live in the hotel, every day is changing, do not like the current life at all. What is this? The agony of a big star? I don't know how many people envy you either. That said, I've only known her for the first day and she's telling me her past. Isn't she afraid I'll post it on the internet? But I quite like to sing it. Every commercial performance can see the audience's cheers. I'm quite happy, but while sometimes in the internet to see people say that I interact with the audience is too little, no human touch, please, the scene of thousands of people pinch, I can't be one by one to interact it. Can't stand this trolling? The quality of netizens in this day and age still needs to be lowered. Look like you're dying to sleep? Why don't I sing you a song? Jiang Yuan said, it's a song that hasn't been released yet. Oh, it's called When I Was a Child. Congratulations on being the first listener of this song. Oh. The melodious and ethereal song sounded in Shinsun's ears, and although there was no melody, it was enough to have her heavily singing voice. Shinsun's headache was so bad that he didn't listen carefully to what each of the lyrics she sang were, but the tune and the way she sang it earnestly was something that he liked very much, and it seemed that after listening to it, his head was slightly able to relax. His furrowed brow relaxed as well, and sleepiness gradually set in. After singing the last word, Shinsun grew tired and his head emptied, ready to sleep quietly. Hoon, I finally. Shinsun seemed to hear Jiang Yuan calling his name in his daze? Or maybe it was something else. Opening his eyes again, Shinsun was surprised to find that he actually had an extra jacket on his body. Turning his head to look, Jiang Yuan was sitting on the main driver's side looking at himself with a smile. You're awake? You don't want to throw up anymore? After sleeping for a while, my head felt less painful and I was able to talk without throwing up. Shinsun looked out the window as the car pulled up in front of his house. How long have I been asleep? It should be over 40 minutes if you count from the road, right? Why didn't you call me when you arrived? Who knows if you have any waking breath? Jiang Yueying said aggressively, what if I tell you to get up and be mean to me? Shinsun was speechless. Was he that annoying in this woman's eyes? Shinsun picked up this piece of clothing on his body and looked at it, realizing that it wasn't Jiang Yueying's jacket. Yours? Shinsun picked up his jacket and handed it to her. Jiang Yueying took the clothes and frowned with great disgust. Kindly lend you a cover, it's all stinking from the smell of wine on you. Shinsun scratched his head. I'm sorry, why don't I wash it and give it back to you? Wash it well, it's expensive. It cost me over $100. Jiang Yueying laughed thievishly. You shouldn't have any bad fetishes, right? What fetish? Shinsun froze. Some people on the internet said that some perverts would do that kind of thing with a woman's intimate clothing. Said Jiang Yueying seriously as she tilted her head. You shouldn't be like that too, right? %#. Shinsun cursed and opened the car door. You're leaving? You don't want your car? Jiang Yueying asked. It's not safe for you to take a cab this late in the evening. Just drive back and I'll have someone pick it up tomorrow. No. I can't afford to pay for a bump on your expensive car. You just don't have to pay for it even if you crash it. Shinsun said somewhat breathlessly. Jiang Yueying looked straight into Shinsun's eyes. Then if I crashed, if you don't feel sorry for the car, will you feel sorry for me? Shinsun froze for a long time, his brain cells almost not being burned dry by her words. Can you say something nice? Only after a long time did Shinsun stifle these words. I don't care, I'm not driving this car of yours anyway. Jiang Yueying suddenly played a rogue. Shinsun said helplessly. What do you want then? Why don't you lend your home for me to sleep in? Jiang Yueying said with a smile, I heard that your sister and that sister are staying at your house, one more for me isn't too much. Clam? This sentence completely confused Shinsun. Then it's so happily decided. Jiang Yueying excitedly turned off the engine, got out of the car, closed the door, and walked straight toward Shinsun's house. Shinsun looked at her with a face full of black lines, always feeling that this guy hadn't planned something. The two of them returned home together and opened the door to find Huang Yuyu and Shinxian watching a TV program on the first floor. Huang Ye saw Jiang Yueying follow Shinsun back together, and also already in slippers, opening the first sentence. Brother Hoon, you brought the star sister back home? Chapter 74, The Woman Who Doesn't Make Sense. Hello? Jiang Yueying briefly greeted the two girls. I might have to stay here for a night tonight, so I shouldn't disturb you, right? Shinsun frowned. He could tell that Jiang Yueying was simply a different person in front of himself than in front of others. She acted like a quirky girl in front of herself, but as soon as someone else was present she immediately turned into someone who appeared to be enthusiastic on the outside, but gave off a sense of rejection. Which one is the truest version of her? Just after Jiang Yueying asked, Shinxian said in a hurry, no problem, no problem. There are still empty rooms here, it's no problem to stay for a few nights. The corner of her mouth twitched viciously. Shinxian completely transformed into a little fangirl. Excuse me then. The big star narrowed her eyes and smiled, sitting down on the couch with her but without thinking of herself as an outsider. Sister Xiaoying, the TV is broadcasting your program. Shinxian pointed at the TV screen and said, you're so hot right now. Shinsun drank water while looking at the picture on the TV with his afterglow. He used to be as fascinated by her singing voice as Shinxian was, but whenever he had time, he would go through the variety shows she participated in. But somehow, after meeting her in person, Shinsun's fantasies of stardom seemed to be shattered. After dealing with her, Shinsun realizes that stars are no different from normal people and are not as glamorous as they are portrayed on TV. Jiang Yueying on TV was very active and kept interacting with the host. Just 1 year after her debut, she was able to perform on the big screen without stage fright, and could even ask the host some questions in return, so I have to say that she is really a material to be a star. After briefly telling Shinxian to arrange Jiang Yueying's room, Shinsun grabbed the handrail and went upstairs. Passing by her parents' room, Shin mother happened to be taking a kettle to get water, and saw Shinsun come back and said with concern, Xiaosun, I'll make some detox soup, you and your dad both have some? Shinsun's head was really hard too, so he nodded, okay mom. Just as he was waiting for Shin mother to get the antidote soup, Shin father walked out of the room. His face wasn't as red as it had been before, but you could still tell he wasn't over the booze by the way he walked. Dad, are you feeling better? Hoon, you're back? Is everything okay? Shin's father asked rhetorically. Ugh, it's been a long time since I've had a drink, and I'm really embarrassed today. Drink less wine in the future, you're not in good health to begin with. Shin-sun thought of his father who had diabetes in his body and the burden of excessive drinking on him. Ha, I didn't expect to let my son worry about it. Shin father smiled. Do you know what your third uncle is looking for me and your eldest uncle for today? Shin-sun pretended not to know and said, is there something that begs you? Shin father nodded, and the two of them sat together in the stairwell as he briefly told Shin-sun about it. I drank too much at the dinner table before, and my brain is still a bit unclear, but I'm better now, so tell me, should I help your third uncle? Shin-sun guessed that his father would ask himself this question. I think so, if you help. Making money is secondary, and it can mainly repair the relationship between your brothers. Shin father sighed. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, although we didn't have a good relationship in the past, but the same blood flows in our bodies. We are all 50 people running towards 60. Once the grudges have long been looked down upon, I heartily want to help him. But Dad, you're afraid that you still can't repair your brotherly love after this. Shin-sun took his words. How do you know if you don't try? Then you mean to support me in giving him a hand? Shin father looked at Shin-sun. That's what I'd do if it were me. Wouldn't it be nice to use this opportunity to see what kind of person he really is? Shin-sun's words made him make up his mind. Okay, I understand. Shin father patted Shin-sun's shoulder and sighed. It's good that your son has grown up. At this time, Mother Shin brought out 2 bowls of antidote soup and shouted to the two of them, what are you talking about? Quickly come over and drink the soup. The next morning, Shin-sun woke up to once again find a disobedient little guy climbing into his bed. Shin-sun helplessly tugged at Huang Yu's smooth cheeks. You, how many times have I told you not to run to my bed and sleep? But I went the wrong way when I got up to use the restroom. Huang Yaya said innocently. Shin-sun thought to himself, how many times have you used this excuse, and you don't know how to change it? That's when the door opened from his room. Shin-sun didn't even have time to let Huang Yu out of bed before the door was pushed open. Shin-sun, can you get me to go to a trip later? Before Jiang Yueying could finish her sentence, she saw Huang Yaya in her pajamas, sleepy-eyed on Shin-sun's bed, while the latter was looking at Jiang Yueying very nervously. I'm going to sue you for molesting a minor. Hey. Let me explain. Shin-sun was washing up when his phone suddenly rang. It was the owner of the car dealership. Mr. Shun? 2 cars I let the boarding truck to help you sent, the master is at the door, you want to go check the car? After Shin-sun returned a good word, he hurriedly washed up and ran downstairs in a hurry, and sure enough, both his AE86 and Yi Ying's MX5 had been delivered. Not bad, it's pretty efficient. Shin-sun directed the master to unload the car near his yard. Luckily, the open space in his house was big enough, otherwise 3 cars wouldn't really fit. After unloading the car, Shin-sun carefully looked at the condition of the car. There is no problem, and the formalities are complete. Ha! You bought 2 new cars? Jiang Yueying also appeared in the yard at some point. This convertible is so nice looking. That car has a Fujiwara tofu sticker? Are you opening a tofu store? According to Shin-sun's request, the store owner looked up a comic book version of Heads Up D and asked the decal master to help get an identical decal. Shin-sun believes that the AE86 without the words Fujiwara tofu was soulless. There's this idea, remember to patronize my business when the time comes. Shin-sun got into the AE86, don't you have to go to the office? Get in the car. Jiang Yueying got on the car and asked curiously, this car of yours doesn't seem to be as expensive as the one yesterday, right? That car is too flashy, it's better to keep a low profile. Jiang Yueying nodded and asked again, is that red convertible your car too? That one is for my girlfriend. Shin-sun said casually. Pop. Jiang Yueying undid the seatbelt she had just fastened and directly opened the car door to leave before closing it heavily. Hey, what are you doing? Not feeling well, not going. Jiang Yueying said without looking back. This woman, she's so strange. Said Shin-sun, a little distressed about his car door. I bought a new car. Chapter 75 Gambling Games. After accounting for almost everything in the North Sea, Shin-sun and his group finally decided on a day to head to the sea city. Although he had only been back for 5 short days, Shin-sun felt that it had been long enough to get Yu to hurry up with the surgery. Other than Huang Yu, Yi Ying was definitely going with him. Other than that, it was the big star Jiang Yueying. The woman still stayed at Shin-sun's house for 2 days since she slammed the door that day. She talked and laughed with others during the days at his house, but she didn't say a word to Shin-sun, and even when Shin-sun greeted her, she was indifferent. Shin-sun didn't even know what had pissed her off. Before, she often harassed Shin-sun, and now that she didn't, Shin-sun instead kind of missed the way she talked to herself. Instead of airplanes, this time they traveled on a cruise ship. 2 days ago, Shin-sun was greeted with a check-in gift from Encounter Dragon Real Estate for vouchers for a luxury cruise around the world. Originally, only 3 were given away, but Shin-sun said that since buying a house is all about buying 3 and getting 1 free, the vouchers might as well be given 1 more as well. Usually such requests are not granted, after all, a voucher must be worth at least 1,000. But he didn't expect manager Fong to actually agree to his request, and cheerfully gave him 4 cruise coupons. This will make Huang Yuyu happy. She has never been on a ship, it is just the right time to give this little one an addiction. The cruise ship departed from the North Sea and traveled all the way north through Maritime City, where they could just disembark. Although the journey takes about 5 days to get there, the benefits are that you get to experience a luxury cruise and you can check in your car. I have to say, this is a great deal. Because he could consign the car, Shin-sun didn't let that Wang Yu kid send it. After bidding farewell to Shin-shin as well as his parents at home, Shin-sun hitched a ride with Huang Yuyu and Ying hitched a ride with Jiang Yuing and sailed to the harbor. Upon arrival at the port, check your ticket, enter the consignment area, place your car and prepare to board the ship. Wow, is our ship this big? Through the security checkpoint, Huang Yeye could see from afar the giant luxury cruise ship Prince that they were going to board. The Prince was described as having a capacity of more than 5,000 people, with all kinds of entertainment facilities including 1,000 suites, more than 50 stores, 20 swimming pools, 5 restaurants, 2 movie halls, 2 theaters, a casino. It's safe to say that any entertainment you can imagine, this ship basically has it. Taking them on board, they first found the suite they were in, a 4-company economy room. Shin-sun put down his luggage and surveyed the suite. It's a budget room, but the decor is actually not bad, or at least passable. Pulling back the curtains, there was an endless blue sea and sky outside the window, with a few seagulls flying nearby. It was also Shin-sun's first time doing this kind of cruise, and it was quite a novelty. Shin-sun walked out of the room, ready to take them with him to the restaurant to see what was good to eat. Just as he went out the door, Shin-sun saw an old man all in black enter the room carrying a bag. The old man realized that someone was looking at him and also turned his head to survey Shin-sun. "Hello?" greeted Shin-sun at him. The old man nodded indifferently without speaking and entered the room and closed the door with force. I didn't expect him to react like this, causing Shin-sun to freeze. "Shin-sun, what's wrong?" Ying also walked out of the room and happened to see Shin-sun staring at someone else's room out of his mind. "Nothing," saw a strange old man. Shin-sun smiled at her. "How does it feel to board a luxury cruise ship?" "I was worried I'd get seasick," said Ying as she took out a tablet of anti-emetic pills, "but it seems like there's no difference between being here and being on flat ground. Cruise ships are big, and normal winds and waves can't shake this ship." The two of them were chatting away when Jiang Yuing walked out in a long, eye-catching light blue dress, stepping on her high heels. "Why are you dressed like that? Not afraid of being recognized?" Shin-sun couldn't help but frown. Only to see Jiang Yuing humming and ignoring Shin-sun. That's when Huang Yeye also came out. "All the people are here, so when Jiang Yuing has changed her clothes, we'll go to the restaurant and take a look." Shin-sun was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "Yi-zi, Yuyu, let's go browse the stores on the cruise ship," Jiang Yuing said to the 2 girls with a smile. "What about him?" Ying glanced at Shin-sun. "We women go shopping, why bring a man?" Jiang Yuing held her hand without saying anything. "Just a little while apart, you won't be unable to part with it, right?" Yi Ying's pretty face blushed slightly and nodded, agreeing to Jiang Yuing's proposal. She pulled Huang Yuyu with her other hand. "Yuyu, come on, let's go shopping." "Then won't Hoon's brother go?" "Let him find a restaurant if he's hungry, we'll get him when we're tired of playing." "Oh, well then." So far, Shin-sun has become a bare-bones commander. Shin-sun was abandoned in the suite's corridor like an orphaned old man, and as he watched the 3 women's fading silhouettes, he suddenly had the feeling of being isolated. This woman had been ignoring herself since that day, and Shin-sun really couldn't figure out what he had done to make her hold a grudge for so long. Women, they can be so hard to understand. Since none of them were going to eat, Shin-sun had lost his appetite. The mood wasn't too rosy, so I had to just wander around the cruise ship. After all, wouldn't it be a waste to stay in the room all the time without doing anything? Just outside your room is an open-air pool with lots of kids and hot foreign girls in bikinis playing in the water and sunbathing. Shin-sun didn't have much interest in this crowded activity, and he wasn't much of a swimmer. He made his way through restaurants, theaters, and halls, and still hadn't seen the end of the ship, so you can imagine how big it had to be. Gradually, there were more people around Shinsun, as if they were going to the same place. With curiosity, Shinsun followed their steps forward, and shortly afterward, a bustling arena appeared in front of him. Casino! Shinsun walked in and looked around. The casino was very rich in facilities, and the venue was visually the largest of the ones he had passed through. Originally, Shinsun had little interest in gambling, but after walking into this place, he somehow actually wanted to make a small bet? That's probably the beauty of casinos. Shinsun really wanted to casually take a few $100,000 to play, won the best, lost well also not to heartache. But he doesn't really know how to play any of these gambling machines, and the only thing he understands, I'm afraid, is betting on the size of the dice. Just as he was agonizing about having nowhere to spend his money, a large screen in front of him caught his attention. That screen actually shows the stock market today? That caught his eye. After all, he couldn't do anything else, but when it came to playing with stocks, he wasn't sleepy. Treating stock speculation like a gambling game, wonderful. Chapter 76, I'll bet with you. Speculation itself is no different from gambling for the average person. To make a hard distinction, it might be that one is illegal and one is legal. Casually reading the rules, it's very simple. To put it bluntly, it's two stocks, then up, all at the mercy of the stock market. The game is played in 3-minute rounds, and at the last second, the winner is whichever of the two stocks rises higher or falls less. Bets can be placed while the game is in progress and need to be placed at the latest 60 seconds before the end. Perhaps because it was relatively fair and difficult to operate in the dark, this bet attracted a lot of people to participate. Shinsun didn't go directly to exchange chips, but watched from the neighborhood. At the gambling tables, one person actually had a table full of chips. The chips were of different colors and laid out in a jumbled fashion, and it was obvious that he had won them all. Normally, there is basically no cheating in this kind of betting because they are not buying stocks directly, they are just gambling off the floor and there is no way to influence the stock market. And with 3 minutes to change a stock, even if you're a born again, there's no way you can remember a stock going up or down for 3 minutes. So how on earth did this guy manage to win so much money? Are you cheating? How can I not beat you in one hand? At the gambling table, a young man with dyed yellow hair pounded the table and pointed at the man across from him who had won a bunch of chips and cursed. "Young Master Lu, what are you talking about?" The long-haired man full of chips laughed. "You say I'm cheating, but the stocks are all random. It's the stock market that says what goes up or down. What I say doesn't count." "I'd like to ask young Master Lu, what technique did I use to cheat?" The yellow-haired boy was momentarily speechless. He couldn't really think of exactly how this kind of bet should be cheated, and the evidence that was even more absent. "Huang Bin, don't pretend to me. You're the only one who can win this much. Is it possible that so many of us here aren't as lucky as you alone?" Although young Master Lu couldn't find any evidence, anyone who looked at his bets would think there was something wrong. Basically never lost big money, and even when I did it was only by a few $100s, whereas when I won it was by thousands and thousands of dollars. I'm afraid no one would believe him if he didn't cheat. But the problem is that no one can find evidence that he cheated. "Young Master Lu, everything should be based on evidence. If you can prove that I cheated, I'll give you all the chips worth close to $1 million that I've earned here today. How about that?" When these words came out, everyone in the room was energized. I have to say, this guy's luck or gambling skills are really good. Less than a day actually earned $1 million here, and no one can find him cheating. Bah! At least 700,000 of your 1 million chips are mine. Young Master Lu huffed. "Just wait for me. I will definitely find proof that you cheated." Young Master Lu had plenty of money and wasn't at all heartbroken about that lost money. It is said that if you don't steam buns to fight, young Master Lu is compelled to find evidence of his cheating. "Don't talk big for now, young Master Lu. Why don't we bet again? Just come. Who's afraid?" A new round began and the system randomly selected two stocks to display on the big screen. One is a stock of a natural gas company and one is a stock of a communications engineering. Generally speaking, traditional stocks are less likely to rise or fall than those in new industries, so it would be better to choose communication engineering in this case. And indeed it is. The SACK line for communication engineering has been floating since the open and is generally up, while natural gas is steady as a straight line, not up, not down. Communications engineering, 100,000. 5 seconds before the imminent betting deadline, young Master Lu made his choice by tapping out 10 blue chips. Gas, 100,000. At that moment, Huang Bin smiled faintly and put down 10 chips. "I'm pressing 5,000 communications engineering. I'm pressing for 1,000 gas. I'm 500. I'm 50. The K line for communication engineering was still bouncing around near the cutoff, and then went briefly sideways in the last 50 seconds. Gas, on the other hand, has been climbing slightly since before the cutoff for betting. 3 minutes in, natural gas was up 0.26%, while communications engineering was still down 0.13%. Sorry, young Master Lu, I won this round again. After the dealer finished distributing the chips in front of the table, Huang Bin had a lot more chips. Young Master Lu's face jerked fiercely. It was the first time he had lost face like this. Again! Young Master Lu roared in defiance. I don't believe it today. Happy to oblige. The betting is open again, and this time both are traditional stocks. A touch of greed surfaced at the corner of Huang Bin's mouth. But young Master Lu, you are at least one of the 4 young men of the capital. Why are you so stingy with your money? 100,000 apiece. You have to beat me at least 8 times in a row to get your money back. Very brainless provocation, but it was this simple and rough provocation that made young Master Lu get on his head. Old me blind pressure this time, $1 million. Lu Xiao waved his big hand and pushed down all the chips he had just exchanged at his table. The moment these words came out, the surrounding crowd was shocked at the young man's great deal. Mamma mia, $1 million? This young man is crazy, isn't he? Crazy what? He is. Lu Xiao is the capital of the 4 young. $1 million to him, what is it? That's $1 million. My salary is only 5,000 a month. About to cut off the betting, surprisingly no one has placed a bet yet except for Lu Xiao. What? You're too scared to bet? Don't be so hasty, my young Master Lu, we haven't cut off the betting yet. With every second lost in the final countdown, the smile on Huang Bin's face grew even more intense. I'll put down $1 million too. Then Huang pushed out his table chips at the last second. He chose the stock that was opposite of Lu Xiao. None of the other guests placed a single bet, and the bet became the ultimate showdown between the two of them. Lu Xiao hadn't been looking at the big screen, and he decided to leave the suspense until the last moment. But even if he didn't look, the crowd around him couldn't help but let out a few shouts near the end. Time to. Lu Xiao opened his eyes, but found himself blindly selected shares and Huang Bin selected shares, actually only 0.1% difference, and regret losing. Lu Xiao clenched his back teeth, clenched his fists, and roared towards the opposite side of Huang Bin, who was laughing maniacally. You definitely cheated. Do you have proof? It was still the same sentence that pissed Lu Xiao off half to death. As long as someone can find evidence to win over me, all the chips here are his. Huang Bin laughed maniacally with confidence. Just as Lu Xiao was about to leave angrily, a man who had been watching from the side for a long time spoke up. I'll bet you. Chapter 77 Gambling. Who are you, boy? Huang Bin sized up a man in front of him that he had never seen before. The person who can win you. Shunsun laughed gently. You just said that whoever can win you will give him all the chips you won in your hand, right? So what if it is? I don't need all your chips to me if you lose a hand, I'll take them on my own. Shunsun's confident tone shocked everyone present. Who is this guy? Never seen him before? This guy couldn't have figured out how he cheated, could he? You're not going to blow your awesome out of the water first and then lose it all later, are you? The people present were all talking about Shunsun. And Shunsun looked at him with a smile on his face. Do you dare to bet with me? Heh, how can a kid who doesn't even have chips bet with me? Huang Bin disdained him. You can come back after you've changed your chips first. Lauder, help me change 1 million chips. Shunsun took out his black card, then said to Huang Bin, wait for me for 3 minutes. The Dutchman was stunned, then respectfully accepted the black card with both hands. When he spoke the amount of money exchanged, many people in the room let out gasps of surprise. Most of the people present are of a certain social status, but most people who come here to play will only spend a few $1,000s to play, and not many people even play 10,000 at a time. There are very few people like young Master Lu who lose $1 million at a time without blinking an eye. Besides, young Master Lu is one of the 4 young men of the capital. It's normal that he can afford $1 million. But this man, whom no one in the room knew, could just casually offer $1 million in exchange for chips. This man is definitely not ordinary. Soon the lauder brought over a tray of chips and placed them on the table. Brother, you do me this. Lu Xiao got up and made a seat for Shunsun. Thanks. Shunsun nodded at him and politely said, Brother, can you really win against him? Lu Xiao asked incredulously, did you see through his tricks? Young Master Lu, you'll see it later. Shunsun smiled mysteriously. Yes. If you can beat this guy, those chips are all yours and I'll give you an extra $1 million. Oh? Another $1 million? Looks like this Lu Xiao is richer than Shen Sun thought. I'd like to see how you'll end up with the big words you've blown out later. Huang Bin stared at the pile of chips on Shen Sun's table with some greed, secretly rejoicing in his heart that he had come back to a man with a lot of money. He was so confident because he was invincible as long as he didn't want to lose. Since you have 1 million chips in your hand, how about we add one more rule? Huang Bin narrowed his eyes and said, how about betting at least 100,000 each time? Whatever. Shen Sun said indifferently. The corners of Huang Bin's mouth rose further and further. Open. The Dutchman began to manipulate the system to randomly select pick stocks. This time the stocks are a pesticide stock and a timber stock. These two stocks, if you just ponder, it is difficult to figure out which one should be chosen, and for a while as a viewer Lu Xiao also made a mistake. Little by little, time passed and the timber company's stock was slightly higher than the pesticide stock. How about choosing wood? Lu Xiao said behind Shen Sun. Shen Sun ignored him and instead stared at Huang Bin dead in the face. Near the end of the betting, both men threw their chips out almost at the same time and picked a lumber company at the same time. The people in the room were stunned at the same time. This was a coincidence, wasn't it? Two people actually chose the same thing? 3 minutes to go, and the moment it stopped trading, sure enough the lumber companies were slightly higher than the pesticide companies. See, I chose right. Am I awesome? Lu was as happy as if he'd been up there and won, but unfortunately he wasn't up there and had to be the king of the mouth. Good luck, same as what I chose. Huang Bin said towards him, you won't have this kind of luck next time. That's not necessarily true. A new set of bets is open again, this time on news company stocks versus military stocks. Shen Sun didn't even bother to look at the K chart this time and just closed his eyes. Lu Xiao couldn't help but frown at his appearance, but didn't say anything. Go with military labor. Military labor grows so fast. Lu Xiao excitedly patted Shen Sun's back. No, grow fast and fall fast. Again, as the final seconds counted down, the duo again threw their chips out at the same time, again choosing the same stocks. Damn, it's the same again. Huang Bin sliced irritably and silently withdrew his chips. Brother Kana, fortunately did not listen to me, otherwise it is finished. Lu Xiao patted his chest, palpitating. It's likely a coincidence that the same choices appear once or twice, but 5, 6, 7 times, that's definitely not a coincidence. They played 7 more games, but surprisingly they actually made the exact same choices for all 7 games. Impossible, this guy's luck can't be this good, picking the right option 7 times in a row. Huang Bin became more and more flustered. Could it be that his method of cheating was known by this kid? I say, we've been the same 7 times, how about adding another rule? Shen Sun said with a smile, when the system draws a good stock, we have to choose the stock within 30 seconds, and 1 million apiece, how about it? You. Hearing this, some cold sweat broke out on Huang Bin's forehead. He couldn't cheat under this rule proposed by Shen Sun. Could it be that this guy had really guessed his way of cheating? I only have 1 million chips in my hand and I'm only allowed to lose once, whereas you have more than 1 million in your hand, enough for you to lose 2 times, isn't it? Could it be that you are afraid? Shen Sun said with a mocking tone, where did the godly vigor just now go? Who's afraid? Huang Bin forced himself to look more confident, then I'll follow you. Huang Bin thought to himself, if he can't use that method to cheat, then this kid certainly can't either. Now it comes to the purely spell luck. A gamble is a gamble, and as Shen Sun said, Huang Bin has a higher margin for error, while Shen Sun can't lose his first hand no matter what. This was the source of Huang Bin's confidence. Dutchman, open the game. The system immediately assigned the 2 stocks, and the readout was adjusted to 30 seconds at their request. Huang Bin looked at the screen on the stock head as big, he just know a little bit about the stock just, let him not out of the cheating election, but also a little difficult. As the deadline approached, he didn't dwell on it, so he chose a stock at random. And Shen Sun's choice is finally the opposite of his stock. This has whetted the audience's appetite. Because this was the first time in so many betting games that the two had chosen differently. Chapter 78, The Riddle. This bet even Huang Bin himself was unconsciously nervous, palms full of sweat. After all, this is $1 million bet purely on luck. Huang Bin wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, thinking that Shen Sun must be so nervous as well, and looked up. This guy was actually staring at himself and smiling. No way. How can this guy laugh at a time like this? Unconsciously gulping, a trace of ominous foreboding suddenly bubbled up in the bottom of Huang Bin's heart. Sure enough, the stock that Huang Bin had originally chosen as a slight favorite actually turned from up to down in the last few seconds. And Shin Sun's stock choice overtook Hwang Bin's stock choice 5 seconds before the end to complete the reversal. Closing the disc, Hwang Bin's face was bloodless, like a demented dead staring at the screen that went gray after the end. It can't be, it can't be. What, are you scared out of your wits just because you lost one hand? Shin Sun mocked. He, surname Hwang, you also have today? Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiao was just as ecstatic as if he had one, laughing while mocking. Look at you like this, your face is white with fear, ha ha ha. From time to time, sneers and laughter came from the audience, and these laughing deaths were like one needle after another, constantly stabbing at his fragile and weak heart. You don't seem convinced to me? Shin Sun smacked his lips and said, do you want to play another hand? Oh. I almost forgot, you shouldn't have enough chips in your hand to qualify to bet with me yet. Shin Sun returned what he had just said to him unceremoniously. More. I want another one. Only to see that Hwang Bin's eyes were red, and there were actually hidden veins emerging on his forehead. It was obvious that he was in a hurry. Lotus. Raise me another 100,000 chips. His 100,000 was his own capital, so it's safe to say he put up a fight to get his face back. The raise was successful and the betting began again. After choosing a good stock, this scene Hwang Bin played a 12-minute spirit to observe the K-line chart. This one is related to his capital. He said he can't lose. If he loses, not only the $2 million he earned today will all go down the drain, he will also take the only deposit he has on him. If he won this one, Hwang Bin made up his mind that he would never gamble again. The $2 million he made today would have been enough to make him look good for a long time, but he was too greedy and ran into a tough guy. He thought that Shin Sun was definitely lucky to win. He also believed that one person's luck couldn't be good one after the other, so he thought he'd take this one for sure. He watched the K-line trend for half a day, but still couldn't see what was going on. After struggling for a while, Hwang Bin still decided to do the same as young Master Lu and blindly choose, leaving everything to fate. After his selection, Shin Sun chose another stock. Hwang Bin's heart was in his throat for a moment. This hand, regardless of the outcome, might be able to scare him half to death. Just when he was so nervous, Hwang Bin's shares actually fell by a thread, while Shin Sun's shares did not move at all. He stared dumbfounded at the big screen in front of him, and the gap between the two stocks had pulled up to 1%. Before he was ready to count down, Hwang Bin knew it was completely too late. He slumped in his seat as if he were dead, burying his face in his hands and sobbing uncontrollably. Then I'll accept it without any politeness. Shin Sun turned his head to the waiter and said, please help me convert these chips into cash and credit them to this card of mine, thank you. Brother, awesome. Admirable. Young Master Lu extended his hand to Shin Sun. My name is Lu Xiao, how about you, brother? Shin Sun. He politely shook Lu Xiao's hand. What a relief. Lu Xiao grinned and laughed, thanks to you helping me get my factory back. Otherwise I would have lost a lot of face today. Oh, not enough to mention, Shin Sun kindly reminded, Brother Lu, gambling this kind of thing, you do not know the principles, must be 10 gambling 9 losses in the future or try to gamble less. Brother Shin is right, it's also my first time touching gambling today, usually my family won't let me touch it. Speaking of this, Lu Xiao slapped his head violently, look at my memory, I almost forgot what I promised you. He took out a check and a fountain pen, filled in the check for 1 million yuan, signed it, and handed it to Shin Sun. I can't take this, I've earned enough today. Shin Sun waved his hand to reject his good intentions. Hey I know Shin brother you certainly is not lack of this 1 million people, but I just want to ask you something, if you do not accept, I'm embarrassed to ask Looking at his sincere eyes, Shin Sun was not in a position to refuse and accepted the check after saying thank you. You're asking how he cheated, right? Shin Sun skimmed over Hwang Bin, who hadn't moved at all on that end. Brilliant. Lu Xiao gave him a thumbs up, you must know what's going on. Tell me. The principle is actually quite simple. Shin Sun pulled him aside to a place where no one was around. Shin Sun took out his cell phone and tapped into an unnamed software, which when opened surprisingly showed the rise and fall of various stocks. This is a stock speculation software? Lu Xiao froze, but isn't this the same as the index on the screen? That's not even close. Shin Sun shook his head and pointed to the stock that was now being drawn on the screen. Shin Sun typed in the stock ticker symbol, and immediately the current trend of the stock popped up. Lu Xiao took the phone and repeatedly compared the index on his phone with the index on the screen. Why is the stock market going up and down on your cell phone ahead of here? Because we're at sea now, there's a delay in the cruise ship receiving the network signal, which I don't have with the special band I've added to my cell phone. As for him, he should have used similar means as me to know in advance how it will go up next, but after my observation, the time he can advance is only about 60 seconds, while I can advance for 3 minutes, that's why he can't win against me. Bull. There's actually this kind of operation. I learned it. Lu Xiao admired Shin Sun. Brother Shin, you're awesome. Hee, every kind of gambling game basically has 1,000 tricks. This is a truth that has been unchanging for ages. As long as one observes carefully, one will definitely find the cracks. Tot. Lu Xiao clasped his hands together. Shin Sun had immediately understood what the problem was ever since he realized that Huang Bin liked to glance at his phone every time he gambled. So he hurriedly texted Huang Yeye and asked her to remotely help him set his cell phone into a special band with no delay. Which won the bet? I'll be sure to add chicken legs to this little ninny yu when I get back later. Brother Shin, while we're happy, why don't we go eat something together? I want to communicate with you more. Lu Xiao hemmed and hawed. Chapter 79. In the cruise ship banquet hall, Shin Sun and Lu Xiao were having dinner together. Shin Sun had thought that Lu Xiao, being one of the 4 young men in the capital, should be very arrogant and playful, but he didn't sense any of these vices in him. Instead, he treated people exceptionally easygoing. He talked and laughed with Shin Sun along the way, as if he really had taken Shin Sun as a close friend. Ah Lao Sun, from what you're saying, your destination is Sea City? It seemed that they were already acquainted. Lu Xiao felt that using Brother Shin to address him was a bit of a raw deal, and since he was a year younger than Shin Sun, he simply called Old Sun directly. Shin Sun didn't hide it and nodded. It was said that my sister's original attending doctor said that the hospital in Sea City was better, so he recommended me to go there. It just so happens that I'm going over there to buy some real estate. In that case, if you go to the capital, I can recommend you a few doctors, but I'm not familiar with those in Maritime City. Lu Xiao rubbed the back of his head. But I can recommend you if you want to buy real estate. This made Shin Sun interested. How so? Just wait, I'll make a call and you'll see. After saying that, Lu Xiao picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Help me get that Tangyu real estate card from my bag. Yes, the white card. I'll meet you in the ballroom, Hanging up the phone, Lu Xiao cut off a piece of steak and threw it into his mouth without any image. Shin Sun couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth when he looked at him like this. Don't they say that the young masters of such rich families are always very good at looking good? If he hadn't slightly heard of the name of the Lu family's youngest member, Shin Sun would have suspected his identity. Rumor has it that the Lu family started out as a meat manufacturer, and it is said that in the entire continent, half of the pork is supplied by his family. The two were chatting away when a somewhat chubby young man jogged all the way to Lu Xiao. Boss, the card you asked for. Little Fatty handed the card to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked right and handed the card to Shin Sun. Take this card and go to General Manager Yu of Tangyu Real Estate. I'll send you the phone number later. Lu Xiao said, take this to her, just say it's you're my good buddy, to buy a house she'll get it. There's nothing on this card, just the big word Lu. What kind of card is this? Shin Sun was puzzled. Nothing whatsoever is written on it. Do you know about Tangyu Real Estate? Shin Sun nodded. The name of Tangyu Real Estate was more than heard of, it was simply like a thunderclap. This realtor's stock is now around $32 a share and is one of the little-known realtors. But after 2004, it surged to $130 a share, and then slowly became the largest real estate developer in the country. But that's all an afterthought. Our Lu family and their Yu family are in-laws. The Yu family I asked you to contact is my sister-in-law, a big beautiful woman. Alas, obviously about the same age as me, but his ability is very outstanding, and he is now the head of the branch in Maritime City. Lu Xiao rested her cheeks and spat. Unlike me, my dad won't even let me into the company, and said something about wanting to get into the company on the basis of real skills. Your sister-in-law is about the same age as you. Shin Sun froze. 2 years older than me, I think. Ahem, getting ahead of myself. Anyway, she's very close to me. Take this card and contact her. If you want to buy a house, you'll get at least 20% off. 20% off? That's a good thing? Shin Sun put the card into his wallet and solemnly thanked him. Thanks a lot. Hey, what are you thanking me for? You went to take care of my mom's family's business, how come I have to be the one to thank you? Lu Xiao waved his hand. Besides, who is it between us? What's the point of thanking you? Shin Sun smiled. He also genuinely wanted to make such a bold friend. And with this relationship with Lu Xiao, it might be much easier for him to go to the capital to talk about business in the future. While the two were talking, the lights in the venue suddenly went out, and just when the crowd thought it was a power outage, a spotlight suddenly hit the stage walkway not far away. The spotlight shone as a woman in full dress slowly made her way to the stage. Heavens! It's actually Jiang Yueying? Jiang Yueying? That singer Jiang Yueying who's been super hot lately? It's her! It's her! Holy! She's actually on this boat? Many sharp-eyed guests recognized Jiang Yueying on the stage, and there were many of her fans. At one point, there were many people on stage who shouted out her name and even screamed for her. Shinsun's 10,000% confused as he looked at Jiang Yueying on the stage. He had clearly told Jiang Yueying to keep a low profile in a place like this and not to reveal her identity, but judging from the current situation, this woman hadn't listened at all. And, where's Ying? Where's Huang Yeye? Where did this guy take them? But cursing is cursing, there is nothing else to do when things have come to this. Shinsun can't pull her off the stage, right? Lao Sun, look, it's Jiang Yueying. How come I didn't know she was on this ship? Only Lu Xiao stood up excitedly, his mouth repeating. You are a fan of hers too? Shinsun asked cautiously. That's not true. I haven't been able to listen to anything else since I heard her. There wasn't a moment that Lu Xiao's gaze left Jiang Yueying's body. Shinsun wondered in his heart, you are a Beijing 4 young man, not to be a fanboy of a singer who just came out to, right? There was no host, no prior notice, a light-hearted intro slowly played through the ballroom, and it was all so sudden. I don't think I've heard this intro before. As a thought flashed by, Lu Xiao froze as if struck by lightning, muttering in a tone that she didn't even believe. Could it be a new song? Met you that summer. Jiang Yueying's unique and ethereal voice descended like heavenly music, and the people in the arena couldn't help but close their mouths and listen carefully. The memory of you skipping class and holding my hand is still nostalgic. Hearing this, Shinsun felt that the song's arrangement wasn't complicated, but it was this kind of simple music that could move the audience the most. The vocals are interspersed with layers of emotion, and the lyrics are upbeat and softly melodic when the boy is still around. After you left, it was as if I was imprisoned in an empty city alone and lonely. After the boy left, the melody was suddenly low and depressing, and the hearts of the listeners seemed to clench hard at the moment the melody switched. The arrangement is accompanied by a slow complexity of emotion. Is it better not to have met you? So that the pain wouldn't be buried. When I met you again, I had thought it was meant to be. Finally nearing the end, the tune shifts once again. But how could I have known that it was the creation of the world? The last scale fell, and the moving and poignant music echoed back and forth in everyone's ears. Chapter 80, What Do You Prefer? After the performance, the lights of the banquet restaurant were slowly lit up, and surprisingly, no one in the large venue cheered or applauded. Because everyone in the ballroom was surprisingly infected by the song, and some even wept. Perhaps Shinsun was the only one in the audience who knew that the song was written about her experience. Even Shinsun, who had always been a bit careless with his songs, had to marvel at the fact that her singing was simply the pinnacle of excellence, perfectly imprinting what she wanted to present in the hearts of the crowd. And people with low points of exhaustion, i.e. people like Lu Xiao, were crying their eyes out by the end of the song. Lu Xiao wipes her tears while talking about her first love, but of course, Shinsun isn't listening as. Perhaps the performance was too involved, even Jiang Yueying's own eyes had tears caught in them. She wiped away her tears without a second thought, and her original sad expression immediately disappeared, replaced by her trademark smile. Good evening everyone. I'm Jiang Yueying, I wonder if my friends on stage recognize me? She was instantly in her element and greeted everyone warmly. Recognize. Many of the audience on stage screamed and shouted her name. I don't know if you guys still like this new song of mine, Deja Vu? Love it. Those two words were shouted almost in unison by the entire crowd, and it was deafening. It was a pleasure to be invited by Mr. Hamill, the cruise ship owner, and this is an opportunity to be able to meet you all tonight. My new album will be released soon, and this song will also be released as the main song. Oh, if you think it's good, please support it. Mom, the new song is actually so good, said Lu Xiao, wiping the corners of her eyes. Jiang Yueying was like the queen of this party on stage, driving everyone's emotions. There's one more song for you next. I wonder if you'll sing this one with you? By the way, this song is a duet. Is there anyone who would like to come up on stage and sing with me? Raise your hands if you want to sing with me. When these words came out, the banquet hall completely exploded. Many people scrambled to their feet and raised their hands to get on stage for the chorus. Even some who could not sing at all raised their hands, for no other reason than to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Raise your hands, Hoon! Raise your hands! A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Xiao hated that he had 3 hands, waving and beckoning his arms fervently, and not only that, he had to call out to Shinsun to join him. With so many people, I shouldn't be chosen, right? Shinsun thought to himself that there was still a cold war between them. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she saw him raising his hand now? Aya, how can we know if we don't raise our hands and try? Lu Xiao wasn't sure about his relationship with Jiang Yueying and pulled him along to raise his hand. Shinsun had no choice but to raise his hands voluntarily, so he didn't want to spoil his fun. He had just raised his hand when Jiang Yueying settled on the chorus. Would this gentleman care to sing a song with me? Countless gazes looked towards the person the goddess was pointing at, and a still sunny and handsome man in a sweatshirt appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Shinsun was stunned and was a bit at a loss for words for a while. Lao Sun, what kind of luck did you have? Lu Xiao said indignantly, I'll offer $1 million, let me have this chance, okay? That gentleman, would you be able to give me the honor of sharing a song with me? Jiang Yueying repeated again. Ooh, Lao Sun, you enviable bastard. Lu Xiao wiped her tears and pushed Shinsun from behind. Go up quickly, someone else, my goddess waited too long. Shinsun just burst into tears and laughed as he ascended the stage. He didn't actually want to be on the stage as he had rarely sung in front of so many people and was actually a little shy. If everyone in the arena knew what he was thinking, I'm afraid countless people would have ripped him off and replaced him with themselves. This gentleman, may I ask if you usually listen to my songs? Jiang Yueying blinked her eyes as if she didn't recognize Shinsun at all. It's a shame she doesn't go into drama with that acting skill. Count, ahem, some. Shinsun had wanted to say that he had sort of heard of it, but just as the word counting showed its head, a pain came from his own thigh, and he hastily changed his words. This woman dared to twist her thigh in front of so many people. Against her. This gentleman seems to be a bit shy. Jiang Yueying said with a smirk, since you've heard of it then we'll start. The familiar intro slowly played. This song with you was also one of Jiang Yueying's masterpieces, and the lyrics were in her usual style, simple but true. Shinsun had likewise listened to the song countless times over and over again, and he knew the lyrics by heart, so the chorus shouldn't be much of a problem. First of all, Jiang Yueying sang the first line. Her voice didn't need any modification at all, the live singing was basically the same as in the CD. After the female voice finished singing, Shinsun spoke immediately after. A rare flash of disbelief appeared on Jiang Yueying's face, but it was quickly covered up by her. Shinsun's singing wasn't much good, but at least the pitch was there, the lyrics weren't wrong, and the key didn't run. Such a performance is definitely not at the level of just listening to the song a few times. Jiang Yueying believed that this song, Shinsun, he must have heard it many times. After Shinsun sang, Jiang Yueying sang through immediately after. The two of them were not at the same level of singing at all, but Jiang Yueying was very happy. Because someone really does listen to their songs carefully. Entering the chorus stage, Shinsun intentionally lowered his voice and only softly harmonized himself. He understood that the audience wanted to hear Jiang Yueying's voice, not his own. This singing ended quickly, with applause coming from the stage. Of course, the applause would have been louder without the Shinsun chorus. You sing well, sir. Do you usually listen to my songs often? Jiang Yueying tilted her head and interviewed. This woman, she's actually using publicity for personal gain. But in full view of everyone, Shinsun couldn't not give her face, so he almost honestly said, listen to quite a lot. Hearing Shinsun's answer, the smile on Jiang Yueying's face grew even bigger. Then may I ask, do you like me more, or do you like my songs more? The room was in a state of confusion when this question was asked. Goddess Jiang Yueying. I love you more. Of course I love the goddess more. Goddess. I love you. Shinsun gave Jiang Yueying a modest look, but the latter avoided his eyes whether intentionally or unintentionally. This time Shinsun was an arrow on a string. Shinsun also knew that this niece was eating herself up here today. But this is a dead end for Shinsun. It's impossible to say you love her, but it's even more impossible to say you love the song. Well, that'll have to do. I prefer you. Love the song you sang, too. Chapter 81. Young Master Lose Social Fear? He couldn't say that he liked Jiang Yueying more, because maybe Ying was watching him from offstage. He couldn't say he preferred the song either, because Jiang Yueying's face fans offstage probably wouldn't let themselves go. It's a giveaway. I prefer you. Love the song you sang, too. There was no way around it. Shinsun could only say this kind of answer that, although underhanded, could never go wrong. Oh, then this gentleman is a real fraternity. Jiang Yueying looked at Shinsun with words in her mouth. Thank you for this gentleman's willingness to accompany me in the chorus, I'm very happy. This is the album CD in front of my own handwriting for this gentleman. Jiang Yueying wrote her signature on the album cover on the spot and handed it to Shinsun. Shinsun looked at her signature and somehow had a sense of déjà vu. Then first we have this gentleman coming off the stage for a moment. Under the envious gazes of a bunch of people, Shinsun walked down. After Shinsun stepped down from the stage, Jiang Yueying was still on the stage, selling and interacting with the audience. Old Hoon, what kind of luck are you having? Not only do you get to sing with my goddess on the same stage, but you also get his autograph? Lu Xiao said with envy and jealousy, I'll offer $1 million. Sell me this signature. Shinsun froze, could this signature be valuable? Holy, are you really a fan of Moon Shadow? Lu Xiao looked at him with contempt. Moon Shadow she hasn't signed for anyone in public so far. I've opened 500,000 before to let someone go and help me go to the market to look for her autograph in front of her, but I couldn't find it. How can this woman's signature be worth so much? Is this what a groupie is? It's scary? Jiang Yueying, if she knew that her signature was worth so much money, she would have directly let her set up a stall to sell her signature every day. Thank you all for being so enthusiastic tonight. We have one last song for you tonight. Are you looking forward to it? Looking forward. The whole room cheered. Shinsun thought to himself that it was no wonder the organizers didn't need to hire a host, she was a very good host herself. It's a song from my last album, Each Other, I hope you like it. The lights dimmed, the gentle melody rippled through the banquet hall, and the only spotlight hit Jiang Yueying's body. Jiang Yueying's singing voice curled into the ears, and her melodious singing voice made the crowd as intoxicated as a dream. Her live singing is even better than the recording on the CD. On the stage, she looks like a fairy who descended from the mortal world, not only has a beautiful face, but also has such a beautiful singing voice, no matter which one of them is enough to make people envious and jealous. During the chorus stage, the music suddenly came to a screeching halt, and Jiang Yueying stopped singing at the same time. Just as the crowd was wondering, a light hit the other end of the stage. A woman dressed in fancy clothes, whose appearance was not inferior to Jiang Yueying's, slowly walked toward the center of the stage on her high heels. At the same time the melody sounded again, and the one who opened her mouth was not Jiang Yueying, but that unknown woman. Lao Sun, am I blind? How come someone looks as good as Jiang Yueying? Lu Xiao stared straight at the woman who suddenly appeared. Who is she? When did the entertainment industry come up with such a good-looking woman again? Shinsun was also dumbfounded at the moment. It wasn't so much about marveling at the beauty of the woman on the stage, but rather being surprised how the woman on the stage could be Ying. Ying slowly opened her mouth. Although she didn't sing as professionally as Jiang Yueying, her timbre was very unique and very ear-catching, giving people a feeling that they wanted to keep listening. If Jiang Yueying's tone was as ethereal and melodious as an angel's, then Ying's tone was very natural, without any technique, and natural. For a while, her singing was actually able to be almost as good as Jiang Yueying's, giving the audience's ears a treat. Her singing, I don't know how many times better than Shinsun's. The song slowly builds to a crescendo, and the two finally stand together at the same time, singing one line to the other. Jiang Yueying stroked Ying's chin while Ying stroked Jiang Yueying's cheek, which made how many people look dumbfounded. Shinsun, the guardian of the two girls on the second stage, didn't know what expression to use to accept the situation. These two women are actually hiding this kind of thing from themselves. Although he was a bit angry, but the chorus of the girls was so good that Shinsun was immersed in it. After the song, the two women bent down and saluted at the same time, followed by a sudden roaring applause from the audience. Especially Lu Xiao, he applauded with old vigor. Thank you all for the great turnout. A good time is always so short. I hope you all had a great time on the cruise. See you all later. The curtain lowered and Jiang Yueying and Ying disappeared from everyone's view. The lights came back on and soft music resumed playing in the ballroom. Old Soon. Can you let me meet her too with your skills? Lu Xiao took Shinsun's shoulder. If you can do it, I'll recognize you as my own brother from now on. How? The corner of Shinsun's mouth twitched. How do you know I'll be able to do this? Besides, old Lu, isn't your status as the fourth young man of the capital better than me? I couldn't be more clear about your skills. Besides, you just finished singing with Moonshadow, so if you invite her, there's a chance she'll actually agree. I don't know if the other beauty is a recent newcomer. If she's willing to meet me, I can introduce her to some resources. The bottom line is, my gut tells me you can do it. And this young master usually convinces people with virtue and never pressurizes them with his name. That's why I want you to help me. Hoon, just help me. Lu Xiao saw that Shinsun was indecisive and actually started to pout. With his words having come to this, Shinsun could only sigh and say, I'll go look for it later. With the way the two of them were now, sooner or later they would find out about their relationship with those two girls, and it would be better to tell him rather than hide it from him. I knew you had an idea, old Hoon. You're the most helpful. Lu Xiao grabbed Shin Sun's hand like a child and said excitedly, I'm relying on you. Do you know where their backstage lounge is? I know. I've been on this cruise ship a lot. I know every corner. With that, Lu Xiao couldn't wait to pull Shin Sun up. Go, I'll take you there. As Lu Xiao walked out of the banquet hall, he walked through a small room with 7 turns and finally found the lounge behind the stage. The door was open, and Lu Xiao stood at a distance and stammered, they should be right inside. Do you want to go in and take a look? Aren't you going in? Shin Sun was surprised. I'm a bit embarrassed, said Lu Xiao, scratching his face. Why don't we just come back another time? Clam? Shin Sun couldn't be bothered by his hole. This young Master Lu is actually socially terrified? Chapter 82 Beauty in Trouble. I'm a little nervous, said Lu Xiao, a little embarrassed. Lao Sun, why don't we just forget about it? You're not sociopathic, are you? That's not true, said Lu Xiao in embarrassment. It's just that I stutter when I talk to girls, especially pretty girls. Wouldn't that be femophobic? I didn't realize that Mr. Lu, one of the 4 young men in the capital, would actually be afraid of women. No wonder he doesn't use his name to date stars. How can you follow the stars like this? Shin Sun pulled his arm in the principle of helping others to the end. Let's go, it's just talking to girls, what's wrong with that? No. It's too embarrassing for me to stutter in front of a goddess. Lu Xiao shook her head while struggling. Feeling that Lu Xiao was still a pure virgin? Shin Sun secretly laughed. Let's go, if you're a man, you have to take the first step. Shin Sun continued to pull him forward. I'm really scared, Lao Sun, forget it. Just as he shook his head, he accidentally bumped into Shin Sun in front of him. Old Hoon? Shin Sun turned around and gave him a shushing gesture, and with his other hand, he pointed inside the room. Lu Xiao joined Shin Sun in lying by the door and peeking inside. Ms. Jiang, Ms. Yi, the performance you just gave was awesome. I'll drink to you. Lu Xiao had just probed to the door when she heard someone talking inside. Who is this person? Shin Sun frowned and asked in a low voice. Only to see that there were 3 people in the room, Yi Ying, Zhang Yueying, and a blonde-haired man who looked like a foreigner, probably in his 30s. The owner of the prince, his name is John, a new Californian, I've met him a few times. Lu Xiao likewise whispered. Shin Sun wasn't talking, but was surreptitiously surveying the situation inside. Only to see John pour 2 glasses of red wine for Yi Ying and Zhang Yueying, and the 2 women picked up their glasses together to toast him back. Thank you so much for your willingness to temporarily give me this opportunity to promote my new song. Zhang Yueying clinked glasses with him and took the first sip. John smiled and said, what did Miss Jiang say? Miss Jiang is now a famous singer in the mainland, and I'm also a fan of your songs. And this Miss Yi, have you considered debuting? I can invite you to join our family's entertainment company from my side. Thank you Mr. John for your appreciation. I have other careers now and have no thoughts of stepping into the entertainment industry yet. Yi Ying nodded slightly without losing her politeness. That's a shame. John shook his head and handed her a business card. If Ms. Yi has an idea you can contact me anytime. Thanks. Yi Ying politely thanked him. Come on, Ms. Yi, I'll drink to you. John raised his glass. Yi Ying also picked up her wine glass and was about to toast with him, but at that moment, the cell phone she placed on the table suddenly rang. Excuse me for a moment. Apologized Yi Ying while picking up her cell phone. Hello? Xiao Yu? Ha? Is it hard? I'll be right back. Wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ying said to John and Zhang Yueying with a million apologies, I'm really sorry, my sister is a little unwell, it seems like she's seasick, I have to go back and take a look. A look of disappointment swept across John's face, fleeting. In that case, Ms. Yi should go. John said very gentlemanly, take this side of the door all the way straight to your room. Go on, it's a disaster if anything goes wrong with you, it's okay if I'm here alone. Zhang Yeye was also a bit anxious. Although she had only known Huang Yeye for a short while, she also liked this cute little girl. After Yi Ying said she was sorry, she left in a hurry. Miss Jiang, are you hungry? Do you want me to ask someone to send over some food? John inadvertently approached Zhang Yueying's side. Thank you very much, but I'm a bit tired today and would like to go back to sleep first. Zhang Yueying was also worried about Huang Yeye's body and wanted to go back to take a look, so she could only excuse herself. Hey, in bed it's either play or sleep, isn't it always the same when you rest? The smile on John's face grew stronger. John wanted to quietly put his hand on Zhang Yueying's shoulder. Zhang Yueying noticed that something was wrong and frowned. She had seen this kind of person too many times too much. She didn't expect this John to be the same. Pretending to be uncomfortable, she twisted and dodged his salty hand. Many rich and powerful men have looked for Zhang Yueying for dinner. Most of them she refused, and those who really can't refuse she will find a way to shrug off. Shrug off to the back will not be settled. This is thanks to Shin Tang's good protection of his artists, or else change some powerful boss who only thinks about money. I'm afraid that Zhang Yueying can't keep her body like a jade until now. Although she dodged the salty pig's hand, for some reason Zhang Yueying felt that her body became so hot, her head slowly fainted. Ms. Zhang? What's wrong with you? John asked, feigning concern. What did you put in the wine? Zhang Yueying knew that it must not be normal for her body to become like this, secretly saying that it was not good. There was definitely something wrong with the red wine she just drank. What should I do? My body has no strength. My body is so hot. I want to be hugged. Ms. Zhang, are you drunk? Do you want me to help you back to your room? John laughed while extending his hand towards Zhang Yueying. Don't you touch me. Zhang Yueying used all her strength to knock off his hand and stood up to escape from the room, but just as she stood up, she collapsed powerlessly. Still pretending to be innocent at a time like this? John unmasked himself and arrogantly said, You don't think I'm really going to give you free publicity, do you? A freshly minted starlet doesn't know how to take the initiative? And you have to force me to use drugs. It's a pity the chick ran away, otherwise we could have had a single dragon and 2 phoenixes. Scum, you scum. Zhang Yueying was already struggling to speak now. Her head was getting more and more confused, as if she would immediately lose consciousness as soon as she closed her eyes. If you dare to touch me, I will never let you go. She couldn't move her body half as much as she wanted to, despite her harsh words. Not letting me go? Just a little singer like you? Ha 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 ha. I've played with hundreds, if not 80, of starlets like you. John laughed maniacally. All of them started out like you, like a martyr to death. But after experiencing what I'm capable of, one by one, they'll all come to my door again. Beasts! Scum! Zhang Yueying's eyes were red. If she really had to be defiled today, she would rather bite her tongue and kill herself. Curse! The more you curse, the more excited I get. John pounced like a vicious wolf. Zhang Yueying closed her eyes in despair. It's better for a beast like you to die, isn't it? The familiar voice reached her ears, and Zhang Yueying cried tears of joy. Chapter 83, A Twisted Twist. Zhang Yueying snapped her eyes open, and sure enough, it was him. Once again, he was there just in time when she needed him. Her mind had actually been fantasizing about him coming to her rescue. Perhaps God had responded to her, and at the height of the crisis, he really did show up. Who are you, boy? John's collar was gripped in a death grip by the man behind him, leaving him a little breathless for a moment. You dare to do this to my goddess? You're looking for death. Lu Xiao has long been holding a bellyful of fire. If not Shinsun stopped, he would have barged in to get his head full of bags. Although Lu Xiao doesn't dare to talk to women, he can do anything when he gets angry. He was seen copying the broom he had found somewhere and swinging it hard at John's crotch. Ah! John fell to his knees, covering his crotch in pain, his features twisted together. Lu, young Master Lu, have something to say. John recognized the visitor and, realizing that it was actually the Lu family's son, begged for mercy. Dogs! I pick up girls on my own merit. How dare you pussies use drugs? Or use drugs on my goddess? Don't you owe me a beating? Lu Xiao was completely on fire, and didn't care if he begged for forgiveness or not, and whirled this guy one after another. Young Lu, I didn't know she was your woman. I'm sorry. John was so bruised and battered it was comical. This John is not a lowly position in Singa, but realized that this is the continent. As long as it is within the continent, Lu Xiao can basically walk sideways as long as he is willing and not involved in very serious faults. Shinsun, my body is so hot, my body feels so strange. Zhang Yueying, who was lying on the sofa on the side, put her hand on her forehead. She was only gasping for air, her chest rising and falling in succession, and her face was flushed, which surprisingly gave her an extra touch of flirtation. How are you? Shinsun came to her side, looking at her now like she was drunk. Every inch of her skin was flushed. I'm so hot, it feels weird. Where's the antidote? Shinsun rewarded John with a big, resounding earful. The drug can only be lifted when it has worn off. Scowled John. Damn you. Shinsun punched him in the left eye again in a fit of anger. John sat on his knees in a million pains, covering his head and not daring to look at Shinsun. Old Hoon, leave this place to me, you quickly take Moon's shadow out of here. I have to say that Lu Xiao is really enough of a friend. Old Lu, listen to me, later on, when you're like this, said Shinsun as he came to Lu Xiao's ear and said something quietly. Holy, Lao Sun, you're good. You can even think of this kind of stuff. Lu Xiao gave him a thumbs up, it's all on me. Shinsun nodded and picked up the immobile Jiang Yueying and left the lounge. Security. Security help. Taking advantage of the opening, John crawled to the door and called for help with all his might. Don't bother, you wouldn't think that you're the only one with security and I don't have any bodyguards? Lu Xiao looked at him coldly. Lao Sun has long predicted that, right now here, there won't be anyone else but us. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao. Let me off the hook. I was blinded by lard. I won't dare next time. John was nowhere near a gentleman at this point, with his hair down and his clothes in pieces. In beating me, this bone will really be broken by you, Lu Xiao. For the sake that I still have some dealings with your father, let me off the hook. How dare you mention my father? Lu Xiao hit him on the back with another broom, causing him to cry and wail. If my dad was here, you'd have been thrown overboard and fed to the fish. Lu Xiao, Lu Xiao. Let me go. I'll give you the money if you want it. John was supposed to be a drunken, pampered cockney who had never been beaten and no one dared to beat him. For the first time in his life, he experienced the pain of being beaten. Especially the pain in his crotch. Do you think this young master lacks money? Lu Xiao glared at him fiercely. I'll give you anything. Please don't fight. This John guy is also a bully, he just wants to put things to rest quickly now. It's fine if you want me to stop fighting, but you have to do what I say. Good, good, good. I'll do whatever you say. The corner of Lu Xiao's mouth lifted up as she pointed at him and said, take off your clothes. Ha? What? Still want to be hit, right? Saying this, Lu Xiao made a gesture to hit. I'll take it off. I'll take it off. Soon John was stripped down to his pants. Take it off for me too. But, take off. Lu Xiao roared without any room for negotiation. John had no choice but to do as he was told and pull down the last of his pants without dignity. You have the nerve to drug someone with your size? Lu Xiao took out her cell phone and snapped a picture of his body. Be honest from now on or I'll put your picture and phone number on a same-sex dating platform. John couldn't help a flash of malice at hearing that. Also, I recorded all the things you did to Moon's shadow, so if you don't want to lose your reputation, be honest. The higher the status of the person also cared more about face. John, this disgraceful video was recorded. I think in the future you can take this guy at will. Hoon's brilliant idea is so high. Hoon, I'm so thirsty. Jiang Yueying hooked Shinsun's neck and looked at Shinsun with charming eyes. Just wait a little longer to get to the room. Shinsun hugged Jiang Yueying and ran all the way. Fortunately he didn't bump into anyone on the way, otherwise he would definitely have to spread some kind of scandal out. It was hard to reach the door of the room, but Shinsun suddenly remembered that he had left all his things in the banquet hall. Let's go to Yi Ying's room. Don't go to her. Shinsun froze. Why? I don't want her to know I'm drugged. Shinsun had no choice but to say, then where's your room card? I'm wearing pants under my skirt, in my left pocket. Shinsun hesitated. Hoon, I'm so uncomfortable. Shinsun had two heads in one right now, but he knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Well, excuse me. Shinsun felt toward her gown. She only wore a pair of short and thin sweatpants underneath, and the moment Shinsun put his hand inside he felt the temperature from her skin. And Jiang Yueying's body shook visibly. If it were normal, Shinsun might feel over the handle, but at this moment, he was just worried about her body. Finally, he felt the room card in his shorts pocket. Shinsun surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that no one was around before carrying Jiang Yueying into the room. Turning on the light, under the light, Jiang Yueying's expression was mesmerized, her cheeks were red, and her whole person appeared to be that seductive. Chapter 84, Attack. Even Shinsun couldn't help but gulp when he saw her in this state. He was about to put her down, but who knew that Jiang Yueying hugged him even tighter. Hoon, I'm thirsty. I'll go get you some water. Shinsun soothed her, I'll be back in a while. Just as he spoke, Jiang Yueying's soft red lips unexpectedly printed directly on Shinsun's lips. Shinsun's entire body was confused and his mind went blank. Jiang Yueying drew like a madman, and Shinsun was like a little cutie. Like, not knowing what to do for a while. I've been kissed again. Shin-sun was a bit depressed. Why was he always being forcefully kissed by women lately? His machismo couldn't take it. He finally came back to his senses and pushed Jiang Yueying away with force. He knew any more of this and it would be over. Jiang Yueying, who was pushed away, hugged Shin-sun as if she would not stop. He tried to peel her hand off, but she held on for dear life, not letting go. Jiang Yueying. You wake up. It's me. Shin-sun. After saying that, Jiang Yueying seemed to have really listened and actually did loosen her hand. Are you better? Before the words were spoken, she didn't know where she got the strength to directly push Shin-sun down on the bed. Don't call me Jiang Yueying. She was lying on Shin-sun's body like a kitten, and both sides could even feel each other's hot nostrils. Shin-sun knew that the medicine was working now. Something had to be done to bring her back to her senses. Jiang Yueying, you calm down first. I was trying to be cool. Saying that, Jiang Yueying actually unzipped the zipper on the back of her gown. Hey! I didn't tell you to calm down like that. The gown fell, revealing the blown, unusually delicate skin. At the moment, she was left with only close-fitting clothes. Shin-sun couldn't stop her, so he had to turn his head to the side and not look at her. Hoon, am I beautiful? Jiang Yueying spat out her aroma towards him, smoldering his heart. You're playing with fire, woman. Am I beautiful? Seeing that he didn't answer, Jiang Yueying asked again. Beautiful. Shin-sun answered her affirmatively after hesitating for a moment. Then why didn't you just say you like me in front of everyone? Shin-sun couldn't answer her on that question. Jiang Yueying, come down first, let's sit and talk. Jiang Yueying, who was in a state of delirium, kept shaking her head. I'm not called Jiang Yueying, you're not allowed to call me Jiang Yueying anymore. Shin-sun froze. Was her real name really not Jiang Yueying? So what should I call you? I want you to think about it. I'll tell you if you do. Come to think of it? What do you mean? Jiang Yueying rubbed against him and actually reached out to take off Shin-sun's clothes. Shin-sun hurriedly stopped her, and in his haste, he grabbed her hands and the two of them rolled over together. Jiang Yueying was pressed underneath him, but instead, she wriggled her body even more excitedly, her hands lightly caressing his cheeks. Hoon, take me. Her voice was like a witch whispering in her ear, and if you couldn't control it, you would fall into the abyss of doom. It's going to be a crime if we keep this up. May I ask, which upright young man, young and vigorous, can withstand such a test? Just when Shin-sun was on the verge of being unable to resist, the cell phone in his pants suddenly rang. This sudden ringing brought Shin-sun back to normal and immediately thought of a way to bring her to her senses. Shin-sun's heart crossed and he directly carried Jiang Yueying into the bathroom. He placed the delirious Jiang Yueying on the ground, turned the shower's water flow to its maximum, and directly rushed it towards her face. The sudden stimulation of the cold water caused Jiang Yueying to shiver fiercely, which caused her to instantly regain her senses. What are you doing hitting me with water? Jiang Yueying hurriedly dodged and wiped the water on her face with her hand. You're finally awake. Shin-sun finally sighed in relief when he saw that she had recovered, taking a towel from the hanger and handing it to her. Wipe it off. Jiang Yueying had many questions in her mouth that she wanted to ask, and when she looked down, she realized that her gown had already been stripped down to her waist. You wipe first. I'll go out now. Shin-sun blocked his eyes and walked out of the bathroom with some embarrassment. I'll wait for you outside the door. Call me when you figure it out, I'll explain it to you. After leaving from Jiang Yueying's room, he sighed heavily. Luckily it didn't turn out to be a disaster. But, was what she just said true? Is she really not called Jiang Yueying? Just as he was rambling, his phone rang again. He took it out and saw that it was that Lu Xiao kid calling. Hey, old Lu. You finally answered the phone. How is Moon Shadow? Lu Xiao asked eagerly. You didn't do anything to her, did you? If you dare to do anything to her, I won't forgive you. Look at this guy in a hurry. Poured a pot of water on her and finally came to her senses. You so fierce? How's it going on your end? Don't worry about what I do. I guarantee he won't dare to talk nonsense afterward. That's good, I'll be checking on her later. Do you want to come over? I have something to do later. I won't go over there. Lu Xiao was abashed again. You remember to promise me something, clam. Don't forget. Shin-sun didn't bother to poke the guy, smiled, and hung up the phone. At that moment, another text message came from his cell phone, from Ying. Yu is a little uncomfortable. I took her to see the ship's doctor and said it was seasickness, prescribed some medicine. It's already in the room. I'll sleep with her tonight. You rest early. Shinsun was worried at the time when he heard that Yu was not feeling well, but fortunately there was Ying to help watch, and when he learned that it was just seasickness, Shinsun finally let go of his heart. Great song today, I super enjoyed it, get an early night, good night. Shinsun also came with a kissing emoji. Edited the text message and sent it. Just as Shinsun was about to put his phone into his pants pocket, he suddenly felt someone approaching him from behind. He turned his head and actually saw a man in a jumpsuit hat holding a wooden stick about to come down. Shinsun tried to dodge, but it was too late. With a muffled grunt, Shinsun was struck in the back of his head by a wooden stick and went limp helplessly. The cell phone in his hand inadvertently slipped under the box of a nearby fire extinguisher. Shinsun? Are you still at the door? A few minutes later, Jiang Yueying pushed open the door of the room. Shinsun said that he would wait for himself at the door, but why didn't he see anyone at this moment? This guy pisses me off. Jiang Yueying eagerly wanted to know what had just happened, but this guy was gone. There was no other way. Jiang Yueying could only dial his cell phone, but as soon as she dialed, Shinsun's ringtone came from the doorway corridor. Jiang Yueying followed the sound and came to the fire extinguisher, and found Shinsun's cell phone that had fallen here. Chapter 85 The Terrifying Old Man. Ouch! Shinsun wanted to rub the back of his head, but realized that his hands were tied together and he couldn't move at all. Consciousness gradually returned, and he finally opened his eyes reluctantly. It was dim, damp and cold all around, and the roar of the waves and the engine seemed to be audible in my ears. Combining these elements, Shinsun judged that he should still be on the ship. He remembered that he had been attacked and then passed out, and as soon as he opened his eyes he was here. Who attacked himself at the door? He looked around and no one seemed to be there. I don't know how much time has passed since I was attacked. As for himself, he was tied up by twine to a broken chair, his hands tied behind his back, so he couldn't break free. Who actually kidnapped himself? Shinsun thought back to the people he had a grudge against on the ship. John or one of his men. It shouldn't be possible, his handle is still in Lu Zhao's hands. Even if he wants to deal with himself he shouldn't be on his own ship, and the timing isn't right. Huang Bin? It's possible. If it's him, then the odds are that he's asking for money, and if he is, just give it to him. Other than these two, Shinsun really couldn't recall who he had provoked for a moment. Now Shinsun was a little worried that the person who had sneaked up on him would still strike at Ying and the girls, so he had to escape as soon as possible. He didn't choose to call for help, because once he did, 9 times out of 10, he would attract the person who had sneaked up on him, so it was better to keep quiet and let the other person think that he hadn't woken up. Shinsun looked around for something here to save himself. It was eerie, with cardboard boxes and some miscellaneous items piled up next to what looked like a utility room. It was on a cardboard box near him that Shinsun saw a mirror. Just find a way to get that mirror, then break it and use the glass shards to cut the rope to escape. While it's easy to think about, it's really hard to do. Shinsun moved his chair little by little, keeping his balance while also making sure to try not to make any noise. Not so easily, he finally got close to the mirror, but was still a bit short of touching it. He used his inertia to rock back in his chair, and with all the strength he could muster, he finally reached the mirror. But also, because of the force, the bench rubbed against the ground and made a loud noise. The next moment, Shinsun heard a sound of footsteps coming from outside. Damn, it came so fast. There was no way out. Shinsun fell hard and deliberately on the ground, and the mirror was heavily smashed on the ground. The door was pushed open and the lights came on. Shinsun's eyes were still not adjusted, half squinting, only to see a dark shadow slowly approaching. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Shinsun's hand was behind his back, utilizing the shards and frantically cutting the twine. The dark figure did not speak, but continued to approach. Slow down. I can pay you. Shinsun's eyes gradually adjusted to the light. Opening his eyes, he was shocked to realize that the person in front of him was actually the old man who lived next door to him. Old man, I have nothing against you, what are you doing? Shinsun struggled as he accelerated his cuts. The old man didn't speak at all, cold as a professional killer. He walked over to Shinsun and picked up Shinsun, who had fallen to the ground. Before being helped up, Shinsun struggled frantically, aiming to actually get the debris on the floor under the pile of cardboard boxes to cover it up. Shinsun didn't know what he really wanted and could only continue, is there some misunderstanding between us? But the old man acted as if he was deaf and didn't respond at all. The old man dragged himself with his chair to a door. Here, Shinsun could hear the waves more clearly. He had a bad feeling. The old man got the safety bolts off the hatch and immediately lifted the hatch in front of Shinsun's eyes. The turquoise blue sea was imprinted in Shinsun's eyes, and the warm sea breeze blew against his cheeks. But Shinsun was not in the mood to enjoy this at this time. As expected of Shinsun, this was the deck cabin on the negative floor of the cruise ship. Here, there's no one and no surveillance, and even a cry for help would be muffled by the sound of an engine or the waves, making it a perfect place to kill and dump a body. This old man really wanted to kill himself. But after opening the hatch, the old man did nothing but stare out at the sea. "What are you waiting for?" Shinsun asked. "Well, at least let me die with a clear conscience, right?" Telephone. The old man's hoarse voice was laced with indifference, like a cold robot. "Phone call? Someone hired you to kill me, didn't they?" The old man didn't say anything, skimming him with those cloudy eyes. "I'm willing to pay double what he offered." Shinsun looked at him and said, "I don't want money." These words were like icy thorns sticking in Shinsun's heart, and surprisingly, there was a slight chill. Shinsun struggled to calm his heart, it was so close. Must live. At that moment, the phone in the old man's pocket rang. The old man reached for his cell phone. Shinsun was waiting for this opportunity. He isolated the twine, and freed from his bonds he clenched his fists to slam at the old man with all the strength he could muster. But in the next moment, Shinsun's pupils narrowed and the expression on his face became incredulous. His fist was actually gently held by this old man. Shinsun wanted to pull away, but found that the old man's palm clamped down on his hand like a large pincer, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the slightest bit. Undeterred, Shinsun raised his leg high, which the old man easily dodged. That wasn't all, he pressed his leg against the old man's arm that was gripping him, trying to force him to let go with his weight. But who had thought that before the leg was pressed, he let go of his hand in advance, and at that moment Shinsun lost his balance and broke very big. Sure enough, that old man didn't let go of this opportunity, only to see him put his palm on Shinsun's shoulder. Shinsun hadn't reacted to what he was going to do, and in the next moment, the old man's palm suddenly turned into a fist, and a shocking force pushed Shinsun out fiercely several meters away, falling into the pile of cardboard boxes. Wing Chun inch punch? Shinsun was hit a little confused, he only had one thought at this time, the old man is a monster. Shinsun stood up trembling and covering his arm, his left arm seemed to be misaligned and he couldn't even lift it. Without waiting for Shinsun to get ready, the old man had already arrived in front of him, tackled Shinsun's wrist, and kicked him in the knee socket, causing him to half kneel on the ground. The old man lifted his hand up and twisted his wrist. Shinsun opened his hand under the pain and the glass shards in his hand fell down with a sound. He kicked Shinsun, who was directly kicked to the ground. This mediocre-looking old man is also horrible. Shinsun was already considered a relatively capable fighter among normal people, but even so, in front of this old man he was like a baby, at his mercy. "I can't fight, I can't talk, what should I do now?" Shinsun felt despair for the first time since he was reborn. Chapter 86: Shinsun's Death? Shinsun was once again tied to the chair. He had no intention of escaping this time, because he knew that even if he could get the rope off, he couldn't beat the horrible old man in front of him. The old man's cell phone rang again, and the old man pressed the connect button and put it on speakerphone. "How did things go?" Hearing this voice, Shinsun's pupils suddenly contracted. The voice was very, very familiar to him. It was Huang Haitao's voice. "I have the man right here." The old man looked at Shinsun. "Very well. Let him talk to me." The old man was using a small smartphone, which, unlike his patch-covered clothes, was obviously well maintained. "Little brother Shinsun, we meet again." Shinsun gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Huang Haitao, how did you get out?" "As I said, the whole of Kyushu is my people." Huang Haitao laughed mockingly. "You don't think that by joining forces with the mainland to enforce the law, you'll be able to make me eat jail for the rest of my life, do you?" Shinsun secretly said that it was not good. After this Huang Haitao guy escapes, he won't let himself go first, followed by his family and friends. This is really bad. Huang Haitao is a madman, he'll do anything for revenge. "I heard that you fled back to the mainland with your family, right? Not bad, then I'll look for you first and then your family. Remember, you go slow on your way to the Yellow Springs, you might even be able to wait for them." "Huang Haitao, don't you dare try touching them." Shinsun desperately struggled and roared, "If I can let you in the first time, I can let you in the second time." "Ah, so fierce. I like your impotent rage like this." Huang Haitao laughed more than a few times like a madman. "You're about to be on your way, and you're actually still able to speak harshly." Shinsun's back teeth were all clenched, gasping frantically. He should have shot this guy right then and there. He closed his eyes and tried to find a way to calm himself. "Huang Haitao, you don't actually know where my family is right now, do you?" Shinsun mocked, the fact that you just said we fled back to the mainland instead of a specific place name means you only roughly know where I am, right? You. It seemed that Shinsun had hit the nail on the head, and Huang Haitao actually fell silent. I guess you've only escaped a short time ago, right? I also wonder if you can still live in those luxurious villas of yours? Can you still go back to your company? Even if you came to the mainland, you'd have to sit in a container pulling cargo and smuggle it in, right? This is so unlike the old you. Kid, still talking tough at the end of your life? You just hate me to the bone and want to see me die a painful death. I really don't want it as much as you do. Also, I'm afraid the only person you can use right now is this old man, otherwise with your character you would have waited for a clean sweep before scaring me with the video of my family, right? Shinsun quickly analyzed and judged Huang Haitao's current situation with the loopholes in his words. Part of it was a sure thing, and some parts depended on guessing, and Shinsun could be sure as long as he waited for him to speak. Kid, you're smart, but it's useless. Huang Haitao said viciously, I can find you, and sooner or later, I can also find your family, and you'll be on the road to the Yellow Springs. Before he could finish his words, a noisy current came from the old man's cell phone. The old man frowned and called to the other twice, but there was still no response. No need to look, it's normal to have no signal at sea. Shinsun said. The old man hung up the phone in silence and carefully put it back in his pocket. This cell phone, I believe, was given to you by your daughter or granddaughter. How do you know? The old man's eyes like a dry well actually fluctuated. Shinsun was delighted in his heart, there was a show. The fact that you don't know how to use this cell phone means it must have been given to you by someone else. The phone is red, not like a color a guy would pick, which means it's from a girl. The phone is well maintained, which means you love or cherish it. Shinsun nodded, you're smart, but your body can't. Shinsun was slightly relieved, it seemed that there was something to talk about. What else do you know? You're looking for something, aren't you? A flash of movement appeared on the old man's withered face. To be more precise, you're looking for someone. At that moment, the old man looked straight at Shinsun and said in a grim voice, how do you know? Let me guess, are you looking for your daughter or granddaughter again? As soon as Shinsun's words fell, the old man violently choked him. Only to see Shinsun laughing instead of being anxious, are you now suspecting that I'm in cahoots with the people who kidnapped her? The old man's frown knitted together, who the hell are you? Investor, trader, director of several companies, financial scholar. Shinsun laughed while saying, I have a lot of identities, just not what you think. The old man didn't say anything, just stared straight at him. If you don't let go, I'm going to be strangled to death by you. Shinsun's face was reddening at the moment, if I die now, you won't be able to deliver. The old man let go of his neck after a cold grunt. Shinsun coughed wildly, but then laughed wildly. What are you laughing at? I laughed at you for being stupid and actually willing to help Huang Haitao. Shinsun continued, don't you know what kind of person he is? He has power and influence, why shouldn't I do his work for him? That was before, you guys should have known each other for quite some time, right? He didn't even help you in the past, you expect him to help you now that he's down and out? The old man was silent. Shinsun continued to talk to him, why don't you cooperate with me and I'll help you find someone? The old man did not say anything, looking at him for a long time, Shinsun knew that he was choosing. A bell broke the silence. A signal came from the old man's little smartphone, it was Huang Haitao calling. Did the signal just cut out? Yes, bad signal at sea. Just kill him, I'm not going to bull him. Open up the flare, I'm going to give this kid one last ride. Good. The old man turned on the speakerphone and slowly walked toward Shinsun. You can't kill me. Huang Haitao is a man of his word, if you help him out, you'll regret it one day sooner or later. Oh, Shinsun, how could you have never imagined that you would still have today, right? At this moment, the old man dragged Shinsun and placed him at the hatchway, and as long as he moved forward 1 centimeter, he would fall into the boundless sea. Huang Haitao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The old man put his hand behind him, and if he used just a little bit of force, Shinsun would fall into the sea. Farewell, Shinsun. The old man gave the chair a gentle push and it tipped forward. Yellow. See? Shinsun's voice was getting farther and farther away, and with a poof, Huang Haitao's voice laughing maniacally echoed in the dank environment. Chapter 87, Reversal. After Huang Haitao laughed maniacally for a long time, the old man silently opened his mouth. Mr. Huang, I've already taken care of what you asked for. The old man said, what about what you promised me? Old Imoa, I've only just escaped from prison, dredging up relations also have to give me time alright. Huang Haitao tone with a hint of perfunctory. This way, you in for me to do a thing, after the matter is accomplished should also be enough for me to restore vitality. The old man frowned. What we said before was that I would help you deal with Shinsun, and you sent someone to inquire about her whereabouts for me, and you tricked me? Seemingly hearing that old Mo's tone was not good, Huang Haitao put away his perfunctory attitude. Not fooling you, old Mo, if it wasn't for this guy Shinsun, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If I were in the past, say a word and you wouldn't even have to do anything, I'd help you find someone in minutes. It's not the same now, I'm still on the official wanted list, I have to find a way to get around, you have to understand me. Old Mo was silent, but one could clearly feel the cold air radiating from his side. Old Mo, do me another favor, help me take out Shinsun's woman, one named Shinxian, as well, and I promise there will be a way to find her after this. Got it. Old Mo hung up the phone straight away. How about that, was I right? This guy has always gone back on his word, you shouldn't trust him. Shinsun, who was originally supposed to have fallen into the sea, was sitting on the ground unharmed at the moment. Just now, Shinsun had managed to shake old Mo's heart, causing him to let himself go at the last minute. What had just been thrown down was merely a chair, and the last shout was something Shinsun had put on himself. He may not be trustworthy, so how are you going to make me believe? Old Mo turned his head to look at Shinsun. You at least show some skill, if you don't have the means to make me believe you, I'll throw you down as usual. I don't know if you recognize this thing. Shinsun rolled up his sleeve, revealing a mechanical watch. Shinsun pointed to the logo on the dial of this watch. The old man looked closer and shook his head. Shinsun was sweating, it seemed like this thing only worked well for insiders. Do you know about the Special Intelligence House? I've heard of them, I've dealt with the Special Intelligence Agency before when I was on a mission. The old man said, I remember a little bit when you said that, their markings are quite similar to this one of yours. Shinsun skimmed the old man, secretly saying that this old man's identity was not simple, and he had actually dealt with the Special Intelligence Agency. They've got some good guys there, I almost got caught breaking in that time, they've still got some skills. You're showing me this because you're related to them? Shinsun sucked in a breath of cool air. He had thought that this old man was in a cooperative relationship with the Special Intelligence Agency. The feelings of this guy was to go in and steal something? And it seems to have been stolen from him? Special Intelligence Agency guards how tight, he and clear but is so tight, this old man actually dared to go in to steal things, can really cattle. Now Shinsun was even more curious about this old man's true identity. I'm not going to lie to you, old man, but I'm actually an invited advisor to the Special Intelligence Agency, and I can delegate things to them to help with whenever I want. The old man was silent for a long time before he said softly, we can't involve the officials in this matter. Shinsun froze, why? The old man was silent again. Can you elaborate first? That way I'll know how to help you. Old Mo looked at Shinsun, and after a long time of silence, he also followed Shinsun and sat on the ground, and slowly began to talk about his previous stories. My granddaughter was born in a war-torn unending country. I picked her up from the ruins of the war. She was only 4 years old at that time. When she saw that I was injured, she would still take the initiative to bring me the medical kit. She was a girl who knew how to make people's hearts ache. Later, I adopted her, but I'm a man who doesn't know how to do anything but kill people, but I couldn't let her live the life of a sword like I did, so I taught her just a little bit of what she could do, and after that I gave her a sum of money to do what she wanted to do in Kyushu. Just 2 years ago, my identity was somehow leaked out, including what happened to me and my granddaughter. It led to us being hunted by our enemies. I had just returned home from my mission that day when I was ambushed by my enemies, and I killed them all then. I contacted her immediately after this was over, but her cell phone was in the house, and I searched a lot of the places she frequented and asked her friends, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I thought the people chasing me had kidnapped her, but when I put the knife to that boss's neck, all he said was that their men had lost her in the chase and hadn't kidnapped her. Up to this point, I've searched every avenue available to me, but it's now been 2 years and I still haven't been able to find her. Shinsun smacked his lips straight after hearing this. Is this old man Superman? He was attacked by a sneak attack and still managed to wipe out the other side? A man kills the boss of someone else's company and puts a knife to someone else's neck. Shinsun's impression of the old man was about to change again. Your granddaughter disappeared in Kyushu? Shinsun frowned. When do you remember? She disappeared in Kyushu on June 3rd, 2 years ago, and I don't know how she's doing. What's your daughter's name? Mojadine. Any image characteristics? Blue eyes, blonde hair, about 168 tall. With that, old Mo took out a small bag from his pocket containing a picture of his granddaughter. Shinsun looked at it and it was still an exotic beauty. Shinsun nodded. With these materials, finding it might be even better. He originally wanted to rely on the official power to inquire, but again, this involved a murder case, and even if old Mo didn't mention the official matter, he himself wouldn't have utilized this relationship to investigate. It seemed that Shinsun could only think of something else. Do you really have a way to help me find her? It might be a little tricky not being able to get official help, but I'm sure I'll think of other ways to help you. How can I trust you? Why do you believe Huang Haitao? I've taken him on a couple of assignments and the checkout was quick. How about I can give you the money up front, and then you can give it to me after I've done what I promised you? The old man looked at Shinsun and shook his head. I don't want money. It's easy to make money for people like you. Shinsun froze. Did he count this as complimenting himself or undermining himself? So what do you say? The old man took a glass bottle out of his pocket containing several white pills. Eat him. The old man handed the medicine bottle to Shinsun. Eat it and I'll believe you. Shinsun couldn't tell what it was, but he didn't ask, poured a piece and swallowed it directly. Chapter 88, Getting Out of the Trap. The old man looked at Shinsun with a touch of appreciation in his eyes. Aren't you going to ask what it is? There's no need. What if it's poison? You should be more bitter now that I'm dead, right? The old man's ancient face actually showed a hint of a smile. Not bad, kid. Thanks for the compliment. Shinsun said casually. This medicine, I obtained it by chance in the Yunnan Miaojiang. Shinsun froze. Miaojiang? Compulsion? Seemingly guessing what was in Shinsun's mind, old Mo continued, this is indeed not a pill, but a compulsion medicine made with compulsion. After eating him, all I need to do is clap my hands from a distance, and your stomach will start to ache violently, and if I don't stop, the parasites in your stomach will come out through your intestines, and your organs and bowels will be devoured by the parasites. Shinsun frowned. He did hear of such a thing as Miaojiang compulsion, but it was only made up in movie and TV novels. As for whether there was such a thing or not, no one knew. I don't think you believe there's really compulsion in the world. Shinsun nodded. Being a believer in science, he didn't believe in this kind of hocus pocus. Try it then. The old man began to clap his hands slowly. But he felt nothing. Your compulsion wouldn't have expired, would it? What? Before the words were finished, Shinsun suddenly felt his abdomen begin to ache. Now even Shinsun, who had always been unfazed by things, was shocked. Is there really such a thing as compulsion in this world? Don't shoot, said Shinsun, covering his stomach in distress. Old Mo stopped his hand and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. How was it? Why does it still hurt when you stop? I clapped my hands to activate the parasites in your body. Right now they're in an awakened state. They'll naturally get better after some time. It was only after a moment's reprieve that Shinsun felt the abdominal pain begin to subside. Is this compulsion? Said Shinsun to himself with a palpitating heart. He was now fully convinced that there really was such a thing as compulsion in the world. This compulsion has a dormant period of half a year. I'll give you the antidote if you complete the task within half a year. So what happens if it doesn't get done? Old Mo looked deeply at him. After half a year, if there is no antidote, the parasites will reawaken and erode your internal organs. There is no cure. Shinsun only felt cold sweat cover his back. Only half a year. Must find a way to find her granddaughter. Even if I can't, I must find a way to obtain the antidote. During these 6 months, I'll be watching you, so don't think about escaping. Otherwise you will die an ugly death. Don't worry, Shinsun, always do what I say. Shinsun didn't dare to lie to him. After all, his life was in his hands. Well, go back by yourself later and don't tell anyone what happened here. Shinsun nodded. By the way, old sir, do you know where Huang Haitao is now? I don't know. Old Mo shook his head. Should still be in Kyushu. He usually uses a payphone to contact me. Come to think of it, he's a wanted man now. He shouldn't be able to escape that easily. One more question. Are you the only assassin he hired, old man? Maybe. People like us are expensive to hire, and like you said, he shouldn't have a lot of money right now. Shinsun nodded silently, thinking in his heart that he would have to find a trustworthy person to protect his parents' side. You shouldn't worry too much. If he had someone else he wouldn't have asked me to deal with your family again, and he doesn't know exactly where your parents are. Then how did you find me? Shinsun was surprised. You're probably the only one who can afford a Maybach in a place as small as Beihai, right? Good lord, so that's the car that sold itself. I'm leaving, but I'll be watching you from the shadows. After old Mo finished speaking, he left the place first. Shinsun patted the dusty places on his body, slightly straightened his clothes, and also left the place. Looking at his watch, he counted that he should have been missing for most of the day, and wondered how they were doing. What gave him a headache was how to explain this to them. You can't say you were kidnapped and then escaped on your own, can you? That would only make them worry. Thinking of excuses as he walked, the walkway here was narrow, and I don't know how old Imo could walk so fast. He was gone in the blink of an eye. Ahead was a very high step, and at the very top was an iron gate, so perhaps this was the exit. He was halfway there when the iron door was suddenly opened. Shinsun looked up and the two lines of sight met. The next moment, a delicate figure flew into his arms. Leaf. You're okay. Ying raised her face, revealing a very haggard look. She was wearing two dark circles under her eyes and her eyes were red and swollen. I'm fine. Shinsun saw Yi Ying's appearance and said heartily, You didn't sleep all night? Moon Shadow, she picked up your cell phone, but how could we not find you people? We were worried that something had happened to you. Sure enough, we checked the CCTV and saw that you were knocked out and taken away by a man in black, but the man in black bypassed most of the CCTV, so we couldn't find you, so we had to look for you place by place. I thought you. Speaking of this, Yi Ying's eyes moistened again. I thought I would never see you again. Silly girl, I'm not being nice. Shinsun wrapped his arms around her and softly soothed her. Although he said it easily, I am afraid that only he knows the danger of it, but if he takes a wrong step, then the one who falls into the sea is not the chair, but himself. Ahem, old Shin, it's good that you're fine. At that moment, Lu Xiao's voice came from the top of the stairs. Lao Lu? When are you coming? Shinsun paused as he saw a sobbing woman, Zhang Yueying, standing behind Lu Xiao. I was there when you were hugging Sister Yi. Lu Xiao revealed a smile. You made me look for you. Lu Xiao helped us a lot. If it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have been able to search here so quickly. Yi Ying said to Shinsun. Shinsun nodded and pulled Yi Ying's hand upwards. Old Lu, thanks a lot. Shinsun walked over to Lu Xiao and patted his shoulder. Lu Xiao also patted his shoulder and shook his head as well. I wasn't able to do you any favors. Is everyone alright? The organs should all be there. Shinsun joked. Shinsun looked again at Zhang Yueying, who hadn't said anything at the back. Are you worried about me? Shinsun suddenly remembered that there still seemed to be a cold war between them. Who's worried about you? I'd rather you had your kidneys cut out. Zhang Yueying said so on her lips, but she also looked haggard. Even her makeup was still the same as last night's. It seemed like she hadn't even removed her makeup and had been looking for herself. Chapter 89, The Holy Hand? Shinsun understood that this woman was a knife to the heart. Seeing that she was so anxious about her part, Shinsun decided to apologize to her properly afterward. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong, it was quasi-correct to apologize. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, they took Shinsun out of here. According to what they've described, after they saw Shinsun being attacked, they've been looking for him and the murderer. Lu Xiao also threatened John and asked him to send out a number of security together to split up the search. The place where Shinsun is located is in the warehouse room on the deck of the ship, where few people usually go and there is very little surveillance. They had actually gone there to scout it out long ago and found nothing, but then they found Shinsun from the surveillance and that's how they found him. Now Shinsun had been found, but it was as if the person who had attacked him had evaporated and could not be found. Shinsun thought to himself, surely you can't imagine that the person who committed the crime would be an old man, can you? As for the questioning process, Shinsun described how he didn't know anything after he was knocked out, and when he woke up he found himself alone and tied to a chair, and later broke the mirror to escape. As for the assailant, he claimed not to have seen him at all. Since the assailant could not be found, John's party suppressed the news in order to prevent panic among the tourists on the cruise ship. And Shinsun also said that really cannot find that there is no way this matter is also over, no longer pursue the responsibility of the cruise party. Because of the unsettled nature of this incident, it was told by those in the know as a ghostly legend to others until later on, the story slowly became a paranormal event on the Prince, attracting many adventurous tourists to experience it. Of course, this is all an afterthought. After doing the questioning, he went straight to visit Huang Yaya in her room. The seasick Huang Yaya didn't even know that Shinsun was attacked. She was just told that Shinsun went to be busy, and she was good enough not to look around for him. The doctor had said she couldn't change her moods too much or she might irritate the tumors in her brain. Coming out of Huang Yuyu's room, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and Shinsun was finally able to return to his room face to rest for a while. He took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Wooly. The content is to inform him about Huang Haitao's escape from prison and to trouble her to help find out about Mo Jia Ting. Old Mo's matter he still must be on the heart. After all, about his own life, he does not want to die young. After waiting for a long time, Wooly did not return the message, perhaps still busy. The days that followed were uneventful and nothing happened. Shinsun and his group also arrived at the harbor safely without any accidents, but of course, in the eyes of the others, the person who attacked Shinsun still had not been found. Not to mention others, even Shinsun himself had never seen old Mo again. It even gave Shinsun the illusion that old Mo was gone. In the past few days, Wooly also did not return the message. Shinsun felt that this matter may have to rely on themselves. But there's no clue what to do about it. How can we find out? After thinking about it for days, all he could think of was to ask Huang Yeye to help hack into certain official systems to check for clues. But she was about to have an operation, and Shinsun couldn't afford to let her help in this situation. There's nothing to do but take one step at a time. The four of them drove the vehicle, passed through the checkpoint without incident, exited the dock and drove into the city. Shinsun didn't even need to navigate in Maritime City. He had lived in Maritime City for 5 or 6 years in his previous life, and he knew all the customary areas of the land and water here by heart. The City of the Sea is the financial center of the mainland, and it is already very developed in this era, and there are quite a few cars on the road, which gives Shinsun the illusion of going to more than 10 years later. Coming to the city, high-rise buildings, compared with the North Sea here, it is simply a small countryside. Even the Westlake City cannot be compared with it. Their destination was the Upper People's Hospital, so they found a nearby hotel to stay in. They then took 2 rooms, one for Shinsun and one for the 3 women. During this period of time, the relationship between the 3 women was already very good, talking and laughing together as if they were sisters. After completing the check-in procedures, each returned to their rooms again, and after a day of rest and recuperation, Shinsun took Huang Yeye to go through the hospitalization procedures. Jiang Yueying, on the other hand, said that she wanted to go to the studio with Yiying to record a song. Little did she realize that in just a few short days, she would come up with a new inspiration. Shinsun naturally had no opinion on this. He was still a little uneasy about Jiang Yueying going alone, and with Yiying accompanying her, it was a lot less worrying. On Shinsun and Huang Yeye's side, because they had a letter of introduction issued by the Westlake Military Hospital, they very smoothly found the attending doctor and prepared for a consultation. "Dr. Goat, how's it going, please?" After reading the film, Dr. Yang said to Shinsun, "The situation is basically the same as described in the medical record book, and my opinion is also surgical removal." "Doctor, is there a high probability that this surgery will be successful?" This was the point Shinsun was most concerned about. "If I'm allowed to wield the knife, the success rate is probably under 70%, and if the dean himself wields the knife, the success rate should be over 90%. Shinsun froze and asked anxiously, "Then may I ask if I can have the dean come and wield the sword himself?" Dr. Yang shook his head after glancing at him. "The dean is not at the hospital right now. He is doing academic research abroad, and it is estimated that there is still a month before he can come back." "A month? It'll be too late for that. Can you help me think of a way?" "Money is not a problem. As long as I can increase the success rate, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. It's not a matter of money. Right now the only doctors in our hospital who have experience in this area of surgery are me and the dean." Saying this, Dr. Goat paused and slammed his head. "Hey, how did I forget about her?" "Who?" Shinsun wondered. "The dean's daughter, known as the youngest sage in our institution." "A holy hand? Young?" In Shinsun's impression, these 2 words shouldn't appear at the same time. "Her skills are admirable even to me, and she's only 28 years old with an unlimited future. If he performs the surgery and I assist from the side, the success rate should be above 90%. If that's the case, then naturally it's best." Shinsun said excitedly, "Can it be arranged like this?" Said Dr. Yang, suddenly looking embarrassed. "What's the matter, doctor? Is there something wrong?" Shinsun's heart, which had been lowered, hung in the air again. Actually, her main profession isn't a doctor. "Clam? Not a doctor?" Shinsun had a look like, "You're teasing me." The doctor hurriedly explained, "She was indeed a doctor in our hospital before, but now she is an honorary doctor in our hospital, equivalent to hanging a name in our hospital, not going to work or seeing patients. Only when she encounters some large-scale surgeries will she come over to take a look. She came quite a bit last year, but she's been coming less since the beginning of this year. Maybe her heart isn't in medicine anymore." Chapter 90. Do you also speculate in stocks? Such a person, how Shinsun listened to him, felt very unreliable. Is it really appropriate to have someone like that as the lead surgeon? The doctor saw Shinsun's misgivings and said, "It may be true that her mind is not focused on her medical skills right now, but her skills are absolutely unquestionable. I've heard that she studied medicine from the age of 10 with her father, our dean, and graduated early at the age of 20 after completing a 4-year program at the Capital Medical University, so it can be said that she's a genius among geniuses." Otherwise I wouldn't have recommended her. Seeing that he was sincere and should be telling the truth, Shinsun nodded. Then can we ask her to be the main surgeon? It's possible, but it takes a little bit of luck. How? This big lady's recent surgery all depends on her mood. If she's in a good mood, she'll take it. If she's in a bad mood, that is, if the dean calls her, she won't come. Shinsun thought to himself, no way, that's so warped. Tell you what, I'll call and ask her opinion. Trouble doctor. Shinsun fished out a red packet from his pocket and stuffed it into the doctor's hand. Dr. Yang hastily pushed away his red envelope, waved his hand and refused. I can't accept this, take it back. Shinsun said, a little token of appreciation, thank you for your trouble. Please be sure to accept it. Don't be like this, I'm a doctor, it's my job to save lives, it's not appropriate to accept your red envelope, take it away. Dr. Yang, just take it, if you can invite that holy hand, then you are the one who has done me a great favor, this token of appreciation is due. When the words came to this point, Dr. Yang still decisively refused. Mr. Shin, I definitely won't accept this red packet. If you still want to insist, then I can only not accept this patient of yours. Shinsun froze. This was an ultimatum. To be honest, Shinsun didn't expect him to be so professionally ethical and couldn't help but believe in his character. He had no choice but to snappily put away the red packet and give Dr. Goat a smile. Then please speak to that doctor. Dr. Goat nodded before dialing a string of numbers from the desktop landline. The phone just beeped and the call came out. The number you have dialed is busy, please dial again later. Apparently, the person on the other end hung up the phone. And Dr. Yang's face expression remained unchanged, as if this behavior was perfectly normal, only to see him skillfully continue dialing the phone over. This time the call was answered right away. What are you doing, old goat? I'm busy. Aya, it's not that we have a new patient admitted to the hospital who needs to have a craniotomy, so I just wanted to ask if you're free lately? Not available. After saying that, she didn't give Dr. Goat the slightest chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. Seeing that Shinsun was staring at himself dumbfounded, Dr. Yang awkwardly touched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. She didn't used to be like this. Recently, I don't know what she's been obsessed with and she's become like this. I'll try another call. With that, he dialed the number again. Are you tired of the old goat? I said I don't have time. Auntie, this patient was transferred from the West Lake City Military Hospital, so you should look at the case first. Just read it when it's transferred to you. Why do you want me? I'm not as sure as you are, am I? Don't do that, it's useless. Okay, I'm not talking to you, I really have something to do, don't call. After that, the phone hung up again. Now Shinsun and Dr. Yang looked at each other, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I'm sorry to see you laugh. Is she always like this? That's not true, I heard she's been obsessed with something lately, that's why she's like this. What on earth could a woman be hooked on that she would throw away her profession? Why don't I tell you what, I'll leave you a phone number and you can see if you can get in touch with her. Dr. Goat wrote him her phone number and address. If you're lucky enough to sway her, then I can get started on my end to prepare for the surgery. I'll try it then. Shinsun took the note and thanked Dr. Yang before leaving. Huang Ye's hospitalization was done, and now the only problem left was the oddball doctor. Now that Huang Ye needed to do some checkups without Shinsun accompanying him, using this time, he dialed this phone number. As he expected, the first call was always a second pinch. Shinsun dialed again, and this time it did answer. Hey, who is it? The voice on the other side could hear that she was impatient. May I ask if this is Dr. Dong? Shinsun tried to make his voice sound as polite as possible. I'm suspending the clinic now, sorry I have to hang up. No. Don't hang up yet. It's a matter of life and death. Aren't there other doctors at the hospital? Wouldn't you just go to them? I've searched and he said that the dean has gone abroad, and that you're the one with the most cranial experience in the hospital now. You're the family of the one the old goat was just talking about? Yes, you see. I'm sorry, it's better for you to hire someone else if you're not in your position. This woman, she's too hard to handle, isn't she? I can pay. Just name your price, I'll pay whatever it is. $500,000, do you pay? The woman on the other end of the phone opened her mouth. Here. Shinsun agreed cheerfully. $1 million give or take? Shinsun froze, but still said cheerfully, here. $2 million give or take? Shinsun couldn't help but frown. It's fine to give, but what do you mean by that? So will you give me the $4 million I want? You're playing me? Shinsun could see that she was playing with herself. You're joking with me here when human lives are at stake? Dr. Dong said in disbelief. Only a novice doctor would value his life as much as the heavens. Besides, I'm ready to stop being a doctor now, so can you force me to be your chief surgeon? Shin Sun was dumbfounded by her dislike. It's true that she chose her path, and no one can force her to become a doctor if she doesn't want to, so why should someone who's not related to her help you? Although her words were hard to hear, Shin Sun was in no position to force her. Okay, I'm hanging up, don't call again, I'm busy. Shin Sun clenched his fists unwillingly. Was there really no way to persuade her? At that moment, she suddenly cursed on the other end of the phone. It's down again. Can we not fall? Those words caused Shin Sun to be enlightened. Don't hang up yet. What again? I'm getting annoyed, leave me alone. Are you speculating in stocks? Shin Sun asked tentatively. So what if it is? The other didn't deny it. Are you annoyed because the stock you bought is green? If it's red, can I be bothered? Shin Sun slammed his head, the feeling that this woman was hooked on stock speculation? Now that's a professional match. Chapter 91 Gambling. What stocks did you buy? Shin Sun asked. Japanese stocks. What, you speculate in stocks too? Good guy, these days speculating on Japanese stocks, you are not a leak. Who is a leak? I recommend you a few stocks. How? Shin Sun seductively said, these are definitely not green, you hold them for a week and then throw them away, guaranteed to have a profit of more than 50%. You're in the stock market too? Her voice visibly froze. Blow me you, if you're such a god, why don't you buy it yourself? Who told you I didn't buy it? Shin Sun laughed. Why don't we make a bet? What bet? How about I recommend you a stock, and if it goes up, you'll be my sister's primary surgeon. Hearing this, Dr. Dong also became interested. And what if it doesn't go up? Shin Sun smiled and didn't answer her directly, but asked in return, do you recognize Commonwealth? There isn't a single person in the entire continent who speculates in stocks who doesn't know him, okay? That's true, the idea of Commonwealth is ingrained in the DNA of the stockholder community. Although Brother Fortune has not been seen for a long time, the legend of Brother Fortune has been circulating in the jungle. Both of his strikes took retail investors to make a fortune, and he is regarded as a godfather-like figure in the circle. It can be said that the status of the rich brother in the circle of retail investors is the existence of God. And although Dr. Dong had only been in contact with the stock circle for a year, she, who usually surfed the internet frequently, naturally knew of Brother Fuyu's reputation. It was even because she admired Brother Fuyu that she got the urge to go all in on the stock market. She also made a lot of money by participating in the two-posting campaigns of the wealthy brother, which came in much faster than going to work. Her admiration for Brother Fuyu's skills was secondary, but what she admired most was his willingness to post his operations on the internet for the reference of netizens. Isn't this ancient chivalrous behavior? If I lose, I'll take you to see Commonwealth, how about that? You know Brother Fuyu? It's that Brother Yu from the Stockholders Forum? Of course I recognize it. You didn't lie to me? How could I lie to you when I even asked for it? Shin Sun heard her voice was very excited. It seemed that it was still a good use of the Netflix reputation. How do you prove you know him? Obviously, Dr. Dong was still a bit disbelieving. What's your forum ID? Miss Dong, could it be that you? Even Dr. Dong's voice began to tremble. Just a moment. Shin Sun quickly edited the text message and pressed the send button. After a minute, Wang Yu sent an OK text message. You open the forum now and see if Brother Fuyu added you? After Shin Sun finished speaking, he brought his cell phone away from his ear. The voice on the other end was silent at first, then a piercing cry came from Shin Sun's cell phone. Ah! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Brother Fuyu actually added me. I. Fortunately, Shin Sun had predicted her behavior in advance, or else his eardrums would have to be ruptured by this woman. Now can you believe me? It took several minutes for the other end of the line to slow down, but gasps could still be heard. What's your relationship with Brother Fuyu? Well, sort of know each other. Good. I'll bet with you. Commonwealth was her idol, and if she could meet him in person, she'd let her do anything. So, later I will text message a stock to you, you can buy or not, this stock as long as before the close of the market stops, even if I win, and vice versa, you win, how? Good. It's a deal. After saying that, Shin Sun hung up the phone, opened the stock website that Huang Yeye had sent him earlier, and began to select stocks. Picking stocks is like buying a used car, you never know if it will surprise you or scare you after you buy it. Even though he is a reborn person, if he wants to do the K chart all the time, even if a prodigy comes, he can't do it. And the risk of doing short-term is not small, so now Shinsun does not play much short-term anymore, but tells Wang Yu what to buy in the long term. But just because he doesn't play short doesn't mean he doesn't know how to play anymore, it means he doesn't have the energy to do it. After all, a shares you short play again, there are stops, play too much effort and effort. But if you pick only one stock that can go up, then Shinsun is still very sure. He first observed the general market, which was up today, so he gained a few more points of confidence. In fact, he could have just smashed a stock right up with his money if he wanted to, that's his old job, but there's no need. He has studied stocks for decades, and if he can't even find a single stock that goes up among thousands of stocks, he might as well run headlong into the ground. After he had chosen for about half an hour, he finally chose a stock he was very optimistic about, copied the code and sent it to Dr. Dong. Next, just wait for the results. Hoon brother. There you are. At that moment, Huang Yeye appeared out of nowhere. She was seen to be dressed in a hospital gown, but she didn't look like a patient at all from the way she acted and looked. Shinsun smiled at her and gently stroked her head. Are the tests all done? Aha! The doctor said it's all good. Huang Yeye nodded vigorously. That's good, Moon, after you've been a good girl and had your surgery, you'll never have a headache again. Thank you, brother Hoon. Huang Yeye hugged Shinsun as the former placed her cheek on the latter's chest and said softly, It's great to meet you. Shinsun sighed and smiled with some relief. By the way, Hoon brother, this is for you. Only to see Huang Yeye take out a very small SD card from her pocket and put it in Shinsun's hand. Is this an SD card? Hey, you'll know when you plug it in. Shinsun wanted to ask something else, but was pulled back by Huang Yeye. Hoon, will you sleep with me? I'm a bit sleepy. Seeing her pampering, Shinsun didn't have a bit of resistance to this and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Shinsun had booked a deluxe single room, and there were specialized nurses to watch over her, so even if Shinsun was not there was no need to worry about her at all. But with such an important matter, Shinsun definitely wouldn't leave her alone. After helping her cover up, Shinsun leaned back on the couch next to the hospital bed and squinted his eyes for a while. Perhaps because he was so tired during this period of time, Shinsun became easy to fall asleep. When he woke up again, it was to the vibration of his cell phone. He took out his cell phone and saw, wasn't this Dr. Dong's call? Could it be that the results are out? Hello, Dr. Dong? Shinsun was afraid of disturbing Huang Yeye, so he walked out of the hospital room. Where are you? I'll come to you. Shinsun could hear the wind in her mind. Chapter 92, Please accept me as your disciple. Come to see me? What for? Shinsun froze, somewhat unresponsive. Cut the crap, where are you? Shinsun still didn't know what the hell she was up to, so he could only tell her truthfully, VIP room number 3 on the 8th floor of the People's Hospital. You wait for me. Don't go. After saying that, she immediately hung up the phone. Just as Shinsun was wondering, he heard someone knocking on the door of the ward. Shinsun walked over to look and realized it was Dr. Goat. Ha! You're not in the ward, Mr. Shen? Oh, Luna, she's asleep, she just took a call and came out. Dr. Yang nodded. Did you contact Dr. Dong? Contacted. What did she say? She said she's been busy lately and isn't sure she can be my primary surgeon right now. So? Dr. Yang took out a pack of cigarettes from his large white lab coat and smoked 2 out. One was handed to Shinsun, but Shinsun refused. Didn't realize you didn't smoke. Sticking one cigarette back in and holding the other in his mouth, don't mind? Shinsun shook his head to show that he didn't mind. I just didn't think that doctors could actually smoke. Dr. Goat smiled. Doctors are also human beings, and as long as they are human beings, they will have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Shinsun nodded in agreement. Dr. Dong, probably because she was too tightly oppressed by her father in the past, which led to her current aversion to medicine. She's not easy, please understand. Shinsun looked at him, feeling that he was here to explain to Dr. Dong. She used to be nice and studious, and she used to follow me around on my ass asking questions, and as a result, her medical skills now surpass mine. Dr. Goat lit his cigarette, a look of reminiscence on his face. Mr. Shen, if she still doesn't agree, I'll personally go to her home to do some work with her. Dr. Yang said to Shinsun, don't look at her, she's 28 years old this year, but in reality, her temper is still like a child's. Don't mind if you don't mind. I think if I go and ask her to please, she should give me this face. Shinsun understood that this was because he was afraid that he would blame Dr. Dong, so he personally came to explain for her. Understanding this, Shinsun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Dr. Goat is a really good person. This child of hers used to be curious about medicine, said Dr. Goat as he took a drag on his cigarette and sighed again. I don't know what this child has gone through to change so much. It seems that Dr. Young still doesn't know that Dr. Tung deserted his medical profession because he was addicted to stock speculation. But from what I know about the kid, I guess he's got a boyfriend. Dr. Goat highlighted another puff of smoke. I get it. It's rare for people who are doctors to have any private time to themselves. I'm afraid she knows she's old enough to have a family. That's why she's moved on from the idea of leaving. Shinsun casts his head aside in some embarrassment, mentally calculating whether or not to tell her about her addiction to stock speculation. Is it possible that she's obsessed with the financial speculation aspect of it? Shinsun reminded him without a trace. That decision is impossible. Dr. Goat said with conviction, holding up his cigarette. This ninny is a genius at medicine, but she's arguably clueless when it comes to numbers. I've played Sudoku with her before and she can't even project at all. She's just not cut out for numbers, let alone speculation. She's been in the stock market for 3 days, so I guess she'll have to come back to work like a good girl. Shinsun pumped his cheeks. How the Dr. Dong in Dr. Yang's eyes was a little different from what he knew. That means, is there a possibility? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dr. Yang said, if she's deserting medicine because of stock speculation, I'll jump off the 8th floor on the spot. Just then, the elevator reached the 8th floor, and as the doors opened, a woman with a ponytail, wearing a nightgown and pajama pants, with curlers tied in her hair, came rushing out. The moment Dr. Yang saw this woman, his jaw dropped to the ground. Xiaodong, why are you here? Old Goat. Where is the guardian of your patient named Huang Yuyu? Dr. Young froze, not responding. What? Don't you have a patient named Huang Yuyu who needs a craniotomy? I'm looking for his guardian on an urgent matter. What's so urgent? The old goat was still in a state of confusion for a moment. It's up. What? The old goat was even more confused. The stock he recommended to me went up. Dr. Dong said with a face full of excitement. I am the guardian of Luna Wang. Shinsun stepped forward, and in the process gouged the ground for the old goat's embarrassed toes. Are you just Commonwealth? Shinsun didn't make a sound, and Dr. Dong continued to press, your Commonwealth. How else could you possibly be as God-predictable as him? Dong, what are you guys talking about again? Speculation. Don't interrupt if you don't know what you're talking about, old goat. In this instant, the old goat's worldview felt like it was going to collapse. Shinsun said his heart ached for him for a second. You absolutely are. Dr. Dong stared straight at him. Answer me. I have to say, this woman's intuition was quite sharp, and she was able to guess that Commonwealth was herself just by doing so. If you say it is, then it is. Shinsun waved his hand. What you think is your business. If you're not him, why did you dare to make a bet like that with me? Why did he get to add me after just saying my ID? Dr. Dong stepped closer, almost coming close to Shinsun's face. You must be. Shinsun laughed. Since she saw through it, he simply stopped pretending. Commonwealth is indeed me, so what do you want? As soon as the words fell, Dr. Dong flung himself on both knees to this Shinsun, and this appearance directly startled Shinsun and Dr. Yang. What are you doing? Shinsun was confused. Xiaodong. This is a hospital, you're inappropriate. Dr. Goat tried to help her, but she shrugged it off. Ignorant daughter Dong Fei requests that you accept me as your disciple. Dong Fei directly kowtowed to Shinsun. That's a real ringer. Shinsun was dumbfounded. How could he not expect the plot to unfold like this? You're crazy, this is a hospital. Dr. Yang looked around. Fortunately, the 8th floor does not live in addition to Huang Yuyu. If this is seen by outsiders, then her reputation is not lost. Old Goat, this is my choice, stay out of it. Dong Fei no longer cared about Dr. Goat and continued to say to Shinsun, please accept me as your disciple. No, we've only met for the first time, and you're telling me that you want to be my disciple. Shinsun was really a bit confused by her. Paying homage to someone she had met for the first time and didn't even know the name of yet, this woman was truly an oddball. Please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 93 Outside in AI. Listen to me, just get up and take it easy. Shinsun was a bit confused by her. Which person kowtowed and coughed bonkers as soon as he came up? It was under your influence that I started to get hooked on speculation, and now that I'm actually able to meet Brother Fuyu in person, how could I not be excited? No. There's no need for that, I've only posted twice, and it was just a fluke that gave me the right guess. Shinsun didn't even know her yet, and a stranger suddenly appeared, directly kneeling down and saying that he wanted to recognize him as his master. This woman doesn't know what to think. If you're just a fluke, can you be a fluke one after another? Dong Fei tilted her head and said, I'm pretty sure that you're definitely not a fluke. Dr. Yang came next to Shin Sun and said in a low voice, although I don't know what's going on between you two, why don't you just promise her first? Otherwise, if she's kneeling like this, the impact will be too bad. She's at least a doctor of our institution. Shin Sun smiled at him awkwardly and turned his head again to see her steely eyes. Through her eyes, Shin Sun sort of understood that he couldn't even accept her today without her. You get up first. I won't get up until you promise me. Shin Sun coughed lightly twice and put on an old-fashioned look. To be my disciple, you must first obey. Dong Fei understood what he was saying and immediately stood up, saying with great joy, so master, you agree? Shin Sun thought to himself, you forced the issue, can I disagree? Secondly, don't call me master outside, my name is Shin Sun, call me by my full name or my nickname, don't call me master anyway. Yes, master. Shin Sun. What else does master want? My sister, I'll leave it to you. Shin Sun said with a straight face, if her brain tumor can be operated successfully, I'll start teaching you the first lesson. Good. It's a deal. Dong Fei turned her head to Dr. Yang, old Yang, show me the medical record book first. After Dr. Yang handed her the case information, he quietly said to Shin Sun again. And you're the one who's better, even his father can't always make her do what he wants, but you've managed to straighten her out. Shin Sun laughed bitterly, this is clearly her eating me to death, okay. This woman is just daring me to do this because I'm asking for it. But then again, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with having an additional apprentice with great medical skills, and the wave was a no-brainer anyway. We'll see what happens after the surgery. I understand the general situation, is the patient there now? If Dong Fei wasn't wearing a freshly awakened look at the moment, Shin Sun almost thought she was a doctor. No, she's a doctor herself. Rest in the hospital room, I'll get her for you. Shin Sun led the two into the room for a consultation. In the back, because Dong Fei was communicating with Huang Yeye, there was nothing for Shin Sun to do, so he came out to get some air. He suddenly remembered that Huang Yeye gave herself an SD card to come, only remembered her mysterious appearance, this SD card in the end loaded with what? Holding his doubts, Shin Sun inserted the card into his cell phone. After rebooting, the phone actually popped up the updater automatically. Shin Sun didn't understand what was going on here, but he knew that Huang Yeye definitely wouldn't trap himself. Waiting quietly for the update to finish, there is an additional voice AI software in the features. He tapped in, only to find Huang Yeye's voice coming out of his phone's microphone. Brother Sun, I'm Yu. You just need to call out Yu and I'll automatically come out. You can find me if you need anything. This, isn't it the artificial AI of a decade or so from now? Yu, she actually developed it now? Shin Sun asked with a trial and error mentality, Yu, what's your function? I have a hacker AI embedded in my software that can answer any question you can find on the internet or assist you in anything. This simple description surprised Shin Sun. Any? Information on Dong Fei from the People's Hospital of Maritime City. Looking for. Successful search. Dong Fei, female, 28 years old, graduated from the Capital Medical University, is the daughter of Dong Zhengchang, the director of the People's Hospital of Hai City, ID number. Shin Sun was stunned. This thing is comparable to a game plugin. I don't know how Moon developed it. This assistant can look up the information you want to find quickly and accurately. Shin Sun had reason to suspect that as long as there was an archive on the internet, this assistant would be able to check it out for you. And what if it was used to look up old Mo's daughter? After Shin Sun confirmed that there was no one around to eavesdrop, he quietly asked, query Mo Jia Ting's identity information. Multiple Mogadishu queries, please provide more information. Shin Sun thought for a moment and then said, it's a foreigner adopted by the mainlanders, with blue eyes and blonde hair. Inquiring. He looked at the screen that was loading on his phone with some apprehension. Query successful, found a matching ID. Mo Jia Ting, female, 23 years old, white Russian, is Mo Feng's adopted daughter. Mo Feng, that would be old Mo. Shin Sun looked over the information, which only recorded her basic situation and work situation, other than that there was no other useful information. Shin Sun sighed, sure enough, old Mo hadn't been able to find her with all his efforts, how could he find her so quickly? Just as Shin Sun was about to turn off his cell phone, the assistant spoke again. The search revealed a real name registration card in the name of Justine Mock, as well as the use of an unregistered phone card. Shin Sun froze. An anonymous cell phone number can also be traced? It was able to be looked up because Mogadishu had used the number in her cell phone to access the internet. Now Shinsun couldn't find another adjective to praise the voice assistant made by Huang Yeye other than saying it was awesome. A word of help for something that ordinary hackers can't do. This program is just too powerful. Shinsun wrote down this number of the unrealized name. At least it is a clue. The next time you see old Mo can ask about this number. He didn't dare to call there hastily, because the probability was that Mo Jiating had been captured by old Mo's enemies, and he didn't dare to determine what would happen if he dialed the number. But Shinsun didn't understand at all what the motive of the person who kidnapped Mo Jiating was. If he was seeking revenge, then he should have informed old Mo or threatened him, but Shinsun had asked, and since his daughter had disappeared, he had never received any relevant news. So, is there any chance that this whole thing of her disappearance, that Mogadishu might not have been abducted, but for another reason? Shaking his head, he alone was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come up with a solution even if he thought about it, so he could only see what progress could be made on old Mo's side. Half a year's time had passed in a flash. Shinsun thought to himself, we need to hurry up. Chapter 94 Shi Chang. Closing the phone, Shinsun thought that this software must have more functions than these, and more functions seemed to need to slowly try themselves. This ninny was probably worried that she couldn't help herself during this period of her surgery, so she researched such a thing out for herself. This niece, really? Shinsun looked at the location of Huang Yuyu's hospital room and smiled, praying that she would hurry up and get better. After another moment, Dr. Yang and Dong Fei walked out of the hospital room. Shinsun went forward and asked, how is it? Combined with the CT and the patient's description of her condition, it can be confirmed that the tumor is now about 4 centimeters in size and is growing in the lower left cerebellum, a location with a large number of nerves, which makes the surgery difficult and carries a risk of failure. Dong Fei presents Shinsun with her perspective on Huang Yuyu's condition. If it was a normal tumor, we'd actually recommend more conservative treatment, but the film is that tumor just needs to get a little bit bigger and there's a good chance that it could compress the nerves and lead to irreversible consequences, so my recommendation is the same as Dr. Sheep's surgical removal. Dong Fei knew what he wanted to ask and continued. As for the success rate, Dr. Yang and I have discussed it, and I personally have about a 70% chance of success if I perform the surgery, and the success rate will be even higher if Dr. Yang assists from the sidelines. Dr. Yang also nodded. The surgery can be scheduled for next Monday, 4 days from now, and I don't have any plans for that day, so I can be available. Shinsun said joyfully to Dr. Yang, that would be much appreciated. Dr. Yang waved his hand, you might as well thank me as her, I don't have such a high success rate when I'm in charge. That's right, master, what you promised me, keep your word. Dong Fei playfully spat her tongue out at him. I always keep my appointments. Shinsun smiled. Seeing the serious look she just had, I guess she should have been a responsible and professional doctor in the past. I also wonder how she can be so addicted to the stock market that she's even deserted her own job. Then we'll go and prepare for an expert meeting, and when it's confirmed we'll notify you to sign, and then we can proceed with the surgery. Dr. Yang patted Shinsun's shoulder and whispered, young man, it's possible. Shinsun was just about to speak when the elevator doors suddenly opened. Remember my son, this surgery to help me choose your hospital's best surgeon, know it. A middle-aged man who was probably only 1.6 meters tall combed his back hair and wore a flowery shirt, cursed and walked out of the elevator, followed by 3 or 4 people in black suits, and Shinsun didn't look like a good person when he looked at their high and mighty faces. Hey, Mr. Shi, it's a coincidence that the 2 most skilled doctors in our hospital are here. Behind the man, a middle-aged woman said, Dr. Yang, Dr. Dong, come here. Come here quickly. Director, why are you here? Dr. Yang froze and walked over to ask, who is this? This is the owner of Rock Security, Mr. Stone. His son needs an operation. I remember you don't have any schedule for next Monday. Why don't you help him to do it first? Director, I'm having open heart surgery with Xiaodong next Monday, and I was just about to check in with you. Is someone else's business or my son's important? It's just a craniotomy. It'll be the same later. Before the director could say anything, this boss sure pointed at Dr. Yang's nose and cursed. Dr. Goat frowned, thinking that it was bad. Rock Security can be all too familiar to him as a local. One of the local snakes, and the most arrogant of them all. In this era when the black forces have not been vigorously regulated, no matter what city there will be more or less some forces that bully the people in the city. May I ask this gentleman, what is your son's reason for having an operation? Dr. Yang only had to ask patiently. Boss Stone blurted out, my son wants to cut his appendix. Dr. Sheep for a moment did not know whether he was here to be funny or serious, directly angry and happy, thinking you cut an appendix and pick a doctor? Director, if it's just an appendectomy, any doctor attending the surgery is fine, right? I can't really get away on my end. Clam? An average doctor is worthy? I only want the best doctor. The director pulled Dr. Yang aside. Xiaofei is refusing to take patients now, and you're the only one who can take care of them, so give me some face, okay? This time Dr. Yang completely worried. Xiaofei is the dean's daughter, the director cannot afford to mess with, can only find a soft pinch. Our hospital security is fully entrusted to Boss Shi. This face has to be given. With a promised patient on one side and a local snake on the other, and all scheduled for other things besides that day, it can make Dr. Goat's head spin. Wouldn't a delay work? Dr. Yang politely asked Boss Shi, who was at the side. That's definitely not good. Boss Shi said without even thinking, my son is now saying his stomach hurts every day, he must have appendicitis. I was cutting my appendix and it didn't hurt. Why is your hospital dragging its feet? Is it that hard to find a good reliable doctor? The director rushed off to calm Boss Shi down, leaving Dr. Goat struggling in place. Old Goat, what's wrong? Dong Fei, who was on the side, saw Dr. Sheep's frown tightening, so she went forward and asked, what's wrong? Shin Sun also quietly came over. Xiaodong, the son of the boss of Rock Security wants me to step in for an appendectomy, Mr. Shin surgery, I'm afraid I can't attend. Shin Sun froze, the success rate would drop but Dr. Goat couldn't participate in the surgery, something Shin Sun definitely didn't want to see. Besides, this illness of you can no longer be delayed, and if it is delayed further, it may press on the nerves at any time. Can you still coordinate? Is the other person seriously ill? Dr. Goat told the duo all about it. Shin Sun was annoyed on the spot. If it is a serious disease that requires emergency surgery, this team inserted Shin Sun is not good to say anything, but it is an appendectomy, but also in this forced lie, this person is owed to clean up. Deception. Shin Sun was angered like this for the first time and was about to rush over to the theory on the spot, but was stopped by Dr. Yang. Mr. Shin must not. This Boss Shi is very powerful locally, it's best not to mess with him. So it's the punks again, no wonder they're so arrogant and bossy. Mr. Shin, I promise you I'll find a way to do it, I'll communicate with that side again, I'm really sorry. Dr. Yang said with a million apologies. Shin Sun shook his head, this matter was not Dr. Yang's fault, on the contrary, he had to thank him, if not for his recommendation, Yu was afraid that she would not even be able to find Dong Fei as a guaranteed doctor. Chapter 95, You're out of your league. I have to have this doctor today, or I'll talk to your hospital leadership. Shi Chang's unreasonable behavior made Shin Sun very upset. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a hospital, with Shin Sun's current temper high and low he would have to go up and give him 2 slaps. Boss Shi, calm your anger, our hospital will definitely make proper arrangements for your son. The director kept calming him down, fearing that he would make a scene in the hospital. Cut the crap, I want him today, isn't he unwilling? I'm going to teach him today, there are some things that don't count when he says them, but only when I say them. Shi Chang's voice was so loud that the entire 8th floor echoed with his mumbling. Shin Sun couldn't take it anymore and took a step forward, pointing at his nose and saying in a cold voice, this is a hospital, not a place for you to be wild. Shi Chang skimmed the man who was a head taller than himself and sized up Shin Sun with a disdainful gaze. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Get lost. Shi Chang walked over to Shin Sun, stretched out his finger, and poked his shoulder twice. I'm just going to spill my guts here, what can you do? Under the rules of the policing scheme, I can call the sheriff to have you forcibly taken out. After saying that, Shi Chang suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? This kid is scaring me with the vigilante? Shi Chang wandered over to the director, why don't you tell him who I am? In this neighborhood, I, Shi Chang, have never been afraid of anyone. Director, anxious head full of sweat, came to Shin Sun's side quietly said, this guy relationship is very hard, not to be messed with, small brother you still do not mess with him, do not try to be quick, say an apology I'll help you to talk to him this matter is over. Apologize? Shin Sun sneered, apologizing is also for this shorty to apologize to me. The director's eyes went black, this master really dares to say anything. The thing that this man, Shi Chang, hated the most was when people called him short, and almost no one dared to call him short in front of him. And Shin Sun directly and unceremoniously poked Shi Chang's sore spot, the latter was already a violent temper, and now he couldn't bear it even more. You're ing looking for death. If I don't waste you today, I'll write the word Shi Chang backwards. Shi Chang's sleeves rolled up aggressively to find Shin Sun dry fight, the director wanted to stop, but was pushed away. Dr. Goat tried to get in front of him and was also kicked aside by Shi Chang. Shi Chang lunges in with a straight right hand, Shin Sun sees it coming and blocks it with his hands. The first time they exchanged hands, Shinsun knew that his opponent was a paper tiger. Slow punching speed, poor power, obviously a man whose body has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Shinsun certainly wasn't used to him, this kind of person just needed to be polished and polished. Shinsun pulled Shi Chang's shoulders with both hands and lifted his knee hard against the latter's belly. Shi Chang ate 2 solid knee tops, his face reddened as he tried to counterattack, but he didn't have the advantage in either height or physical strength, and he couldn't even swing away from his opponent's hands. "Don't you give me a hand yet." Shi Chang just wanted to shake the man, but he ended up being pushed by Shinsun again, and he only felt a fiery pain in his stomach, as if his internal organs were rolling over. Shinsun had come down hard this time, there was absolutely no need to show mercy to this kind of person. When Shi Chang's 3 followers saw this, they froze for the first time because they couldn't believe that someone here actually dared to touch their boss. When Shinsun saw that someone was rushing at him, he immediately let go of his hand and viciously kicked Shi Chang's chest. If he hadn't happened to be caught by his follower, I'm afraid Shi Chang would have had to fall straight to the ground. Annoyed, Shi Chang yelled, "Give it to me. Waste this guy." Shinsun looked at these 3 people, all of them were of average size or even on the thin side, and if they really had to fight, it probably wasn't something they couldn't handle. Just as Shinsun was calculating, the elevator door suddenly opened. Who reported a fight here? 3 or 4 uniformed magistrates appeared before them, and the one at the head asked, "I'm the one who called the police." Dong Fei, who hadn't made a sound, raised her cell phone and gestured to the sheriff. "Officer, a few fancy dress ones over there are making a scene in the hospital. And they want to make a move." Dong Fei saw them arguing and knew that this was the odds were that it was going to be a big deal, so the first thing he did was to report the case by phone. The sheriff's office is right next door to the hospital, so the police were out fast. The head magistrate looked in the direction she was pointing and froze before walking next to Shi Chang and asking, "Mr. Shi? Why are you here?" "Damn it, some ungrateful bastard messed with me, I'm going to have to fix him up." Shi Chang didn't care if the magistrate was present or not, pointing at Shinsun and cursing, "You're dead today." The sheriff frowned and said quietly, "This is a hospital, it's full of surveillance, so give me face, don't mess around, and settle any grudges when you go out." When Shi Chang heard this, he glanced up again at the camera that was glowing red above his head. After a cold snort, Shi Chang reluctantly said, "Got it, you guys go back." After saying that, the sheriff nodded with him and then was about to leave, but was shouted at by Dong Fei, "Hey! You guys are leaving? The matter has been verified," the sheriff said. Dong Fei was dumbfounded. "You just asked him 2 words and verified it? So what else do you want? How about coming with me?" Dong Fei was completely dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine such a statement coming from the mouth of a magistrate. It was the first time she had seen such a thing in her almost 30 years of living. The sheriff's words disliked Dong Fei, and when she didn't react anymore, the sheriff put on his hat and turned around. Dong Fei was unwilling and tried to cut them off, but Shinsun stopped him. "What's stopping me?" Dong Fei asked in confusion. "Remember the truth that it is better to mess with black than white." Shinsun secretly thought, this guy's power is not small, actually able to make the magistrate protect him so much. "Brat, you're lucky, if the officer hadn't come, you wouldn't have walked out today. Then why don't you come up on me?" Shinsun left no room for provocation. Shi Chang's face twitched as he gritted his teeth fiercely. "You wait for me." At this time, Shi Chang suddenly thought of something in his mind and laughed in a conspiratorial manner. "Kid, this doctor said that he was going to operate that day, it wouldn't be on your side, would it? You don't have to know." Shinsun probably guessed what kind of idea this guy would hit. "Hey, then I'm afraid your surgery won't last, I'll take this doctor." Shi Chang laughed sinisterly. "I'm sorry, Dr. Goat already has an appointment with me, so your surgery will be on the back burner." Shinsun picked up Dr. Yang, who had fallen to the ground, and responded indifferently. "It's not up to him, and it's not up to you." After saying that, Shi Chang took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 96. "Hello, Dean Lee? I'm Kung." Shi Chang laughed badly while skimming over Shinsun. He'd figured out a way to make this guy bow down without moving a single knife or punch. "In that case, my son has been having stomach pains every day lately, so I wanted to bring him here to have his appendix cut out. So I came straight to your hospital." "I was just thinking, Dean Lee helped me arrange the best one doctor in your hospital. Right. It's that goat guy, help me arrange the clams. I've asked, he's free next Monday, but he said there's something else going on, so Li Yuan will help me arrange it." Hey, okay, wait for your news, Hanging up the phone, Shi Chang wiggled his finger to point at Shinsun and Dr. Yang. "I know you guys are in cahoots, but it's useless. You can disobey me, but can you disobey your leader? Dr. Goat's worst fears have come true. The director spoke. He may be tough and can still refuse, but the words of the top leader himself still do not listen to the words. Then I'm afraid that this year's promotion examination will be hopeless. In less than a minute, Dr. Goat's little phone rang. Hello, Deputy Lee? Sheepy, is it? You're free on Monday, right? I have an appointment for a craniotomy on Monday, so I'm afraid I'm not available, replied Dr. Goat with a glimmer of hope. I see you don't have a schedule? Just made an appointment and am getting ready to schedule it. That means it's not confirmed yet, said the caller. You'll put off this surgery, I'll arrange a simple one for you. But Dr. Goat was about to say something else. It's settled, you go talk to them properly on the delayed side. The leader's tone seemed to be discussing with you, but in reality it was not to be refused at all. Dr. Yang smiled bitterly while holding an apologetic look at Shinsun. Shinsun didn't need to hear it to know what had happened, and immediately patted his shoulder to show that he was fine. Seeing them in this state, Shi Chang laughed wildly and mocked, weren't you quite dejected just now? Didn't you have a hardened tone of voice? Why aren't you hard now, ha 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 ha? Isn't open heart surgery life-threatening if you delay it? That's great, ha ha ha. Let this lesson be used to show you that this society is one that relies on relationships. Relationships are hard enough, so what if you guys don't want to? But I'm a person with a naturally soft heart. You could kneel down and kowtow twice to me, and I'll mercifully let you have the surname Goat. He was so arrogant that even a good-tempered person like Dr. Yang couldn't help but want to slap him hard. In Shinsun's eyes, looking at Shi Chang's grandiose appearance was like a clown. Who were you just on the phone with? Vice President Li Feng? Dong Fei took a step forward and looked straight at Shi Chang without fear. Your reliance wouldn't be him, would it? Yo! Where's the chick from? Shi Chang's eyes gradually grew lewd when he saw Dong Fei's face. Although Dong Fei now had a scruffy look, her bottom was still in the beauty class. Shi Chang said boldly, I'll tell you if you come and stay with me for a night. Saying that, his hand was about to reach Dong Fei's face. Shinsun was about to make a move to intercept, but Dong Fei was the first to ruthlessly smack away Shi Chang's salty hand. Shi Chang froze, not expecting this girl to have such an explosive temper. Covering his hand that was beaten raw and painful, he roared, You dare to make a move with my old man? You're saying that this era spells relationships? Dong Fei looked at him with a wry smile. Dong Fei, who was 6'5", could even look down on Shi Chang, who was only 6'6". Then how about a bet? Let's compare who's got the hardest connections. If Dr. Goat operates on your son, count me as a loser, and vice versa, I win. Do you dare to bet? Oh, I can't imagine that you're a chick with quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Shi Chang licked the corner of his mouth. If I win, you'll stay with me for one night. Yes. Dong Fei laughed coldly and agreed with him cheerfully, but looked at him with eyes as cold as ice. If you lose, take your son to another hospital and don't allow him to take a step into this hospital. Good. The one I just talked to on the phone was Dean Li Feng. Could you possibly find any more connections than me? In Shi Chang's perspective, although there were several vice presidents in this hospital, but if you really counted by rank, Vice President Li Feng was the real second in command of this hospital. He was so confident, mainly from the fact that the director of this hospital was a very famous academician, but did not care much about things, usually basically in the field on business trips. There is no time to care about the hospital. So Vice President Li Feng is, in a sense, the hand of this hospital. So Dong Fei took out her cell phone and pretended to look for the address book, but could not help but laugh. Chick, you slowly find. Let me open a good room. We will go directly to the good. Dong Fei didn't bother with him and directly dialed the phone. The call was answered in seconds. Dad. Dong Fei said with some indifference. Yo, you can't find anyone and start asking your dad for help? Ha 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 ha. In Shi Chang's eyes, Dong Fei was a chick who put on a hard word. I'm going to go to the bathroom first, take your time on the phone. Oh. He unzipped his crotch while strutting towards the toilet. After he left, it was a lot quieter around him. Fei, why do you have time to talk to Dad on the phone? The voice on the other end of the phone was peaceful and calm. Dad, I have a craniotomy with Dr. Goat next Monday. When the person on the phone heard this news, after being silent for a long time, he seemed to be unsure and confirmed again, Really? You're willing to accept the patient? Just take this one. It's a difficult procedure, and I'll have quite a bit more success working alongside Dr. Sheep. One will do. The voice on the other end was clearly pleased. Anything I can do for Dad? We had all talked about it, but Vice President Li seems to have arranged for Dr. Sheep to go to another surgery. Oh? This time? Dong's father asked curiously, is it some kind of urgent surgery? It's an appendectomy. What? Appendix surgery? Dong's father was confused. Isn't it the same for anyone to go for this kind of surgery? Why did you have to arrange for Dr. Yang to go? That's for you to ask your vice dean. Dong Fei sneered, and doesn't care about his own hospital. He doesn't even know what kind of mess it's gotten into. Father Dong was a bit embarrassed. I'll go ask that guy for you. What a mess. An appendix surgery is not comparable to a craniotomy. Fair, you wait. Dad's going to take it out on you. You can ask him what his relationship is with a guy named Shi Chang, by the way. Fine. After saying that, Dong's father hung up the phone in a hurry, presumably going to look for trouble with Li Feng. Chapter 97. You're not a gambler, are you? Rather almost forgot that your dad is the dean. I thought your dad was in finance if you hadn't just stood out. Shin Sun also joked with her. Che, I'd rather he didn't become some kind of crappy dean. Can't see anyone all day long. He's a handful of years old. It's not good to stay at home. It was obvious that Dong Fei was quite upset with his dad. After they finished, Shi Chang also came back. He saw that Dong Fei seemed to have finished her phone call, and the expression on her face wasn't very good, so in his heart, he guessed that she should have been defeated. What's up, Chica, ready to come with me? After saying that, Shi Chang didn't hesitate to try to put his hand on her shoulder. Shin Sun was quick on his feet and grabbed his hand, not allowing him to continue reaching down. Shi Chang frowned and made an effort to fight hard with Shin Sun, but he was shocked to realize that his hand was actually gripped by him and he couldn't move. Show me some respect. Shin Sun snorted coldly and shook off his arm. You? He suddenly remembered that he had just suffered a loss at his hands, and thought that this guy should have practiced. Shi Chang stifled a grunt, deciding that it would be better to turn around and clean up this kid. I'm willing to bet, girl, come with me. The rooms are all ready for you. Shi Chang came to her side and said lewdly, deluxe bathtub room. The one who loses, it should be you. Dong Fei turned her head away. Keep your voice down when you roll, don't disturb others. Shi Chang thought she was going to return and was about to pull her back, but just then the phone in his pants rang. One look at the number, isn't it Li Feng's number? Shi Chang did not even think about what he called himself. Directly connected. Dean Li, what instructions are? Khan, I can't arrange it for you on Monday, so look at a different time for a different doctor. Shi Chang couldn't help but wonder after hearing this, what's wrong, Dean Li? Didn't we have a good conversation before? I said, how did you guys mess with our dean? Shi Chang was even more confused. Dean? Isn't he out of town on business? How could I possibly mess with him? That means you messed with his daughter, doesn't it? Daughter? Who's his daughter? Shi Chang suddenly winced. It couldn't be that it was that woman who had made a bet with him. No way, is it a woman who talks a lot and is quite good looking? You guys really messed with her. No wonder our dean just chopped me up as soon as she called. Shi Chang's already insufficient head became even more insufficient. How was I to know that this chick is your dean's daughter? Come on, I really can't help you with this. Maybe he'll come back and punish me. You've screwed me over. No. You're at least the vice dean. Even if you're to blame, you don't have to be so afraid, right? On the surface I'm only one level behind him, but he's an academician. Do you know what the concept of academician is? One word from him and I'll be finished with you. The fearless Shi Chang was also a bit flustered at this moment. It should be fine. Chang is a bully, and it's this slippery personality that has allowed him to get to where he is today. I hope it's okay too. But he usually doesn't care about the yard at all, but today he grabbed me and asked me a bunch of questions. I'm worried he's going to make a big move when he gets back. So, what about? What else can we do? Hurry up and apologize to that ant. I can't protect myself now. You're on your own. After hanging up the phone, Shi Chang wilted like grass that had lost its moisture. Shi Chang was torn for a moment, and it wasn't that he couldn't pull off apologizing to her, it was just that Dong Fei and his party had all disappeared. Boss, why don't we go and ask our brothers to smash this? A junior brother saw that the boss was a bit embarrassed and stepped forward to give him an idea. If you have the ing ability to smash this place, I'll recognize you as my boss. Chang was so angry that he directly gave him 2 kicks. This is the Provincial People's Hospital. If you dare to make trouble here, I don't have 10 heads to lose. The little brother said in an aggravated manner, but boss, didn't you just say that we are not afraid of anyone in this area? I'm ing. Rolled Chang's eyes, almost not getting pissed off at him. Fei, I've already hammered that guy, so if he dares to mess around like that, let me know right away. Got it, Dad. Dong Fei wasn't very happy. Then I have to hang up first. Hey, don't hang up yet. Dong's father reluctantly stopped her. It's rare for you to call, let's talk a little longer. If you live at home every day, I'll stay with you and talk for as long as you want. Dong Fei's voice was as cold as a block of ice. He. Father Dong perhaps also felt sorry for his daughter and could only smile awkwardly. I'll go back after I'm done with this side. Come back for a day and leave again, is that it? I think I'll be back for 2 days this time, so why don't we go hiking? I remember when I was little you loved to go hiking with me. And then return halfway through the climb when you get a call, right? Dong Fei said without mercy. Fei, you. Okay, you explain back and forth just those few sentences. If not something trouble you, I really do not want to call you. Hang up first. Dong Fei took the phone back into her pocket and turned her head to find Shin Sun right behind her. Master, you were eavesdropping? I just came over to see you on the phone here, so I wanted to see how you were doing. Shin Sun scratched his head. Thanks to you this time. As long as Master keeps his promise and teaches me about stocks, this is nothing. At the mention of stocks, the gloom on her face cleared away, revealing her 2 rows of white teeth. Shin Sun still couldn't figure out why she had to learn something like stocks when she wasn't a doctor for good reason. Is she a gambler at heart? I don't see it. I'll definitely teach after the surgery. Shin Sun looked at Huang Yu who was sleeping. I don't have the heart to think about this until she's better. Dong Fei nodded in agreement. Xiao Dong, this time I've troubled you. Dr. Yang also came over at some point. I hope our cooperation this time goes well. Old goat you really are. How many times have we worked together, and still talking about this? Dong Fei laughed. You were quite brave just now. You still dare to refute the vice dean. Hey, I was waiting for you to back me up. The old goat rubbed his kicked back. Besides, I'm not used to seeing them like that. Where's the director? I don't think I saw her just now. It seems to have snuck up on me since Ishqiang called. Shin Sun could not help but be dumbfounded. Do people still have to learn from her? The situation is not right, you have to hurry to slip. Alright, we'll leave first, there's a nurse here, just ring the bell if you need to. Dong Fei said to Shin Sun, someone will come later to make you sign. Chapter 98 followed. After Dong Fei and Dr. Yang left, only Shin Sun and the sleeping Huang Ye were left in the ward. He sat down on the bed next to him, thinking quietly. I don't know why, but every time I go to a new city I get into trouble with the dark forces, Westlake City too, and here too. After having a hard time with him today, Shi Chang, this person, will definitely not let up. He is not afraid, after all, Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes, and he is not made of mud. But he's worried that Shi Chang will go after the people around him. What would be the best thing to do if that did happen? Shin Sun thought about it and had a plan to hire a bodyguard. Whereas before you had no money and no one would even look at you if you were naked, now you have money and a girlfriend and friends. He was a very sentimental person and would never allow anyone to take a shot at someone close to him. And also ran into this old emo thing, but were a cold-blooded, cannot listen to the words of the killer. I am afraid that Shin Sun will have to reincarnate again. And it would be a total disaster if old Mo got to someone other than himself first. It's not enough to be rich now, you have to have the power to protect everyone around you. Right in the middle of his rambling thoughts, the sun slowly set. The door to the room was knocked on. Shin Sun climbed up and opened the door to find that it was Yi Ying and Jiang Yueying coming over. Finished recording? Shin Sun asked. Did it go well? Only Yi Ying covered her face and put her head down. Shin Sun looked at Jiang Yueying strangely and asked, what's wrong with her? It's nothing, just recording high, I guess. Jiang Yueying laughed. I recorded her voice as well. In the past 2 days, Jiang Yueying and Shin Sun had returned to the relationship they had at the beginning, or rather, the conflicts between them were slowly dissolving. It's too unpleasant, can't you just delete it? Yi Ying begged for mercy as she slumped on the table. It's so shameful. Oh? Yi Ci also participated in the recording? Shin Sun instantly became interested. Give me a listen? Yi Ying waved her hand and said firmly, don't. Absolutely not. Now only demos, when the finished product comes out the first time you can listen to it. Jiang Yueying said, Yi Ci's singing is obviously very good, have confidence in yourself. Yi Ying buried her head on the table like a shy ostrich. That's when the song came out of nowhere. No tunes, just clean singing. The two women were shocked at the same time. Wasn't this song the one they had just finished recording from the studio? Sister Yi Ci, your singing is also very good. Huang Yu woke up at some point and walked over with her notebook. I've just listened to it once already. Oh. The two women knew that Huang Ye's hacking skills were excellent, and it was fine if they knew it was their own people who got it, but if the new song was leaked, it would be really miserable. But Ying wasn't ready to let Huang Yu go. She tried to turn off the music, but Huang Yu picked up the computer and ran away, and turned up the sound. The two of them chased after each other, and what was clearly a hospital room was turned into a recreation room by the two of them. Luckily this was the VIP suite, which was large enough, or else it wouldn't have stood up to their tossing and turning. Say, didn't you guys buy dinner? Shinsun was a little hungry and asked casually. Jiang Yueying glanced at Ying, who also glanced at her. Forgot. Ying spat out her tongue in embarrassment. I'll go buy it. It's getting dark, so I'd better get it. Shinsun shook his head, thinking that it would be nice to have takeout in this day and age. That said, should we open our own? Got a name all figured out, just call it Mission. Want something to eat? I can do both. Ying said. I want to eat fried chicken. Jiang Yueying raised her hand. Don't you have to pay attention to your figure? Shinsun gave her a blank look. Where could she find fried chicken in this unfamiliar place? Jiang Yueying said without thinking, I'm a singer-songwriter and not an idol singer. Why do I care so much about appearance? Shinsun couldn't do anything with her and asked again, where's Yu? I want KFC. Kids are kids and love this stuff. Shinsun greeted them and went out the door. But still waiting for the elevator, he didn't know where to go after leaving the hospital. Although he had stayed in Sea City for a while, but that was also 10 years later, Sea City was so big and changing so fast that he didn't know how to get around. Looks like we need to make another navigation program. Shinsun suddenly remembered, took out his cell phone and pressed out his assistant, help me navigate the nearest KFC. Roger, calling up satellite data, please hold. Absolute. This thing is more than black tech. Hospital across the barbecue stall, a group of people here sat several tables, and do not eat. The boss on the sidelines cannot open, but do not dare to say anything. How long do we have to stay here? What if that kid never comes out and we keep squatting? A junior brother asked a muscular man at the side. If Shinsun was here, he would be able to recognize that this person was the same little brother who had followed Shi Chang in the afternoon. Cut the crap, just a few of you recognize that kid's looks, give me a good stare, look crooked, see if I don't give you two big bibs. The muscular man viciously ferocious. The little brother shrunk his head and hurriedly answered yes. I heard this kid moved Django? Muscle man asked. That's right. He's so arrogant because the girl next to him's father is the director of this hospital. Soft rice man who relies on women, I despise it the most. The muscular man, Brother Hao, said disdainfully. Brother Chang said, when he sees this kid come out, he'll waste this kid. All of you, show some spirit. How? Brother Hao. It seems to be that guy. The little brother suddenly stood up excitedly and pointed at the person across the road and shouted. Howie slapped his little brother on the side of the head. You yell my ass. Don't you know the word for spooking a snake? Then, Brother Hao, should I kill them first? Howie slapped him on the head again. Kill your ass, next to the sheriff's office, wait for him to walk away first. Also, are you sure it's this guy? Sure. The little brother held his head in aggravation. I remember what that kid was wearing, it can't be wrong. Okay, guys, follow me. Shinsun, who had been targeted, still knew nothing and was looking at his cell phone, searching for KFC. Because the car was parked at the hotel, Shinsun complained as he walked, it was really inconvenient to travel without a shared bike. It's only fair to find the time to plan and start a company where these easy life trips are made. According to the navigation, the nearest KFC was 2 kilometers away and at least a 15-minute walk. Shinsun closed the screen, and through the reflection of the screen, he realized that there seemed to be several people trailing behind him. His heart sank, it seemed that what was coming was coming. Chapter 99, Good People. It was now 7 p.m. like this, the time when everyone was eating dinner, and there were not many, if any, pedestrians on the road. Shinsun tried to choose to walk on the main road as much as possible, but the gang's intentions were clear. As long as there were fewer people and where there was no surveillance, they would make their move in which location. By the reflection of the reflection on the screen, he made a rough count of about a dozen people. This time is different from the one where Westlake was hunted down. This time, the other party was obviously all adults, and if a fight really started, Shinsun estimated that he would only be able to run. Shinsun quietly dialed the security phone. But 2 calls had been made to a busy line. Shinsun became even more vigilant. These guys, they seemed to be professionals. He was the one whose brain was racing, and the current situation was unexpected. I didn't expect that guy to send someone to block the entrance of the hospital so soon, and as soon as he went out, he was immediately followed by people. How about walking to the sheriff's office? The idea was quickly rejected. The other side even has the means to keep a hotline busy. That means the connections are hard enough, and I'm afraid going directly to the sheriff's department would be counterproductive. Shinsun had thought to start picking bodyguards after Huang Ye's surgery, but he hadn't expected the other party to move too fast. I'm afraid the only way out at the moment is to pull the wind tight and call out. Shinsun turned the corner and deliberately found a small path to drill into. Hao, who had followed Shinsun all the way, turned a corner and realized that the person had actually disappeared. Where is everyone? Howie. It seems to have given him a run over the wall that way. A little brother pointed at the fork in the road. Hao looked over and a barred door was still swinging open, indicating that it had just been moved. Howie, this is the place, right? Seeing this, Hua first froze, and then laughed maniacally. This stupid kid won't really be so dumb to flip in, right? The crowd all reacted with uncharacteristic laughter. Hao took out his cell phone and dialed a number over. After going over the fence, Shinsun, who was hiding behind the greenery, was slightly relieved to see that no one was chasing after him. He'd tumbled straight here in his haste, and now that he was relaxed, he had time to look around. It's dark, no lights on anywhere, lots of containers stacked nearby, looks like a place to stack things. If you want to get out of here, you certainly can't flip back this way, in case there's someone out there on guard. He skirted the mountain of stacked containers and found a brightly lit front with a number of people. It turned out that there was a night market stall in the distance, and there were quite a lot of people over there, and Shinsun could hear the sound of bargaining from a long distance away. It's just the right place to get money over there. Shinsun circled around to the end of the night market stalls. This side was blocked off and could not get out, so he could only go out from going through the night market stalls. He blended in with the crowd and alerted around, and just a short distance away, he spotted the muscular man who had just led the way and followed him. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Howie pushed away the people in his way and looked around for Shinsun. Hey, you! Reverse it! Hao grabbed a man dressed similar to Shinsun, looked at his face and threw him aside after realizing that he wasn't. Come on, go! The man dared to be angry, but only chanted a few words behind his back and ran away. Shinsun hid to the side, taking all of this in. Boss, that shirt for me to try? Shinsun came to the nearest stall and casually took a blue jean jacket and directly put it on himself. Is there a fitting room? Shinsun asked. Aga, young man, this kind of market is a temporary tent. Where is the fitting room? The boss's wife said, if you want to try it on, just take it off and change it. I'd like to try on those pants. Directly change it. Shopping here, these are all big men. You are still afraid of losing? Shinsun was a bit speechless. He wasn't shy, but taking off his pants in public was too noticeable, right? At this time, the good-for-nothing muscle man leaned over to Shinsun's side. Shinsun hastily took a hat and pretended to try it on. But it wasn't enough, the pants hadn't been changed, and anyone who was more careful would have easily noticed. He pulled on another pair of pants, ready to try them on. At this time, the muscular man happened to come to Shinsun's side. Yo, if it isn't Ho, here to buy clothes? Boss lady, seen a man in a plaid shirt come in your place yet? Shinsun thumped, thinking that it was bad. This boss lady had just seen her appearance. If she said anything, it would be over. It's not a good idea to leave now, you can't show too much panic. His heartbeat instantly came to 120, he couldn't guarantee that he was the only one in this fair who was chasing after himself as a human being. He pressed his hat down a little and pretended to be looking in the mirror, silently praying that his boss's wife hadn't memorized his looks. Oh. I'm kind of impressed. Damn it, the slightest cold sweat broke out on Shinsun's back. Where is he? Just came by my place to pick out some clothes, didn't buy any, and seemed to be heading back. Boss lady, are you sure? How you know we have a lot of guests here, I also roughly remember. That's fine, talk to me if you see anyone. Hearing that the boss's wife didn't remember, Shinsun breathed a sigh of relief. After saying that, Hao looked at Shinsun, who was looking at the mirror on the side, and his eyes lingered on him for a few seconds. Hey! Hao called out to Shinsun. Shinsun's heart, which had just been put down, lifted up again. He had to pretend he didn't hear and ignore Hao, but in reality his back was already wet. Hey! Kid, calling you. Take your hat off and turn it around for me. Hey! Hao, are you looking for a black plaid shirt? The boss's wife suddenly said. Yeah, what, you're impressed. Look at that one, isn't it? The boss's wife said as she pointed. Where? Hao looked where the boss lady was pointing but didn't see the person she was talking about at all. It's all gone over, do you want to go over there and take a look? The boss's wife asked. Well, keep an eye out for me and call me if you see it again. After saying that, Aha didn't care about Shinsun and directly pushed his way into the crowd. Shinsun came to the boss lady's side. Thanks a lot, boss lady. He knew the boss's wife must have remembered his appearance, and had just rambled on to help him cover his tracks. Young man, how did you mess with the rock gang? The boss's wife pulled him aside. These guys are ruthless. I just saw a guy get dragged behind them and beaten to the point of breaking both his legs last time. I've got a bit of a grudge against their boss, Shinsun said. Even if he doesn't come after me, I'll have to go after him later. The boss's wife sighed. Young man, I see you're only one person. Get out of here properly before we talk about anything else. Thank you, auntie, for saving my life. I'll definitely repay you when I have the chance. Harm, what's the point of talking about this? Just find me and buy some clothes. Chapter 100, Discovered. Shinsun changed the jacket he was wearing to re-grab a different one. Since this one has already been seen by Ahao, it's not appropriate to wear it out again. Grabbed a jacket and a ducktail, and changed his pants again inside the tent. Shinsun looked in the mirror and looked at the two styles that were completely different from the one he had just seen before nodding in satisfaction. After thanking the boss's wife, he didn't ask how much the clothes cost, and took all the red bills in his wallet and put them on the boss's wife's table before leaving. Little brother, you're giving too much. The boss's wife froze as she looked at the pile of banknotes on the table, and then tried to chase him out, only to realize that she had long since lost track of him. The boss's wife counted the bills, and good lord, it was almost 5,000. That much money is already equivalent to what she earns from buying clothes for 2 months. In her mind, the 5,000 was too much. But in Shinsun's mind, the favor he had just received was more than 5,000 yuan. After changing his outfit, Shinsun had the courage to walk through the crowd and strutted toward the gate. Shinsun looked far away and realized that there were a few people standing at the entrance that he hadn't seen before but didn't feel like good people at first glance. Thinking in the bad direction, the guys guarding the doorway were the rock gang when it came to that. There is no way, that is, hard-headed Shinsun also have to go out, because there is no other exit here. Even if there is, they can be more familiar with this than they are, surely guarded by them. Taking advantage of the high volume of people now, Shinsun intended to take his chances. Preparing to pass through the gate, he stayed dead center behind the man in front of him, keeping his head down as he moved forward. Shinsun thought to himself that as long as it wasn't the few people who had seen his face in the afternoon, he shouldn't be able to recognize himself. At this point, he was only the last 10 meters from the gate. 5 meters? 3 meters? 1 meter. Shinsun managed to walk out of the gate, and a heart that was hanging in the air was finally released. He continued to follow along. He thought he'd be fine once he got out, but he was shocked to realize that the 3 men who'd seen his face that afternoon were guarding the front. Damn, all the way here. Unable to go forward, Shinsun had just turned his head to go back when he heard a familiar voice in his ear. Little brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Sher Chang's disgusting voice sounded behind him. Just got out, why are you going back in, little brother? Shinsun sighed and turned around, realizing that Sher Chang was standing not far from his front. You really are a shadowy soul. Shinsun snorted coldly. You have good eyesight, you even recognize me here. Hey, don't think I don't recognize you just because you changed your clothes. I'd recognize you, kid, even if you turned into ashes. And oh, do you know where this is? Sher Chang laughed cheaply. This is the territory where I collect rent. You ran here, aren't you sending yourself to death? What? Shinsun said, unlucky. How did it turn up here? No wonder the guys didn't roll in and chase them, so this is their home base. There was no way out. Shinsun now only had one way to turn his head and run back to hide. But just as he turned to leave, he realized that a group of people had blocked his back. Even the ordinary people had been driven away by them. Shinsun looked at both sides again. There were fences and greenery. There was no way to run. It's come to this, and you still want to run? Sher Chang walked forward and taunted. This is my land, and this is also full of my people. You just can't get away even if you put your wings on it today. This guy is really persistent. Looks like we really fell into this guy's hands today. Come on you two, waste this guy. Sher Chang waved his hand and ordered the 2 minions next to him. There was really no place to run. Shinsun could only harden his head in with these 2. Although Shinsun was not in bad shape and had some fighting experience, in the end, he had not undergone systematic training, nor did he exercise every day. One might be fine against an ordinary person of the same size, but he was a bit overwhelmed by more. Sher Chang, these juniors looked like people who usually worked out a lot. While dealing with these 2 people, Shinsun thought to himself that out of so many people, this guy Sher Chang was probably the weakest chicken, so he might as well capture the thief first. Say it and do it. Shinsun shook off the two men and rushed towards Shi Chang as fast as he could. Just as he was about to approach Shi Chang, a muscular man blocked in front of him. This man is none other than Ahao. For some reason, Ahao was actually able to give Shinsun an oppressive dare. Shinsun's intuition told him that this guy was dangerous. One blow didn't work, and the two in the back chased after him. Taking advantage of the fact that the two people behind him didn't react, Shinsun calculated the distance, crouched his body, and jumped horizontally backward with his entire body. Shinsun's foot happened to be solidly tucked into the chests of those two men, and with such a large reaction, the two men fell to the ground together and groaned in pain. This was a trick that Shinsun had learned at the boxing gym, the main one being catching people off guard. Shinsun also slumped to the ground due to inertia, and he hastily rolled to get up in a semi-crouching position. Two losers. Ahao glanced at his little brother who had fallen to the ground. Ahao, what do you think of this person? Shi Chang asked. Kun, there's a little something to this guy, but not much. Ahao commented. Then how about this person handing him over to you? Shi Chang glanced at him. Do with him as you wish. Ahao revealed a hideous smile. Good, it just so happens that I haven't broken anyone's mushy bones in a long time. It's just right to take this person to warm up. Only to see him directly tear open his top, revealing his six-pack abs as well as a full body of tendon meat. Such a body made Shinsun look a little scared. Ahao pounced on Shinsun like a vicious wolf, and the latter didn't dare to fight hard and could only dodge. Nei against him was too fast, and after dodging twice, the next punch Shinsun could not avoid in any way. Shinsun blocked his hands in front of his body and used both arms together to solidly receive the punch. The force of the punch was so strong that it knocked Shinsun back 2 or 3 steps. Shinsun shook off his hand, the punch hit his small arm, only to feel raw pain as if his arm was about to break. Did this guy grow up eating spinach? Why is he so strong? Kid, not bad, normal people can't even catch one of my punches. Ahao raised the corner of his mouth. You've practiced somewhere before, right? This person gave Shinsun the heaviest sense of oppression of anyone he had ever seen. Even the strongest boxers he used to work with when he was a sparring partner at the boxing gym couldn't give him this kind of oppression. This man is definitely not ordinary. Tell me instead, where have you practiced? Shinsun stood up straight and tried to stall with his words, trying to regain his strength, which would give him a chance of survival. In fact, after his arm received that punch hard, his entire hand was in a state of paralysis, unable to make any force, as if he had been disabled by the punch. Shinsun was punched in one punch, so one could imagine how terrifying this guy was. Chapter 101, The Underground Fighter. If you've ever played underground black boxing, you should have heard of the name of the undefeated boxer Wu Hao, right? Only to see Ahao with one hand crossed, looking at Shinsun with a smirk, as if he knew what he was playing at, but didn't care at all. You're Wu Hao. Shinsun froze. Looks like you guys know a bit about it too. Ahao said proudly, I thought no one had heard of this name by now. Now Shinsun finally knew why there was so much pressure when facing him. Wu Hao, an underground black boxer from the mainland, once won 53 consecutive victories and the myth of one undefeated match. His story is well told in the boxing world. And Shinsun, as someone who had been exposed to boxing, had more or less heard about it. It is said that basically none of the opponents who fought him walked out of the ring unscathed. There were even some who were not strong enough to be killed directly on the spot. Some people hear his name and just abandon the race. But later on, for some reason, he just suddenly faded away from boxing. There are rumors in the Jianghu that he lost a wild fight with someone, others say he was retaliated against, and some say he couldn't meet any opponents and went directly to foreign countries to develop his career. I said, where did you go after quitting the whole altar, so you stayed here as a punk? Shinsun coldly grunted, don't you think the more you live, the more you go back? Wu Hao's face slowly chilled, these words seemed to have poked his sore spot. You think I quit voluntarily? You think I'm willing to do nothing here? Wu Hao's face began to distort, if it wasn't for that person, I wouldn't be like this. That person? Shinsun wondered. There's no harm in telling you, a dying man. Wu Hao continued. I thought I had no competition in the ring when a man suddenly invited me to a fight where if I won I would get $500,000, as in, the price for losing would be to quit the ring and help him find someone. The guy who asked me to fight was a mediocre 5 or 60-year-old guy, and I didn't even think twice about agreeing to the fight. As a result, I lost, so thoroughly that I was put down and had my arm removed without even touching the man's coat. He has a strange way of punching, no matter how I attack, he finds my breaks, and my strength is like a joke in front of him. After I lost, I was so upset that I wanted to continue to challenge him, but he seemed disappointed that I had broken my promise, so I never saw him again. After that, I turned down all my fights and worked out harder every day just so I could beat him when I see him again someday. But the longer the days go by, the scene when he defeated me is like a nightmare that surrounds my mind every day. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't want to challenge him again and defeat him. After Wu Hao finished speaking, a smile of relief suddenly appeared on his face. More than a year, this thing I haven't told anyone else. Somehow, I ran into you today, and the repressed feeling of telling these things out became much better. Kid, as a thank you for being my first listener, I'll give you some slack later. After saying that, he didn't give Shinsun another chance and rushed towards him like a bullet. Shinsun knows his ability, even more afraid to mess around, can be able to use trickery to transform the force. Wu Hao's punches were so strong that Shinsun could only use his elbows to catch his punches. The elbow is one of the hardest parts of a human being, and blocking with it is the best option. But the speed of the opponent's punches was too fast, and Shinsun was a bit dizzy with his moves. He knew very well that the other party was only holding a playful mindset at the moment and was not serious at all, otherwise it was hard to say whether Shinsun could survive 3 punches. Without a chance to catch his breath, Shinsun dodged everywhere in a sorry state, but if he continued like this, his physical strength would be consumed more and more, and sooner or later he would not be able to hold on. Shi Chang landed a powerful right hook that Shinsun couldn't really dodge in time, and could only raise his right hand to ward it off. But where was such a solid punch that he could block with one hand? The impact of this punch directly knocked Shinsun to the ground. His right cheek would have been dislocated if he hadn't blocked it with his hand. I'm afraid that his jaw would have been dislocated, but even if he had blocked it, his face was now as painful as if he had been hit by a hammer. I'm afraid that's a huge gap in strength. Get up, kid, I heard you were pretty cool this afternoon, how dare you touch Kung? Seeing Shinsun lying still, Wu Hao came to his side and kicked him twice. So unbeatable? That's not good enough? That's too no. Just as he spoke, Shinsun grabbed a handful of sandstone on the ground and threw it at him. Wu Hao was not prepared for the sand and gravel into the eyes, and all of a sudden could not open his eyes. Shinsun took advantage of his opponent's blindness to stomp his legs and spin his waist, placing his hand lightly on Wu Hao's chest. Since Wu Hao wanted to reach out and grab it, Shinsun, at this moment, tensed his whole body muscles and concentrated his strength in one point to explode on his chest. The power of this punch caused Wu Hao to stagger back several steps and actually almost fell. This caused Shi Chang, who was watching the battle from the side, to freeze. Aha, what are you up to? Hurry up and finish this guy for me. Wu Hao barely opened one eye and covered this chest with one hand as his expression became hideous. Kid, you see death. Shinsun was panting heavily. That inch punch just now made him clearly realize the gap between the two of them. Ever since he was hit against the wall by Old Mo's blow, Shinsun had been studying this inch punch in transmission martial arts. But he used his full strength and still failed to show the same effect as Old Mo, so it seemed that there was not only a gap in strength, but also a gap in technique. This blow failed to knock him down and angered the guy. Shinsun focused even more. Taking advantage of the fact that his eyes weren't seeing very well now, Shinsun decided to take the initiative to find trouble with him. He exploded forward and swung his fist straight at his opponent's door. The fist was just about to arrive, but Wu Hao snapped his eyes open at that moment and directly grabbed Shinsun's fist. Boy, that punch hurt me. Shinsun wanted to pull out his fist, but realized that he couldn't do so at all. The opponent's strength was simply too terrifying. If your hands don't work, then switch to your feet. Shinsun kicked straight at his opponent but was grabbed by a big hand, and before he could react, Shinsun was kicked far away. Shinsun covered his abdomen as his stomach acid kicked out. The pain in his body made Shinsun almost unable to breathe. The farce is over, boy. Wu Hao choked his neck, his fist raised high. This punch would probably kill him. Shinsun had no strength to resist by this point. The large fist was about to slam down when an old and hoarse voice entered Wu Hao's ears, causing his entire body to shiver. He can't die now. Wu Hao realized that he couldn't move his hand. He turned his head to look and his pupils instantly narrowed. What's this old man doing here? Chapter 102, I'm taking him with me. It's you! Wu Hao stared at this old man dead on. The expression on his face was incomparable. There was fear, excitement, and relief. You know me? The old man asked. I can recognize you even if you turn into dust. Wu Hao released his grip on Shinsun's throat and stood up. Don't you recognize me? The old man seemed to be sizing him up with cloudy eyes, and after a long time, the old man shook his head. A year ago, you beat me. Have you forgotten? Wu Hao roared like a madman. I am the undefeated Fist Emperor Wu Hao. Have you forgotten? The old man still shook his head. And you said you wanted me to help you find someone you forgot too. This time the old man finally had some response. Sorry, I'm old and my memory is failing me. I've gotten too many people to help me find someone. Wu Hao grabbed the old man's collar and roared, impossible. Are you pretending not to recognize me? You would not remember an underground boxing king like me? I'm sorry, there are a lot of people better than you, I can't really remember when I've seen you. The old man said lightly, and let go of your hand. You mean I suck? Wu Hao immediately took 2 steps back, his cheeks turning white as if his soul had been drained away. Impossible, impossible. I am the undefeated Fist Emperor Wu Hao. Other than you, no one can defeat me. No, there are plenty of people better than you. The old man didn't seem to know what euphemism meant. Ahoy! What are you doing? Who is this old man? Shi Chang didn't even know when the old man came. This old man gave the impression of not existing, just like a common old man. Seeing Wu Hao like he was possessed, without a single movement, Shi Chang's heart sank. You two, go and drag the old man away from me. The henchman came to the old man's side at his command, and because he was an old man, the little brother said slightly politely, Old man, hurry up and go, what's the matter with you here? Then I'm going to take that guy away. The old man looked at Shin Sun, who was struggling to get up. Clam? Who the hell are you? No one. The old man said, but I'm taking him. Stinky old man, I told you not to get too far ahead of yourself. The little brother yelled at him, get the hell out of here or we'll be rude. I'm taking him. The old man remained the same. You're just being an old man, aren't you? The little brother was furious, him. Just as they finished speaking, the 2 men inexplicably collapsed to the ground in convulsions with their taut human bodies. Shi Chang froze, thinking that there was something odd about this old man. For some reason, a trace of uneasiness actually crossed his heart, and he shouted to all his juniors, all of you, get on me. Waste this old man. Kill. The minions swarmed up, but they only saw him standing with his hands on his face without changing his color. It was just as someone was about to touch him before he finally made a move. The old man's seemingly lean body, not knowing where the strength came from, grabbed the little brother who rushed at the front and lifted him directly into mid-air. He was seen spinning around and flinging his hand into the crowd like a bowling ball, smashing down a number of people. Someone attacked behind him, and the old man slammed his elbow back as if he had opened the eyes of heaven, and the bow that had sneaked up on him lost his strength. Immediately after that he added a powerful back kick and the man was sent flying straight up, smashing down another patch of people. The old man's movements did not drag on for a second, even as he himself stood in place without moving. Shi Chang saw this scene. People are stupid, this is still a person? He had seen several of his own minions fall to the ground as soon as the old man struck. It's not a brawl, it's like this old man is mowing the lawn. Aha! Quickly settle this old man. Shi Chang roared in anger. Ahau also awoke from his daze, and he was equally shocked that the old man's strength had not diminished in the slightest. He felt his fists shaking. He had lived for almost 30 years, and for the first time he had met someone who made him tremble. Wu Hao asked himself, why should he be afraid? Wasn't he exercising so hard over the past year so that one day he could defeat him, overcoming his heart demons? He clenched his fists a few more times, and a fire seemed to burn in his eyes. Wu Hao suppressed the fear etched in his heart and fearlessly rushed towards this old man. The old man also sensed his movement and threw the man in his grasp at Wu Hao. The charge was forced to slow down, and Wu Hao caught the little brother he threw at him, the force of which caused him to stagger back 2 steps. Just after throwing his little brother on the ground, the old man in Wu Hao's field of vision actually disappeared. He just wanted to look for it, but in just the blink of an eye, the old man came in front of him like a ghost. Wu Hao thought to himself that he was in trouble, and before he could defend his hands, the next moment he was pushed away by the old man's elbow and hardtop for several meters, and he didn't fall to the ground until he crashed into the branches of a nearby tree. Only to see Wu Hao's mouth turn constantly foaming, both eyes have already rolled white, collapsed on the ground motionless without knowing whether to die or not. One move, just one move and the Undertaker is knocked to the ground, down and out. Shin Sun had witnessed the whole thing. He had thought that old Mo's performance on the cruise ship had been terrifying enough, but he hadn't expected that the strength displayed today would be even more terrifying. Shi Chang was so scared that his legs were soft, and he hurriedly pulled his legs and ran, and there were still some minions who could move who carried the ones who couldn't move, and Wu Hao followed the boss and slipped away. At once, only Shin Sun and old Mo were left here. Shin Sun stood up with the help of a large tree and said, "Many thanks to Master Mo for making a move." Old Mo gave him a look. "Not dead and still able to walk, right?" "Barely. Follow me." Old Mo walked slowly in front, and Shinsun picked up a branch and limped after him. They had been walking for 10 minutes or so, which brought them to the road, where Old Mo handed over a cab. Go to Sanli village. Old Mo said faintly. Sanli village? Isn't that an urban village not far from the hospital? Since it wasn't too far, it was quick. The two of them got out of the car, the two of them didn't say a word, and Shinsun tacitly followed him. After walking for a while, they came to a short house, and Old Mo took out the key and opened the door. Come in. There was a small yard inside, and a not-so-small old house, so it looked like this was Old Mo's home. Entering the house, Shinsun sat down on a wooden stool with his butt. It hurts, too much. Although he didn't have much contact with Wu Hao, he felt like all the bones in his body were going to fall apart from just the 2 blows he received. Put this on the wound yourself. Old Mo put a bottle of cream of some kind on the table. Shinsun didn't ask what it was and coated it without even thinking about it. It felt icy cold when I applied it, and the painful area actually slowly stopped hurting. This medicine is too good. If I knew the recipe and sold it on the surface, I would definitely make a fortune. Chapter 103 Departure. After applying the ointment, while Old Mo went to fetch water, Shinsun looked around the room. The furniture was fully furnished, and he even saw a picture of Old Mo with his daughter on a nearby cabinet. Looks like it's Old Mo's own home. I really didn't expect that Old Mo was actually a native of the City of the Sea. Why do you have nothing to do with messing with the mob? Old Mo took a cup, poured himself a glass of water, and sat down opposite Shinsun. Shinsun dryly watched him drink water there, unconsciously moving his throat. Can you get me a glass of water? I'm dying of thirst, said Shinsun cheekily. Old Mo didn't seem to expect him to say this, and couldn't help but freeze. You're still the first one who dares to take the initiative to let me pour water. Hey, since you saved me, you must have something in mind for me. We are now in a cooperative relationship, so why should I be polite to you? Old Mo seemed to be not going to be screwed by him, and did not say anything, and threw a bottle of water to him from the drawer. After Shinsun catches the water, he tries to unscrew the cap before realizing that he's already off his feet. You should know why I saved you. Old Mo said, don't you let me down. Shinsun wiped his mouth and took out his cell phone. I have to say, Nokia's quality is really good. Nothing happened when I just crashed it like that. Just after opening his cell phone, he found several missed calls, all from Ying and the girls, as well as text messages. After replying briefly to reassure them, he flipped out the memo and handed his phone to Mo. Master Mo, look at this number, have you seen it before? Shinsun said, your daughter used to use this unlisted cell phone card. Hearing Shinsun's words, Old Mo hurriedly took the cell phone. The moment he saw the numbers on his cell phone, Old Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, and his stony face actually changed. He also took out his own SCT, and Shinsun couldn't tell what he was doing, perhaps saving the number, or perhaps comparing it to. It was the first time Shinsun had seen him show such an expression. You didn't call this cell phone number, did you? His face was very serious. No, asked Shinsun in disbelief, you know this number? Old Mo didn't say anything and sat there seemingly in a daze. After a long time, Old Mo said, how did you obtain this information? I have a way to hack into the network operator's database, so naturally I can find out this information. Can we find out anything else? Shinsun thought for a moment and said, this number was last used half a year ago in the capital. Old Mo silently repeated the words capital city. I didn't realize it was him. It took a while before he said to Shinsun, you're very good, this clue is important. It's good to be able to help you. Shinsun nodded, do you want me to keep looking into it? No need. Old Mo shook his head, it won't do you any good to investigate further. Is that enough? Shinsun froze. Enough that I probably know who kidnapped my daughter. Perhaps the lighting was too dim, and Shinsun couldn't see his current expression. This potion is for you, go back and fill the tub with hot water, put a drop in it and soak for an hour a day. Old Mo tossed him a glass vial, the liquid inside glowing with a fluorescent hue. It is? This is a secret medicine that I personally concocted, Old Mo said indifferently, you've just suffered from internal injuries, soaking in a bath with this medicinal water can repair and strengthen your injured skin and bones. So this guy's a pharmacist? He can mix medicines? And this potion function can be so powerful? But the ointment he had just taken out was so effective that he probably wasn't bragging. This old man has quite a few treasures, potions, ointments, and even parasites. He wasn't the least bit polite with the old man and excitedly accepted the potion. Okay, you can go back. Shinsun froze, you don't need me to help you find her at all? There's no need for it, and even if there is, you can't intervene back there. Old Mo said, I will leave Sea City for the capital tomorrow. Leaving in such a hurry? Shinsun didn't expect him to leave so suddenly. Now that we have a clue, naturally we can't stay any longer. Old Mo glanced at him and threw another key to Shinsun. Here are the keys to this home, you can come and stay here if you need to. It's a way of repaying you. The gangsters shouldn't be after you after tonight, but it's not reassuring that you're so weak. Saying this, the old man took out another book and threw it to Shinsun. This book, if you are interested, learn it, if not, burn it. Although we haven't known each other for very long, I have a feeling that you boys are quite to my liking. If you're free in the future, come here and help me dust and clean, and if you're not free to come, help me keep the doors and windows closed so no one else comes in and messes with them. Shinsun listened to his words, holding these few things thrown to him in his hands was a bit confused. He always felt like old Mo was explaining the aftermath. Did you not come back to stay after you found your daughter? We'll come back if I get the chance. Is there anything I can do to help? Shinsun suddenly felt a little reluctant to let go of the old man. Although this old man was highly skilled in martial arts and usually didn't smile or talk like a man of the world, he actually valued his feelings. I know you're rich, but sometimes money can't solve all problems. Old Mo shook his head. Alright, don't think about helping me, just do what you need to do. When the words were said, Shinsun had no choice but to nod his head and prepare to get up to take his leave. That's when he suddenly remembered something important. By the way, where's the antidote to that compulsion you put on me? Shinsun thought to himself, what am I going to do if you don't come back by then? What compulsion? Old Mo first froze, then seemed to remember something and said to him that one doesn't have an antidote. No antidote? Shinsun's face instantly turned much paler. Without an antidote, wouldn't it mean that he would die in half a year because his internal organs were eaten up by the parasites? Thinking of this, Shinsun burst into chills and questioned, but we agreed that if I help you find clues, you'll give me the antidote. You're playing with me. Old Mo smiled a rare smile and didn't say anything, but clapped his hands. What are you doing? Talk to me. Don't clap your hands. Shinsun was startled by him. Old Mo was still clapping no matter what he said, and Shinsun tried to stop him, but he couldn't even touch him. A moment later, with a cold sweat, Shinsun was surprised to realize how his stomach didn't hurt at all. What I said before about the compulsion was to scare you. Old Mo snickered. There's no such thing as a compulsion in the world, it's all a lie to children. Chapter 104, The Secret Book? Lying to me? Shinsun looked at him incredulously. Then why does my stomach hurt? Because I gave you drugs that cause stomach cramps. Old Mo told Shinsun the truth. There's no such thing as a compulsion in the world, and you actually believe it. Seeing Old Mo's stifled laughter, Shinsun was furious, but he couldn't fight, so he had to endure it. Alright, young man, it's time for you to go. Old Mo smiled for a while before returning to his cold-faced appearance. In the future, don't be ungrateful and mess with forces you can't afford to mess with. Shinsun nodded. This time it was indeed Shinsun's estimation that was wrong. It was only the gangsters in the big city that could be called gangsters. After Old Mo watched Shinsun leave, his mouth softly chanted, Young man, I don't know if we can still meet in the future. Why are you back so late? Jiang Yueying opened the door for Shinsun and couldn't help but complain when she saw it was him. We're starving to death. Shinsun shook the KFC in his hand. It's not like I know the way. I wandered around for half a day before I found it, okay? That's not what you were wearing before you left the house, is it? Oh, yesterday it was not raining, there was water on the road, the clothes were dirty by the water splashed by the dolly, so I bought another one to put on. Jiang Yueying looked over, and sure enough, there were water stains all over his clothes. This was actually a water stain that Shinsun had deliberately gotten on to cover up his dusty clothes, or else they would definitely have to ask. Shinsun entered the house, bowed his head with a bit of weakness, and said after placing the things on the table, I'll go back to the hotel to change my clothes, so you guys eat first. Ying felt that there was something strange about him. Why are you always keeping your head down? Nothing, the light is too bright, it's a bit harsh on the eyes. Shinsun found a lame excuse. I'll leave first, you guys eat slowly. Shinsun quickly left the hospital as if fleeing, afraid to show them the injury on his face. Speaking of that guy, what's the point of hitting him in the face when you can't hit him anywhere? When he returned to the hotel, Shinsun filled the bathtub with water and took another drop of the potion Old Mo had given him. Just dripping it in, the clear water in the tub actually slowly turned a light green color. This thing is too amazing, sighed Shinsun in disbelief. The moment all of his body entered the bathtub, Shinsun only felt that the pores of his entire body seemed to stretch. The water in the tub was obviously hot, but his skin felt so cool and comfortable. An inexplicable sense of refreshment filled his skin and even his limbs, and his originally painful body was actually taken away by this sense of refreshment. This potion seems to be repairing my body. Shinsun sensed that his body seemed to be slowly absorbing the medicinal effect, and immediately buried his head in it as well, definitely not missing any part of his body. After soaking for a good 10 minutes or so, the water in the tub turned back to clear. Shinsun knew that it was because the medicinal effects had all been absorbed by him. He stood up from the tub, only to feel as if his body had been renewed. Looking in the mirror, he was surprised to find that the place where he had been hit and injured didn't hurt anymore, and the redness on his face had disappeared. This stuff really is as magical as old Mo says it is. This is only the first time to use, and I do not know what will become of listening to the first half of the old Mo's bubble. After getting dressed and returning to bed, Shinsun again flipped through the book that old Mo had given himself before he left. I didn't look carefully at that time, but when I looked at it, I saw 3 big words written on the book: body refining decision. Could this be a long-lost martial arts secret? Turning the first page, Shinsun was surprised to find that this secret book actually used simplified Chinese characters. If this hadn't been given to him by old Mo, he would have definitely suspected that it was from the ground. Opening the first page, he saw the introduction of this secret book. When practiced according to this book, the bones and muscles of the human body and even the internal organs and meridians will be strengthened, making it an essential martial art for those practicing martial arts. When practicing this book, you must soak your entire body in body forging liquid before you can begin to learn. Body forging liquid? Looks like it's the same liquid that I just used myself. Keep reading immediately afterward. Bone training comes first, and a strong body cannot be achieved without strong bones. According to the book, he needs to find a big tree and keep pounding it every day until he is exhausted, and when the tree is withered by the pounding, the very first stage is over. Saying yes, Shinsun immediately changed into a fresh set of clothes and went down to the hotel. Right at the back door of the hotel, there was a small park, and because of the dim lighting and the fact that it hadn't been remodeled much, there were very few tourists here, making it a great place to practice. Shinsun chose a tree that was half a size large and had grown relatively hidden. He took his shoes off, lifted his pants up, and kept hitting the tree's vitals with his fists, elbows, knees, and calves according to the book's description. Only after an hour did Shinsun stop moving when he felt that his hands and feet had gone numb and he couldn't come up for air. He lay straight down on the lawn, panting. Although he was tired, the godly thing was that the parts of his body that struck the tree actually didn't hurt very much, it was just that his meridians were a bit numb from hitting it too much. This was presumably the efficacy of the body forging liquid exerted. Although tired, Shinsun felt it was well worth it. Growing up watching martial arts movies, he had an immense desire for martial arts, and even if he couldn't use it in the future, he could use it as exercise. To be honest, he basically hadn't exercised since he was reborn, and in his last life when he was in his 30s and 40s he had stuck to the habit of running in the morning every day. Now back in my 20s instead, I've dropped the habit, and that's not good. The most crucial thing was that, according to the description, this martial art could even strengthen one's 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs. It is important to realize that people begin to age from the internal organs begin to age. Exercise internal organs is also equivalent to prolong life. There are plenty of tutorials on how to build muscles, but until decades later, mankind hadn't worked out a way to build internal organs. But today this book changed his perception of the human body. Shinsun was now becoming more and more curious about what old Mo was really about. He took out his cell phone, tapped on the AI, and asked, "Check Mo Feng's identity information. There are multiple Mo phones, please select the one you need to inquire about." After Shinsun entered several filtering criteria, he finally saw old Mo's large avatar. He excitedly clicked in, but what was inside was a huge disappointment. Mo phone, male, 56 years old, from Maritime City, unemployed, has an adopted daughter named Mo Jiateng. The message is gone by this point. It was obvious that he had hidden his identity, and what could be surmised was that his occupation or identity was definitely not simple. It was even very terrifying. After closing the AI, Shinsun looked at the few remaining stars in the sky, recalled what old Mo had said to him today, and sighed softly. I don't know if I'll be able to take or see him again. Chapter 105, Enlightenment. In the past few days, Shinsun was with Huang Yeye in the hospital room in addition to practicing kung fu. As for Ying, since she didn't have anything to do for the time being, she accompanied her good girlfriend Jiang Yueying to run the recording studio every day, and it was said that she had already finished a new song in the past few days. Third uncle's side also contacted Shinsun and asked him to help take care of Jiang Yueying during this period of time. After all, he had to be busy preparing for the concert in 2 months, so he couldn't go wherever he wanted to go like Jiang Yueying did. Their company's intention is to release their new album in a month's time, and hold on to the heat from the release of their new songs to hold a concert while the iron is hot. But only 8 songs have been completed so far and the goal is 10, so time is exceptionally short. This made Jiang Yueying and Ying leave early and return late every day, and the task of looking after Huang Ye naturally fell on Shinsun. But this was good, and Shinsun was happy to take it easy. Comparing it to when Huang Yuyu was asleep, he could delve into the secret book. After these few days of immersion, Shinsun felt that his body had changed radically. Although there were no changes on the outside, Shinsun, who beat the tree every day, could feel that the inside of his body was changing constantly. At first he could only tap for about an hour, next it slowly turned into 2 hours, 3 hours, on the 3rd day the leaves of the trees had withered. This is a sign that the tree's meridians are exhausted. By this point, Shinsun was ready to start doing the next step of the exercise. According to the book, the next thing you need to do is to use a silver needle to stab a few of your acupoints, and then immerse yourself in the medicinal liquid, which will open up the human body's acupoints wide open, so as to achieve the purpose of opening up the aperture. For this reason, Shinsun specifically went to the Chinese medicine store to buy a set of silver needles and human body acupuncture point charts back, according to what the book said to tie needles. For the first time, Shinsun had prepared for at least 2 hours, carefully sticking the needle in the mirror, deeply afraid of making a mistake. But luckily, it was slow, but at least it wasn't stabbed in the wrong place and blood flowed. His body had at least 24 stitches stuck in it at this point, and he moved step by step into the tub. Next, he began to absorb the medicinal liquid as usual, but what was different was that this time he heavily tapped Higu, Yongquan, Naguan, and a few other acupoints that had not been pierced with needles in sequence. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and meditated, and after a while, the bathtub actually continued to bubble up. Shinsun's expression also became somewhat agonized. It is said in the book that enlightenment must be carried out only after the end of the first stage after exercising the limbs, because if enlightenment is carried out blindly without the first stage of laying a good foundation, one may become a vegetable in a light case, or die violently on the spot in a heavy case. The book didn't say why this was caused, but at this moment Shinsun finally understood. If one did not complete the first stage of forging the body and proceeded directly to opening the orifices, an ordinary person's body would not be able to withstand the impact of the medicinal liquid pouring into the acupoints. At this moment, his face was filled with pain, and he could only feel an inexplicable force traveling through his body and impacting the meridians of his entire body. If an ordinary person saw Shinsun's appearance at this moment, they would definitely be startled, because his entire body was now red and white smoke kept coming out of his head. And Shinsun closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, enduring the pain that was becoming more and more evident within his body. The book said that enlightenment was the most crucial and dangerous procedure, and it would be much simpler if one could have a master teacher to guide him, but Shinsun had no one to help him and could only rely on his own enlightenment to solve the knowledge in the book. If successful, whatever martial arts you practice next will have twice the effect with half the effort. And if you fail, you can only continue the impact after forging your body again, and if you fail multiple times, you will risk branding a disability. The book also says that a number of people have given up this path of martial arts because they couldn't get the hang of it. In this way, it seems that not everyone is suited for martial arts training. Shinsun had also decided that he wanted to go down this path, and only then did he make up his mind to get the hang of it. At the moment, every inch of his skin had actually turned the color of apple red, and the water in the bathtub had even been evaporated for the most part, filling the entire bathroom with water vapor. This was the most critical node depicted in the book. If Shinsun could make it through, the enlightenment would be complete. If he couldn't make it through, there was even a risk of going off the deep end. Shinsun clenched his teeth tightly. The pain inside his body was simply beyond imagination. He had never experienced such pain in his 2 lifetimes as a human being. He even had plans to give up, but still persevered. The pain starts in the gut, and the agony is like having hundreds of snakes tearing at the most tender parts of your torso. It's simply not something a normal person can endure. Shinsun still didn't give up, but his consciousness was at his mercy, gradually becoming blurred. His consciousness faded, and with a plop his entire body sank into the bathtub. And his consciousness seemed to sink into a sea of. It was as if he could open his eyes, and there was a darkness before him, a darkness that reached out. Gradually he could see. In a blur, he could see Wu Hao standing in front of him. He was about to charge at himself, and Shinsun tried to move, but it was too late, and his fist landed on his abdomen, sending him to his knees in pain. Waste! Battle up! Aren't you going to beat me? Shinsun climbed up with difficulty, and before he could react, he was kicked a few meters away by Wu Hao again. Stand up. Didn't you work out? How are you going to avenge being humiliated by me just like this? Yes, Shinsun finally remembered why he was practicing martial arts. In order to be able to snowball and avenge his punch. To do this, he must become strong. He had to become someone who wouldn't be knocked out. He wanted to be the one who could knock out the fighter. His dignity told him that Wu Hao needed to be defeated by him personally, without relying on anyone else. Waste. Rotten trash that can't hold on to the wall. You want to take revenge with this much skill? Shinsun staggered to his feet, and before he could get his footing, Wu Hao charged at him again. The moment his fist was about to smash on Shinsun's temple, he actually caught his punch with one hand. Give it to me. As Shinsun gathered his entire body's strength onto his fist, and the unspeakable force smashed into Wu Hao's chest, the die. That one sent Wu Hao flying with a hammer fist. Shinsun gasped for air, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was actually standing in the bathtub, and the water inside the bathtub had dried up somehow. Was that just an illusion? Staring blankly at herself in the mirror. The muscles seem to be more toned, and the whole person seems to be more refreshed. It was the first time he had ever felt so fresh and comfortable all over his body, and he was filled with strength. There is this off-the-charts feeling. Does this mean the enlightenment worked? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to his room was knocked on by whoever he knew. Chapter 106. Shinsun froze when he heard the knock on the door, then walked to the door. Shinsun? Are you okay? The knock on the door was urgent, and Shinsun opened the door directly when he heard that it was Yi Ying's voice. Shinsun, you. Yi Ying first breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Shinsun was fine. Just as she looked down, she realized that this guy Shinsun actually wasn't wearing anything. Ah! Yi Ying exclaimed. Shinsun then realized that he had just finished taking a bath and hadn't even had time to get dressed. Hurriedly pulling Yi Ying into the room, he closed the door behind him. She was screaming in the hallway like that, it would be balls to the wall if she alerted the others later. Why aren't you wearing pants? Yi Ying's cheeks blushed with shame and she held her hand to block her eyes, but left a small slit. Geez, he's actually in such good shape, 1, 2, 6, actually has a six-pack? And the muscles have lines. Is this really Shinsun? As for the deeper levels, she didn't have the heart to look. Shinsun also blushed in his old face and hurriedly went into the bathroom to get a bath towel to wrap himself in. But on second thought, they were boyfriend and girlfriend, so what's the point of showing her? Why are you here? Shinsun wrapped up his bath towel and walked out, wondering, just now I heard you sound like you were in a hurry? I was just washing my face when I heard a sudden thud on your side and was startled, thought you'd slipped and fell, so I thought I'd come over to check. A bang? Shinsun himself didn't know what was wrong with that sound. Perhaps it can only be explained as a movement caused by enlightenment? Oh, I was just in the shower and accidentally dropped the cup. Shinsun had no choice but to lie to her. Did it scare you? Shinsun took her in his arms and actually had an urge to do mischief to her. Yi Ying was a little shy, embarrassed to look at him. Her body twisted twice and found that she couldn't break free, and obediently leaned on his shoulder. This is like the first time they've been this intimate since they confirmed their relationship, right? Jiang Yueying went to the night watch today, right? Shinsun sniffed her hair. There was a faint hint of shampoo. It smelled good. It looked like she had just taken a shower as well. Well, nodded Yi Ying. Why don't you sleep with me today? Shinsun whispered in her ear. The voice seemed to hit Yi Ying straight in the heart. She subconsciously gave a soft hum. In fact, why would Yi Ying inwardly not want to make out with Shinsun? But due to the presence of others, there had been no opportunity to be alone together. Shinsun was overjoyed and picked her up in a princess hug. The enlightened Shinsun held her as easily as if he were holding a feather. Laying her gently on the bed, Shinsun also lay down and covered the cup, the two of them embracing each other. It was hard to separate the two lips. After a long time, Shinsun's big hands wandered all over her body somewhat dishonestly. Yi Ying's cheeks were also burning from him. When the hand was placed on top of the stiff peak, a stirring gasp reached Shinsun's ears. This time Shinsun seemed to be possessed, frantically exploring as if he wanted to conquer her whole body. When he was about to step into the forbidden place, Yi Ying pulled his hand and said quietly in a shy voice, "Today, no. I'll do that." Shinsun froze before helplessly withdrawing his hand. "Are you angry?" Yi Ying asked cautiously. "How can I be angry?" Shinsun wrapped her in his arms. "If I get angry, then I'm not worse than a beast." Ying also wrapped her arms around him in return and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. When I'm done, I'll be at your disposal, okay? Ying seemed to be transformed into a little fox at the moment. As the saying goes, a hero can't resist a beauty. Shinsun is also a person with 7 feelings and 6 desires. How can he not be moved by such words? I'll wait for you. Yu is going to be operated on tomorrow, and I don't know if it will go well, said Ying with some concern. That child is too pitiful. We've done everything we can, and every day all we have to do is trust the doctors and believe that Moon will pull through. Ying nodded. That was all they could do. Everything depended on tomorrow. The two of them embraced each other, and Shinsun hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. But happiness came to an abrupt end with an alarm bell. Sleepy-eyed Shinsun looked at the sky, which was still dark, and then looked at the time on his cell phone, 2:30 a.m. Rubbing his eyes, he realized that the phone call was from Jiang Yueying. Shinsun's heart was shocked. She called him so late. Could it be that something happened in the hospital? He rushed to answer the phone. Hello? Shinsun? It's not good. Yu has been pushed into the emergency room. Hearing this, Shinsun's mind suddenly went blank, unable to speak. You come quickly. I'm on the 3rd floor of building 6, come over quickly. Jiang Yueying's voice actually had a hint of crying in it. Only then did Shinsun come back to his senses and guessed the seriousness of the matter. I'll be right over. Shinsun hung up the phone and prepared to start getting dressed. Is something wrong with Yu? Ying was also woken up by the ringtone and heard what Jiang Yueying said in the cell phone's microphone. Yu was wheeled into the emergency room, didn't go into detail, but it doesn't seem to be going well. Shinsun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and in the heat of the moment he even put on the wrong socks, but he couldn't care less and put on a piece of clothing and was ready to rush outside. Ying also hurriedly got dressed and rushed to the hospital with Shinsun. At the entrance of the hospital's emergency room, Jiang Yueying anxiously waited outside the operating room, and when she heard the footsteps and saw that it was Shinsun, she directly rushed into Shinsun's arms and cried. Don't cry, what's going on? Shinsun gently patted her back and soothed. Did the doctor come? Dr. Yang and Dr. Dong both arrived and are now in surgery. What the hell is going on? Shinsun asked anxiously. It's all my fault that I didn't keep an eye on her, said Jiang Yueying, blaming herself. At night, she got up alone to go to the toilet, but there was water in the toilet, and she didn't wake up, plus there was stagnant water on the floor, so she slipped and fell and bumped her head, and it just so happened that the place where the tumor grew was the same place, the place where the long tumor was. Shinsun and Yi Ying's hearts trembled at the same time, and the former's lips were trembling. Yu is in a coma straight away. The doctor said that the tumor and nerves are likely to be damaged, increasing the difficulty of the surgery, and if the surgery doesn't work, I'm afraid that she'll become a vegetable. Jiang Yueying cried even louder, her hand clasping Shinsun's shoulder in death. If I hadn't fallen asleep and accompanied her to the restroom, this wouldn't have happened. Yueying, now is not the time to blame yourself. No one could have imagined that this would happen. Ying wrapped her arms around Jiang Yueying from behind and softly consoled. It's not your fault. Crying won't help. We have to trust the doctors and Yu now. Chapter 107 Old Mo's Gift. It was now 3 o'clock in the morning, and Shinsun's 3 men stood agonizingly at the door of the operating room, not daring to close their eyes for a moment. It had been half an hour since Huang Yu had been wheeled into the operating room. The surgery light in the emergency room had been constantly on, and Shinsun's heart had been hanging with it. Time passed slowly, and the day dawned. You two Mike for a while, I'll go bring you breakfast. Shinsun got up and said to the 2 girls, what do you want to eat? Jiang Yueying shook her head, I can't eat. Shinsun sighed, she must still be feeling guilty about last night. Only Jiang Yueying's eyes were covered in blood, and heavy dark circles had formed. Ying wasn't as bad as her, but she wasn't much better. It was obvious that both were holding strong. Don't push yourselves, don't wait for Yu to get better and you two collapse. Shinsun made a little joke with them. Shinsun, because he had been studying the forging decision during this period of time, his physical quality was better than before by more than a little bit, and even if he stayed up all night, his spirit was also very good. Do as you're told, both of you, and mic it up. Seeing the 2 girls nodding at the same time, Shinsun then walked off to buy breakfast. Looking at the time, it's now almost 7 o'clock. Shinsun packed the kanji and was ready to return when he passed by the hospitalization building. He was surprised to find 2 acquaintances at the main entrance. How are they? Only to see Shi Chang and Wu Hao each carrying a tub of fruit baskets and large gift packages in their hands. The 2 of them were looking here and there at the door, and they didn't know what they were doing. When Shinsun saw these 2, his first thought was that these 2 guys were here to cause trouble again. Shinsun wanted to go around, but he didn't know if it was fate that he couldn't avoid it, just as Wu Hao turned around and saw him. Django! Django! There he is! Wu Hao pointed at Shinsun and yelled. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Shi Chang also reacted, pulling out his legs and rushing toward Shinsun here. Shinsun didn't know what kind of drugs they were selling in their gourds, and was thinking of the 36th plan, but he didn't expect that in the next moment, the behavior of these two people would make him lose his head. Brother! You finally come out! Shi Chang fell to his knees in front of Shinsun with a slip. And when Wu Hao saw his boss kneeling, he also knelt down together. When Shinsun saw this, he was directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? You guys, what's the situation? When Shinsun saw this situation, he didn't know what to say for a moment. The behavior of these two people also caused some passing passers-by to gather around, which caused Shinsun some embarrassment. Shi Chang raised the flower basket above his head. Before, it was little brother who had the eyes to recognize the offense. Today, I've come here specifically to apologize to big brother. Brother! Please accept my little brother's bow. Wu Hao gave a standard kowtow salute to Shinsun. After Wu Hao kowtowed, followed by Shi Chang. What are you guys doing? A lot of people are watching. Looking at the passers-by pointing at them, Shinsun rapped, the thick skin can't stand it, and said, I'm not your brother, and I don't have such an old brother as you, hurry up. Shi Chang and Wu Hao looked at each other and kowtowed to Shinsun again. Shinsun's face was filled with black lines. What the hell do you guys want? If they weren't ashamed, Shinsun was. Elder Mo said that if we want to atone for our sins, we can only ask Big Brother to forgive us. Wu Hao knelt down and said, unless Big Brother forgives us, neither Chang nor I will get up. Shinsun was even more confused. What did this have to do with old Mo? What did old Mo say to you guys? Shinsun asked curiously. Did his old man not convey this to you? Shi Chang raised his head and said, a few nights ago, he came to our gang's base camp alone, saying that if you don't forgive us, not a single member of our gang will survive. Shinsun was sweating. Why didn't Mo tell himself about all these things he did single-handedly? Now he finally understood why old Mo had said that they didn't dare to cause trouble before he left, so it turned out that he had helped himself to clean them up before he left. It also says that if the gang wants to get bigger and stronger, they need to put you in charge of the gang. Shinsun froze. Old Mo asked him to hand over all the gangs to me to manage? But shouldn't this gang be his life's work? How can he just give it away when he's told to? How the hell did old Mo do that? You are willing to hand over the gang to me? Shinsun asked tentatively. Who knows? Shi Chang's head nodded rapidly, willing to be willing. Very willing. Convinced, Shinsun was truly convinced of old Mo. I'm afraid he's the only man who can rule a mob boss so obediently. That said, old Mo is too much of a good guy. Just by helping him find a phone number, he saves his life and gives away a couple of unheard of things, and that's not all, but he also packs up his enemies like dogs at his disposal. Old Mo the man can handle it. Did old Mo give you two something to eat? Shinsun asked tentatively again. Hearing this, Shi Chang and Wu Hao simultaneously shivered, their faces turning pale. I didn't realize that Elder Mo would still know compulsion. I'm really impressed. Shi Chang's eyes rolled back in his head as he asked, Big Brother, do you know when this compulsion can be eliminated on its own? This guy really is still a bit dishonest, actually dared to condescend to his own words. The corner of Shinsun's mouth rose. This compulsion will sleep in your bodies, as long as I or old Mo clap it will awaken, and once awakened it will gnaw on your internal organs. This you guys have to remember. Shi Chang shrunk his head, and Shinsun was happy when he saw this. It seemed that old Mo's words to scare them were the same as when he scared himself. The compulsion will not be eliminated on its own. If you do not take the antidote within half a year, the compulsion will awaken on its own. Don't hold your breath. Of course, said Shi Chang, wiping the beads of sweat from his neck. The antidote, if you will. I have the antidote here, it's up to you to get it. Turns out foxing is such a cool thing to do. The 100 or so brothers up and down the rock gang are at Big Brother's disposal. Shi Chang was a smart man and knew that allegiance was the only way to go now. And Wu Hao was silent on the sidelines, but by the look of him he seemed to have something to say. Ahoy, just say what you have to say. Big Brother. I heard Elder Mo say that you intentionally hid your strength that day, otherwise I would not be your opponent at all. Is this true? Shinsun leaped, not expecting old Mo to actually say such things to him. It seems that old Mo expected that he would definitely learn martial arts, so this is why he told him so. Moreover, old Mo understood Wu Hao's character and was willing to be loyal to whoever could win over him. As long as Shinsun cleaned up this fierce man, no one in the rock gang would dare to trouble themselves. Chapter 108, Post-Operation. What? You want to compare notes? Shinsun said with a smile. I don't dare, said Wu Hao as he lowered his head. I saw a little bit of scars on your face, big brother. I knew that what Elder Mo said was true. Wu Hao was very confident in his own strength. According to the force he smashed on Shinsun's face that night, if he were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be well without 10 days and half a month. But this is only a few days. His face injury is finished healing, which is the average person our physique. I couldn't fight you at full strength that night because of certain things, but if you really want to challenge me, I'm always available. Shinsun understood that if he didn't compete with him, he would be like a hungry wolf that couldn't be tamed and might suddenly bite you one day. And if he is defeated on the spot, he will most likely turn into an obedient puppy. Hearing that he was willing to compete, Wu Hao raised his head excitedly. Really? Of course it's true, but not now. Shinsun looked around at the growing number of onlookers and said to the two of them, you guys go back first. Where is our gang's base camp? I'll naturally go find you when I'm busy here. The two stood up, and after they exchanged contact information, Shi Chang wrote him an address. Brother Shin, when the time comes, you'll go directly to this address, and the brothers guarding the gate will take you there. Shi Chang wrote a small note and handed it to Shinsun. He put the address away and said to him, just put the fruit basket at the 8th floor door. I have to go now. Shi Chang nodded his head in a hurry. Okay. You go ahead, Brother Shin. After parting with the duo, Shinsun, who was heading to the operating room, was making calculations in his mind. Wu Hao, for the time being, this Shi Chang was definitely not convinced of himself at the moment. After all, originally he was the status of a hand, now suddenly became the second in command, which is not good on anyone. But the good news is that old Mo helped pave the way before he left. How to go next is up to him. Shi Chang, this person must be in front of him to establish the authority to deter him, so that he will not dare to play dirty with himself in the future. If that's going to be the case, I'm afraid we'll have to take Wu Hao. But although he had learned the body forging decree and managed to open his eyes, could he really defeat Wu Hao, who had honed his boxing skills for almost 20 years, just by doing so? If you lose in a public duel, it would be a great shame. But he's at least the nominal boss now. When is the competition still not his call? It's only prudent to wait until you've practiced for a while longer and are sure of yourself before competing with him. Back in the waiting area of the operating room with the packed porridge, the 3 big letters in surgery were still lit up. And the two of them, Yi Ying and Jiang Yueying, fell asleep leaning against each other. Shinsun unfolded his coat and draped it over them as he continued to wait in the seat alone. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Time slowly passed. And just when Shinsun also felt a little sleepy, the 3 big words in surgery finally went out. Excited and scared, Shinsun ran to the door and waited for the doctor to come out. The operating room door was pushed open by the nurse, and Dr. Yang and Dong Fei walked out from inside the operating room slightly exhausted. How is my sister's situation? Shinsun asked anxiously. The 2 women who were sleeping also woke up when they heard the commotion and rushed to the side of Shinsun. The operation was a success, Dr. Goat said breathlessly. Hearing these words, all 3 of Shinsun sighed in relief. But don't get too happy yet. Dong Fei poured cold water on the 3 who were in the midst of their joy. It's true that the tumor in her brain was successfully removed, but she fell and bumped her brain while compressing the neurons, so she's still in a coma even now that the surgery was successful. Dong Fei's words made Shinsun somewhat unable to accept. Then, how can I make her come to her senses? The human brain is the most mysterious place. Any bit of damage may have an effect on a person's cognition or behavior, Dong Fei explained. We can't tell for the time being what she fell into a deep sleep because of. It's possible that the brain activated a protective mechanism that put her in a deep sleep, or that the neuronal damage made her a vegetable. The smile on Shinsun's face ended abruptly. Vegetative object person? Yi Ying covered her mouth with teardrops in her eyes. Doctor, she's still young, becoming a vegetable is too cruel for her. Doctor, please save her. Dr. Goat shook his head. We did the best we could, now all we can do is wait. If she can't wake up in 7 days, then she probably won't be able to. Dong Fei said, please be prepared. How could? Said Yi Ying with a sobbing tone in her voice. Is there no other way? Excuse me. Apologized Dr. Goat, bending his head slightly. Dong Fei patted Shinsun's shoulder. Trust her to wake up, okay? The 2 doctors had been tired for 7 or 8 hours, and their energy was almost at its limit, so after saying goodbye to Shinsun, they left. The nurse pushed Huang Yuyu out, passing him by. Shinsun looked at her bloodless face and his heart was like a knife. She was clearly promised that she would be completely cured, but in the end, it turned out to be like this. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault," said Zhang Yueyin as she sat powerlessly on the chair holding her head and blaming herself. "Yi Zi, keep an eye on Zhang Yueyin," Shinsun said to Ying. Ying froze. "Where are you going?" Shinsun said, "I'll take my chances." After saying that, Shinsun left the place and jogged all the way in the direction of Old Mo's house. It had just occurred to him that since Old Mo had so many strange potions and secret books, would he have a collection of any unknown secret books or medicines about saving people at home? Taking the key given by Old Mo, Shinsun unlocked the door of Old Mo's house. "The last time I came to Shinsun didn't even take a close look at his home, and now it seems that it is actually a little bit of a small hexagonal courtyard. The house is divided into 3 rooms, one for the left, one for the right, and one for the center. Although it is not big, it is estimated that it will be worth a lot of money when it is demolished in the future. But how long will it take to find 3 whole rooms? It would be nice to contact Old Mo at this time. But it's clear that this isn't going to happen." Having no choice, Shinsun had to roll up his sleeves and start rummaging through the box. Shinsun looked for the place will be restored to put back, otherwise the Old Mo back to see the house in disarray. I am afraid that he will give him a beating. But really don't say, the Old Mo's home is worth a lot of stuff, just a porcelain base or engraved with an official seal. I don't know if it's authentic. No wonder he didn't want the money even though he was offered it at the time, so he's still a big hidden tycoon. After rummaging through a room, not a single book on medical care was found, but instead a bunch of antiques and paintings were turned up. I really didn't expect Old Mo to actually have a hobby of collecting such things. Shinsun thought to himself, when he comes back, buy him some antiques to give him. Chapter 109 The Family. Shinsun turned to the second room, looking like a bedroom, with 3 whole rooms. Where he was now would be the room where Old Mo was sleeping. The furnishings were Spartan, a wooden bed, a nightstand, a closet, not much beyond that. Spartan without even an air conditioner or a fan. Shinsun silently recited, "Old Mo, I'm trying to save people, don't blame me for going through your things." With some sense of guilt, he searched for the Old Mo's nightstand, which was cluttered with obsolete things. After casually looking through it, Shinsun gave up after there was nothing he needed. There were just a few sets of clothes hanging in the closet and nothing else. This room yielded nothing. Shinsun went to the next room, but he was surprised to find that the remaining 2 rooms were locked, and Shinsun did not have the key to open them. Shinsun guessed that one of the rooms might be his daughter's, and he wasn't sure about the other. In fact, Shinsun was perfectly capable of picking the lock, but he hadn't thought of doing so. It was too immoral after all. Coming to the last room, which seemed to be a warehouse, Shinsun was a little excited. This is arguably the most likely place to store something. He opened the door and just sneezed violently a couple times. "Why is it all dusty?" Shinsun hurriedly came out for some air. Opened the door, turned on the flashlight with his cell phone, and hold his sleeve over his nose before Shinsun dared to walk inside. Potpourri, bicycles, wine bottles, kitchen knives, paint. He swept his eyes by the light of his cell phone and actually looked stunned. This utility room is thrown full of stuff that Old Mo doesn't use, and it looks like it's not cleaned regularly, and it's a mess. Shinsun was a little disappointed, because although the Old Mo gave the body refining decision to the paper is a little old and brittle, but it is still quite clean and tidy, it is unlikely that it will be placed in this kind of place. Disappointed, he prepared to leave the warehouse, and just as one foot was about to step out the door, Shinsun sensed that something was wrong. He jerked his head up to see an arm-thick iron bar about to hit him on the head. It's no joke when this thing hits the head. In a flash of lightning, Shinsun quickly grabbed the iron bar that was about to fall and surrendered it with a strong jerk. He frowned and pointed the iron bar at the neck of the man who had sneaked up on him. Since using enlightenment, Shinsun's 5 senses were several times stronger than before. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he was walking on the road and a flower pot fell from the sky, Shinsun would be able to immediately discover and dodge it. And things like disarming were even easier for him. Shinsun saw the person who had sneaked up on him, a boy who looked to be in his early 15s, only to see that he was looking at him with rage. "Are you?" Shinsun didn't recognize him and didn't know why this little boy was sneaking up on him. "Pops. Grandpa Mo's house has been burglarized. Come and catch the thief." The little boy not only ignored Shinsun, but also let out a loud shout, "Help, Pops! Hey, I'm not a thief. I watched you rummage around in Grandpa Mo's house and you said you weren't a thief." Now Shinsun was either a piece of yellow mud on his crotch or a piece of "Little brother, let me explain." But without waiting for Shinsun to explain, a man burst in with a kitchen knife in a rage. "Hey! You grandma! Put down the iron bar. The man pointed at Shinsun with a kitchen knife. "I'll fight you if you dare touch a hair on my son's head." Shinsun had no intention to cross them and immediately put down the iron rod and raised his hands. "I'm not a thief, you guys let me explain." But the man, like his son, didn't give Shinsun a chance to explain and directly rushed up, wanting to subdue Shinsun. Shinsun was helpless. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he had to step in order for them to listen to him carefully. He sidestepped slightly and the man passed through him without looking, his body off balance. Shinsun pulled his hand holding the knife and slammed it, and the knife came out of his hand and flew into the sky, and after drawing a parabola in mid-air, the handle of the knife steadily fell into Shinsun's hand. And the man lost his footing and fell to the ground because of his unsteady body weight. With a sword in his hand, Shinsun thought to himself, "Now he can always listen to me." But without waiting for Shinsun to open his mouth, there was actually another old man at the door. "Grandpa!" The child was overjoyed to see the old man and shouted, "Come and catch the thief." "Father!" The man looked at the old man and shouted, "Don't let him get away. You two losers. How come you can't beat a thief with a weapon? What a disgrace. Grandpa, you have to help us out." Shinsun had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. How come when you hit the little one you get the big one, and when you hit the big one you get the old one? There's no end to this. "Old sir, let's have a talk." Shinsun directly threw the knife to the side, repeatedly stating that he had no malicious intent. "Want to admit your mistake now? It's too late." The old man ignored Shinsun, raised his fist and charged at him. "This family is all the same. They don't listen to explanations." Shinsun was not a master willing to suffer, so he had to reluctantly answer the battle. At first, Shinsun thought that this old man is full of white hair, certainly not good health, thinking not to hurt him, and then blackmail themselves that is not finished. But when he saw the old man's fit footwork, he knew he was wrong. This old man is definitely a practiced man. After realizing this, Shinsun didn't dare to be careless and used his full strength to treat it. Sidestepping the old man's punch, he immediately followed it up with a high kick. Shinsun couldn't avoid it and blocked it with both hands, who knew that the force of the kick was quite strong and Shinsun was knocked back 2 or 3 steps. "Good job, Grandpa." "Dad. That's it. Teach him a good lesson." Ignoring the words of his children and grandchildren, the old man said with some surprise and gravity, "I didn't expect your kid to be able to catch a kick from me. There's something." Shinsun was also secretly shocked that this old man, who looked weak and bone-thin, was actually so flexible. If he hadn't learned the body refining decree before, he would be 100% no match for this old man. Shinsun thought of prioritizing resting on his laurels, so he cupped his hands and said, "Late generation. Look at the feet. You're a 60-something old man attacking a 20-something young man. Don't be shy. I thought that the other party is also an old man, there is no need to get real," but being pestered like this, Shinsun also moved the fire. Facing the old man's leg technique, Shinsun retreated 3 steps in a row, and the moment the old man was ready to withdraw his foot, Shinsun burst into the old man's side like a ghost. The old man suddenly stopped moving, only his throat wriggling slightly as a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. The 2 children and grandchildren who were cheering and shouting on the side were also dumbfounded. Only to see Shinsun's hand formed into a knife shape and pressed against the old man's throat not far away. As long as the old man dared to make a move, Shinsun would dare to go down with one hand of the knife. "Now, will you hear me out?" Chapter 110 Old Mo's Life. Shinsun skimmed his hand in his pants pocket. "Old man, I've seen it all, take your hand out of your pocket, I don't mean any harm." The old man nodded and pulled his hand out. When Shinsun saw that he was finally willing to listen, he withdrew his hand. Having lost the threat, the old man backed up to his children and grandchildren. Before letting him go, Shinsun had been wary of what was in the old man's pockets. He seemed to be carrying something powdery in his pocket, for Shinsun saw that his hand was stained with some light green powder, a powder that had not been there the first time he had first struck. Shinsun wasn't sure what this powder was, but he definitely couldn't take it lightly, or else he might really be cleaned up by them. "Late generation Shinsun, I'm offended." Shinsun clasped his fists and bowed, and when he bowed, he was also looking out for any signs of sneak attacks from the other side. After all, the other side could be repeat offenders. "Kid, that was the flying step in the body forging decree you just did, right?" The old man clustered his eyebrows and sized up Shinsun. "What's your relationship with old man Mo?" Shinsun froze. Not only did this old man know old Mo, he also knew about the forging body decision? "Grandpa, isn't he a thief?" The grandson walked over to the old man and pulled his arm. "You brat, don't talk first." The son slapped his grandson across the head. "Don't interrupt when adults are talking." After the son hit his grandson, the old man raised his hand and gave the son a slap on the head. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" The son looked at the old man accusingly. "Who told you to hit my grandson?" The old man pulled his grandson aside without saying a word. "If you hit my grandson, I'll hit my son." Shinsun looked at this living treasure of an old and young man, his face full of black lines. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he had to say loudly, "Listen to me, you guys." This voice finally made these three people look at Shinsun squarely. "I'm not a thief, you guys have really misunderstood." Shinsun hurriedly pulled out the key that old Mo had left him. "Look, this is the key that Master Mo gave me." The old man took the key with skepticism and said after looking at it, "It is indeed the key that old man Mo used, not a later match." Now Shinsun was finally relieved. "Kid, your name is Shinsun, right?" The old man sized him up. "What's your relationship with old man Mo?" Shinsun was a bit unable to answer this question for a moment. Relationship? The relationship between the assassin and the assassinated? "How can I say this?" said Shinsun, rubbing the back of his head. "Our relationship is quite complicated to say the least." "You can't be the heir apparent he spoke of, can you?" The old man came closer to measure Shinsun. Shinsun was a little hairy from his look. "If you're an heir, I don't think it counts, right? He just gave me a forging body decision and let me decide for myself whether to learn it or not." The old man put his hand on his chin and walked around Shinsun's perimeter twice. "Looks like there's no escape. You're the heir that old man Mo told me about the other day." The old man shook his head and said, "This fellow, clearly has the intention of taking on an apprentice, yet he didn't tell you." "Accepting an apprentice?" Shinsun was completely confused. This forging body decision is his family generations down the secret books, can for cultivators of martial arts road to lay a good foundation. It's not normally taught outside the family. The old man touched his beard and said, "When I wanted to borrow it to see, he was hiding it like a treasure, and finally I gave him the body forging liquid to show it to me." Now Shinsun was more and more confused, feelings old Mo regarded himself as a personal disciple? That's not true, is it? Also, the body forging liquid was actually developed by this old man? "May I ask if your old man is?" Shinsun asked cautiously. I forgot to introduce myself." The old man laughed soundly. "My name is Sun Zhen, my son Sun Kuei, and my grandson Sun Ming." Shinsun greeted them in turn, and Sun Kuei realized that it was a misunderstanding and hurriedly went up to shake hands with Shinsun. "So it's Uncle Mo's personal disciple. It's really a big water that's gone to the Dragon King's temple, Sun Kuei rubbed the back of his head and looked at his son again. "Brat, quickly come over and apologize to this brother." "Brother, you're awesome, you're actually Grandpa Mo's disciple. No wonder my grandfather couldn't beat you." Sun Ming looked at Shinsun with a face of adoration. Sun Zhen and Sun Kuei simultaneously blushed in their old faces and each gave Sun Ming a big brain. Shinsun, who looked at them, was full of black lines. "Both of you go back, I'll talk to Shun about something." After this pair of father and son left, Sun Zhen pulled Shinsun to sit on a stone bench aside. "Young man, our family has a big nature, I'm sorry to make you laugh." Where? Latecomers saw that senior's family is harmonious, where is the joke? Shinsun politely said. "Right, Shana, I want to ask you something." "Elder, feel free to ask, I will definitely know everything." "Hey, don't be a senior, you can call me old son, whatever." Shinsun sweated profusely. How dare he say this? "I'm a latecomer after all, why don't I just call you elder son?" Civilized, it's okay." Sun Lao waved his hand. "Do you know where that old man Mo went?" Shinsun scratched his head, his eyes rolling, but didn't speak. Sun Lao saw that he had some concerns, so he spoke. "What you by the way to say is that, I and old Moa grew up wearing a pair of pants. If he dares to find you trouble, I will help you to clean up his." "Elder son and Master Mo, what kind of relationship do you have?" Shinsun asked rhetorically. "It looks to me like you don't know him very well," Sun Zhen said. "If you don't produce that evidence, I really think you're a liar." "I haven't spent too much time with Master Mo, as for why he was willing to give me the heirloom secrets to learn, I'm not sure." Don't go guessing, he's the kind of person who doesn't follow the rules." Sun Lao laughed. "Maybe you are more to his liking?" Shinsun thought to himself that if he passed on his mastery just because it was to his liking, then this was too casual. He definitely has his own plans. Sun Lao spoke eloquently. "Let me tell you about him." "Is this something that can be said?" Shinsun froze. He knew that what old Mo was doing was not a serious business. Was it really good if Sun Lao told him directly? "It's fine, since he gave you all the body refining decrees to learn and also gave you the key to his own home, that means he trusts you completely. There's no harm in telling you some things." He was actually born in a martial arts family. It's said that his ancestors were forbidden army instructors, but in his generation, because of some you-know-what, the martial arts business fell out of favor, so then he just switched to being a mercenary. Shinsun nodded. So Elder Mo was a mercenary born from a martial arts family. This specialty could be too much of a match, right? What about you, Sun Lao? Said Sun Lao, selling his words. Do you know Sun Simiao? Chapter 111, Descendant of the Medicine King. Sun Simiao's great name should be known to anyone who has studied. That medicine king Sun Simiao who lived to be over 100 years old, of course I know. Shinsun searched for Sun Zan. Sun Simiao, could it be? Elder Sun, could it be that you are? I'm not talented, I'm precisely the 17th generation descendant and heir of medicine king Sun Simiao. Sun Lao stroked his beard and raised his head with great pride. No wonder Elder Sun looks like he has crane hair, so he is the descendant of the Pill King. Sighed Shinsun, sighing that this maritime city is really a crouching tiger and hiding dragons. First it was old Mo, and now it is Elder Sun. Guess how old I am? Sun Lao chatted with Shinsun and began to blow off steam with him. Shinsun looked at the depth of the wrinkles on his face and combined it with his mental condition, and after thinking about it, said, 60? Sun Lao laughed and shook his head, stretching out an index finger and thumb. I'm 83 this year. Shinsun was a bit shocked. He recalled the image of the two fighting just now. If he hadn't learned martial arts, wouldn't he have been rubbed on the ground by an old man in his 80s? He just claimed to be a descendant of Sun Simiao. Shinsun would be more or less unimpressed. After all, after more than 1,000 years in the past, who can prove that you are not? But when Sun Zan revealed his age, he was completely convinced of the fact. It's outrageous that an 80-something-year-old man is as flexible as a 20 or 30-something-year-old guy. Why do you think old man Mo, who was over 60 years old and was still covered in injuries and illnesses when he was young, is still alive and well? It's not because he drinks the tonic medicine I prescribed for him every day. Shinsun was really knowledgeable today. Little Shin, I can also prescribe you tonic medicines to nourish your health if you need them. Elder Sun laughed. Shinsun suddenly thought that since Sun Lao Huang Yu's injury, could he ask Sun Lao to help take a look at it? As soon as the thought moved, Shinsun immediately stood up from the bench and then quickly moved towards Sun Lao with a full fist and kneeled down on one knee. Sun Lao was a bit confused and hurriedly got up to assist, but realized that Shinsun was like a mountain and could not be helped at all. Little Shin, what are you doing? Sun Lao said in disbelief. The late generation has an unforgiving request. Shinsun said solemnly with a deep color, I hope Elder Sun can grant it. Sun Lao first froze, then said, You are the disciple of my late friend, your favor I can help naturally will help. You get up to speak, you suddenly kneel to me, this is not fold my life. Only after hearing him say this did Shinsun stand up and said after bowing to him, Actually, I have a sister who suffered a brain injury and is now in a coma, and the hospital said that if she can't wake up in 7 days, she might become a vegetable forever. I would like to ask Elder Sun to make a move and save my sister. Oh? This is it? Sun Lao asked rhetorically, other than that, there's nothing else? Seeing his reaction, Shinsun was overjoyed. There was something. Yes, that's what this is about. Kid, I said it's something. Sun Lao laughed, not that I'm bragging with you, next time you wanna beg me like this, at least it has to be the hospital giving a critical notice. Shinsun was happy to hear this, and quickly made use of his skills to pat his ass. Sun Lao is really Hua Tuo in the world, Sun Simiao in the current generation. Sun Lao was held up and laughed. It seems that the horse's ass trick worked well for him. Say, Little Shina, I promise you one thing, and old man me, I also want you to do me a favor, how about it? Shinsun froze, and then immediately said, Sun Lao has something to say, just say it. Within the ability of the late generation, I will definitely do my best to help. Actually, it's like this. In the VIP ward of the hospital, Zhang Yueying and Ying were guarding beside Huang Yeye's bed, while Dong Fei and another doctor were using instruments to measure Yeye's vital signs. The patient's EEG is flat or shows resting potentials. The limbs sometimes have a flexion avoidance response to painful stimuli. Dong Fei sighed, pulling her eyelids open and shining a flashlight on them. The anesthesia has worn off. The eyeballs are showing aimless movement. Fei, in my experience, it doesn't take 7 days. It's basically recognized as a vegetable now. Is it possible that the brain's self-protection mechanism is turned on and that's why it's sleeping? Dong Fei looked at the other doctor, Sister Wang. I think it's too early to make a judgment. Little Fei, even though you are the dean's daughter, you don't have several years of clinical experience. The doctor known as Sister Wang spoke with some barbs. I dare to use my experience of more than 20 years in medicine to judge that she is bound to become a vegetable. Dong Fei also had to admit that what she said about the self-protection mechanism was just her guess or trying to give them something to look forward to, and subjectively she actually agreed with Dr. Wang's words. Dr. Dong. Dr. Wang, what do you mean? Asked Ying as she moved forward. The situation is very bleak, you guys have to be mentally prepared. Dong Fei sighed. The two women froze at the same time, and Jiang Yueying even cried out directly. She had an event she needed to attend today, but because of what happened with Huang Yeye, she had all just put it off. Yo, this little girl's life is quite hard, the dumb door point hit so hard, actually survived. A slightly aged voice rang out in the ward, and several of the ladies present froze at the same time. When was there a man in the ward? Dong Fei turned her head and found an old man stroking Huang Yeye's head. Ying saw that this old man actually molested Huang Yuyu in public. How could she tolerate this? You're not allowed to touch her. Wait, said Dong Fei, stopping Ying. He seems to be taking his pulse. Dr. Dong, are you saying that he is taking his pulse? Ying said incredulously, how is that possible? Besides, isn't pulse taking the pulse of the hand? Chinese medicine I just know a little bit. I heard my father say, some very powerful old Chinese doctors see patients, where the disease is put where, some old Chinese doctors put out the problem then CT machine shot more accurate. But these are all legends left over from the traditional Chinese medicine session. As for whether or not there is such a thing, I don't know. Elder son. How did you get up here faster than I did in the elevator? Shinsun's voice rang out, and several gazes swept towards him. He was seen carrying 2 large bags full of things, and he didn't know what was in them. Hey, the elevator in this hospital is so slow, it goes up 1 floor and stops 1 floor, how can it possibly go as fast as I do? Shinsun, this old man you recognize? Ying went to Shinsun's side and took the bag he was carrying in his hand, and realized that it seemed to be filled with some Chinese herbs and pill stoves. This is old Mr. Sun, an old Chinese doctor I invited to treat you. Chinese medicine? Is it reliable? Dr. Wang cut in, there are always some people who hold out hope for metaphysics like Chinese medicine. Oh? This little sister doesn't seem to believe in Chinese medicine too much. Sun Zhen did not get angry or laugh. How about we make a bet? Chapter 112, Awakening. What's the bet? Dr. Wang froze. Bet I can keep her awake for 10 minutes. When these words came out, except for Shinsun, everyone had the same thought in their heads. The old man's crazy. If I lose, I'll close down the Chinese medicine store that my ancestor opened. How about that? Sun Lao stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of confidence. If you can win, I'll just quit my job and go to your pharmacy as an errand boy. Dr. Wang scoffed. Don't say I'm bullying the elderly, I'll give you a month to make even the slightest sound, not to mention keeping her awake, and you win. Dr. Wang didn't believe the old man's words at all. I'd been practicing medicine for more than 20 years, plus so many advanced equipments couldn't cure her. Just by you, a bad old man, can you cure her? Oh, young people, you practicing medicine for 20 years, and the old me, I'm practicing medicine for nearly 60 years, not to mention the history of Chinese medicine has been 1,000 years, such precipitation is really not your so-called high-tech can be compared to. Elder Sun shook his head, it's useless to say more, please make way, I'm going to administer the needle. Dr. Wang snorted coldly, and you're not afraid of blowing your cowhide. Little Shana, bring me my silver needles and the red bottle that was packed together. Sun Lao commanded. After handing the silver needle to Sun Lao, Shinsun and everyone in the room gathered around, except for Dr. Wang. Get her up and sitting. Sun Lao spread out the bag of silver needles, which was filled with hundreds of silver needles of varying thicknesses. The bag of silver needles that Shinsun had bought himself was only a few dozen, and there was no comparison between the degree of professionalism and Sun Lao's. Only to see Elder Sun directly pick up 5 silver needles of varying thicknesses, and after being dipped into the red medicinal liquid, the silver needles turned dark red, and in turn, they were poked towards Huang Yeye's head acupoints. Bai Hui, Si Shinsong, Fing Fu. After performing dozens of stitches, Shinsun's brain was a bit messed up. Although he had also studied acupoint diagrams for a while, but that was also a clinical study, not systematic at all, and some of the acupoints were simply unrecognizable. Dong Fei on the side was also carefully watching Sun Lao performing acupuncture. It seemed that she was still interested in medicine in her bones. In less than 5 minutes, Huang Yeye's head was pierced with nearly 30 stitches. Shinsun had no idea how he managed to remember so many acupuncture points so clearly. After the application of the needle was completed, after about 3 minutes, the dark red color on the silver needle gradually faded and slowly turned back to silver. Immediately after that, Sun Lao's index fingers of both hands pressed on Huang Yuyu's temples on both sides and suddenly exerted force to press down violently. In a moment more than 30 silver needles were actually shaken to the ground. Sun Lao laughed while clapping his hands, done and dusted. After he finished speaking, under several gazes, Huang Yeye's originally dead water-like eyelids actually had a slight movement. "You guys, look! Her fingers are moving!" Jiang Yueying shouted in an incredulous tone. Shinsun looked, and as expected, her fingers were really trembling slightly. "It's just the human body's instinctive reaction after receiving a stimulus," Dr. Wang said disdainfully, playing God. Right after she finished speaking, Huang Yeye actually opened her eyes and raised her arms. "Luna! You're awake?" Ying said excitedly. You really woke up." At this moment, even Dr. Wang, who was on the sidelines, could not help herself and came to the side of the hospital bed, and this patient, who she had diagnosed as a vegetable, actually came to her senses at this moment. "No, impossible." Dr. Wang froze, and her worldview completely collapsed. You, do you remember me?" Shinsun held her pale hand and asked excitedly, "Do you remember who I am?" "Hoon, brother." Huang Yeye uttered these words with dryness and difficulty. Shinsun's eyes were red. Good, let's rest first." The understanding Huang Yuyu squeezed out a hard smile. And Jiang Yeye excitedly jumped into Huang Yeye's arms and cried, "Yeye, it's great that you're okay." "Jiang, sister," said Huang Yuyu with some difficulty, "you're pressing down on me, I can hardly breathe." Only then did Jiang Yueying realize that she had acted too emotionally and hurriedly squatted by the hospital bed to wipe her tears. "Yu, how do you feel?" Ying said with concern, "Do you want to eat something?" "Sister Yi, I want to eat your cooking. I'm going to make it for you." Shinsun actually felt some relief in his heart as he watched the three girls bond so well. "Many thanks to elder son. This favor is something that I will remember in my heart." Shinsun clasped his hands toward elder son. Shinsun now admired Sun Lao's medical skills. Shinsun was not the only one in the arena who admired Sun Lao's medical skills. "May I ask if the old man is old, Mr. Sun Zhen?" It was the first time Shinsun had seen Dong Fei speak to someone so politely, and he was even a little uncomfortable. "Yo, little girl, you know me?" Sun Lao was a bit curious. "My father, Dong Wangue, had the honor of going to your medical center for acupuncture before." Dong Fei said in surprise, "At that time, I felt that your medical skills were very good, and when I saw it today, I feel that it can no longer be described as very good." "Oh? Your old man Dong's daughter?" Sun Lao also said unexpectedly, "We haven't seen each other for 5 years, right? Has his rheumatism gotten better?" Before acupuncture, his arms were sore every time it rained, and since going to you for the needles, he hasn't had any pain. "Oh, that's good." Sun Lao stroked his beard. "In the past, he used to go to my medical center to find me to nag me, but he hasn't been seen coming in the past few years. He's been away on business all day since he became the dean, but every now and then he'll mention you to me." Dong Fei explained. "Oh? You can do it, all the way to the dean?" The whole room was filled with a pleasant atmosphere, except for Dr. Wang, of course. Even though no one noticed her right now, she hated to find a crack to crawl into. 10 minutes ago she had sworn that it was impossible, but in less than 10 minutes, this patient whom she had recognized as a vegetable had awakened under this old man's fabulous techniques. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to believe it anyway. A problem that could not be solved by either more than 20 years of clinical experience or state-of-the-art medical equipment was solved by this old man in 10 minutes. In her stereotype, Chinese medicine is a pseudoscience with no scientific basis, the usual banner of charlatans. That impression, however, was completely shattered today. "That girl child, when are you going to quit?" Old man Sun looked at Dr. Wang. "It just so happens that I'm short of a medicine grabber in my pharmacy." Dr. Wang's face was green and white, and he actually didn't know how to reply. After being stared at by several gazes that he couldn't stand it anymore, Dr. Wang said sardonically, "The old gentleman's medical skills are superb, it's an eye-opening experience for me. As for the bet, I. Dr. Wang squeezed these words out of his teeth with great difficulty, "I'm willing to gamble and lose." Chapter 113 Sun Lao's Request. Dr. Wang closed his eyes and tilted his head to the side. The fact that she was able to make the high-minded and proud woman say these words showed that Dr. Wang was truly convinced this time. From his chat with Dong Fei, she even learned that Dean's rheumatism was also cured by this old man. It is important to know that rheumatism is a disease that is notoriously difficult to treat, and the existing level of medical care can only alleviate the pain of rheumatism patients, and cannot eradicate. And listening to Dong Fei, this old gentleman directly cured Dean's rheumatism. This is simply unthinkable. Combining these, Dr. Wang couldn't be convinced even if he wanted to be. Alas, never mind, I suddenly remembered that my daughter-in-law has returned in the past 2 days, and my medicine hall is not short of people for the time being. Sun Lao said smilingly. Hearing this, Dr. Wang looked at Elder Sun with an expression of disbelief, and after a moment of stagnation, he said, Elder Sir, what you mean is? You just keep doing your job as a doctor. Sun Lao continued, it's a waste of social resources for an experienced doctor to come to my drugstore to get medicine. Many thanks, old sir. Dr. Wang sincerely bowed to him. Female child, it's true that there are a lot of people who solicit in the name of Chinese medicine, and I'm not ashamed of that either. Elder Sun taught her, but there are also quite a few experienced old Chinese doctors. This is something you should remember. Chinese medicine can develop for thousands of years, it naturally has its reasons. Modern medicine is indeed very powerful, but it hurts people in the body. Chinese medicine and Western medicine are complementary to each other's existence. I hope you can understand. Dr. Wang nodded, thank you, old sir, the late generation has been taught. Alright, little Shana, you've put away the prescription I gave you, haven't you? Shinsun touched his pocket and nodded slightly after confirming that a note was lying quietly in it. Follow what it says, have your sister drink 5 cups a day, 500 milliliters each time, stick with it for a week, and she'll be almost cured. Okay, got it. Take care of your rest, just choose a diet that replenishes your body, there's nothing else to pay attention to, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Elder Sun, I'll see you off. Shinsun just wanted to give him a ride, but was refused. No, I'll take the stairs, don't send me off. Sun Lao gave him a meaningful look, kid, don't forget our agreement. Shinsun froze at first, then nodded. Just as old man Sun left, Dong Fei impatiently ran to Shinsun and anxiously asked, Master, when did you get to know such a powerful old Chinese doctor? This question was actually what Jiang Yueying wanted to ask. Shinsun scratched his head and said after thinking, just now. Clam? The people in the room looked at Shinsun with a look of a ghost believing you, but Shinsun was also helpless. It is true that they just met not long ago. I see you guys talking and laughing, how do you look like old acquaintances? Dong Fei said suspiciously. Really just met, I just came to see city, where do I recognize people? There was really nothing wrong with that, it was just that Shinsun had deliberately concealed the relationship between them and old Mo, which made them feel like they were talking nonsense. Dong Fei looked at him suspiciously for a long time, then shrugged, alright, let's assume you're telling the truth. Now that you has woken up, don't forget our agreement. Dong Fei gave him a little discharge and said playfully, Master Fu. Shinsun could not resist a bit, so he nodded. He was a bit depressed in his mind, how did he make so many engagements? After Dong Fei gave Huang Ye another simple checkup and determined that she was indeed fully awake at the moment, leaving no problems behind, she left the ward with Dr. Wang. Shinsun sat down on a chair and rubbed his tired eyes, and was about to say something to Jiang Yueying when he realized that the latter was looking at him with strange eyes. What are you looking at me for? Shinsun asked curiously. Master Fu. Jiang Yueying followed Dong Fei's example and called out to Shinsun as if she was pampered. The sound made Shinsun's heart tremble. What do you mean? Look how affectionately the other girls call you. Jiang Yueying had a smile on her face, but her tone seemed a bit conspiratorial. Isn't that right, master? Shinsun wasn't sure what this woman was up to, and said with a black line on his face, you don't need to be busy with your business today? Are you so free? I took a vacation. Besides, does your family live by the sea? Why do you care so much? Shinsun couldn't figure out why this woman was always so upset with him, and it seemed that he hadn't messed with her lately. Dinner. Just as the two were being stubborn, Ying had already brought out the prepared meal. Staying in a VIP suite is just great, even the kitchen is there, and if you have the money, you can even have help delivering the food. Ying made 4 dishes and 1 soup today, with all the colors and flavors, making people very appetizing. Especially this little ninny, Huang Yu, her eyes widened when she saw the meal coming. After all, she hadn't eaten since she fainted and had only had some glucose transfusions, and her stomach was empty. Jiang Yuan volunteered to serve Huang Ye her rice and dishes, almost like she was her personal nanny. The few people present were all hungry and croaking, and it didn't take long to sweep up the dishes and soups. Now that Yu's illness has been cured, Shinsun is finally free of worries and can begin to show off in the Sea City. Sea City is the financial center of the mainland, come all the way, I'll have to leave some name here. However, he had an appointment to go to before he could make it big. It was late at night when Shinsun came out of the hotel and walked to the side of Lao Mo's house, which was the home of Sun Zhen's old man. Master Sun's house is a very typical Chinese building, solemn and stylish. After pressing the doorbell on the front door and waiting for a while, it was Shin Kuei who opened the door for himself. Uncle Shin, Uncle Sun, excuse me. Seeing that it was Shin Sun, Sun Kuei smiled and said, "Come on in, the old man is waiting for you in the pharmacy." Shin Sun followed Sun Kuei into the house and looked around at the surroundings of his home. The Sun family layout was similar to the old Mo family, also a small mansion similar to a 6-hex courtyard, but the area was much larger than the old Mo family, perhaps because the people of their family lived under the same roof. Just as he entered the doorway, Shin Sun smelled a strong scent of medicine. "I'm afraid I'll be pickled in flavor if I spend too much time in their house." "Old man, Xiaoxin is here." Shin Kuei led Shin Sun to the pharmacy while Shin Zhen was grinding medicine at this time. "Oh. Haha, you're finally here, little Shun. Come on in. Little Shun, go in." Shin Kuei turned his head and left after comparing a pleased gesture. The pharmacy is huge and there are hundreds of cabinets here, each labeled Jingtian, Lonka, Su Changqing, all names of traditional Chinese medicine. "Elder son, what was the favor you told me this afternoon that you wanted to ask me for?" Chapter 114, The Eternal Flower. When Shinsun begged Sun Lao for help in the afternoon, Sun Lao made a request to him as well, the specifics of which he didn't say, only that he would come to his residence before 12 o'clock in the evening. If it was someone else, Shinsun might still think that someone was trying to karma his waist, but Sun Lao's words, Shinsun still trusted. "Oh, little Shana, come and sit." Sun Lao waved his hand and greeted Shinsun, "I'll tell you slowly." Shinsun found a chair beside him and sat down, watching him grind the medicine. "Little Shana, how do you think I treat you?" Elder son asked as he ground the medicine. Shinsun didn't quite understand why he suddenly asked this question, but still answered truthfully, "Although we haven't known each other for long, you are as gracious to my sister as you are to me." "Hee, then do you think I'll screw you over?" Sun Lao put down the grinding bowl at this time and looked straight into Shinsun's eyes. Shinsun froze, then affirmed, "No." "Oh? Why so sure?" "Putting aside the relationship with Elder Mo, the world says that it is said that healers are kind. I don't believe that your old man could harm me. And in the afternoon, when that doctor spoke so harshly, you didn't bother to take it personally, but forgave her instead. By that alone, I know you must be a kind person." "Hee, your kid is good at talking." Elder son didn't say anything else after he laughed. Shinsun felt that Sun Lao seemed to be embarrassed to say something, so he said, "Sun Lao, if you have something to say, just say it, but if I can help, I will definitely help." Sun Zhen hesitated for a long time and spoke quietly, "Actually, I guess, the old man really does have an unforgiving request." "There's no harm in speaking up, elder son," Shinsun said firmly. "What I'm going to say next, if you don't want to, you can choose to reject it, and I absolutely, positively won't blame you." Sun Lao's eyes were very solemn. Shinsun nodded. "I actually wanted to ask you to help test a medicine," said elder son with a sigh. "Trial drugs?" Shinsun froze. "Are you researching a new drug to be marketed?" Sun Lao shook his head, then stood up and said to Shinsun, "You come with me." Sun Lao led Shinsun inside the pharmacy. Inside, there was a door that, when pushed open, was actually a room. The room was filled with all sorts of medicinal herbs, and in the very center lay a bed, on which a woman actually lay quietly. Shinsun was a bit surprised and looked at Sun Zhen. Sun Zhen's eyes became much softer upon seeing this woman. "This is my wife." "Sun Lao's wife?" Shinsun was taken aback. He walked over to the woman and sized her up. It didn't look like his wife in any way. The woman looked to be in her mid-30s, with decent features but little blood on her face. Such a young woman saying she was his daughter-in-law, Shinsun might still believe some of it. "You don't need to doubt, she is indeed my wife." Sun Lao explained, "She has been sleeping for 40 whole years because she mistakenly ingested a medicinal herb 40 years ago." 40 years? Shinsun was a bit incredulous. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never heard of an herb that could put someone to sleep for such a long time. "Surprised, aren't you? Even for me, this is the first time I've seen such an exotic herb." Sun Lao walked to the window and held up a plant without flowers and placed it in front of Shinsun. The beaded flower was strange in that it had no rhizome, as if the flower grew right above the dirt, blooming with pale blue petals of heart-stopping beauty. "This is the nameless flower she took. I call it the eternal flower. This bead flower, I found it from the crags of Mount Everest at 5,000 meters above sea level." 5,000 meters? Shinsun's jaw was about to drop to the ground. In his perception, 5,000 meters already belonged to the extremely harsh environment of dozens of degrees below zero, and basically no plants could grow in that environment. There's more to the magic of this flower than just being able to grow in extremely harsh environments. When I found and dug it up, I realized that its roots were actually buried under the ice. I risked my life and chiseled down that whole block of ice, which is how I obtained this bead of unique flowers. I then took this bead flower back to study it, but no matter how much I looked through the ancient books and consulted the information, I couldn't find any relevant information on this bead flower. After my research, I found out that this bead flower only needs moisture to grow, not sunlight. The most amazing thing is that this flower doesn't seem to fade or wither, no matter spring, summer, fall, or winter, it's alive and well. If it weren't for the fact that it would naturally drop its petals, I would have wondered if it was a fake flower. Shinsun was stunned. There was actually such a magical plant in the world? No wonder Sun Lao was calling it an eternal flower. Then, in the inquisitive spirit of the divine farmer who tasted all kinds of herbs, I decided to take the petals it dropped, but my wife tried it for me before I took it. As a result, after taking it, she directly fell into a coma, and I exhausted every means to wake her up. She just slept for 40 years, and even her appearance didn't change a bit. Technology has advanced in the past few years, and I sent her blood to a research lab to study it, and found that there was an additional toxin in her blood that had hitherto been undiscovered by humans. I took the petals back for a material composition test and was amazed at the results. 70% of the petals consisted of toxins from my wife's blood. So I decided that if I could just get rid of this poison, I could wake up my wife. Shinsun listened to him and sighed a little, one for his obsession and the other for the mystery of the flower. And what was that you said about the test drug? I want to inject the diluted toxin into your body and then try to neutralize or remove this toxin with drugs. I can guarantee your life and will not let you fall into a coma like my wife, but I can't necessarily guarantee anything else. Sun Lao's gaze was like a blaze. If you don't want to, you can just give up. Don't have to consider my feelings. I won't have the slightest complaint. Shinsun froze for a long time and finally spoke after a long time. Why did you pick me? Because you're cultivated the body forging decree, your physique has been strengthened, making you a very, very suitable test subject for the medicine. Ordinary people other than you will most likely not be able to resist the medicine. So if I agree, what do I need to do? I'll inject the toxin into your bloodstream first, then have you take the medicine I've created, followed by a blood test to see if the toxin has dissolved. The diluted toxin I injected into the pigs and monkeys doesn't happen to be dormant, and no abnormalities have been detected. Your physique will only be stronger than theirs. I've almost developed the antidote. With Chinese herbs, I guarantee it won't harm your body. Chapter 115 Enlightened Again. Although Sun Lao patted his heart and assured Shinsun this was, after all, an unresolved substance, and no one could be sure that the diluted toxin would not affect a person's body. I may not be able to give you an answer in a moment. I may need to think about it. The unknown is the greatest fear, and this is no exception for any living thing, let alone a human being. You give me 3 days, I'll definitely give you an answer when I've thought it over. Oh, I understand. Sun Lao smiled and said, I've waited for 50 years, so it's not as bad as these 3 days. In fact, I'm not even completely sure about the assurances I just gave you. I might even feel a little guilty if you agreed readily, thus dissuading you from trying the drug for me. Sun Lao was very conflicted at this time, wanting to bring his wife back to life, but not wanting to pitch Shinsun. Shinsun was actually able to understand Sun Lao, and if Shinsun had stood in his shoes, he was afraid that he would have done something excessive. If you don't agree to try the medicine, I might even have a request. Sun Lao looked at Shinsun's eyes. You say. I hope you can be my disciple and inherit my medical skills. Elder Sun said, that way I can test the medicine myself with peace of mind. Shinsun zoned in. He completely did not expect Sun Lao to say this. I've actually been wanting to try the medicine myself, but I'm worried that if I fall into a deep sleep as well, no one will ever be able to save her again. Why did you choose me? Firstly, you are the person that old man Mo has his eye on. I believe in his vision, and I also think highly of you. Secondly, I can see that you should be quite wealthy, and not have to be busy with other things, and have enough time to study the art of healing. And thirdly, the healing arts of my Sun family can only be passed on to people I trust. Although we've only known each other for a short while, I got a friend who knows divination to read that you're by no means extraordinary, and passing the mantle on to you is the best choice. Divination? Shinsun froze, feeling that this old man still believed in metaphysics. Oh, he's not a charlatan. Knowing that Shinsun didn't believe it, Old Sun explained, I'll bring you to get to know him when I'm free someday. Seeing that Shinsun still had doubts on his face, Sun Lao seemed to know what he wanted to ask. Maybe times have changed. My son and grandson are not interested in studying medicine. My son is a lazy and used to it, went to be a civil servant. My grandson is smart but more interested in math. Sun Lao sighed and said helplessly, a strong melon is not sweet, and I don't want to impose my concepts on future generations, but if my son family's medical skills just disappear from here on out, I'm sorry to my ancestors and I'm sorry to the patients who need me. Elder son, thank you for your appreciation of me, but the latecomer is stupid and has never studied medicine, I'm afraid. Shinsun lowered his head. He knew how helpless Sun Lao was to say these words. With his wife asleep, but himself unable to do anything about it, and with no children or grandchildren to count on, I'm afraid no one understands the bitterness of his. Shin, I know it's wrong of me to force my business on you, but it's really something I have no choice but to do. This is my last request, and I still say that I will see you as my own just as much as I will see you as mine, whether it is a success or not, and I will never blame you. Old Sun made a precious bow to Shinsun, who was taken aback and hurriedly helped him up. This scene made Shinsun think of the scene where Uncle Lu entrusted his orphan in Baidi City. His old man had said the words to this point, and if he still did not agree, it would really be a bit of an excuse. People saved Huang Yaya how can also be considered their own great benefactor, but also willing to teach the family heirloom mastery, such a person, how can Shinsun good to refuse? Elder son, I promise to honor your request, it's just that my juniors are foolish, and I really may not be able to meet your expectations. Hee kid, you can't say anything too early to lose heart. Sun old man laughed, think of my turbulent times, books are not read, I was 20 years old before I began to recognize words, 2.5 years old before learning medicine, not the same to this step today. Here, take this book of 1,000 gold prescriptions and human body acupuncture point diagrams and try to memorize these. It was not known where Sun Lao pulled out the medical books from and threw them to Shinsun. Ah, is this the beginning? Shinsun's head was a bit big, not expecting to actually pick up a book again after so many years. Whether you're willing to try the medicine or not, I intend to pass on my medical skills to you. Elder son patted his shoulder. Young man, learn well, I see that you will definitely have a great future in the future. The corner of Shinsun's mouth twitched, just now it was obviously still a sad tone, how come his style changed so quickly? By the way, how do you think your memory is? Sun Lao suddenly asked. Getting by. Shinsun's learning ability was actually very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have reached the level of financial expert in his last life. But the memory, indeed, just passable, slightly better than the average person, with those who cannot forget is still not comparable. Here, sit down and I'll get you started. Enlightened again? Shinsun froze. Elder son explained to him, I know that you opened your aperture when you practiced the body refining decision, but you were opening your martial aperture, and what I'm going to help you open now is the literary aperture. Is this relevant? Martial orifices are to awaken your entire body's meridians, making it easier to reach the realm of mind and spirit unity, and more favorable to your body's coordination. And the so-called literary trick is that one's brain is more fluid, one's mind is more flexible, and one's memory is better. Shinsun was shocked, there's such a good thing? Otherwise, how do you think our Sun family managed to pass on for more than 10 generations without a single drag queen? Unexpectedly, the Sun family's medical skills were so superior that they could easily change a person's IQ. Shinsun was really breathless now. But this is just a way to stimulate potential, the exact effect still depends on the person's own physique. Elder Sun said, let's start without delay. Shinsun removed his top under his guidance and sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. The needle has an irritating potion on it, so it may hurt a little when you apply it, so you'll have to bear with it. Shinsun nodded. If a little pain could be exchanged for a smarter brain, Shinsun would be willing to say anything. Sun Lao smeared the needles on his hands with a crimson medicinal liquid and zapped them at the Baihui, Shinmen, and Yongquan acupoints. After applying the needles, an inexplicable feeling of soreness and swelling ensued, bean-sized beads of sweat slid down from his forehead, and Shinsun couldn't help but grunt out. Hang in there, your head will slowly develop a burning sensation and vertigo, it's all normal. It was true as he said. After stabbing the shinting point with the last needle, Shinsun felt like he was running a high fever, his entire head was hot and dizzy. After this process lasted almost 5 minutes, the head slowly stopped heating up. But before he could feel better, a vague pain began to grow deep inside his head. Chapter 116. Shinsun only felt like there was a bug crawling and biting in his brain. The pain was unspeakable, very torturous, and even a little bit regrettable for choosing to be enlightened. However, Sun Zhen, who was watching from the side, was smiling. Little Shin, the pain during enlightenment is directly proportional to the potential of your brain that will be stimulated later, that is to say, the harder it is for you right now, the more potential you will be stimulated. I was right about the man. But Shinsun's mind was in chaos right now, and even if he heard what Sun Lao said, there was no way to parse what the words meant anymore. The only thing he could do now was clench his teeth and try to hold on. The moon was full, the time came to 12 o'clock, and Shinsun was still struggling. His clothes had long been wet with sweat, and the medicinal power from the silver needles that had been stuck in his body was gradually absorbed by him. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sun Lai stuck a last needle in the center of his brow. Ah! At the instant the silver needle entered his body, Shinsun, who had tightly closed his eyes, violently opened his eyes. The fire in the stove used for decocting medicine swayed gently, and the silver needles all over Shinsun's body were flicked away, and even didn't go into the wooden boards. Shinsun gasped for air, his face slowly turning from white to red. Congratulations, Shin, the enlightenment has worked. Old man Sun stroked his beard in relief. The pain slowly left the brain and was replaced by a clearing of the mind. Lying on the yoga mat, Shinsun rolled over and adjusted his breathing, feeling everything around him. Now, sync your mind and feel the difference between your 5 senses and what they used to be. According to what he said, after Shinsun closed his eyes, he could actually feel in his ears that moths were stirring their wings outside the house, and 2 cats were passing by on the roof. The most intuitive feeling he got from opening his eyes was that he seemed to see things more clearly. Through the window, he could even spot at a glance the rats hiding in the dark corners. His dynamic vision has also improved qualitatively. After a short period of feeling, vision, and hearing were much better than before, surviving the pain, even if only these enhancements that was worth it. Maybe this is the bittersweet. Many thanks, teacher, for enlightening my disciple. Shinsun immediately clasped his fists, kneeled down on both knees, and performed the salute of teacher worship towards elder son. This teacher was called from the bottom of his heart. Although he had inherited Old Mo's body forging decree, they actually didn't have the name of master and disciple right now. And Sun Lao was indeed truly prepared to teach his absolute mantle to Shinsun, this teacher, he must call. There are many benefits of enlightenment, you can experience them slowly. Elder Sun lifted it up. Gifts are not necessary, with a disciple like you, I don't have to worry about my Sun family's mastery being lost. Shinsun said sincerely, teacher, I will be fortunate enough to carry forward the Sun family medicine and make the name of the medicine king known throughout the world. I believe in your ability, but you are still a fledgling. When your wings are full in the future, your teacher will naturally look forward to your performance. Today you'll go home first and memorize these 2 books I've given you, said Sun Lao. Memorize them until you know them by heart in 7 days. Can you do that? Shinsun nodded, definitely do it. As for the matter of testing the medicine, you will just make your choice 3 days later. Elder Sun sighed, you're my only disciple now, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Go back, come back to me when you're free and I'll show you the medicine. Shinsun bid farewell to Sun Lao and returned to the hotel alone, starting to pick the lamp and read at night. The next day, after Huang Yeye completed the discharge procedures, she also followed Ying and Jiang Yueying and moved to live in Shin Tang's company in the Sea City. Since the company is in the 3rd ring road, it is still some distance from Sun Lao's home in the 1st ring road. In order to facilitate his studies, Shinsun temporarily stayed at Sun Lao's house. Since there was nothing scheduled for the next 2 days, Shinsun allowed Jiang Yueying to bring Ying and Huang Yeye in to find something to do. It's rare to see such a laid-back day, such as taking the 2 of them to events together, running announcements, etc. 3 days passed quickly. As Sun Lao said, enlightenment could enhance one's memory, and Shinsun had memorized the 2 books Sun Lao had given him in just 3 days. Sun Lao took another whole day to let Shinsun memorize the names, effects, and even growing places of the medicinal herbs in the pharmacy. This time Shinsun also had a preliminary concept of medicine, although not to the extent of being able to go on duty to save people, but it is also considered a small success. The latter had become not a little interested in medicine after these few days of study. In these 3 days, Sun Lao could be said to be devoted to Shinsun, not hiding anything, and answering any questions, even if it was the Sun family's best knowledge. All of this Shinsun saw in his eyes. Sun Lao was really treating himself as an heir. On the 3rd day, Mr. Sun was explaining the functions of various acupuncture points to him, giving lectures until 8 p.m. After the lecture, Shinsun came to Sun Lao and cupped his fists and said, Teacher, disciple is willing to test a medicine on his own. After Sun Lao froze, a brilliant light seemed to suddenly burst out from his eyes, his hands grasped Shinsun's shoulders, and his whole body seemed to be shaking. Even his voice was trembling. Really? If a disciple also suffers misfortune due to drug testing, teacher will definitely find a way to save me, right? Shinsun smiled. If there is an accident, Sensei is just racking his brain to revive you. Shinsun had known for a long time that Sun Lao was a man of love and justice, otherwise it would not have been possible to spend 50 years trying to find a way to free his wife. And under this period of time of master and disciple together, Shinsun had already determined that he had no reservations about himself, and by virtue of his understanding of him, Shinsun believed that even if there was really an accident, he would absolutely try to do everything possible to save himself. Furthermore, Shinsun was likewise a person who knew how to repay favors. Elder son was Huang Ye's lifesaver, a favor he must repay. These were the reasons why Shinsun was willing to go out of his way to try the medicine for him. Are you ready? Sun Lao held a test tube containing half a bottle of light blue liquid in his hand. This is the toxin extracted from the top of the eternal flower, diluted. Always ready. Shinsun took the initiative to take the test tube and pulled the cork. Sun Lao looked at Shinsun with complicated eyes. He was very conflicted in his mind at the moment. On one side was his wife, whom he had to wake up no matter what, and on the other side was his most highly regarded disciple. How he wanted to try the poison himself, only if he fell too, then perhaps no one would be able to break the toxin. Shinsun drank the bottle of liquid without a drop. Sun Lao brushed his face aside. His heart rate was beating very fast at the moment, even though he was usually more open-minded than anyone else. Shinsun drank the toxin and sat down quietly, closing his eyes. Time passed little by little, and Shinsun himself seemed to no longer feel anything other than a little pain in his buttocks after sitting for a long time. The key thing was that he wasn't sleepy at all. Chapter 117 Sightseeing. My wife was falling into a coma about 5 minutes or so after taking it, and this diluted bottle of toxin shouldn't have put you to sleep for 3 hours, so I guess that's becoming the first step. Sun Lao carefully observed the changes on Shinsun's face. An hour passed, 2 hours. Shinsun was tired of meditating and even read medical books, during which he also chatted with the Sun family children. And so he waited until 11 a.m., with no sleepiness of his own. He even wondered if the teacher had mistakenly taken it for coffee. By 1 a.m., Shinsun finally looked a little sleepy. Teacher, can I sleep? Sleep, and I will watch over you until you rise tomorrow. Sun Lao was worried that Shinsun would never wake up. In the end, Shinsun stayed up until 3 in the morning, when he finally gave up staying up and chose to sleep. An elder son had really been guarding his bedside, observing his pulse through the silk threads tied to Shinsun's hands to see if there were any abnormalities. Around 10 o'clock the next day, Shinsun had just gotten up when he heard Sun Lao was letting out a loud laugh. That's great, Hoon. The toxin from the eternal flower doesn't have much effect on you. Sun Lao excitedly embraced him. When Shinsun saw him happy like this, a stone in his heart fell to the ground. The Shi Nyang who took the eternal flower toxin went through a full body checkup, and except for the presence of the toxin in her blood and the symptom of not being able to wake up once she was asleep, all the other indicators were the same as a normal person. So the only thing they were worried about was the problem of slumber, and now that this problem had been solved, how could they not be happy? Next, I'm going to collect a bit of your blood and take it to the lab for testing. Sun Lao said. Shinsun had taken all the poison, how could he care about a few hundred milliliters of blood, so he immediately let Sun Lao start drawing blood. After the blood was drawn, Sun Lao packed the plasma bag carefully. The lab is quite far away, so I might not be back for the next 2 days. If there is any discomfort, contact me immediately. And the book I left for you remember to read it, don't desert it. Shinsun nodded in understanding. After saying that, Sun Lao didn't care, lifting up the materials and plasma bag that had been prepared long ago and left. Sun Lao has left. The matter of learning medicine can be temporarily slowed down. In front of Shinsun there is still a quite important thing waiting for him to do. Shinsun came to the place where he was chased and nearly perished that day. Here he learned that the name of this place is China Trade Market, a fairly large night market stalls. The Rock Gang is headquartered in the middle of this market, and they are running it. Only after learning this did Shinsun realize that he had unknowingly run into someone else's base camp that day, so it was no wonder that he had been besieged by so many people. However, his return to his homeland this time was not to take revenge, but to come and take over the Rock Gang. Shinsun followed the address on the note given to him by Shi Chang, and came to a gate, next to which there was a signboard Rock Security Company. After determining that this was it, Shinsun knew that the gate needed to be remotely controlled by a human. Looking to the side, a small, yellow-haired man suspected of guarding the post was lounging back in his recliner, sleeping. Shinsun went up and knocked on his chair, who knew that this kid was sleeping quite a bit and actually didn't wake him up. Rock Security's personnel are that disorganized? And still guarding their own homes. Shinsun's eyes grunted, came to how the little yellow hair's ear, said loudly, strong brother came. Little yellow hair was so startled that he winced and in his excitement, fell straight out of his chair and onto the floor. Kun, where is Kun? Little Yellow Hair panicked a batch, looking left and right, looking east and hoping, but did not see the so-called strong brother at all. Little Yellow Hair saw Shun Sun snickering on the side and immediately understood that it was this guy who was playing with himself. Seeing Shin Sun's eyes, he guessed that it was not his own brother, and immediately became angry. "Who the hell are you? Don't you want to live?" Little Yellow Hair drew out the throwing stick pinned to his waist and pointed at Shin Sun. Shin Sun didn't budge and whispered, "Open the door, I want to go in." "Who the hell are you? Pass out and show it to me." The Little Yellow Hair made things difficult. "There's no pass." Shin Sun shrugged. "If you don't have it, you're not allowed to enter." Little Yellow Hair pointed to the fence next to him. "It's okay if you insist on entering, there's a dog hole over there, you drill through there and I'll pretend I didn't see it, how's that? Is this the Rock Gang's style of doing things? It's really given me a long insight." Shin Sun smiled instead of being angry. "Where's Shi Chang? It's fine to make a call and ask him to come pick me up and take me up. Who do you think you are? Dare to ask our boss to come and get it?" The Little Yellow Hair spat. "Hurry up and get as far away as you can." "Shi Chang, is this the good little brother you brought out?" Shin Sun shook his head. "Ha, trying to trick me again? You think I'll fall for it twice?" Little Yellow Hair screamed, "And you dare to call our big brother by his full name? You're looking for death. I think you're the one who's looking for death." The sudden voice behind him caused Little Yellow Hair to freeze, and it wasn't until he was choked that he reacted to the fact that Shi Chang was really behind him. "Sure, brother, sure, what are you?" The little brother was choked, but he didn't dare to move. "Didn't I inform you that there will be a big shot coming today to be received properly?" Shi Chang threw him to the ground and kicked him as hard as he could. "Who also dares to mess with? You're the one who doesn't want to live if you're afraid. I was a temporary replacement, didn't get the notice." Shi Chang lazily ignored him. Shin Sun was still waiting outside, and directly took the remote control out of his pocket and opened the gate. "Hoon, sorry to make you laugh." Seeing Shin Sun, Shi Chang became very humble, and the Little Yellow Hair on the ground looked dumbfounded. In his impression, Brother Chang was a violent and arrogant person, but Shi Chang actually wimped out like a dog in front of this person. "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out." Noticing Little Yellow Hair's gaze, Shi Chang was a bit embarrassed on his face, so he took it out on him. Shi Chang was about to hit him, but Shin Sun called him off. "Alright, I just came here today, I don't want to see blood, let's go." Shin Sun looked at Shi Chang and said, "Okay Shin." 1 second Shi Chang was still peaceful to Shin Sun. The next second, after looking at the small yellow hair, his face immediately changed. "This time let you off the hook, do what you should do. Dare to talk nonsense, cut your tongue." The little brother's whole body shivered and stood up and bowed repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Brother Chang." Shi Chang slapped his little brother again. The yellow-haired little brother's eyes glazed over, wondering what he had done wrong again. "Hoon is here, why are you thanking me? Do you want to rebel?" Only then did Yellow Hair react to the fact that Shin Sun, the man, was the real boss. And his own words just now had undoubtedly angered him. In gangs, offending your superiors is a matter of cutting your fingers to thank them. Little Yellow Hair's legs were shaking just thinking about it. "Brother Shen. I'm very sorry." Surprisingly, Shin Sun lightly waved his hand and said, "Come on, it won't happen again." Chapter 118. Kung, you should be ready for the handover ceremony later, right? After the janitor's episode, Shin Sun asked with some suspicion. Shi Chang immediately broke into a cold sweat. In fact, as early as 3 days ago, Shi Chang had already started to prepare for the handover and notify all the gang members. But he didn't expect that he had carefully planned for a few days, but a janitorial little brother had made such a mess, which made Shi Chang more or less get rid of it. If Shin Sun hadn't said forget it, Shi Chang would have had to skin him. In case Shin Sun, this master, is not happy, his body compulsion is not going to kill him. Don't worry Hoon, that guy's new and doesn't know any better, the brothers inside are all capable in 100 miles. Shin Sun didn't say anything, considered it a default, and continued to follow him around to observe. The Rock Gang's headquarters is an office building. It's a decent size. It looks like they haven't collected a lot of oil over the years. Brother Sun, Ahau, and I have been waiting for you to visit for the past few days. Shi Chang said attentively, "It's your first time here, let me show you around first." Shin Sun nodded. In the future, this place might become his stronghold, so naturally, he had to take a good stroll. "Did you guys buy this building?" Shin Sun asked casually. The building was about a dozen meters tall from the outside and about 2,000 square feet. "Hey, that's not true. This building when I spent more than $1 million to buy down." Shi Chang did not hide the pride in his eyes, "and outside the market, is also our company contracted down. Shinsun nodded, not expecting that this Shi Chang could not fight, but his brain was still good. In the future, this building will sell for at least 50 times. Our company's business is mainly to undertake security business as well as collect market management fees. From here as the center of the circle, within a radius of 5 kilometers, are all our territory. Shinsun looked at him with a wry smile. With all this business, can you really feed the brothers under you? Shi Chang laughed a little awkwardly. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Hoon. These are all just right businesses, small and unseemly. Our gang's most lucrative projects are actually the casino and the red light district, both of which can run up to $1 million a night. Is there more besides that? Shinsun's voice was a bit icy. Other, you mean? Organs, drugs, you're not involved in any of that, are you? No. Shi Chang shook his head violently and laughed bitterly. Those are basically monopolized by the big local gangs. Our gang is at best a second-rate gang. Hearing him say this, Shinsun was relieved. If Shinsun took over the rock gang, he was bound to move towards the route of whitewashing, and if he got involved in drugs, I'm afraid Shinsun would have to give up the rock gang. But the good news is that it's not that bad. The two of them entered the company together, and just as they stepped into the front door, a group of juniors had already been waiting at the door, ready to greet Shinsun. Hello Hoon. 2 rows of minions sandwiched their welcome, and the entire procession lined up dozens of meters away. Brother Sun, these are our brothers, more than 100 in total, ready to follow your arrangements. After Shinsun swept the circle, he found that they were each well dressed, uniformly dressed in black suits, and their essence was good. At the very front of the queue, Wu Hao, the rock gang's second, now it should be the third, stood straight in the center. The two walked side by side to the front, and Wu Hao greeted Shinsun with a 90-degree bow. Shinsun scanned around. The first level should give them a sports field for their activities, and all kinds of sports facilities were available. The two walked up to the lectern right in the middle of the room, and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at them in unison. Shi Chang picked up the microphone and made a precious announcement. Everyone, it is now my honor to introduce to you the newest big brother to join our gang. Shinsun. Brother Hoon. Hello Hoon. Hundreds of brothers shouted in unison, and the entire building echoed with Shinsun's name. All of you remember clearly, from now on, the new big brother of our rock gang is Brother Hoon. Do you understand? 100 people said in unison, understood. Well, very spirited. Hoon, is there anything you want to tell the group? When Shi Chang saw him nod, he handed the microphone to Shinsun. Ahem, hello brothers. Shinsun didn't put on airs, but warmly greeted the guys. Hello big brother. Let's cut the crap. First I'd like to ask you all, why did you join the gang? For a brother? For a woman? Or maybe for the scenery? Actually, I'd like to summarize it into one word. The guys should be in it for the money. With money comes women, scenery, and with money you can do almost anything. Am I right? Again the crowd chimed in, that's right. Immediately following that, I'd also like to ask the guys how much they get paid a month? 500? 700? 1,000? I think everyone should be paid about 700 or 800. And the first thing I'm going to do when I take over the rock gang, and that's to make everyone earn thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars every month. At that one sentence, the arena erupted in an uproar, and everyone looked thrilled. Who doesn't want to make money? How can you not be excited if you have a big brother who brings you money? Shinsun glanced at his watch, and the second hand went exactly to the 12th position. Maybe the guys are still a little skeptical about me being an airborne big brother, but I'll be giving each of you a red packet next. It's kind of my meet and greet gift to all of you. It's not a big amount, but I hope you like it. At that moment, the small or big phones in the pockets of many people in the arena rang. Even Shi Chang, who was standing next to Shinsun, had his little voice vibrated. Shi Chang took out his cell phone and a text message was displayed in the screen. Your account has successfully collected $10,000. Shi Chang looked at Shinsun in shock, only to see that the latter was looking at the crowd under the field with a smile on his face. At the same time, the expressions of many people who received the text messages were the same as Shi Chang's, their faces filled with shock. There were even people screaming and cheering on the spot. Our gang, besides me, a total of 107 people, each with a bonus of 10,000 yuan, are you all satisfied? The minions under the field, each with a smile on their faces like flowers, shouted in unison, satisfied. No wonder he asked for the roster of the gang members last night for this. Shi Chang secretly sighed at Shinsun's vigor. Handing out money is the most intuitive and effective way to enlist people. This is something that anyone understands, but no one would do it, but Shinsun did it. Very few people in the gang knew about Shinsun, and all of them only knew about it during the siege of Shinsun that day, and all of them had a negative impression. Now that a new boss has suddenly been parachuted in, there are definitely not many people below who are willing to follow orders. Chapter 119, A Little Test of the Cow's Knife. Sure Chang had thought that old MO just wanted to let this young man exercise, so he forced himself to be replaced. Originally, his own life in the hands of others, accompany Shinsun to Playhouse is not impossible. Anyway, he is only a nominal big boss, the real power is still controlled by himself. Therefore, Sure Chang thought that it wouldn't hurt even if he gave up the position of the big boss, as these men were brought up by himself and would definitely be more obedient to him. Only his own words counted, and he gave the name of his big boss, he didn't care. But he did not expect at all, Shinsun actually so bold, just took office, regardless of the status of the brothers, equal distribution of 10,000 yuan of red envelopes. The senior members of the gang may not value the red packet that much, but it's impossible for the junior members of the gang to be unmoved by receiving the 10,000 bucks. Shinsun gained the majority of people's adoration without much effort. That's a really tough move, I have to say. Doing the key thing, he completely did not expect Shinsun's funds are actually so strong, more than 1 million cash out of the eyes do not link. Keep in mind that the entire Rock Gang's annual revenue net profit is just over $1 million. What is this man and the scary old man behind him? Now Sure Chang had to face this big brother squarely. I believe everyone has received their money, but it's just a small amount of money. The next thing we're going to do is a really lucrative deal, and I don't know if you can trust me? Can. The sound in the arena was causing the windows to shake quite a bit, and it was clear that everyone's enthusiasm was running high at the moment. Shinsun nodded in satisfaction. That's the most important thing out of the way, but people don't seem to know me very well. After all, I'm parachuted in, so it's only natural that people don't recognize me. People might also think I'm very young and wonder if I'm capable of bringing people together for prosperity or not. To allay everyone's suspicions, I, for one, have come up with an idea. We're Jianghu people, and Jianghu people don't judge things according to seniority, they judge things according to strength. So next, I want to accept a challenge from the guys in that ring. If someone can beat me in single combat, the reward is $500,000 in cash as well as a villa. Saying that, Shinsun tore the clothes on his body and exposed his thick chest in front of everyone. This action shocked the crowd underneath once again. The easiest way to move up in the gang is to show off your fists and feet and all the people who don't like you. Now even Sure Chang was shocked because this item was not even present in this handover ceremony, it was added by Shinsun on an ad hoc basis. He had fought with Shinsun, and although he couldn't do it himself, but really swinging kung fu, even if he didn't count professionals like Ahao, there were several people in the gang who were better than him. Sure Chang was very puzzled, where on earth did he get the confidence to dare to openly accept the challenge? Just as he was surprised, Shinsun had already stepped above the ring, holding a microphone and shouting at the group. Line up those who want a challenge. One by one. Wu Hao was about to go up to the stage, but Sure Chang stopped him. Hold your horses for a moment and take a look. Many of the boys below the scene were a bit hesitant, in case they injured the newly appointed boss, then they would be finished. Having this fear has led to a lot of bottom feeders being afraid to challenge. But just because the juniors at the bottom didn't dare, it didn't mean that certain senior personnel who didn't obey Shinsun didn't dare. Brother Hoon, I, Qin Lei, would like to challenge, please enlighten me. A burly man walked up to the ring and stood on the other side of Shinsun, the smile at the corner of his mouth appearing a bit impish. The people underneath Qin Lei's ascent to the stage talked. Brother Louis is a black section of the air Shoutao, can our new boss stand up to him? The one who did it was the one who had the least amount of discretion was Lei, he's not going to give the new boss face, is he? As I recall, no one wanted to be a chaperone for Ray, because the first few that were chaperones for him were lying in the hospital. You seem a bit familiar, Shinsun rubbed his temples. Oh, I remember, you were there that night, weren't you? Hey, you shouldn't be having some kind of contest here in front of everyone, so you might not be able to close the show later. Qin Lei is a close confidant of Sure Chang and witnesses the entire siege of Shinsun. He also knows that Chang is under constraints right now, so he has to find a way to get back face on Shinsun for Chang. How could he pass up an opportunity to lose face like that? At that time, that old man's kung fu was indeed remarkable, but Shinsun's kung fu could only be said to be passable, and such a level was not worth mentioning in front of himself. Qin Lei is it? I hope that later on you make it all out and don't make it too easy for me to win. Arrogant. Qin Lei's face instantly grimaced. If that old man hadn't appeared at that time, you would have fed the fish long ago. It seems like you're displeased with me, huh? Shinsun said. Do you think anyone cares about your crappy money? Xinlei laughed coldly. We, the Rock Gang, have always honored strength. Strength is honored? Shinsun first lowered his head and sighed, then raised his head and revealed a warm smile. Then I'll have to use you as my stepping stone. Arrogant brat, I've put up with you for a long time. Xinlei's forehead veins rippled when he was so provoked, and his back foot fiercely exerted force, charging towards Shinsun like an arrow. In the face of his sudden attack, Shinsun appeared unperturbed and still stood with his arms folded. Just at the moment when Xinlei's finger was about to come into contact with Shinsun, the latter suddenly made a slight turn and lightly dodged the surprise attack. The pouncing Xinlei was a bit incredulous at this, as it was all as if it was a coincidence. The timing of his dodge was exceptionally precise, but if he had been a little slower, he might have been caught. Xinlei lunged, causing his body to be under the rigidity of inertia, unable to adjust his stance in the first place, but his eyes stayed deadlocked on Shinsun. But the next moment, Xinlei's pupils suddenly shrunk to a point and his mind went blank. Shinsun's turn was not only to avoid Xinlei, and leapt into the air. With the help of this force brought about by the turn, Shinsun straightened his leg in mid-air, and then ruthlessly smashed it into Xinlei's back. Xinlei could only watch as his foot smashed down, but his body couldn't do anything to react. In the next instant, a rigid force landed on Xinlei's back. Xinlei was directly smashed onto the ground, the powerful force barely breaking his bone structure. After that, Xinlei slumped on the ground, never moving again, and his eyes rolled up in a big wide eye, obviously having lost his ability to fight, and couldn't get up again. This result left the entire audience dumbfounded, including Shi Chang as well as Ahao. Chapter 120, The Grand Finale. This bout could be said to be pointless because the result was Shinsun's unilateral crushing. The bout was over in a flash of lightning, and it was over without the audience even seeing it. Although it was true that Xinlei's kung fu was not as good as Wu Hao's, his kung fu was still very good anyways. But it was such a fierce man with a black belt in karate who hadn't even managed to make a single move under Shinsun. Is this the same Shinsun who was chased around that day? Ahao, what do you think? Shi Chang gulped, and for a moment he could not believe what was happening in front of him. He's so much stronger than before in both speed and power, it's unbelievable. Wu Hao now completely believed the words that old Mo had said to himself. But he really couldn't figure out why he didn't make a move at that time if he was so powerful. Do you think you can beat him now? Shi Chang asked again. To be honest, I'm only 50% confident that I can beat him. Wu Hao said very seriously. May I ask which other brother wants to come up and spar? The rewards are great. Xinlei was carried down, and Shinsun stood on the ring with his arms folded, scanning the surroundings. This match, Shinsun is actually holding which he tries being his own level of thinking and fighting, but whoever thought that this guy is actually so weak, a hit down on the rise again simply cannot become the object of their own experiments. The fight didn't show him exactly what he was capable of, but it did give him a little insight into the body he had chosen. The most intuitive feeling was that one's body was abnormally light after opening the Wu orifices. The most obvious change is that while the mind used to know what to do but the body froze for a while to follow, now the mind and body act almost at the same time. On top of that, because of his study of the medical arts, Shinsun knew the various acupoints of humans, the various weak vitals of humans, and applying these to actual combat would add up to no small amount. For example, the force of the kick that had just kicked Xinlei wasn't enough to knock him out, but Shinsun had kicked him in the acupoints on his body, which had directly killed the guy in seconds. You can go on if you want, be careful. Shi Chang said to Wu Hao, if you can win, try to act as difficult as possible as well, knowing that our lives are still in his hands. Wu Hao nodded in understanding. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wu Hao walked up to the ring. For a while, the field clamored again. Is Hao even in the ring? I wonder if this new boss can hold his own. I feel hung ah. How can Underground Boxing King before how can the new boss not be able to beat it, right? I hope Hao goes easy on him. I was thinking of making money with the new boss. Everyone seems to think more favorably of you. After the enlightenment, his hearing was unusually acute, and he could hear most of the voices on stage. Hoon, were you hiding your strength before? Shinsun smiled. If you can defeat me, I'll tell you the answer. Okay, Hoon, I'm offended. After saying that, he learned from Xinlei's failure and slowly approached Shinsun with both fists raised. He could never have imagined that the person he had rubbed against the ground a few days ago had now reached the point where he wanted to be treated with his full strength. Wu Hao tentatively swung 2 punches at him, both of which he dodged. Shinsun hadn't made a move, just kept observing his movements. He did not move. Wu Hao could not hold it anymore, and violently took 2 steps forward to approach Shin Sun, and after finding a good angle of attack, he used his tried and true right hook to hit Shin Sun straight in the face. The first time Shin Sun had suffered a considerable loss on this punch of his, not even being able to see when his punch had arrived. And now, his fist at the moment looked like it had been slowed down several times in Shin Sun's eyes, and Shin Sun had plenty of time to dodge it. Shin Sun quickly crouched down and easily dodged the punch. But this is obviously not finished, seems to be expected after Shin Sun dodge. The right hand just hit out, the next moment the body slightly downward pressure, the left hand into a fist, from the bottom up to an uppercut. Shin Sun understood that the first punch was just a test, and this punch was the one that moved a bit more seriously, and he had to take it seriously as well. Shin Sun raised his head backward in a very extreme manner, and his fist was less than a centimeter away from touching Shin Sun's chin. After dodging, Shin Sun retreated all the way back and directly pulled away from him. Even after cultivating the body-forging decree, this guy Wu Hao was still not to be underestimated. Wu Hao was worthy of being an experienced underground fighter, as if he knew that Shin Sun would dodge backwards, he also fiercely stepped forward to follow him. Grabbing a body position, Wu Hao forced Shin Sun to the corner of the ring, where Shin Sun had no way to dodge. The successive punches were like a torrential rain trying to pour down on Shin Sun. But how could Shin Sun do what he wanted? At this time, he suddenly gave up dodging and changed his fighting style, clenching his fists and smashing them following the path of his opponent's fists. Each of their punches slammed into the other's fist, none of them backing down or changing the path of their punches, and these two seemed to be going to use this as a verdict on whether they would win or lose. For an onlooker to see, whether it was force or speed, it was hard to tell these two apart. This fist-to-fist bout made the spectators in the arena watch with fervor. This new boss is too strong. It's actually able to fight with brother Hao? I'm really convinced, fighting to this point, win or lose I'm willing to follow the new boss. Too strong, the first time I've seen someone who can be equal to Hao for as long as I've been in the gang. The bout continued as both sides threw out punches that had built up their strength. Bones collided, and both men took 2 steps back from the punch. You're mimicking my punching style. Wu Hao was not a little cutie, directly pointing out Shin Sun's thoughts. You're trying to beat me with my boxing style. Shin Sun nodded, but it seems unrealistic. You aren't very good with punches, use your best fighting style. Wu Hao once again took up his stance. I want you to seriously fight me. You're right, I'm really not very good at your boxing style, Shin Sun posed as well. Now, I'll beat you with all my strength. It's not certain who beats who. The two collided again, but this time Shin Sun no longer used his fists, but instead assumed a Wing Chun stance. This stance made Wu Hao freeze, not realizing that his martial arts were the same as that old man's. He didn't dare to be careless, and without making a flowery gesture, he stepped forward and closed in. Each of his punches was unloaded by Shin Sun, and although his punches were powerful and extremely fast, it was not possible for Shin Sun to hit his joints with each of his punches. Under his constant attack, he was instead found an opening by Shin Sun, and was slapped on the jaw by Shin Sun, falling straight down. The whole room was shocked. Just like that, Shin Sun completely overpowered the crowd and became the hand of the Rock Gang. Under Shin Sun's leadership, the Rock Gang was slowly cleansed, successfully listed on the stock market, and went global, and Shin Sun became the richest man in the world, opening a gap of several times with the second place. Married to several girls abroad, and that was his legendary life.